Chapter 1. This is our child? Yi Xian. Let's break up. Not far from Tianhai University, Wang Manli had a colorful smile and looked at her boyfriend who had been talking for 3 years in front of her with a pitying gaze. After Wang Manli finished speaking, her small bird-like hand held a youth beside her. What I want you can't give, or Zhang Xiao treats me well, buys me designer bags, and clothes rings, and also gave me a house. In the beginning I was also blind, looking at a poor guy like you, but fortunately, Zhang Xiao woke me up. Zhang Xiao is the one who can give me happiness. Do you understand? To put it bluntly, you're nothing but a bit more handsome. Coldly mocking Wang Manli, looking at the boyfriend in front of her was incomparably disgusted, and this time the youth on the side of Zhang Zhe's mouth pulled out a trace of contempt. Yi Xian, right, you guys have been in love for 3 years, and Manli is even still a chick. Chapter Young spoke. In front of Yi Xian's face hooked up Wang Manli's glossy chin. So, in the future, Manli is my Chapter Z's woman. Do you understand? Looking at the performance of the two people in front of him, Yi Xian did not have the slightest change from the beginning to the end. Wang Manli's contempt in her eyes thickened by 1 point when she saw this. Oh, right. What I am wearing seems to still use your money to buy. If you want, I return you. At this moment Wang Manli seems to think that she is destined to be in 2 worlds with Yi Xian in the future. So she breaks up without a single bit of regret. At least for now. Good. I agree to break up. Seeing Yi Xian's bland response, Wang Manli frowned slightly between her eyebrows, her heart inexplicably upset. Shouldn't this poor bastard be begging for his life to retain himself, and doesn't care if he has a relationship with Zhang Xiao and be a licking dog? Actually, there have been many times over the past year that I wanted to break up with you. Today just happens to be as you wish. Ignoring Wang Manli, his thoughts drifted and he couldn't help but think of that night a year ago. A year ago? I once had sex with a girl who was at least 10 times prettier than you. You? Wang Manli's eyes widened at the news, staring at Yi Xian incredulously. Bastard! You even cheated on me when you were in a relationship with me. Cheating? Hearing Wang Manli's words, Yi Xian looked like at Wang Manli. Derailment can't be talked about. At most, it's considered that I'm greening you. Our relationship, in fact, a year ago should end. You, bastard! Wang Manli angry pretty face iron green. Originally she wanted to come to show off in front of Yi Xian to find a sense of superiority. But whoever wanted to be burst by Yi Xian's shocking secret? No wonder this year he was ignoring himself. Manli, it's not worth it to get angry over this scum. Zhang Zhe glanced at Yi Xian at this time. Although this kid is the school grass, but it's just a little white boy. In the future, my husband will help you fix him. Who? Nah. Still my home chapter young husband is good. Wahahaha. Wang Manli's coy and crispy voice spread in Zhang Xiao's ears, almost letting Zhang Xiao not hold on and put her on the spot. Scum? Looking at the back of Wang Manli's departing pair of dogs, Yi Xian smiled bitterly at the corner of his mouth. Even though that night a year ago, he slept with a girl who was 10 times prettier than Wang Manli, but how could anyone know that in fact, it was the girl who slept with him? Right at this moment, a lengthened version of Lincoln stopped not far beside Yi Xian. Then the door opened, and on the back seat there were 3 little pink-toothed guys, exactly the same. For some reason, seeing these 3 little guys Yi Xian instinctively wanted to go forward and touch them. Just as Yi Xian was about to touch the 3 little ones, a cool voice came over. What are you doing? Stay away from my baby. On the driver's seat, an uncharacteristically beautiful girl shielded her calf and blocked in front of the 3 little ones. The girl's black hair was like a waterfall. Her appearance was exquisite. Her crystal-clear skin shimmered with an ivory-like halo under the sunlight, and her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Xian warily. However, when the 4 eyes met, it's you! That night a year ago, memories that were like floodwaters coming out of a gate flooded into both of their minds. Luo Tang's face flushed red, her eyes filled with panic, which she had never had before. Beside about 40 or so nannies, at the moment looked at Yi Xian, then the line of sight fell on the 3 little ones. Eyebrows actually have a few points of similarity. Murphy, this young man is the father of the 3 little ones. Luo Tang's heart messed up. Yi Xian is even more confused. A year ago the 2 people have a relationship. Now 3 almost 2 months of the baby. The time. Ahem. Just right. Can touch them. Yi Xian's soft to the extreme voice, which made Luo Tang couldn't help but think of that night. This voice was even softer than that night. Afraid of being rejected, Luo Tang's slender hand clenched tightly. Thinking of her situation today, yes, since discovering that she was pregnant, Luo Tang hadn't told anyone, including her parents and friends, and her parents were now developing a branch abroad. They simply didn't have time to take care of her. In their eyes there was only work. Ding! Detecting the host's first contact with the 3 little cottons, activating the perfect life system. This system is the perfect life system, designed to help the host to achieve a perfect life. the system will always trigger a random task or choose a task. Complete the task, host will get the corresponding rewards. The task fails as well. In addition, to remind the host, the system also has a system mall. As long as the host has enough money, can be exchanged for any item in the mall. Yi Xian just touched the soft, fleshy little face. Before he had time to experience it further, a voice came from his ears. 3 little cotton jackets? What the hell? This is really lousy's daughter. Yi Xian eyes wide. Little cotton jacket is not the meaning of daughter. Tread horse. That night, really a hair into the soul. And, also coughing in the third child. This probability Nima. No, old me has a system. Ding. Congratulations to the host to activate the perfect life system. The host does not need to doubt. These 3 little cotton padded jacket is Yuan Luotian's biological daughter. The system detects Yuan the 3 little cotton padded jacket genetic similarity probability 99999%. If the host does not believe, you can collect the 3 little cotton padded hair to the Paternity Identification Center identification. Yi Xian, you Daki. Yi Xian once again looked at the 3 little ones. His eyes completely changed. Incredibly asked Luo Tianyi, is this, are our children? Aha. Tightly biting her shell teeth, Luo Tianyi's slender hand tightly clenched did not hide. If not for their own money to buy milk powder is not enough nowadays. She swore that she would never let the 3 little cotton patties identify with this person. Although she drove a car, but for a year she simply did not have a source of income. Boo! Luo Tianyi's words directly induced Yi Xian to explode in place. Guilt and self-blame surging to his heart. Luo Tianyi knew a year ago that Yi Xian was in Tiande, the reason why he came here today, but also the 3 little ones could not stay at home, crying one after another, plus not coming to school for a long time. Of course, there is also a part of the reason entangled, whether to tell Yi Xian about the 3 little guys. After all, the daily expenses of the 3 little ones, as well as the nanny's salary is very high. She herself can make do with some, but how can the 3 babies? Ding! In view of the host activating the system for the first time, hereby rewarding a newbie gift pack, may I ask if the host opens it? Hearing the voice coming from his ears, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Having traveled to this parallel world for 3 years, has he finally awakened the system? Open! Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly recited silently, as he knew very well that this was his golden finger to the peak of his life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate musical ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host's charm value max, with a $100,000 share for the host. P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, please collect. Give a reward cannot ACA. With love power generation get up feed. Luo Tianyi will give out benefits. Chapter 2 Cough Cough. That what? Daughter-in-law you. Your name is Luo Tianyi. Ultimate music, charm value pull full, and 100,000 share money. This system, although it is 3 years late, but it is quite generous. Luo Tianyi at this time. The corner of the eye to Yi Xian. Beautiful eyes flashing. It seems that bastard more handsome than a year ago it. Cannot help but thoughts flying. Think of a year ago that night of encounter. A heart is fluttering violently jumping. Nanny at this time. Apparently also because of Yi Xian charm value pull full up a small mind. So handsome young man, if it is the son-in-law of the family that's how good. Takeout must be times have face. The 3 little cotton padded jackets saw Yi Xian. I don't know whether it is the reason of blood relationship. To Yi Xian waved the little hand and little foot happily smiled, as if to say, hello dad. Miss, look, the 3 little ones quite like their dad, the nanny said in surprise at this time. She also understood a little bit about Luo Tianyi's situation. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes also looked over at this time, apparently also seeing the 3 little ones' rare happy appearance. Yi Xian was warmed by the smile of the 3 little ones, and the smile of fatherly love directly overflowed on his face. Seeing that Yi Xian wasn't the heartless man of legend, Nanny Aunt Wang let out a slight sigh. Sir, Miss has suffered a lot in order to give birth to the 3 little ones. I have been taking care of them since Miss was pregnant. Moreover, Miss's parents and friends didn't know that Miss had 3 children until now. Even the money to buy milk powder for the children is gone. I have nothing to do. Aunt Wang. Luo Tianyi looked at Yi Xian. What are you doing talking to him about this? Meng Nua and Han Han are the ones I want to give birth to myself, and it doesn't matter to him. It's just that I haven't paid your salary for 2 months. I'm sorry Auntie Wang. When I work, I will definitely give it to you. Miss, this is out of the ordinary. You give the nanny fee is twice the usual people. I have been still feel that take too much. Auntie Wang simply said. As a person who has been there before, she knows too well how difficult it is for a woman to bring up a child. Not to mention bringing up 3. In general, half for the money and half for the people, right? Yi Xian heard the nanny's words. Of course he knew that intentionally or unintentionally it was meant for him to hear. After all, From the time Luo Tianyi got pregnant to nowadays she hasn't fulfilled her responsibilities as a husband and father. Right, Auntie Wang. Yi Xian dryly coughed. How much is your monthly salary? I'll pay for. She gave it to you. Halfway through speaking, Yi Xian realized that he didn't even know Luo Tianyi's name. And Luo Tianyi apparently also sensed Yi Xian's embarrassment and let out a light hum. Miss gave me a salary of $8,000 per month. However, Mr. My money is even. If you have the heart, buy milk powder for the 3 little ones. The milk powder at home is going out of food. Luo Tianyi didn't say anything from the beginning to the end, because she knew that what Aunt Wang said was the truth. The family's milk powder money was at most enough for the 3 little ones to eat for 2 days. How can that be? Yi Xian took out his cell phone upon hearing this. Come on, Aunt Wang. I'll transfer the money to you. Aunt Wang hesitated upon hearing this. After all, if her family had money, they wouldn't have helped Luo Tianyi with the child. Aunt Wang, just take it. Luo Tianyi knew that Aunt Wang's family had 2 children to go to school and that her husband wasn't in good health. Then, sir, I'll thank you. Aunt Wang couldn't argue with Luo Tianyi, and it was also true that she needed the money. Then WeChat transferred 16,000 to Aunt Wang. All of this was seen in Luo Tianyi's eyes. Her heart's resentment towards Yi Xian slightly dissipated by 1 point, including Aunt Wang's impression of Yi Xian was once again a lot better. The matter of Aunt Wang's salary was resolved. Yi Xian didn't forget about the matter of the milk powder for the 3 little cotton-padded jackets. I still don't know your name. Yi Xian awkwardly looked at Luo Tianyi. Aunt Wang saw the scene, slightly shook her head. Now the young people can really play. The child is more than 2 months. Still do not know the girl's name? Really? If she didn't know the reason for this, Aunt Wang would really think that Yi Xian was a scum. My name is Luo Tianyi. Luo Tianyi's face was also slightly flushed upon hearing this. If it was only her and Yi Xian it would be better. But there was still Aunt Wang in front of her, so she was always embarrassed. Yi Xian. Luo. Cough cough. That what? Daughter-in-law you. Your name is Luo Tianyi. Hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian is like a living ghost. I drop a good boy. That is not Tianhai University truant for up to a year. Countless boys dream goddess school flower. I'm sorry, the goddess Luo Tianyi took a year off from school. Is giving birth to 3 little cotton-padded jackets for him? Poof. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Luo Tianyi knew what he was thinking with her toes. She knew too well how popular she herself was in Tianhai University. Ever since the moment she entered Tianhai University, she was the #1 beauty of Tianhai University. Only, a year ago, life played a big joke on her. Let's go buy milk powder for the little one. After saying that, Yi Xian's heart still set off boundless waves. I drop a wipe. What exactly did Laozi do a year ago? The object of his own hair into the soul was actually the goddess schoolgirl of Tianhai University, and also gave birth to a child of 3 treasures. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as if dreaming, carefully and Auntie Wang carried the 3 little ones into the car, and then put the 3 side-by-side baby carriages into the trunk. More than 20 minutes later, Tianhai, in front of the door of the top mother and baby chain store, Love Child Angel. Squeak. As the Lincoln commercial car stopped in front of the baby store, the sharp-eyed store guide recognized the visitor. This was a big customer. Ms. Luo, you're here. Several shopping guides with about 85 points and looks surrounded. Soon the line of sight fell on the handsome Yi Xian. Somehow feeling the charm of Yi Xian's body, the heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. This is the first thought of several beautiful shoppers. This is the first impression of several beautiful shoppers. Ms. Luo, no wonder the 3 little babies are so beautiful. So the father of the little babies is so handsome. Yes, I've never seen such a handsome man before. Yes, if my future husband can be half as handsome as Ms. Luo's husband, I'll be satisfied. Listening to the words of the mom and pop store guide, Luo Tianyi's face slightly blushed, especially when they said it was her husband. Although that little bastard was indeed very handsome. Miss Luo, this time you guys came, are you ordering milk powder? Previously, Luo Tianyi had ordered $500 a can of milk powder from them, and it was 10 cans at a time. They had rarely seen such generous parents, and coupled with Luo Tianyi's outstanding face value as well as the 3 super cute little ones, it was hard for people not to remember. Aunt Wang saw the mother and baby store guide's enthusiastic appearance, whispered to Yi Xian, Sir, the lady previously ordered the most expensive milk powder here, 500 yuan a can. At that time the lady on the body is only a few $1,000s, for the sake of the 3 little ones, but it's not stingy at all. Listening to Aunt Wang's words, Yi Xian looked toward the goddess schoolgirl who made countless boys of Tianhai University swoon over her. What is his virtue and what can he do to let people be so for his 3 little cotton patties? I don't know. Ms. Luo, how many cans do you want to order? Several shopping guide after a few pleasantries, finally enter the main topic. Some operation they have long been handy. very natural, completely without the slightest abruptness. This, Luo Tianyi hesitated for a moment, just about to speak, then heard a voice came out. 100 cans. The voice came into the ears of a few shopping guides. Their eyes were flooded with green aura. What did they hear? 100 cans, my goodness. And Wanger stunned to see the first time to see the three little ones. Miss, this is to pick up a good generous husband. 100 cans, sir, are you sure? The mom and pop store manager was really shocked by the words. So were several shopping guides. 100 cans is a full 50,000 RMB. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes flickered. It was possible for her mind to not have a single ripple, but before she could think about it in detail, Yi Xian's voice came out once again. Of course, how could Yi Xian have the slightest hesitation? That was his own little mistress. Not to mention 100 cans, or 10,000 cans, he wouldn't blink an eye. Right, there should still be diapers. Right, come 100 packs as well. This. At this time, the mom and pop store manager's green eyes won 1 point more. Gulped. A pack of diapers is $88. 100 packs is 8,800 renminbi. If we add another 50,000 RMB for 100 cans of milk powder, a total of 58,800 renminbi. Several shopping guides looked at Yi Xian's eyes, all changed. So generous, handsome. They have never received such a large order. This is almost up to their turnover for a week. TSK. I don't know. Is there anything else you need, sir? The attitude of the store manager was obviously much more enthusiastic than before. By the way, we seem to have packages for pregnant women's postpartum recovery. I don't know if you need them, sir. We have the most complete set of recovery here. And the postpartum recovery will not only let the shape and body recover as before, but also conducive to the normal life between husband and wife. We also provide free through the milk package, to be able to let the three little ones as much as possible to drink the mother's nutritious original liquid. Luo Tianyi's cheeks reddened to the point where it was like she was being looked at by everyone in the store. But, ding! Host triggered a randomized mission to do postpartum repair for Luo Tianyi, rewarded with 1 million renminbi. Mission failure penalty, +1 physique. Oh, hearing the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian's heart was delighted. This mission was triggered quite timely. The random task triggered by the system made Yi Xian's eyes blossom a wisp of essence between his eyes. While the store manager saw this and thought that he was interested, his face revealed a brighter smile. It's like this. The postpartum restoration package that we have here is divided into 3 grades, which are 18,888 renminbi ordinary package, 28,888 renminbi deluxe package, and 38,888 renminbi supreme package. And the higher the grades are, the better the effect. Hiss. Hearing the words of the mom and pop store manager, An Wang sucked in a breath of cool air. My goodness. No wonder people say that the mom and pop industry is the existence of the same profiteering as the pharmaceutical industry. Just in normal packages as high as 18,888. Especially the supreme package is directly 38,888. It is simply a money grab. Yi Xian. I think I'd rather not. Luo Tianyi did not even think about it, directly refused. Joking. Where she has so much money, can let the 3 little guys grow up healthy on the line. How she really does not matter. Then, order the supreme package. Luo Tianyi, who hadn't finished her words yet, looked at the man beside her with an incredulous look. What did she hear? Yi Xian. He even ordered the supreme package for himself. Swish. Yi Xian's voice fell. Everyone in the store's eyes gathered in unison on Yi Tian, including Luo Tianyi, whose eyes flashed. Is he crazy? Even want to order supreme package postpartum restoration for himself? The store manager as well as a few shopping guide eyes azure, then looked to Luo Tianyi's eyes are full of envy. Their future husband, if they can be so. Not to mention the birth of 3 or 300, their eyelids do not blink a bit. Why? A good husband is someone else's Chapter 3, I don't believe I can't get you with my old lady's charms. End of purchase. Boss Yi, you ordered 100 cans of milk powder, 100 packs of diapers, and a postpartum recovery kit worth 38,888 this time, totaling 97,688 renminbi. Erase the change. Boss, just pay 97,000 RMB. Auntie Wang, hearing the words of the mom and pop store manager, Aunt Wan's entire eyes widened. 97,000 RMB, which was more than their total household income for a year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ordering the postpartum repair supreme package for Luo Tianyi. Transcendent, completing the task, rewarding 1 million renminbi, with a +1 physique attached. The system voice fell. Yi Xian clearly felt his body undergoing changes. His strength was greater. Even his abs were much more pronounced than before. His body was indescribably comfortable. Then, the attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years old. Physique, 11, normal person 10, charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability. Items, none at the moment. Wealth, 1, 088, 560, 000. Retracting his sight from the attribute panel, he took out a card and gave it to the mom and pop store manager. Swipe it. Okay boss. With a dripping sound, the swiping of the card was completed. Luo Tianyi, on the other hand, frowned slightly as she looked at Yi Xian. It wasn't like she didn't have a little understanding that he, who had an ordinary family background, had now spent almost more than $100,000 before and after. This was completely not something that a child from an ordinary family would be able to have. Miss, the father of the 3 little ones is not bad. Auntie Wang saw the 3 little ones spend almost $100,000 without even blinking. This is not something most people can do. From this it can be seen that Yi Xian's character is definitely not bad. Humph, this is what he should do. Luo Tianyi looked at Yi Xian and grunted with a stiff upper lip, but the touching in her heart grew stronger by 1 point. Auntie Wang saw Luo Tianyi's hostility dissipate a lot and smiled. Boss Yi, welcome to your next visit. Ding dong. Return to the Royal City Star City upscale neighborhood on the way. And Wang received a message, and when clicked open hooray is a large red packet. Eyes shocked. Mr. Yi, you this. Looking at the 10,000 red packets sent from WeChat, Aunt Wang couldn't help but look at Yi Xian and hastily refused. 10,000 red packets. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Hearing this, Luo Tianyi was also slightly staring with her eyebrows, while Yi Xian smiled faintly, troubling Auntie Wang during this period of time. This 10,000 will be my thanks to Auntie Wang. Starting tomorrow, Aunt Wang won't have to come. Tianyi and the 3 little ones have already troubled you enough. Luo Tianyi heard this and nuzzled her mouth, but in the end she didn't say anything. After all, what Yi Xian said was the truth, and it seemed that Aunt Wang's old companion was not in good health and also needed someone to take care of her. But this is also too much. Today to buy milk powder and Miss Do postpartum repair already spend a lot. It's okay Auntie Wang, I won a small prize before to get a lot of money. This point you just take it. Yi Xian said so, joking. Now that he knows that he has 3 little cotton patties and such a beautiful goddess schoolgirl wife, how could he keep a nanny as a light bulb? Aunt Wang vaguely perceived this, and did not say anything, contemplated for a moment, clenched his teeth. That's good. I'll accept this money. In the future, if you don't know anything about taking care of children, you can ask me. After a pause in his voice, mused, it just so happens that my old partner is going to have an operation tonight. Then after I send the 3 little babies home today, I can leave. Aha. Luo Tianyi, who was driving the car, let out a But as soon as she thought that she would have to take care of the 3 little babies together with Yi Xian for the next long period of time, she couldn't help but blush, even though their 3 little babies today were already more than 2 months old. Back in Imperial Capital Star City, the upscale neighborhood. I'm going to take a shower first. You, look at the 3 little babies. After Aunt Wang left, Luo Tianyi swooned and said with a small face, but nowadays there was no other way at all except to look after the little babies together with that guy. Good. Yi Xian put down the 3-seater stroller in his hands and washed his hands. Go ahead. The room is very neat. Originally want to cry the 3 little baby. See Yi Xian is stopped crying, but instead happy to stretch stomping little hands and feet. Luo Tianyi see the 3 little guy so good, is also a sigh of relief. Just strange. That guy how to appear in front of the eyes of the 3 little guy does not cry, but did not think too much, took a change of clothes into the bathroom, confirmed several times closed the door, only then stripped off the clothes, admiring the wonderful body. But when the feeling of swelling and pain in the peaks, is the beauty of the eyes surge of bitterness? Knock knock. Just when Luo Tianyi was bathing, a knocking sound came from outside. Slightly frowning Yi Xian opened the door to the room. What appeared in front of him was clearly a young woman in her 30s. The figure was exquisite, and the charm was still there. 30s like a wolf, 40 like a tiger. This landlord is clearly in the year of the tiger and the wolf. And when the landlord saw Yi Xian, the whole person's eyes are green. Live want to eat Yi Xian's frame. Charm value max influence at this moment show undoubtedly. Handsome man, you are that little beauty's man right? 1 child 3 treasures is powerful enough. Landlord looks with 87 points, especially the water snake-like delicate posture. Reverie, you but owed me 2 months rent, if not also relations. How about it? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good look at you. Barely eat people's eyes. Look at Yi Xian hair. Martyr, this is definitely a goblin. Snap. A bunch of money appeared in his hand and directly pressed into the landlord's hand. This is the rent owed for 2 months and next month. Goodbye. The door of the room closed with a bang. The landlord was dumbfounded in place. What the hell? Could it be that the old lady's charm is not working? It can't be. That deadbeat at home is charmed by him every day. but his fighting strength is just too weak to satisfy her. Such a handsome man, but he already has 3 little babies. It's a pity, the landlord murmured, a bright aura surging between her eyes. But, I don't believe that with my old lady's charm, I still can't take you. The door to the room closed and the bathroom room door opened. Luo Tianyi took a towel and was wiping her wet hair. The good smell of the fragrance came to her face, and she felt like she could live for 3 more days just by sniffing on it. What are you looking at? Luo Tianyi just wore slippers. Crystal like jade, small feet, especially toes. Very good looking. A small section of white then straight calves exposed in the air. Daughter-in-law. So beautiful. Could have swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Here and now his own daughter-in-law is more than 10 times more beautiful than the landlord just now. His brain was clamped before he would be seduced by the landlord. Put. Luo Tianyi's face was red as the evening sun, thinking about the scene that she experienced today. If she didn't meet Yi Xian, she really didn't know what kind of state she would be in right now, and glared at Yi Xian. Who is your daughter-in-law? Think beautifully. Chapter 4. Who's your daughter-in-law? Think twice. Who is your daughter-in-law? Think beautiful. Pretty schoolgirl wife shy. The atmosphere became strangely charming. Before Aunt Wang and okay, now without Aunt Wang. It's like there is no layer of window paper separating the two. Right. Now, who was the one who just knocked on the door? The atmosphere is slightly awkward. Luo Tianyi, changing the topic to break the charming, thinking of the knocking sound that he heard while taking a shower. Oh, nothing. The landlord came to collect the rent. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi opened her mouth to say something. In the end, the corners of her mouth were filled with bitterness. Of course she knew that the rent was already 2 months in arrears. Aren't very useless. Thinking about today's status quo, Luo Tianyi pursed her vermilion lips, her eyes dark and her slender hands clenched tightly. I can't even afford to pay the rent. And Meng their 3 milk powder. Luo Tianyi has not finished is a warm embrace. Big hand ring that a hand can hold over the slender waist. Fools say what you do has been great. To say useless is me. In the 10 months of your pregnancy and do the month with 3 babies, I am not there. Gentle magnetic voice ringing in the ear. Luo Tianyi, this moment really feel very secure. In the future such things will never happen again. You and the 3 little babies have me. Aha. Fine, as a mosquito voice responded. Is this the feeling of having something to rely on? This feeling is so marvelous. It has never been. This year, she was really tired and didn't dare to relax even for a moment. Ding bell. Yi Xian was just about to say something when a cell phone rang. Seeing that it was the dormitory's second oldest Xiaoming's call, he smoothly connected it. Hey boss, where are you? The welcome party will start soon. Just after connecting the phone, Xiaoming's voice came from the opposite side. Yi Xian froze, almost forgot. Today's welcome party seems to have his program. However, meow, I just became a baby daddy. How can I go to participate in what welcome party? Damn, welcome party is important. Where is the school flower wife and little cotton jacket important? Ding. Host triggers choice mission, attend the welcome party. Mission choice 1, attend the welcome party, rewarded with a cashback of 10 times spending, capped at 1 million. Task choice 2, refuse to participate. Face value halved. Worry. The system's voice came from the ear. Yi Xian directly exploded. Treading on the horse. The dog system is too ruthless. This is letting himself choose? Luo Tianyi heard a foul mouth and fiercely whitened her eyes at Yi Xian. Cough cough. Okay, I'll go back to school right away. Yi Xian came back to his senses. Damn you. It's not that he doesn't choose the second option. He just simply likes 1 million. Right. Lao air. I want to change my song. I'll send you the accompaniment later. Go pass it to the vocal teacher of the party. Yi Xian saw Luo Tianyi teasing with the 3 little ones. The cozy scene made him change his mind. Maybe he has to do something this welcome party. Xiao Ming. Boss, what the hell are you up to? Making me sell my color again? Opposite Xiao Ming's eyes widened. The boss is pushing himself into the fire pit. Who let the president of the Cultural Arts Association of the party like him? Of course, liking him was even if the two were still childhood friends engaged in a baby marriage. Scram. Hang up first. Hanging up the phone, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Although he was separated by the screen, he could still imagine the expression of his penis. Xiao Ming, who was lifeless. Ahem. Then what? Yi Xian smiled faintly in embarrassment. I have to attend the welcome party at school at night, so I might have to go out for a while. You go. Luo Tianyi nodded her head. With him going out, she herself could be quite a bit more natural. Don't worry, I'll definitely be back soon. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't go, but came to the 3 little babies. Meng, Nua and Han. You guys can listen to your mom, okay? Dad went out for a while, pinched the 3 little babies' face, nodded to Luo Tianyi as to leave, but just out of the door. Thought of what? Right, daughter-in-law, coffee table drawer, some money. usually need money to take to spend. Yi Xian, who didn't have Luo Tiany's WeChat yet, could only realize his wealth and put it in the drawer. Luo Tiany just wanted to speak, heard the room door sound snapped shut, thought of just called very smooth daughter-in-law, face slightly red, came to the coffee table, came to open the drawer, suddenly saw a pile of neat RMB, a layer of 5 piles, a total of 4 layers. This is 200,000. See a drawer 200,000. Luo Tiany heart cannot help but once again twitch a point. Think of just Yi Xian said in the future there are his words. The heart is full of a sense of security. They finally do not have to be afraid because of money again? Just, what prize did he win? Before more than 100,000. Now 200,000. This is already more than 300,000 are, less than a day. To himself and 3 little babies spent 300,000. Even if he had won a prize, but to be able to take out 300,000 without blinking an eye, this could at least show that Yi Xian was really a very good and responsible man. Taking Luo Tiany's car keys, he drove the extended version of the Lincoln towards Tianhai University and drove over, directly accelerating the gas to the bottom, to sing a song as fast as possible, and then come back to accompany the goddess schoolgirl's wife and their 3 little cotton patties. In the meantime, Yi Xian sent Xiaoming the song he wanted to express his heart. Along the way, Yi Xian thought a lot, feeling with a dream. The goddess schoolgirl Luo Tiany, surprisingly, became his woman, and the two also gave birth to a child. 3 treasures? Chapter 5. This car is not mine. It's my daughter-in-law's. Tianhai University. Entrance to the auditorium. Hey, Xiaoming, you have to keep your words. A 90-point-looking girl with a slender figure and 3,000 hairs draped over her shoulders. This girl was none other than Xiaoming's fiancée, Lin Yushi. Xiaoming, of course Laozi is true to his word. Xiaoming looked at Lin Yushi beside him and the corner of his mouth twitched. Yushi, so what? What exactly do you like about me? I'll change it or not. Xiaoming was incomparably bitter. The life he was looking forward to was a forest, not just hanging on to a tree. Xiaoming, you don't need to change. Whatever you change into Lin Yushi, like you are destined to be my man in this life. The surrounding students watched the two conversing, and looked at Xiaoming with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Damn, this dog day. There is such a good-looking fiancé who is still unwilling. No, we are too familiar. Grew up Bear asked. What's there to fall in love with? Xiaoming's eyes danced wildly. He understood Lin Yushi even better than Lin Yushi herself, and Lin Yushi understood him equally well. That's what makes it interesting. My dad, my mom, and my uncles and aunts don't object. It's useless for you to object. Humph, Xiaoming, hashtag at hashtag $$ and give up resistance. Xiaoming. Since childhood, we both sleep together I do not know how many times, and kissed me, and hugged me, but also with me that what? Well, Lin Yushi words have not finished, directly by Xiaoming to cover the small mouth. Lin Yushi, you crazy, what all to say outside? The surrounding students, what the hell? Slept together an unknown number of times? Kissing again? Hugging again? And, what? The two live like a treasure chirping. Just at this time, a long version of the Lincoln parked in front of the auditorium. A single look at the car is extremely extraordinary. Lin Yushi saw a big shot come, did not dare to be arrogant, let the two of the student council to go forward to meet. He also lifted his foot over, his heart suspicious. The school should not have invited anyone to come over. Right, pushing the door and getting out of the car. A figure appeared in the middle of the field, and when Lin Yushi and Xiaoming saw the person coming, their eyes lashed out. Old boss. The people around the entrance of the auditorium also exploded. Holy, the person coming down from that stretch Lincoln was actually Yi Xian. Lin Yushi knows that Yi Xian's words, Xiaoming listens to the most, so this old big call is heartfelt. She is still counting on Yi Xian's assist to help her take down Xiaoming. Xiaoming also came to the front of the car, looking like a new car, like a long version of Lincoln. Boss, this car is worth several $1 million. Less said worth several millions. You will not be hidden rich second generation. This car, how does it look somewhat familiar? Lin Yusin tilted her head thinking, just don't know where she has seen it before. Xiaoming was even more nonchalant, pulling open the door of the car, but the next thing he saw was the milk bottles and diapers in the compartment. Boss, what's going on with you? Seeing Xiaoming's actions, Yi Xian smiled faintly. This car is not mine, it's my daughter-in-law's. Wow. When these words came out, everyone around was in an uproar, while Lin Yushi's beautiful eyes were wide. Boss, you got a license with Wang Manli, but it's not right. Wang Manli can't afford such a car? My daughter-in-law can be 10 times more beautiful than Wang Manli. Brain thought of his own beautiful daughter-in-law, Tianhai University's goddess schoolgirl Luo Tiany. Moreover, Wang Manli and I have broken up. Xiaoming, I go, boss, you won't have been adopted. With a thud, Yi Xian directly knocked up with a cerebral melon's crash. The pain Xiao Ming showed his teeth. Bow you a big head of ghost. You think I'm you? Letting you sure such a big beauty not be happy. Still thinking about a big forest. He dares. Before Xiao Ming could speak, he was directly interrupted by Lin Yusher. His threatening eyes locked onto Xiao Ming, instantly sending chills down Xiao Ming's back crotch. Before, Lin Yusher had threatened him. If he dared to mess with another woman, he would definitely let him cut off his children and grandchildren. Moreover, Xiao Ming knew that that vicious woman could do what she said. Hey, but boss, now that you have such a rich daughter-in-law, that Wang Monli shall not regret to death. Xiao Ming had originally looked at Wang Monli in a bad light, and spat in the same breath. Deserve that woman to regret. The first time I saw her I knew that woman was not a good bird. Right, boss, hurry up and go in. At this point in time, it's almost time for you to sing. Lin Yusher thought of that song of the boss, the song that the boss changed. I'm afraid it's not for my sister-in-law. Also, nodding at Lin Yusher, he whirled around and looked at Xiao Ming. What a good girl. Take care of yourself. Yusher, in the future manage this goods. I can wait to drink your wedding wine. Lin Yusher's pretty face was happy upon hearing this. He, received boss. However, boss, you have now become more handsome and charming than before. Boss, you, elbow to the outside. More than 10 minutes later. School, auditorium. Wow, Monli, you got a new bag again. So envious of you, Monli. But isn't that one in your family the school bully Yi Xian who has an ordinary family background? How could he afford such a good bag? Wang Monli listened to the envy of the surrounding classmates. The corner of her mouth curved up in an arc. In the future, I won't have any semblance of relationship with Yi Xian anymore. Now my boyfriend is Senior Zhang Zhe. Wow, the many girls in the surroundings all let out their surprise. Senior Zhang Zhe, manly, you're too awesome. Yeah, Senior Zhang Zhe was even taken down by you. Wang Monli proudly straightened her back. How long had it been since she was so envied? Right at this moment, the beautiful host with a face value of 89 points, came to the stage, her vermilion lips pressed to her mouth. Next, please welcome sophomore Senior Yi Xian, who will bring us a song called Dimple. Everyone welcome. Pa 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 pa. When the beautiful host's voice fell, thunderous applause rang out in the arena. Obviously Yi Xian's popularity in the school was not low. There were quite a few people who envied Wang Monli before. Wang Monli heard the host's words. Her slender hands clenched tightly. She hadn't forgotten about that guy's comment about greening himself during the day. Wang Monli had never imagined that one day, she would be slapped in the face like this by Yi Xian. Old lady would like to see what kind of good song you can sing. Just at this moment, the lights focused, a figure appeared in the field. Handsome face, perfect body, price plus the charisma value max. At this moment, the entire auditorium of students were all shaken, waiting to see Yi Xian embarrassment Wang Monli. Pupil suddenly shrink directly confused. Seed Prince Charming more charismatic Yi Xian. How is it possible? He can't possibly have this much charisma. Chapter 6 I am a woman must also marry the boss. How is it possible that he can't possibly have this much charisma? Wang Monli eyes wide. Before Yi Xian although handsome, but completely not like in front of me like this. In front of me Yi Xian no matter temperament and face value than before are higher than I do not know a few grades. Throw Zhang Zhe at least 10 streets. Seriously, if the breakup before, even if you know Yi Xian green her she estimates will not break up. After all, face can be more important than green her too much. Not, that poor boy. Even if it becomes handsome so what? Could it hurt himself more than Zhang Xiao? Wang Monli struggled to say. She did not want to admit that she regretted breaking up with Yi Xian. During this time, Yi Xian on the stage knew that at this moment Luo Tianyi was probably watching the party live on the internet at school. So he wanted to make tonight different. This song, the name is Dimple. For a year ago, a beautiful misunderstanding brought me and that girl together. She has dimples, long eyelashes, and a smile that mesmerizes me. She's like a ray of sunshine pouring into my she is like a ray of sunshine pouring into my life. I owe her a lot in the past 1 year, so I just sing this song to represent my love to her. Wow, the scene was in an uproar when these words came out. What the hell? A year ago? A beautiful misunderstanding? Dimples, long eyelashes, and a mesmerizing smile? This girl that Yi Xian said. It was not Wang Monli. To know, Wang Monli and Yi Xian love each other for 3 years. To many students' envy. This is already everyone knows the thing. And once was judged campus CP couple combination top list. Now telling them that school grass Yi Xian had encountered a girl a year ago that had left him spellbound. This news was too far-fetched. Swish, Dao Dao's line of sight at this moment. All gathered on Wang Monli, after all, possessing a face value of 90 points. But also however, at this moment, no one paid attention to these, because the school cursor unexpectedly green Wang Monli. Bastard! Wang Monli felt the line of sight from the surrounding. Her face was hot and painful, like there was a piece of green grass on her head. This scene was exactly the same as Yi Xian deleting her slap in front of everyone, and she would become the joke of the entire school. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss, this move slipped. Xiao Ming looked at this move of his boss. His heart was so exuberant and excited, like the person who slapped his face was not his boss, but him, Xiao Ming. Boss, mighty and domineering. Marred. I've long said that Wang Monli has a thing with Senior Zhang Zhe. But boss, this divine twist, it's poisonous enough. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian quaffed their mouths and looked at the boss on the stage. The admiration in their eyes was like a monstrous river stretching on, and like the yellow river flooding out of control, pressing people with power. Learned. Boss TSK. Idol ah. Lin Yushir saw Yi Xian's operation. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with essence. Grandma drop. That Wang Monli is not the boss's opponent at all. Wait for the time to definitely try it first. Between words, Lin Yushir's beautiful eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked toward Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian looked sympathetically at his second son, Xiao Ming. They could already imagine the picture of Xiao Ming being destroyed by their second sister-in-law. Lin Yushir. I'm still looking for someone to lean on, and a hug, who prays for me and worries for me, to be angry for me, to make trouble for me. Happiness is beginning to show. Fate has brought us closer together. A voice full of magnetic sweetness came out. At this moment the ultimate musical ability rewarded by the newbie gift pack. At this moment was exerted to the extreme by Yi Xian. All the little ones in the room were stunned. Lin Yushir, Boss Bull, Xiao Ming and everyone else. Right number. Yi Xian's voice seems to be like a magic sound trickling into everyone's heart. Unprecedented vibration. Wang Monli is even more direct, eyeballs shattered all over the place. Snapped and another merciless hit the face. The more outstanding Yi Xian was, the more it proved that she was brain dead and stupid. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking of the first encounter with Luo Tianyi a year ago. Thinking of the re-encounter after a year when the two had already had a child and 3 babies. Thinking of Luo Tianyi's small pair swirls, long eyelashes as well as smile that mesmerized him. Imperial capital Star City. Inside the room, Luo Tianyi listened to Yi Xian's song and couldn't help but snort. While if someone was here, it was totally possible to see the small pair swirls, plus long eyelashes and the smile that mesmerized him. Don't think that after singing a song, I can forgive you. Luo Tianyi hummed, but the eyes where there is half a point of blame. There is full of sweetness and happiness. The heart is sweeter than eating honey. At the same time, the resentment is again dissipated a lot. Originally wanted to cry the 3 little baby. See the video of Yi Xian. Small mouth open big, happy smile. The number of visitors to the school's website also surged in this time. The song penetrates the audio dazzling, ringing in the ears of everyone, are thinking of the dream goddess, beautiful first love, the flavor of the crush, really super sweet, although the pain but no regrets, because that is the best memories in life. Of course, some of the love of the young couple, is the 10 fingers interlocked, feel each other's hand temperature, quiet and beautiful. Also in this room, the song came to the first climax. Dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful mark. I can't sleep every day. I miss your smile. You don't know how much you mean to me. With you, life is complete just in time. Dimples, long lashes, hopelessly charming. I'm slowing down. I feel like I'm drunk. Ho! Xiao Ming's eyes widened as his eyes blossomed. My goodness, Grandma, the boss is going crazy. No, who would have thought that the boss would have such a warm side? Mama, I want to know whose girl is so lucky to be our sister-in-law. Mamma mia. If I were a woman I would definitely marry the boss too. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian sipped his mouth and sighed with emotion. It was Lin Yushi on the side whose eyes were flooded with little stars. Awesome. I'm touched. Really? Hearing Lin Yushir's words, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up. He hasn't forgotten a forest in the big time. Why don't I pull the strings with you guys and let you and the boss? Scram. Lin Yushir's pretty face chilled, glared at Xiao Ming. Beep to my old lady again. I'll sleep with you tonight. Lu Tong, Zhang Zitian, second sister-in-law is awesome, mighty and domineering. Lao Er has a good journey. In addition, let's talk about the bank card password first. Xiao Ming, Lao San, Lao Si, you big man. Xiao Ming's face was iron blue, looking at Lu Tong Zhang Zitian's unpunished appearance. His teeth gritted and creaked. He really wanted to hammer them to death with one fist. These two unruly people even coveted his small treasury. Chapter 7. Do you believe me when I say your sister-in-law is Luo Tianyi? The song ended. The people were silent. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc. As expected. Ding. Congratulations to the host to complete to participate in the welcome party. Get 10 times rebate consumption. In view of the host successfully hit the face of gold worshipping women. Rebate plus 10 times. Get 100 times rebate consumption. Capped at 10 million. Yi Xian. Ooh yo, this is good. It's interesting enough. The end of a song, ignoring the boiling field, directly turned around and prepared to run away. Kidding? Singing what good? At home with the goddess of the school wife. Pampering 3 little baby, it does not smell good? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurry up. The boss wants to run away. Xiaoming's 3 people were curious about the sister-in-law in the boss's mouth. How could they let the boss leave so easily? A few minutes later, the back door of the auditorium, Yi Xian left the auditorium and slightly breathed a sigh of relief. Marred. If it wasn't for the system that's son of a forcing the old man would not come to this place even if he died. Obviously, since knowing that he had become the father of a child of 3, Yi Xian's state of mind was undergoing a complete change, and he couldn't wait to pull out his entire heart to the 3 little babies. Stop right there, boss, where to go? Yi Xian was just about to go around the stretched Lincoln car when he was startled by 3 voices, and then he was surrounded by Xiaoming's 3 people, cutting off all retreats. What are you guys doing? Get out of the way. Yi Xian glared at the 3 people. These 3 goods have grown in ability yet. Hey, boss, tell us the truth. So anxious to leave, is it? Humph. Go to accompany our sister-in-law. Xiaoming squeezed his eyebrows and said, Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian are also full of bad jokes. The more the boss is like this, the more they are looking forward to. Exactly what kind of beautiful sister-in-law actually let the always calm boss like this? Bah! Yi Xian heard out the 3 people's words. The thought is really dirty. Accompany your sister. Laozi went back to take care of his daughter. Your sister-in-law can't take care of her alone. Boom! When Yi Xian said this, he directly chopped Xiaoming's trio silly. Asterisk 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 boss, what did you say? Taking care of a daughter. Boss, you have a daughter. When did this happen? No, really fake. Xiaoming 3 people were obviously thundered outside. I drop a mother. The boss even not only has a sister-in-law, but also has a daughter. Abortive. What? Don't believe it. Seeing the 3 people surrounded, Yi Xian also do not want to nag. Directly light evidence. Look, you see, the photo is my daughter. Said, put the cell phone in front of the 3 people, while Xiaoming 3 people looked at the photo, and then looked at the boss. Eyebrows obviously have a lot of similarities. What day? It's actually true. Boss, you damn bullish. From the niece's photo alone, sister-in-law is definitely a great beauty in the city. Yi Xian nodded approvingly at this. It's not that I'm blowing. Your sister-in-law's face value is definitely 10 times that of Wang Manli. Che. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiaoming's trio gave him a blank look. Boss, this girl is shameless. If I were to say that your sister-in-law is Luo Tianyi, do you guys believe me? Yi Xian laughed as he looked at the trio, faintly originating. Xiaoming's trio. Boss, you're great master. Don't defile my family's goddess. Xiaoming blew up at this time, because Luo Tianyi was the first target he wanted to vow to pursue after getting rid of Lin Yushur. That's right, my family goddess can look at you. I believe you do her. Humph. Toad wants to eat swan meat. The 3 of them chirped and spat, while Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. There was no way. They didn't believe him after he said so it wasn't his fault. Alright, being bumped into by you guys today, count me as unlucky. After a pause, thinking of his cap 10 million 100 times rebate spending. Go, I invite you guys to go to the school supermarket. Give you guys 5 minutes of shopping time, buy whatever you want. I'll pay for it. Holy, hey, this is good. Grandma, boss is hemorrhaging money. Let's go. Boss, mighty and domineering. What are you waiting for? Yi Xian drove the car to carry the 3 to the school supermarket. The 3 rushed straight at the speed of a 100-meter race. They swore that it was the fastest speed they had ever seen in their lives. Boss, give me 3 boxes of soft box Huazi. Xiaoming maneuvered skillfully and muttered in a low voice to the boss, whose eyes lit up at the sound of it. Just a moment. Hey, Lao San Lao Si. What are you waiting for? Start. Ow. Lutong Zhang Zitian only came back to God. Martyr. The oldest 2 ruthless enough directly as a soft box of Huazi. A package of 65 renminbi. They cannot lag behind. Then the whole supermarket will be staged a crazy shopping trio. See, the boss is stunned. He has never seen this scene. Inside the supermarket, there was a flurry of activity. 5 minutes quickly passed. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. Finally, at a certain moment, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Time's up. Clatter. 3 mountainous shopping carts were pushed directly to the cashier. As for Xiaoming, the 3 of them were already sweating profusely. Phew, that was close. I finally got my remote control airplane. Lu Tong took a large remote control airplane, above the price of 210 renminbi. See, the soaring price of Xiaoming Zhang Zitian eyelids jumped straight. Mad. Careless. Yi Xian on the other hand, his eyes lit up. rebate 100 times. This is a lot of money. Boss, pay up. The boss looked at Yi Xian in surprise. My goodness, the first time he had seen such a bold classmate. After scanning, the price was finally displayed. This student, a total of 1,050 renminbi. You guys buy so much, just pay 1,000. 1,000? Hearing the boss's words, Yi Xian froze. How can that be? It's not easy for the boss to open a store 1050. Just 1,050. I'll pay. Saying that, he swept the code, and with a drop, the payment was successful. Ding! The host consumed 1,050 renminbi. Rebate fee 105,000 RMB. In front of the dormitory. Boss, take care. Xiaoming's trio gave their boss a farewell until Yi Xian left the field of view, and only then did they retract their gaze. Eldest, do you think sister-in-law is really the goddess schoolflower? School sister Tian-yi? It's a ghost. Xiaoming glanced at the direction Yi Xian disappeared. If school sister Tian-yi is our sister-in-law, I'll gouge out my eyeballs to block the ball for you guys to kick. But, damn, the boss is powerful enough. Directly one shot into the soul, and one tire, 3 treasures. Hang on, not so great. If I were to have this skill of the boss, I would definitely be able to brag for at least 10 years. Chapter 8. I don't care. I'll call you my wife from now on. Royal Capital Star City. In the room. Click. The key opens the door of the room. Then Yi Xian comes in from outside. Luo Tianyi at the moment doubly struck, hatefully looking at her peaks. So angry. After squeezing for so long, it didn't even squeeze out at all. At this moment, Luo Tianyi is feeding milk powder to the 3 little babies. Busy hands and feet. Before there is Auntie Wang to help better. Now Auntie Wang is not in the natural trouble a lot. Ding! Host triggered a randomized mission to help feed the babies and gain the ultimate milkman ability. Mission failure, +1 physique. I'll do it. Even without the system's task, Yi Xian wouldn't watch Luo Tianyi work on her own, and began to feed the 3 little babies formula. Strangely enough, when Yi Xian entered the 3 little ones' field of vision, the rowdy little ones all quieted down, which caused Luo Tianyi to let out a sigh of relief, and looked towards Yi Xian. Could it be because of the blood relationship? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the ultimate milkman ability. The system's voice rang out, and then Yi Xian's mind was filled with a plethora of knowledge about baby daddies bringing up children, as well as helping his wife to pass on milk, and toning her body. Obviously, Yi Xian's posture of holding the little baby had become much more relaxed, holding Meng Meng in his arms and smiling happily at his father, as if to say, Dad holds it like this, it's super comfortable. The other 2 little babies were also aiming their eyes at their dad, like they were afraid that he would run away. From today onwards, I'll bring the 3 little babies together with you. You've suffered a lot in this year. Right, sorry, daughter-in-law. Luo Tianyi felt Yi Xian's big hand patting her fragrant shoulder, feeling that any more suffering was worth it. Her heart comforted a lot. Good. Luo Tianyi reddened her little face, but immediately after, however, you have to sleep in Auntie Wang's room. Okay, wife. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Luo Tianyi being able to do so had already treated him well. You, who is your wife? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing Yi Xian's address, Luo Tianyi's face reddened. Who's talking nonsense? Our child is more than 2 months old. I don't care. I'll call you my wife from now on. Luo Tianyi. You, whatever. Luo Tianyi was shy. When she gave birth to her 3 little babies, she had already decided that she wouldn't marry in this life. Wife, from today onwards, I'll chase you. Thinking about the fact that although the 2 of them had 3 little babies, they hadn't been in a serious relationship yet. You chase me? Luo Tianyi froze. Her heart couldn't stop fluttering and beating violently at this moment. She has never been in love yet. In terms of love, Luo Tianyi is still as pure as a piece of white paper. Right, Yi Xian solemnly said in a serious manner. One day, I'll make you willingly accept me. Then I'll make you and the 3 little babies appear on my family's account book. Are you sure you want to chase me? Listening to Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi was undoubtedly moved. I'm a hard one to chase. A year ago, she was the goddess schoolflower of Tianhai. There were many people who pursued her, and her tricks were even more numerous. That's not true. I have a kind of intuition that you will soon fall in love with me. Poof. I won't. The 2 of them were chatting idly, which, if seen by outsiders, would be absolutely no different from a young couple who had just fallen in love. Gulp. At a certain moment, Luo Tianyi's little belly screamed in hungry protest. She hadn't eaten much at noon, and after working all afternoon, it would be strange if she wasn't hungry. Wife, I'm a little hungry. Go eat. Looking at the shy-faced Luo Tianyi, Yi Xian smiled. It just so happens that, by the way, I'll buy cribs for the 3 little babies, and some more clothes and such. Aha. Luo Tianyi gently nodded her head in agreement. Of course she knew that Yi Xian was saying this because she was hungry. Then she brought along the 3 little babies and headed towards the CBD. the commercial center next to the downstairs. Soon, the two arrived at a Western restaurant with high-grade decorations. Yi Xian, let's, better not go, it's super expensive there. Luo Tianyi looked at the very aesthetically decorated decor, and judging from the elegant style, without tens of thousands of dollars it wouldn't come down at all. Listening to Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian pinched his fair and delicate face favorably. Silly girl, have you forgotten that I'm pursuing you now? This amount of money, your husband still has it. After saying that, pushing the stroller, he walked towards the Western restaurant. Luo Tianyi froze for a moment, biting her vermilion lips, followed and also walked up. She felt like dreaming. Both of you, what would you like to order? A private room in the Western restaurant. The waiter looked at the cute one child, 3 babies, full of envy. This lady should still be breastfeeding. Why don't you guys take a look at our restaurant's newly launched baby mama set meal? The package is on our side. There are 4 grades: 8888 VIP package, 16666 VIP package, 19,999 deluxe package and 26666 romantic theme package. Of course, alcohol doesn't count in it. Help me with the 26666 romantic theme package. There was no hesitation. These were just what he wanted. Yi Xian's guideline was not to be afraid of him being expensive, but to be afraid of him not being expensive. 100 times rebate consumption. But he still had a lot of rebates to take. Luo Tianyi heard this. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Help me get 2 cups of the most expensive milk you have here. Okay, sir, please wait. The waiter's voice fell. The lights of the private room dimmed, and the screen in front was playing a beautiful picture. At this time the sound of a soothing melodious violin sounded. Then a violin. Face value has 92 points of the girl. Interpretation of the famous hand violin song. In a short while, a road is all breastfeeding baby moms can eat asparagus, fried potatoes, fried steak, fruit salad, honey roasted chicken wings, oysters with mushrooms. Listening to the beautiful girl playing the violin song, the romantic theme light surging, cozy and beautiful. At this moment, Luo Tianyi felt like she wasn't even a baby mama, but was on a dinner date with her lover. Sir, the total consumption is 28,000 RMB. Cash or credit card please. The 2 90-point looking young ladies at the front desk, seeing Yi Xian max charm, as well as to the birth of a child, 3 babies can still come out to eat with their wives to have a romantic themed baby mama package. This is the first time they receive such a customer. After all, the pressure of raising 3 children is not generally big. 28,000 renminbi. Too black. This was Luo Tianyi's first impression. Of course, before having 3 little babies, it wasn't this kind of thought at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 28,000 RMB. Rebate 100 times consumption, obtaining 2,800,000 RMB. Hearing the sound of the system ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was even more excited, the corners of his mouth revealing a mesmerizing smile. Wife, let's go buy a crib. And by the way, let's buy clothes for you and the little babies. The receptionist lady heard this. Her eyes are full of little stars. Wow, that handsome man is too spoiled for his own wife. Right, a child with 3 babies, and still be so dashing. This if their husband that would be so good. Chapter 9 set a small goal. First earn him $100 billion. Shopping mall. Hermes flagship store. Yi Xian, you, here I see really forget about it. Luo Tianyi looked at the Hermes flagship store. This place she had been here many times. The things inside were not something they could afford to consume in their current condition. Don't worry, your husband has plenty of money. Pushing the stroller with one hand, wrapping one hand around Luo Tianyi's fragrant shoulder, sniffing the nice fragrance, she came to the Hermes flagship store like this. You, just how much did you win? Luo Tianyi looked at Yi Xian suspiciously, knowing that from the time she bought the milk powder until now, the money she saw alone was already more than $300,000. Not much, just 5 or 6 million. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and spoke out, while Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes widened. 5 or 6 million. This is a small prize. Although their Luo family was a celebrity in Tianhai City, even she had at most $200,000 to $300,000 on her card, and had never had this much money. How about? Although Yi Xian had quite a lot of money, Luo Tianyi was still a bit reluctant to part with it. After all, she had really been poor and scared for a year. Let's buy cribs and clothes for the 3 little babies first. Alright, let you buy it. 3 little babies compared to you. Of course you are important. Not caring in the slightest, the Hermes flagship store staff who had been forced to stuff dog food, dotingly scraped Luo Tianyi's delicate nose. Are you kidding? Such a good goddess schoolgirl wife. He couldn't wait for the world to know that she was his wife. Ghosts believe you. Luo Tianyi's face shyly blushed. Although she didn't know if what Yi Xian said was true, she was really happy in her heart. The store manager and shopper of the Hermes flagship store almost didn't die from the snorting sweetness. This lady, you are also too happy. Yes, you all have 3 babies and 1 child, and your husband is still accompanying you to buy designer brands. If this were my husband, I could wake up laughing in my dreams. Intentionally or unintentionally, a few shopping guides threw winks at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was as if he didn't see it, while Luo Tiany's heart was tightened, as if someone was grabbing something important from her. The store manager and shopper were full of fascination and envy. Such a handsome and charismatic big handsome man. They did not have the slightest resistance at all. Gritting their silver teeth, they declared their sovereignty and bought a bag and a few pieces of clothes, as well as cosmetics and such. The gesture was like saying, "This is my Luo Tiany's man. You guys don't have a chance." Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 32,000 RMB. 100 times rebate of 3,200,000 RMB. Payment end. The year comes the system voice. Yi Xian mouth corner curved up arc. Mother of God. He never felt money making original this easy. Set 100 million small goal completely easy to realize. If you want to have a goal, Yi Xian to set must be the first to earn him 100 billion. Dreams or to have. Otherwise insulted fish, what difference? And even if do salted fish, Yi Xian will also do the most leisure that. Yi Xian. Isn't it that I shouldn't buy 32,000, which is already enough for 3 little ones to order 64 cans of milk powder. Luo Tiany has not finished. Was interrupted by Yi Xian. This amount of money for your husband is just a hair's breadth. In the future you are responsible for looking beautiful. I am responsible for making money to support the family. I don't want it. I want to be financially independent and be a strong woman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 15,000 RMB. 100 times rebate of 1,500,000 RMB. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 27,000 RMB. 100 times rebate of 2.7 million renminbi. An hour later, the two returned with a full load. Yi Xian got what he wanted. The 100 times rebate consumption was directly capped at 10 million. Opening the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years old. Physique, 11, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability. Extreme nurse ability. Items, none at the moment. Wealth, 10, 785, 680, 000. Unsurprisingly, at this moment, Yi Xian had already become a multimillionaire. And this was only the first day he got the system, as well as the first day he recognized with the 3 little cotton patties. Grandma, one day dry to more than $10 million. Yi Xian was really looking forward to the future life more and more. Returning to the rental house, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The fragrant and sweaty Luo Tiany once again drilled into the bathroom to take a hot shower. A voice came from the bathroom. Yi Xian subconsciously looked in the direction of the bathroom. Ding! Host triggers random mission. Save Luo Tiany from the bathroom. Rewarded with ultimate massage ability. Mission failure, +1 physique. Yi Xian didn't hesitate. He directly pulled open the bathroom door and drilled in. Just kidding. He actually didn't want to go in. It was entirely because of the inquisitive massage ability. When he came to the bathroom, he saw Luo Tiany, who was collapsed on the ground covering her ankle. Her pretty face was filled with pain. But this was not the most important thing, because Luo Tiany was sitting on the ground naked at the moment. You, how did you come in? Hiss. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly come in, the flustered Luo Tiany wanted to struggle up. However, she fell down again, but this time, she was wrapped around her slender waist by a big hand. You out. Don't move. Yi Xian did not focus too much on the beauty at the moment, although he also saw all of them, but at the moment, he was obviously focusing on Luo Tiany's exquisite jade-like small feet. He pulled the towel over Luo Tiany's body and left the bathroom with Luo Tiany in his arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for rescuing Luo Tiany and obtaining the ultimate massage ability. As the system's voice fell, Yi Xian was the one who felt a subtle change in his mind and body, as various massage techniques and maneuvers blended together and became part of Yi Xian's ability at his fingertips. Luo Tiany's head was buried in her heart, a heart pounding violently. It was over. She seemed to have been seen naked by Yi Xian, and she was also holding her waist and ankles. What's more, right now she was only covered with a bath towel, having long ago figured out the location of Luo Tiany's room's medical kit. After bringing it over, she applied the essential oil to Luo Tiany's crystal white ankles and began massaging them with her inquisitive massage ability. Hiss! The pain. Luo Tiany sucked in a mouth of cool air, but soon she was feeling the place where she broke her ankle cool, nonetheless not painful, but rather felt quite comfortable, wrapped in a bath towel, but even so still unable to cover the delicate figure, especially the delicate lofty. Yi Xian, you still know how to massage? Luo Tiany had also been to a health club before to maintain her body, but she felt that Yi Xian's technique was better than those professional technicians. Well, a little bit of skin seeing Luo Tiany's restored ankle, carefully assisted Luo Tiany's white arm. The touch was soft and comfortable. Come on, stand up and walk 2 steps. Ha, it's really better. Luo Tiany, under the support of Yi Xian, walked 2 steps to move the ankle. Face was full of surprise. Thought of just Yi Xian's massage and just now a scene. Anyway, all see the light. Plus the 3 little guys waiting to eat the nutritional liquid. Luo Tiany clenched her silver teeth. Slightly hard wrapped the bath towel, as if some kind of determination. Face slightly blush and said, Yi Xian, I have something that needs your help. Chapter 10 Yi Xian, I need your help with something. Yi Xian, I have something that needs your help. Luo Tiany thought about all aspects and wasn't that repulsed. After all, after a day's experience, she also understood very well that Yi Xian was really good to her and the 3 little babies. Oh, what is it? Seeing Luo Tiany's desire to speak, Yi Xian asked suspiciously. Don't worry, wife, I will definitely help if I can. When Luo Tiany heard this, she was even more shy for a minute. Of course you can help, and you must be very happy. Just at this time, ding, host triggers choice mission, help Luo Tiany eliminate the lumps. Put, your grandpa's system. The evil system once again triggered the choice of task, which makes Yi Xian strangle its heart. All have. This is to screw their own rhythm. Just, stepping on the horse, the task is completely refused, cannot afford but Nima, capped at 100 million. This operation is really very tempting. That, wife, you, ahem, is it feeling more painful to press up the heart? Don't misunderstand. I saw in the medical book before, dredging is only the first step, to make the little baby drink more, to massage the hard lumps to melt away. Look, should I help you, or should I let the people from the mom and pop store help you? Luo Tiany heard Yi Xian's words. Of course she knew that she had so many hard lumps there, so that's how it was. The doctor didn't give herself a word. No wonder it was super painful when she touched it. Then, you help me. Luo Tiany tightly clenched her slender hand. On one hand, she was worried that Yi Xian couldn't bring up 3 little babies by himself. On the other hand, Yi Xian's technique might be better than the people from the mom and pop store. Then let's start while the iron is hot. Just dredging will be more effective. Just like this, Luo Tiany lay back and closed her beautiful eyes of Wanquan. She didn't dare to open them because she knew very well what kind of operation would come next. During this period, Luo Tiany didn't have the slightest feeling that was impossible. The next day, early morning, Luo Tiany made breakfast early and put on the clothes Yi Xian bought for her yesterday. With some dressing up, she looked even better than an actress. Right, Yi Xian, are you going to school today? Luo Tiany asked with concern as she thought about how many classes Yi Xian had already missed. No, Yi Xian smiled faintly. I plan to not even go to school much in the future. I want to invest in some projects. The source of his money in the future definitely needed to have a say, otherwise it would definitely attract suspicion. So investing was the best option. After all, Meng and the girls will definitely spend a lot of money in the future. Well, I support you. Luo Tiany nodded her head in agreement. She seemed to think of something. Right, Yi Xian, my cousin works in a hotel. I've learned that their hotel seems to have a problem with its capital chain, but the operations are all very good. You can go and take a look. You can't say anything about our relationship and the 3 little babies. She doesn't know either. Luo Tiany instructed. Of course she was happy that Yi Xian could think so long term. This, I have a number. Just, before showing off with your family, it's on you. Seeing Luo Tiany's weighing and thinking appearance, Yi Xian embraced her in his arms. Not aggrieved. As long as the 3 little babies can be well, it doesn't matter if I suffer even more aggrieved. Luo Tiany shook her head and said. Of course there was another sentence she didn't say, because now she and the 3 little babies had something to rely on. Silly girl, you can make my husband's heart ache more like this. Between emotions, Yi Xian tenderly kissed Luo Tiany's glossy white head. Having such a beautiful person with him was undoubtedly the happiest thing in the world. The 3 little babies turned their heads to look at their mom and dad, who were hugging each other, blinking their eyes as if saying, look guys, what are mom and dad doing? Chapter 11 Acquisition of Tianjun Hotel. 100 million rebate. 1000 June Hotel. Tianhai City. One of the few high-grade hotels. Each time the consumption of tens of thousands of dollars. This price alone makes more than 90% of the people deterred. Unsurprisingly, this would be the start of Yi Xian's rise to power. Following Luo Tiany's information, he arrived at the 6th dining floor of the 1000 June Hotel. Sir, welcome. The hotel service staff, a girl with a face value of 90 points, revealed a sweet smile and a good service attitude, thus showing that what Luo Tiany said wasn't bad. This hotel service was definitely far beyond other hotels. Prior appointment. I'm looking for your manager Su. Oh, you are Mr. Yi, right? The service personnel understood, and their attitude was another point more respectful. Manager Su has an explanation. Please follow me. under the guidance of the service personnel, came to a window card seat. The restaurant atmosphere is very good, light layout and so on, all aspects are not picky. Not long ago, into the eye is to see a dressed in OL uniform, white shirt buttoned tight, a pair of white than straight long legs exposed outside. Temperament is very competent, face value of about 95 points. This person is Luo Tianyi's cousin Su Wanqing, a face value and ability coexist strong woman. The family is ordinary, she with outstanding ability, at a young age to achieve Qianjun Hotel Hall manager position. Su Wanqing is also in Luo Tianyi relationship best cousin, before Luo Tianyi pregnant period, is with Su Wanqing borrowed 70,000. Su Wanqing's salary although good, but 70,000 is also her not small expenses. Think about it to give Luo Tianyi. It was also for this reason that Yi Xian chose Qianjun Hotel. Manager Su, Mr. Yi has arrived. Go. Su Wanqing put down the magazine in her hands. Her eyes fell on Yi Xian, sizing him up. Tianyi doesn't have many male friends around, but you're the first one to be this handsome. Have a seat. That 90 points beautiful waitress pulled back the seat. Her service was very thoughtful, which made Yi Xian's impression of Qianjun Hotel 1 point better. I don't know. What are you looking for me for? Su Wanqing went straight to the point. She was very busy. She didn't have that time to waste on irrelevant things. Yi Xian was not surprised by this. I heard old Tianyi said that your hotel encountered a broken capital chain. Perhaps I can help. Hearing this, Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes gave a start. You help? Sure you're not joking? Of course you can take me as a joke. I just hope that you Qianjun won't regret it in the future. Yi Xian quietly watched Su Wanqing's reaction. He also wanted to see what Su Wanqing would do. After Su Wanqing heard this, she didn't speak immediately. After a few seconds of silence, she dialed the hotel owner's phone. Hey, Mr. Chu, do you have time now? A friend of my cousin's said that he can solve the problem of our hotel's capital chain. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing looked at Yi Xian. Wait a moment, our general manager Chu will be here soon. After waiting for not much longer, the owner of Thousand June Hotel, Xu Yanghe, came to the field, first nodding to Su Wanqing, then looking at Yi Xian. A flash of surprise surged between his eyes, obviously not expecting a young man. Knowing the intention of the person in front of him, Xu Yanghe smiled and spoke out. I think Manager Su said that the one who can solve the problem of our hotel's capital chain is this brother. You are the owner of Qianjun Hotel. Yi Xian's ancient waves were not shocked as he calmly looked at Xu Yanghe without the slightest bit of tension on his face. It was this scene that Xu Yanghe looked deeply at Yi Xian. Not bad, I am the owner of Thousand June Hotel. Xu Yanghe, I don't know how the brother is addressed. Xu Yanghe's eye for people was very accurate. The first time he saw Yi Xian he knew that this young man was not simple, because that kind of self-confidence that came out from his bones could not be faked. Yi Xian, Xu Yanghe heard, secretly remember this name. Go back and set to let someone check. Then sat down on the seat. Mr. Yi said can solve the problem of our hotel's capital chain. I do not know. Mr. Yi what way? He was really a bit panicked. The problem of the capital chain is not solved. At most last half a month. His hard work to start the Qianjun Hotel will be closed down. How can he calm down? So when the first time he received Su Wanqing's phone call, he hurriedly rushed over. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth arched as he looked at Xu Yanghe with a smile. I want to acquire Thousand June. Of course, I'm not acquiring all of it, but rather, I'll only take 51% of the shares, and the rest of the shares will still go to you. Of course Yi Xian wouldn't acquire the Thousand June Hotel completely. That would make the probability of Xu Yanghe agreeing extremely small. What he wanted was the money he would use in the future. There was a proper excuse. That's all. Oh, so, Xu Yanghe heard Yi Xian's words. He couldn't help but be moved. Selling 51% of his shares in exchange for a huge sum of money. And the problem of the capital chain was solved. 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Mr. Yi knows that, although my Qianjun Hotel is not considered to be the top hotel in the country, its value is also in the 100 million dynasty. Contemplating for a moment, Xu Yanghe continued. Let's put it this way, if Mr. Yi really wants to acquire the Thousand June Hotel to occupy 51% of the controlling rights, how about Mr. Yi only need to take out 50 million funds? Hiss. The little pretty waitress on the side sucked in a breath of cool air. Her eyes were glaring round for a split second. My God, 50 million. Even Su Wanqing was a little shocked in her heart. $50 million of funds. That was not something an average person could take out. Good deal. Yi Xian didn't think too much. Directly agreed. Xu Yanghe, who was originally ready to make a counteroffer, stalled and looked at Yi Xian in shock. Mr. Yi, you promised. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. Continuing, however, I have a condition. I will invest $50 million of capital into the Qianjun Hotel in 3 installments. The first $10 million, the second $20 million, and the third time the same $20 million. This, no problem. Chu Yanghe agreed on the spot. After all, he understood that 50 million, such a huge sum of money, was not so easy to put together. Ding! Host consumed 10 million renminbi, 10 times rebate of 100 million renminbi. Transfer end. The ear came the system's voice. This wave of operation directly 10 times rebate consumption 100 million renminbi. According to this speed down, not out of 3 years and 5 years, even Yi Xian feel can buy the world down. Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Wanqing is a dream. Their cousin's friend, now become their boss, top boss. This identity change, let her for a time some adaptation does not come. Cousin know this friend in the end. What kind of person is it? How come I never heard her mention it? Chapter 12. Isn't he a poor boy? How could he be the chairman of Qianjun? Manager Su, know what is the origin of this Mr. Yi? Taking advantage of Yi Xian to go to the restroom, Chu Yanghe asked to Su Wanqing. At such an age, tens of millions of money transfer without blinking. He asked himself that he couldn't do it. This, not clear. I also know him for the first time. About 3 to 5 minutes of conversation. A pair of men and women came out from their hotel room to dine, and happened to encounter Yi Xian, who came back, and one of the girls sneered out. Yell, young Zhang, look, isn't that my ex-boyfriend? The girl who came to the restaurant was none other than Wang Manli, and the first thing she did when she saw Yi Xian was to make a fool out of him in order to avenge the party's face slapping. Zhang Zhe also knows that Yi Xian yesterday in the welcome party big show. Cold smile. I did not think that Qianjun Hotel what a cat or dog can come in. Baby, we go over. I will give you out of anger. He. Thank you. Chapter Young. Mua. Wang Manli finished. More Mua's kiss on the face of the chapter Young. This makes the chapter Z doubly face. Vanity burst. Kid, is this a place where poor people like you can come? Zhang Zhe's piercing voice came out, and then he blocked in front of Yi Xian, but the surrounding guests looked at Zhang Zhe in confusion. Asterisk. Me. This kid's brain was squeezed by the door. If they didn't hear correctly, just now this young lad acquired 51% of Qianjun's shares. In other words, the entire Qianjun Hotel is this lad's. This kid even said that people are not qualified to come. They really haven't seen such an uptight looking for death, asking people on their land that they shouldn't come. This operation is completely retarded. Yi Xian, you must have followed us here. Wang Manli hated the thought of yesterday's face slapping. Do you want me to give you a collection of yesterday's fight between me and Zhang Xiao? Ding. Host triggers a randomized mission. Palm smacking dog man and woman. Mission reward for ultimate martial arts ability. Failed mission, +1 physique. Slap. The system's prompt sounded in his ears. Yi Xian didn't even think about it and directly smacked up. It's time to wait if you don't make a move at this time. Wang Manli was directly knocked over by a slap on the ground, directly confusing Wang Manli on the ground. Ding. Host's palm smacking dog man and woman was successful, gaining the inquisitive martial arts ability. With a slap down, Yi Xian obtained the inquisitive martial arts ability. Surging power surged through his entire body. Slightly clenching his fist, Yi Xian felt that it was a 1 meter thick titanium alloy steel plate that he was able to punch through. Marred. Kid dare to touch lousy woman. You looking for death? Boom. Zhang Zhe had not finished speaking. Directly by Yi Xian kicked out. Directly scampered out 7 or 8 meters. Will a card table to smash a broken. In the middle of the field, the eyes of the crowd looking at Yi Xian all changed. Holy, that Qianjuan's new chairman is so powerful. Pooh. Zhang Zhe struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Yi Xian with a fierce face. Yi Xian, you dare to touch me? I'll kill you. Zhang Zhe stared resentfully at Yi Xian, cracking a bottle of red wine with a clatter. The sharp red wine bottle stabbed at Yi Xian's face. That's right, he was going to disfigure that brat. Snap. Before Zhang Zhe could get close, Yi Xian directly smashed the bottle of red wine from the side with a slap, and then ruthlessly smashed Zhang Zhe's face. And with a bang, the dining table on the side was also smashed into smithereens, and his head opened up on the spot. Kill me? Yi Xian glanced at Zhang Zhe with contempt. What kind of thing are you? Manager Su. Effective immediately. This person is not allowed to take a step into the Thousand June Hotel. Enter once and give me a beating. Icy cold voice came out. This Zhang Zhe he wanted to beat up not for a day or two. Yes, Chairman. Su Wanqing respectfully voiced out. Then called for security. Will Zhang Zhe the dead dog like to prop away from the restaurant? Wang Manli the whole person's mind boomed. The whole person is stupid in place. With a snap, Wang Manli fiercely smacked herself in the face. The whole person was even more dumbfounded. What? It's actually true. Wang Manli couldn't believe everything she experienced in front of her. Impossible. How can this be true? You, aren't you a poor boy? How? How could you be the chairman of Thousand June Hotel? Based on the chairman of Thousand June Hotel alone, Yi Xian's worth is at least hundreds of millions. This is still conservative to say. That is to say, that the guy she abandoned and dumped is a billionaire. This identity can be compared to the middle-aged second-generation Zhang Zhe. Too much better. Yi Xian. I didn't do it on purpose. It's all because that Zhang Xiao. Oh no. Zhang Zhe forced me. Actually, I still love you. Let's start over. Okay, Wang Manli said hopefully. Su Wanqing looked at the gold-worshipping woman Wang Manli. Her face appeared speechless. This girl is really no shame. The crowd around the restaurant was also incomparably dumbfounded. This woman really refreshed their knowledge of shamelessness. Regret. That's right. This moment Wang Manli unprecedented regret. At this moment, she felt that her previous approach was retarded. She even let such a good man not love, but instead went to mix with Zhang Zhe. Could. Before was all a test of herself. Thinking of this, Wang Manli clenched her pink fists and flung herself to the ground. Yi Xian. No. Yi Xiao. Give me a chance, okay? Just once. Wang Manli, this moment gold-worshipping mouth revealed undoubtedly. This time I swear. I only love you alone. Other men I do not even look at a glance. Please give. Su Wanqing looked at this scene, surprised to look at this their new boss. Did not expect this new boss not only bold, but also so ruthless. Between the crowd's thoughts, Yi Xian had already left the restaurant and opened the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years old. Physique, 13, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability, extreme milkman ability, extreme massage ability, extreme martial arts ability. Items, none. Wealth, 178 million. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian smiled. The billionaire had just been reached. Inside the rental house, Luo Tianyi stared with wide eyes. Yi Xian, what did you? Said something. You acquired 51% of the shares of Thousand June Hotel. He. Yeah, wife. Seeing Luo Tianyi's surprised expression, Yi Xian chuckled. In other words, wife, you're now the boss's wife of Thousand Monarch Hotel. Oh, put. Who is the boss's wife? I'm not the one who's inappropriate. Luo Tianyi's face flushed red as she looked at Luo Tianyi, who was wearing pajamas but couldn't hide her proud figure in the slightest, and joked with a bad smile. He. Wife, today you are so special. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Xian staring at her in a serious manner, Luo Tianyi subconsciously touched her face. Could there be something on her face? You are especially beautiful today. Luo Tianyi heard the blush of the cheeks to anger Yi Xian. This guy have dared to openly provoke their own it. Just this feeling is so marvelous. And then go on like this. They will not really fall in love with that guy, right? Chapter 13, Whose husband are you? I don't know you. What's that smell? This. Yi Xian. Come quickly. Your family's debao has pooped. Little touched Luo Tianyi, sniffing the smell of stench, called out to the guy who was teasing her on the side. Yi Xian. Ahem. Okay, I'll get the water. Being broken the atmosphere by debao, Yi Xian can't lose his temper yet. Who let that be his own little lover? Walking 2 steps to look at Luo Tianyi. Right. You take the wet napkin paper for debao to wipe his butt. Oh, the two of them cooperated very well. This wasn't the first time they wiped the baby's stinky ass. Not to mention the fact that it was still a baby with 3 babies. Wow. Turning on the restroom switch, letting the cool water run, on the other hand taking the wash basin for the butt. A series of actions flowed without any lag. When she returned to the living room, Luo Tianyi had already taken the wet wipes and paper towels. After all, the baby was still small. Even if she wiped her butt, she could only use warm water. So much stink. Luo Tianyi opened the diaper that was stuck to big baby Mingming's waist and saw the stinky stench that was accompanied by a few milk petals. Yi Xian, you come. Good. Seeing Luo Tianyi's flustered appearance, Yi Xian didn't say anything. His big hand grabbed debao's 2 little tiny feet and lifted them upward slightly while wiping the stinky odor with the diaper, and then picked up the wet tissue paper that Luo Tianyi had already put into the basin, wrung out the water stains, and wiped the stinky odor clean. A number of actions looked in the eyes of Luo Tianyi on the side, earnestly learning. She also curious. Obviously Yi Xian is also the first time to take care of Xiao Bao. Why is it so much more skillful than himself? As if he has practiced thousands of times in private. Then, it was smooth to put the diaper that pooped into the trash can, and then change into a new diaper. Yi Xian, why did you do such a good job changing the baby's diaper? Am I useless? Luo Tianyi looked at Yi Xian enviously, and she had been taking care of the 3 babies for more than 2 months than Yi Xian, and Yi Xian was able to do it so skillfully in just a few days, which made Luo Tianyi ashamed of herself. It should be because I've seen more before. Yi Xian casually found a reason. After all, the system thing guessed that Luo Tianyi wouldn't believe him even if he said it. It's fine. Just look at it more and you'll be able to do it. Aha. I'll definitely double my efforts. Hearing Yi Xian's relief, Luo Tianyi regained her confidence once again, secretly cheering herself on. Cheer up Luo Tianyi. You're Sanbao's mom. You can do it, Yi Xian. From today onwards, you sleep in my room, Luo Tianyi said with a small red face. Really, because yesterday, she was simply too busy alone, and the action is not as slippery as Auntie Wang and Yi Xian. They are nothing, is afraid to let Sambo suffer. Originally also wanted to go to call Yi Xian's, but it is very inconvenient, and afraid of waking up Sambo. Sleep in your room? Hearing this, Yi Xian looked up and down at Luo Tianyi in her pajamas. Wife, are you sure? You don't misunderstand. I'm not able to take care of Sanbao by myself. After saying that, he felt that it wasn't enough to add. I'm warning you, don't think that if I let you into my room, you can think ill of me. Moreover, you have to sleep on the floor. No problem. To be able to enter the room would be good. Yi Xian didn't have the luxury of expecting Luo Tianyi to accept himself at once, but taking down this arrogant wife is considered to be the first step. I swear that I won't have any improper thoughts. If there is a violation, I'll give you 4 mothers to be a cow as a horse for the rest of my life. Luo Tianyi blanked Yi Xian. Virtuous. I'll be damned if I believe you. This guy said, like if he doesn't break the oath, he won't give them a cow as a horse. This swearing is the same as not saying it. Then wife, I can move the bedding to your bedroom. The next day, Luo Tianyi woke up from her sleep, looking at the 4 people sleeping on the ground and in the stroller. Thinking about last night's scene couldn't help but blush. Last night's breastfeeding, but the whole time was watched by that guy. Now that I think about it, I can't wait to find a crack to drill into. A big loss yesterday. However, she was well aware that being watched by Yi Xian for breastfeeding was sooner or later. Anyway, he was the one who passes the milk and eliminates the lumps before, so it was nothing to think so. Right, Yi Xian? Today is the day of Sanbao's medical checkup. We might have to go to the hospital later. Thinking of something, Luo Tianyi voiced out, not realizing that Sanbao was 3 months old. Good. Hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian froze. Sanbao is this, 3 months old? Right, wife. Continuing the conversation. In order to commemorate the 3 munchkins' 3 months today, it felt like something should be done. Aha. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi looked over, clearly used to Yi Xian's wife name. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging exotic rose X1, consuming 100 renminbi from the host. The system's voice rang in his ears, and the item bar was 1 more rose, and it cost 100 soft currency, but it didn't matter. I'll do a magic trick for you. After saying that, before Luo Tianyi could make a sound, she flipped her right hand and snapped her fingers at the same time, and then in Yi Xian's hand, there was a golden rose that was waiting to bloom. The moment the golden rose appeared, a peculiar fragrance centered on the rose, overflowing between Luo Tianyi's nostrils, and then filled every corner of the living room. Even the 3 little munchkins were moving their cute little noses to sniff. This rose, Luo Tianyi had just taken a sniff of the rose scent, and her spirit was much better. Yi Xian, you still have magic. Looking at the golden rose in her hand, where did you buy this rose? The fragrance is so special. Like it. Seeing Luo Tianyi holding the rose and sniffing at the tip of her nose, she smiled. Aha. Luo Tianyi nodded her head and said, not to mention her, it was estimated that there wasn't that girl who didn't like such roses. Yi Xian, why are you so nice to me? Looking at the golden roses inserted in the glass, Luo Tianyi curiously looked at Yi Xian. Didn't I say it? I'm courting you now. Smiling, he looked at Luo Tianyi. Why, wife, is there any small touched? Or else you should just obey your husband. Poof, who, touched, and whose husband are you? I don't know you. Luo Tianyi grunted and said, although the mouth said so, a small face is full of acceptance. The feeling of being pursued is so wonderful. One seems to smell the rotten flavor of love dog food. If this scene is known by the Tianhai University crowd, afraid not at least tens of thousands of people lined up in a long line, holding a 40-meter-long machete to fight with Yi Xian. Special meow. So provoke their goddess Tianyi schoolgirl really good. Chapter 14 Yi Xian, to be the first person to be pitted by the system? Tianhai City, hospital. Wife, what did the doctor say? Yi Xian was pushing Sanbao in the corridor, while at the moment, Sanbao was tilting his head, looking at his dad curiously, as if he was learning to talk from his dad. Luo Tianyi looked at the checklist, pouring pretty face a bitter. Big treasure 3 treasure is okay. The second treasure doctor said to eat milk powder more fire some serious. Let me, more to the second baby breastfeeding less milk powder, and the third baby to drink water during the milk powder. Yi Xian I am. Ha! Luo Tianyi hadn't finished speaking, an eerie sound came, then a silhouette appeared in front of the two. Tianyi, it's really you. I thought I had misread. Yi Xiao, why are you here too? The person who came was clearly Su Wanqing, who came to the hospital for regular checkups. The doctor said that she recently stayed up late and seriously needed to pay attention to rest. She just came out and saw her cousin Luo Tianyi in the corridor as well as their Thousand June's new boss. She originally wanted to address Chairman Yi, but she just felt a bit awkward, so she just addressed Yi Xiao directly. Not right. The next thing Su Wanqing was to see Yi Xian pushing the one-born 3 treasures, and Luo Tianyi who was holding 3 checklists. Su Wanqing realized something at a certain moment. Her eyes widened. Yi Xiao, Tianyi, this, 3 treasures won't be, ahem, your child. Su Wanqing is not a little cutie. The facts were in front of them. It was hard to believe that they were examining someone else's child. Sister Wanqing, would you believe me if I say it's not? Luo Tianyi, a heart in her throat. This is bad. How did she run into her cousin? Can't help but have a bitter little face. Hiding it for more than a year was finally discovered? Manager Su, this is indeed my child with Tianyi. Seeing Luo Tianyi's nervous appearance, Yi Xian wrapped one big hand around Luo Tianyi's fragrant shoulder. Sanbao is still small, and the hospital is full of germs. Let's talk in another place. Ah, right, cousin, let's change the place. Luo Tianyi also just reacted. If it wasn't for the checkup, this place of the hospital really wasn't suitable for Sanbao to come. A few minutes later, Sister Wanqing, things have to start from a year ago. That night my parents quarreled again because of work matters. Disappointed with my parents, I went to the bar. Then, Luo Tianyi told the deepest secret buried in her heart one by one. While listening to Luo Tianyi's words, Su Wanqing looked at Yi Xian with an odd expression. Tianyi, you said that you and Yi Xiao only had sex once, ahem, and gave birth to Sanbao? A large hand held Luo Tianyi's nervous little hand under the table. Sister Su, this matter, please also help keep it a secret. Yi Xiao, you this, I can't dare to be, otherwise, you still call me Manager Su, or Wanqing. Su Wanqing was full of apprehension. She was in desperate need of this job. Her family still had a younger brother in college, and she was a single-parent family. You are Tianyi's cousin. You deserve it. Yi Xian didn't care about this, but took out a file bag from underneath the stroller. By the way, Sister Su, here is the 70,000 that Tianyi borrowed from you before. I'll help her pay you back. This, okay. Su Wanqing emotional intelligence is very high. Did not refuse will sign to accept, so also means that she helped 2 people to keep the secret. The heart of this only then realized. No wonder Yi Xian looking for them Qianjun. Luo Tianyi saw this and also breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Sister Su, I wonder if there is any interest in managing the Thousand June Hotel. Although she didn't have much contact, she knew that Su Wanqing was a smart person. I'm not too familiar with Qianjun's situation, and I want to have a trustworthy person in Qianjun. As expected, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Wanqing's heart shook. Managing the Qianjun Hotel, this was a goal she had been working towards. Wanqing, willing to manage Qianjun for Yi Xiao, live up to Yi Xiao's trust. Slightly relieved, Su Wanqing was certain. She was well aware that this was a fleeting opportunity that must be seized. However, Tianyi, you really hid it from cousin so bitterly. Su Wanqing bitterly shook her head. Before, I thought that you had fallen out with your aunt and uncle. Who would have thought that you borrowed money to have a baby? Really, you a ninja can be really bold, and suffered quite a lot. Right, white eyes Luo Tianyi. Thanks to Yi Xiao has the responsibility. If you can't meet Yi Xiao, I'll see what you do. Alright, Sister Wanqing, I shouldn't have hidden it from you. Su Wanqing's face eased, then her eyes fell on Sanbao. But not to mention, Sanbao inherited your excellent genes, and will definitely be 3 big beauties when they grow up. More than half an hour later, watching Su Wanqing drive away from the restaurant, Luo Tianyi breathed a deep sigh of relief. Luckily, cousin promised to keep it a secret, otherwise it would be bad. Ding! Host triggers choice mission, take Luo Tianyi and the 3 munchkins to school. Task choice 1, take Luo Tianyi and the 3 Mingbao to school. Rewarded with a return fee of 10 times consumption. Capped at 300 million renminbi. Mission choice 2, reject the mission. Wealth sharply reduced by 60%. Yi Xian. System, you sister. The 10,000 evil systems choice of mission appeared again. Only this time, the punishment for refusing the mission gave Yi Xian the urge to strangle the system. If he refused the mission, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Only, bringing Luo Tianyi and the 3 munchkins to the school. This was afraid that the school would be blown up. Was the system crazy? This was completely the rhythm to pit him to death. Wife, you haven't gone to school for a long time, right? Thinking about the system's mission, Yi Xian said stiffly, there's still a year left before you graduate. It would be a strange pity if you don't complete your studies. Moreover, if uncle and aunt know that you haven't completed your studies, it's definitely not good to explain. But, what about Sanbao? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi slightly frowned her eyebrows. It wasn't like she hadn't considered this problem. This is simple. Just bring it directly to school. Luo Tianyi, bring it to school. You're crazy. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't imagine what kind of sensational picture she and the three munchkins would have when the whole school knew about it. There was a thud. Yi Xian gently doted on Luo Tianyi's glossy white head. What are you thinking blindly about? I said I'd bring you and the three munchkins to school. I didn't say we'd go together. When the time comes, you'll go by yourself first and I'll bring the three munchkins afterward, so no one will find out about our relationship. Luo Tianyi frowned slightly. This can work. Well, wife, how do you know if you haven't tried it? After a pause in her voice, she continued, moreover, I don't want you to stay home every day to watch Sanbao. That way people will be suffocated. Persuaded for a while, finally said through Luo Tianyi to go to school together. The system task is to bring Luo Tianyi and the three Mengbao to school, and didn't say in what way to go. The old man is really a resourceful ghost. System, meow. Old son careless. Chapter 15, if only someone else's was half as big as sister Luo Tianyi's. The next day, a face value of the girl appeared in the Tian High School entrance. The girl has deep eyes, soft full red lips, delicate little demonic nose to show a beautiful and pure, serene and elegant colors of beauty. This girl was no one else. It was Luo Tianyi who was sent by Yi Xian to get off the bus not far from the school. Wow, quick look, super proper big beauty. Where? Let me see. Indeed it's a big beauty. The national goddess is no better, but why does it feel so familiar? This is Luo Tianyi, the goddess schoolgirl who took a year off from school in Tianhai. Oh my god, the goddess schoolgirl took a year off to come to school. Where is that beautiful girl? She is our school's first goddess school flower. So beautiful. Yes, if I can marry such a goddess schoolgirl as my wife in the future, I would be willing to live for 20 years. As expected, Luo Tianyi just appeared at the entrance of the school as to trigger an unprecedented hot discussion. In fact, Luo Tianyi's popularity in Tianhai University is really too high. The words white rich beauty were written for Luo Tianyi, and even these words couldn't explain Luo Tianyi's excellence. Soon after, the crowd spread the news of Luo Tianyi's visit to the school's exchange group. It didn't matter. The school's major exchange groups were directly abuzz with excitement. At the same time, the school cafeteria. Put. Xiao Ming's eyes widened as he stared at the hot topic of the school exchange group, and his eyes straightened directly. Holy, the old goddess has come to school at the end of her suspension. As Xiao Ming's #1 target, learning that the goddess came to school, how could he be calm? Lao San Lao Si, help me empty the dinner plates. I'm going to meet my goddess. Before Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian could react, Xiao Ming's figure had already left the cafeteria, leaving behind the confused two. Your grandpa, Lao Air, stepping horse, too shameless, who the hell doesn't want to see the goddess? Grass. The two spat, just about to scold Xiao Ming into a dog. That beast. He, old four. How about we report this matter to second sister-in-law? Lu Tong thought of something, his eyes filled with a bad smile as he conspired with Zhang Zitian. Oh, hearing Lu Tong's words, Zhang Zitian's eyes were glowing green. This is good. Later on, not only will I be able to catch a glimpse of Luo Tianyi's school flower, but I will also be able to, hey watch the good show of second sister-in-law fighting her penis. TSK, just do it. As soon as he said it, Lu Tong dialed the phone of Xiao Ming's fiancé, the president of the Literary Arts Association, Lin Yushi, at the first opportunity. Hey, second sister-in-law. Lu Tong dialed the phone without any nonsense and went straight to the point. I have to report to you, Lao Air, he has gone to see schoolgirl Luo Tianyi. What? Over not angry. Lu Tong just took the phone aside. He heard a 120 decibel voice from the opposite side. Xiao Ming, how dare you think of other women behind my back? My old lady will sleep with you tonight. There was a snap. Lin Yushi directly hung up the phone on the opposite side. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian unscrupulously glanced at each other. He bad smile. His mind has already floated the picture of their second sister-in-law revitalizing her wife. And of course, there is also the expression of the oldest two wanting to cry without tears. Grandma, think about it, it's all exciting nah. Lao San, hurry up, this is a good show not to be missed. Zhang Zitian excitedly spoke out. He couldn't wait to see the picture of Lao Air being revived by his second wife. It must be especially wonderful. Of course, compared to this, if he could catch a glimpse of Luo Tianyi's face, it would be even more awesome. Good. Lu Tong of course did not procrastinate. The two of them directly chased after Xiao Ming's direction. While walking, Lu Tong said, Lao Si, you said, second sister-in-law will sleep with Lao Air tonight. Goosey, hey, if second sister-in-law can sleep with Lao Air tonight, we both have to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate anyway. Not bad, it's settled. The more the unscrupulous duo talked, the more excited they were. They had seen the second sister-in-law's toughness. When the oldest two had an inkling with a girl, he was directly kissed by the second sister-in-law to the point of almost suffocating. It was simply heartbreaking. The way Lin Yushi swore her sovereignty made people both envious and afraid. To be honest, it was a complete miracle that the second was able to survive until now. At this moment, Xiaoming does not know what kind of things will be staged on him. Of course he knows the estimate is also useless. After all, Lin Yushi, that is Taekwondo's 6-paragraph ruthless existence, is the school's Taekwondo club president. In front of her also have to rest. And this is why Lin Yushi no boys dare to pursue her reason. Joking? This kind of existence is not something that can be suppressed by anyone. More than 10 minutes later, within the Tianhai campus, Luo Tianyi attracted 100% turnaround everywhere she went, regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl. Only, what they don't know is that Luo Tianyi has already taken a blood of some guy a year ago, and now she is no longer a perfect body. Not only that, but she also gave birth to a child. 3 treasures. Of course, this matter they don't know. At least not now. Holy, have you guys noticed? Luo de school flower is even more beautiful than a year ago. Aha! And the temperament and skin has become super good and more attractive. Especially the plumpness. Before it was already almost C, now it's all the way to D+, even to E all. Yes if peoples can have Luo Tianyi school sisters half big will be good. Yes I can't afford it. Oh, the students were chattering and discussing. There were at least 200 to 300 people gathered here. Among them there were both men and women. The men's eyes were full of adoration. The women's eyes were full of envy. This kind of girl is completely their dream goddess, is also the girls most want to become like. Also at this time, Xiaoming finally arrived in the field. Boom! At the first moment, Xiaoming was stunned by Luo Tianyi's angelic face and devilish figure. A face held red. Wow! Is that Sister Luo Tianyi, who was named the most beautiful school flower ever in Tianhai University. Sure enough, so beautiful, skin so white, body super great. Clenching his fists, Xiaoming gathered his courage and stepped forward as he wanted to confess to the goddess schoolgirl. Sister Luo Tianyi, please stay. Xiaoming. Xiaoming's words had not yet come out. It was a voice like the roar of a river lion that came from the distance, and then it was a silhouette that rushed over at a terrifying speed, and the students around him were avoiding it because they had already recognized the person who had come. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did that ninny come? Xiaoming's face was all white. Where did he care about confessing? He directly leapt out. He absolutely couldn't let Lin Yushi catch up, otherwise he would definitely have his 3 legs broken. Run, old lady, see you can escape from me today. Tonight you are finished. Lutong Zhengzitian just happened to see at this time that his second sister-in-law mercilessly crushed their penis with the momentum of destroying and dominating. His eyes blossomed with essence. Awesome, my second sister-in-law. Well done. Chapter 16, the schoolmaster's 1 child and 3 babies are super cute, making me want to give birth to a daughter. Awesome, my second sister-in-law. Well done. Lutong 2 people admire the second sister-in-law Lin Yushi. Women between. Lin Yushi has already caught up with Xiaoming. No mercy. Crackling is a passive repair. Of course, every foot every punch is accurate to avoid the face. Luo Tianyi saw the flirting 2 people. The corner of the mouth slightly curved up, enigmatic arc. Now the schoolmates are so bold. It seems to be that I lagged behind it. But, thinking of this, Luo Tianyi's sight vaguely looked in the direction of the school entrance and murmured out, Yi Xian, he can look at the 3 munchkins. Boom! Just between Luo Tianyi's thoughts, a car drove in directly from the school's entrance, and when she saw this car, Lin Yushi walked over carrying the grimacing Xiaoming, and so did Lutong Zhengzitian. Obviously, it was recognized that the car was the one Yi Xian drove at the welcome party. The car door opened. Yi Xian got down from the car, skillfully opened the trunk to take down the stroller, and then from the extended version of Lincoln, the baby seat carefully carried down the 3 treasures. Lutong Zhengzitian's eyes widened. Even Xiaoming, who was repaired by Lin Yushi, also had his pupils widened. I'm dripping, boss. Bringing 3 munchkin nieces to school. Crazy, it's going to blow up. At the first time, Xiaoming's trio surrounded them. Voodoo. Xiaoming was the first to come close, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Hell, what kind of operation is this for the boss? Nakedly showing off? It's too obvious. Wow. Lin Yushi at this time, Will Xiaoming bumped away, looking at the 3 cute baby, eyes full of small stars like not. Boss, these 3 cute baby is? He. Second sister-in-law. You don't know yet. Lutong at this time and Zhang Zitian looked at each other. He smile. In order to let the second sister-in-law early push down the oldest 2, began to the divine assistance. These 3 munchkins, that is the boss's daughter, a child 3 treasures. How is it? The boss is powerful, right? Should you and the oldest 2 consider. Also give us a few nieces and nephews. Xiaoming, oldest 3, oldest 4, what are you guys up to? Give me. Shut up. Xiao Ming words have not finished. Directly by Lin Yushi to a glance glared back. Xiao Ming want to retort what? But think of just being repaired miserable experience. Hard to say the word swallowed. Really? Lin Yushi eyes full of interest at the moment. Especially to see the boss of the three munchkins. Simply motherly love flooded as if a torrent of water. A hair uncontrollable. Really the boss of the three munchkins is too cute. Seeing the second sister-in-law so heroic, Lutong Zhangzitian did not pay the slightest attention to the loveless Xiao Ming. Compared to the mood of the oldest two, they are more happy to see the second sister-in-law revitalization of his wife. Of course, if you can by the way, more than a few little nieces and nephews, it would be even more wonderful. Hell, they didn't see the boss's three budding babies, they were simply adorable. If it was possible they really wanted to give birth to one themselves. Of course really, but no, this oldest also knows, right oldest, Xiao Ming, #% and $*and $and. This moment seriously, Xiao Ming would like to rush up to strangle Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian to es, but in this idea just up, is perceived as sharp eye lock, not by the body cold. Do not need to look at the owner of this unique gaze is not someone else, it is Lin Yushi that girl, I drop a good boy, that eyes, I don't know, 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 grandma drop, this girl will not really want to let yourself give birth to her daughter, abortive. No, it seems that the night to leave the school to live a few days, to avoid the wind. Lutong Zhangzitian, very good. Lin Yushi withdrew her crushing eyes and looked at Xiao Ming. When Xiao Ming and I have a little baby, I will definitely give you guys a big red packet. He. Thank you second sister-in-law. Lutong's two unscrupulous people directly fell on one side, which made Xiao Ming's heart to kill them. Then what, boss? Only then did Lin Yushi come back to her senses, her sight finally landing on top of Mangbao. Rubbing her hands together hopefully, can I hug my niece? Lin Yushi's voice was very soft, like she was afraid of being rejected. Of course, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Of course he was happy to have free laborers to help carry the three treasures. Boss, there's still us. Lutong Zhangzitian rubbed his freshly washed hands vigorously on his body as if he was afraid that it would not be clean. Just like this, Lin Yushi and Lutong and Zhangzitian were hugging one munchkin each, with a careful look, more careful than they were holding the golden dollar. Xiao Ming. You guys, Xiao Ming, who had wanted to hug one as well, glared fiercely at the three, then came over to Lin Yushi. Yushi, quick, let me hug the boss's daughter. Scram! Lin Yushi glared at Xiao Ming who was full of anticipation. Don't touch the Mangbao, or else my mother will make your Xiao family cut off their children and grandchildren. Hearing Lin Yushi's vicious words, Xiao Ming along with the surrounding boys all had a cold crotch. Holy, too ruthless. Luo Tianyi saw the three munchkins being grabbed and hugged. She also breathed a sigh of relief. She was also happy that the three munchkins were so popular. The surrounding students, looking at the back of the line of people leaving, this moment is completely boiling. My plants, what did I see? Yi Xian's schoolmate he actually already has 3 daughters, and it's still a trio of babies. Ooh, no the stinky younger brother is school sisters me. Which one of these bastards dares to snatch a man from my mother? It's over. This little beauty doesn't have a chance. Wow. The scene was filled with cries of ghosts and wolves. Luo Tianyi froze as she watched the scene. She obviously didn't expect Yi Xian's popularity to be so high in Tianhai University. Lao Air, look, isn't Sanbao really somewhat similar to goddess Luo Tianyi? Lutong looked at the budding treasure in his arms and spoke to the pitiful Xiao Ming beside him. Xiao Ming glanced at Lutong. Where is the resemblance? I don't see any resemblance at all. You believe whatever the boss says. You also believe if he wants to say he is a billionaire. Xiao Ming blanked Lutong. Obviously still do not believe. If it is really Luo big school flower, just now Luo elder sister will have no reaction. Right in the middle of this, the school exchange group following the goddess school flower Luo Tianyi returned to school. Once again set off a storm on the ground. School grass Yi Xian has a child. And it's still a child of 3 little cotton babies. Really? Can't be. There were no signs at the orientation night. It's true. Now the video has gone crazy. The school bully has a child with 3 super cute babies, making me want to give birth to a daughter. Yi Xian Oba. I also want to have a child with 3 babies. Calling. Right in this room. Wang Monli dormitory. Monli, come look. My god. Your ex-boyfriend brought 3 munchkins to school. My god. Monli you. Wen was green. Listening to her roommate's words, Wang Monli, her eyes fell on the cell phone screen, and suddenly saw the scene of Yi Xian carrying the 3 babies to the stroller, and her mind boomed. This, impossible. Chapter 17 I want to buy a villa. Which is the most expensive one you have here? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of bringing Luo Tianyi and Sanbao to school. Rewarded with 10 times rebate spending. Capped at 300 million renminbi. successfully sensationalizing the school. Yi Xian activated rebate spending once again, but this time it was 300 million. It had to be said that the system was fast. The rewards arrived immediately. During Xiaoming's classes, Yi Xian was pushing Sanbao for a walk around the school, allowing Sanbao to breathe in the fresh air as well. As for the classes, just kidding, with the system in place, he was still going to school. However, very soon, Yi Xian was stared at by 3 tattooed youth gangsters. Seeing that people were rare, the 3 gangsters' eyes flashed with grimness, and surrounded towards Yi Xian, who was pushing the stroller. Kid, stop right there. The bald man, the leader of the 3, a flick knife appeared. Hand over all the money on your body, or else. Hey, I can't guarantee what I will do. The bullet knife in the bald man's hand shook above Debao, but the bottom of Yi Xian's eyes flooded with killing aura. Looking for death. Stop. Just as Yi Xian was about to make a move, a bellowing voice came, followed by a man walking over. Get lost. There is no place for you here. Boom. The man who came over directly kicked one of the bald man's henchmen 5 or 6 meters away, passing out on the spot, followed by a punch on another henchman's ribs, clicking and breaking at least 4 of them with great force. As for the bald man, has not reacted as the hands of the bullet knife was appeared in the hands of the man into the hands. A slap will be flipped over on the ground, and then the bullet knife directly stabbed in front of the bald man less than 3 centimeters. Scared bald man's scalp exploded. This amount of strength also dare to learn others to rob. Roll. Violent shouts spread. Bald man were dare to say half a word of no. Know that he kicked the hard board, ran into a ruthless person. It's alright. The man who appeared looked at Yi Xian and then said, a person with 3 children, pay attention. Thanks. Yi Xian also did not expect that the man in front of him was so dry and sharp. And just now, Yi Xian could see that every strike was a killing move. This person was most likely a mercenary king. No need to thank you. Since it's fine, I'll leave first. Wait. Wang Taizhu stopped in his tracks when he heard Yi Xian's words, and this time Yi Xian continued, maybe I can save your mother. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Wang Taizhu's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't get me wrong. I heard you talking to the attending doctor at the hospital yesterday. It seems like your mother needs a lot of money to see the doctor. After a pause in his voice, this way, I will give you money for your mother to see a doctor, and you will help me in the future. Of course, I won't let you do anything illegal. Are you sure? The first time Wang Taizhu saw Yi Xian, he noticed that this person was not an ordinary person no matter his state of mind or his talk and temperament. Honestly, thinking about his mother's illness, he hesitated. He grew up and his mother depend on each other. In order to make a living, he went abroad to be a mercenary. Just one time during the execution of the mission, half of his comrades died, only 5 or 6 people escaped, and they will be all of their own savings are taken out to the loved ones of their comrades. Compared to the death of their comrades, they come up with the money and count for nothing. But after he returned to China, he found that his mother had a lung tumor, and it was still in the middle stage, and in order to completely eradicate it, the cost of the surgery, plus the late convalescence, the doctor said that he needed to prepare at least 800,000 yuan in medical expenses, and without this expense, his mother would not have survived for more than a month at most. Of course, I also look at you to save your mother's heart. If you do not agree, then forget it. Although he wanted to take Wang Taizhu, it was not a must for him. Good. I promise you, Wang Taizhu is not stupid. Otherwise it is not possible to live so many years mercenary to now. Know that this is his fastest opportunity to raise money. All as a mission. 2 or 3 minutes later. Ding dong. A message sound spread. Wang Taizhu's cell phone then received a message. Dear CCB user, your account with tail number 9586. 1 million renminbi arrived at 9 hours 32 minutes and 46 seconds. Construction bank. Ding. The host consumed 1 million renminbi and returned 10 times the fee, gaining 10 million renminbi. The money for Wang Taizhu's mother's treatment just arrived in the account. Yi Xian's side received a rebate fee 10 times 10 million. But this obviously didn't end. Then Wang Taizhu received another 2 million renminbi in the account information. Yi Xian once again captured 20 million rebate fee. Yi Xiao, you are. Wang Taizhu saw the 3 million before and after. He gave himself a whole lot of confusion. Even if he had been a mercenary for many years, this was not a small amount. Touched Sanbao's pink cheeks, not without care. This 3 million, of which 1 million used to treat your mother. The other 2 million as start-up capital. You are responsible for the creation of a security company, the name of which you set yourself. Yi Xiao, you mean, to form your own force? Wang Taizhu thought for a moment. Then he understood Yi Xian's intention. After so many years, he certainly knew that the security company, in fact, in another way of speaking, could be seen as a dark force in the open. You can also understand it that way. After a few sentences of conversation, Wang Taizhu was leaving to hurry quickly towards the direction of the hospital. At the same time, his heart secretly remembered this favor. His mother was the most important person in his life, even more than his life. When his mother's condition is cured, he will go all out to help Yi Xiao to set up a force, so as to repay him for this heavenly favor. Watching Wang Taizhu leave, Yi Xian smiled faintly. The 1000 June Hotel was the first step, and now the security company that Wang Taizhu had been allowed to establish was the second step. However, the 300 million capped rebate consumption has only been used 1/10 of it nowadays. Since this is the case, then let's just cap it. After saying that, Yi Xian directly transferred 40 million to replenish the remaining funds of the Chenjun Hotel. Ding! Host consumed 40 million renminbi, 10 times rebate, gained 270 million renminbi, capped, as expected. After transferring 40 million to Su Wansheng, the system's voice rang in his ears. Then Yi Xian pulled up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years old. Physique, 13, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability, extreme milkman ability, extreme massage ability, extreme martial arts ability. Items, none. Wealth, 357 million. Looking at the wealth value, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up slightly, and it wasn't long before he saw a real estate sale named Xingchu next to the school. Now have a lot of money. It is time to improve the living environment. He does not matter, but his wife and child cannot make do. Push a child 3 baby into the real estate center. Just into the real estate center, is a passionate saleswoman came over. Face value has 90 points. Mr. Hello, may I ask what you need? The other old employees glanced at Yi Xian and didn't pay attention to him anymore. Are you kidding? A person with 3 children can afford to buy any house? Alone milk powder money and daily expenses. Afraid of the bottom of the salary. That is, Xiaowen such a newcomer to the reception. I want to buy a villa. Price is not a problem. Which is the most expensive villa in your area? Xiaowen heard. Ah, sir, you want to buy the most expensive villa in our place? Yes, is there a problem? Yi Xian smiled and looked at Xiaowen. While the surrounding employees were full of confusion looking at the field, their hearts felt bad. It can't be, can't it be? They looked away. Chapter 18 Sanba's mom is the prettiest girl in the world and the dumbest girl I've ever met. No problem? Xiaowen somewhat cannot believe what is happening in front of her. This is the first customer she just came here to receive it. Did not expect to have to buy a villa. She knew all the major properties they were selling by heart, and organized her thoughts. Sir, come with me. We have a piece of newly handed over property over here, named 9 Dragons Villa, located in the prime location of Tianhai City. The surrounding traffic is very convenient. The most expensive is the king of the villa group. 9 Dragons 1 villa, worth 150 million. Lighting, ventilation, and decoration are all internationally renowned designers specializing in the design of just this set. I want it. Looked at the location of the Kowloon 1 villa. Yi Xian is not much thought. After all, the value of 150 million. These basic conditions are certainly all the best choice. Look at the significance of not looking. Xingchu real estate sales, heart a thump. What the hell? This is to buy? Mister, this, are you sure you don't want to look at the villa? After all, that's 150 million. No need. Your service is good. I trust you. Crowd of sales, trust you? It's only the first time they met. Where's the trust to speak of? They would be retarded if they really believed Yi Xian's words. The only explanation is that this grandpa in front of them is not poor. Xiaowen was flattered when she heard this. This, sir, thanks, thank you. Yes, Xiaowen was too excited to know that they sell houses enough to have 2 commission points. That is to say, she sold a 150 million villa. The commission alone is 3 million. Vivian felt like a dream. She couldn't earn this much money in her lifetime, right? Sign the contract. Yi Xian smiled out. The reactions of the others. Yi Xian of course saw it in his eyes and spoke to the confused Xiaowen. Oh, good. After signing the contract, Yi Xian took over the contract and the key. Looking at the other employees around him who were envious and jealous, he took out a business card from his pocket, which was clearly Su Wanqing's phone number. You're a nice person. If you can't hang around here anymore, you can call this number, and say that Yi Xian told you to go. Well, okay. Thank you, sir. A little confused, Xiaowen was a little puzzled as to what Yi Xian meant, obviously unaware that she had invariably become the public enemy of all her co-workers, and even if she didn't resign, her next days would definitely be very difficult. Precisely because he knew this, Yi Xian gave her a business card. As to whether she could grasp it or not, it was up to her. Ding! Host triggers a randomized mission. Take Luo Tianyi to the Kowloon 1 villa, rewarding the ultimate cooking ability. Mission failure, +1 physique, pushing San Bao to leave the real estate center. A new task from the system rang in his head, but seeing the task Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This ability, it was nothing like giving it away for nothing. Take Luo Tianyi to the villa? Are you kidding? This villa is not bought for the four of them, mother. Not to bring her to the villa, is it to bring ghosts? Ringing. Between thoughts, a cell phone rang. The caller ID was Xiaoming. Hey, boss, where are you? Let's eat together at noon. I haven't even hugged my niece yet. After class at noon. Xiaoming couldn't wait to call Yixian. In the morning, the three goods, Lin Yushi and the oldest four, dominated San Bao. He didn't have a chance at all. More than 10 minutes later, Ibin Jiangnan. Wow, nieces, your Uncle Xiao is here. Across the distance, Xiaoming was running over excitedly, trailed by Lu Tong Zheng Zitian and Lin Yushi. This time, Xiaoming grabbed the first time to hold the big treasure. Lin Yushi held the second treasure. Lu Tong Zheng Zitian looked at each other. Cough cough. So what, boss? You take the third treasure. Just like this, Yixian's three people were each holding a treasure, and Lu Tong Zheng Zitian carried the folding stroller into Yiping Jiangnan. Boss, order the food. Lu Tong Zheng Zitian put down the baby folding chair in his hands, wiped the sweat stains on his head and turned his head to look at Yixian. Lu Tong sipped his mouth. Boss, this stroller is so heavy. At least there must be 100 pounds. But no, my old man's waist is about to break. Boss, in the morning, he could pick it up with one hand. Zheng Zitian sighed with emotion. In the morning, boss's easygoing appearance. There was really no harm without comparison. Ha! Right at this moment, a voice came from the side. You sure schoolmates, you guys are also here? What a coincidence. As the voice fell, a silhouette appeared in the field of vision, and on the side of the silhouette was no one else but Luo Tianyi. Luo Tianyi's face blushed when she saw Yixian. Others were not clear about their relationship, but she herself was clear about it, and when San Bao saw her mother, her little face was surging with happiness. Academic Sister Wang, you guys also came to eat. Lin Yushi of course also saw Luo Tianyi, glaring fiercely at Xiaoming. The meaning was obvious. If she dared to think about it again, the consequences would be extremely serious. What a cute munchkin. My god. Wang Shiqi stared at her beautiful eyes. Love flooded her eyes. Her eyes were full of love. 3 cute babies. Couldn't it be school brother Yixian's 3 daughters? The matter of Yixian bringing 3 munchkins to school. Wang Shiqi had obviously heard about it as well. And the reason why Wang Shiqi knew Lin Yushi was because Wang Shiqi was the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, and the two of them had worked together many times before, and they were also good friends. Can I hug? Wang Shiqi looked at the munchkin Yixian was holding, her eyes filled with anticipation. Of course, Yixian also knew Wang Shiqi. He just didn't expect that this senior sister Wang had a good relationship with his own daughter-in-law. Otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to eat with Wang Shiqi. Let's share a table with you sure and the others. It just so happens that we will also introduce you guys to each other. Okay. Luo Tianyi's face was suddenly slightly haloed. If it wasn't for the fact that she was worried about the 3 munchkins, she really didn't want to share a table. It would be bad if she revealed herself later on. You see, the 3 treasures quite like you. They smile when they see you. After a pause, she added, moreover, there are some places that are quite similar to you. Is that so? Luo Tianyi stiffened. Which is not. After joking around, Wang Shiqi introduced. I don't need to introduce Tianyi. Tianhai University's #1 beauty ever. Xiaoming and the others have heard that they also quite like it. Xiaoming, how could that be? Senior sister Wang, don't talk nonsense. Under the death stare, how could Xiaoming dare to admit? Lu Tong Zheng Zitian saw his second sister-in-law's very threatening eyes and looked on with a smile. This is sophomore Lin Yushi, president of the Literary Association. After saying that, Wang Shiqi's sight fell on Yixian. But our Tianhai University school grass. And I heard that he was also internally rated as the most handsome schoolgrass since the school's history. However, Yixian's senior brother, to be honest, your one child, San Bao, is powerful enough. Looking at San Bao, Lin Yushi curiously looked at Yixian. Boss, San Bao is so adorable. Sister-in-law must be especially beautiful. Not bad. Boss, tell us about it. Xiaoming heard and said with glowing eyes, then thought of something and looked at Luo Tianyi. This time, don't make up something about Sister Luo Tianyi being the mother of your 3 munchkins. The person in question can be right there. Hey, Tianyi's school sister. You don't know. Lu Tong twittered and scrupulously betraying Yixian, while Luo Tianyi listened with her beautiful eyes flashing. That guy even told these people that the mother of the 3 munchkins is her. This heart is also too big. Feeling Luo Tianyi's eyes, Yixian smiled faintly. What about San Bao's mom? She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in the world, possessing a face that's been kissed by angels, and also the most foolish girl I've ever seen. A year ago, with Yixian's unfolding, Luo Tianyi's face became more and more red. This asshole actually told them all the experiences between the two. Shiqi, they won't find out. This guy, how can this look like this? Bad? Chapter 19 Boss. You'll play me to death like this. Phew. On the dining table, Xiaoming's 3 people were all uproariously panting. The boss's words directly made their teeth sour. Grandma, the boss still has this kind of side. It's really a long time to see. Lin Yushi was blinking her big eyes. Really? Then boss, you use one sentence to describe your sister-in-law's beauty. Also let me open my eyes. Xiaoming, _ Lutong Zhangzitian heard his second sister-in-law's words, and looked at the lifeless penis with a bad smile, smiling with a smile that did not have a bit of a wolf's heart, and they were still looking forward to his second sister-in-law taking their penis in. Wang Shiqi at this moment is also playing up the spirit of listening. Obviously this is also very concerned. As for Luo Tianyi lowered her head, clenched her slender hands, although she does not know what that guy is going to do, but certainly another nonsense a pass, but she cannot say anything, even the traces cannot be exposed. However, she did not resent this feeling at all, and also quite enjoy it, the feeling of being in love. It turns out that it really is like what they say on TV. Super sweet, super marvelous. Just, what would that guy say? That he was actually kind of looking forward to it himself? The beauty of your sister-in-law. How can I put it? Yi Xian glanced at his own wife who was slightly shy. Honestly, this kind of feeling was quite good. Little excitement and anticipation. He paused his mind. Your sister-in-law's beauty is like a deep and long dream. Unattainable. Yet one is willing to follow her and never wake up again. Would like to spit out Xiaoming several people, but found the boss eyes full of seriousness. A time into silence. Luo Tianyi heard this, a heart fluttering as if a deer in the headlights. What their own so beautiful, but also a deep and long dream. Unattainable? Humph, did not expect that guy's mouth is quite sweet, but, he is confessing to himself why his heart is beating so fast, and his face, so hot. Boss, really, sister-in-law, she is so beautiful. Wang Shiqi was also frowning slightly. Yeah, Yi Xian schoolmate, see you talking so seriously. I really want to meet Sanbao's mom. TSK, it's hard to. Speaking here, Wang Shiqi's eyes fell on Luo Tianyi. Is it still prettier than the most beautiful school flower our Tianhai University has ever had? Shiqi, you, what are you saying? Luo Tianyi's rare face obviously swooned red for a minute, which made several people including Xiaoming gulp their saliva. Mamma mia. In the future, whoever is able to marry Luo Da's schoolgirl, is simply 18 generations of smoke from her ancestors' graves. Other people are not clear. Luo Tianyi but in clear but. Yi Xian said the mother of the 3 treasures is Hua. Is not she? Just no serious nonsense. Although, she is not disgusted. After all, there is that girl does not want boys to say so about themselves. Only, this kind of occasion, this kind of tone, let her confused. That guy is confessing to himself. Or in the playground. He. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Lu Tong hemmed and hawed and laughed badly, nervous as if he was meeting on a blind date for the first time. Boss, that what? Sister-in-law she. There is no older sister or younger sister. Really can't cousins also okay? Hearing Lu Tong's words, Zhang Zitian also came to the spirit. Right. Boss, we all know our roots. It would be better if we have a kiss on a kiss. Zhang Zitian flirted and agreed. Sister-in-law by the boss said so beautiful as heavenly fairies. Even if the sisters are worse, and how bad can it be? Old. Xiaoming heart itching cannot, but not yet wait for him to speak. Is sound. A sharp eye lock. Then Xiaoming is to the mouth words. Hard to swallow. Grandma drop. If it is not to beat her, I am not subject to this kind of bird gas. Taekwondo do black belt 6. Let him difficult to overcome. And recently heard that she is learning judo. When will he be able to overthrow the head of this mountain? A large part of the forest Alaozi. Awesome. Second sister-in-law. Lutong Zhang Zitian looked in his eyes, not to mention the oldest 2 who were the parties involved. It was them who were unconsciously terrified every time they faced their second sister-in-law, and it was only the oldest who could be down for 3 minutes. Seeing Xiaoming like this, Wang Shiqi smiled sweetly and poked fun at this Lin Yushi. Sister, you sure still really have a way to control the interior. There is time to teach the teacher sibling chanting. Xiaoming, senior sister Wang, you'll have no friends if you're like this. Shut up. Lin Yushi glared at Xiaoming and turned to Wang Shiqi as if she had changed her face. Senior sister Wang is not saying anything. We are all friends. Let's communicate privately in the future. Boss, look at this girl. The helpless Xiaoming looked at Yi Xian for help. Luo Tianyi looked at Xiaoming and Lin Yushi. These 2 were really well matched. Completely like 2 people bickering. Alright, you sure. It's not that I'm talking about you. Liking someone isn't what you do. You need to give him some space. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoming who was begging for help and continued. You have to know that every time you treat Xiaoming like this, it's like pumping air into a balloon. Although Xiaoming doesn't say anything on his lips, his heart definitely doesn't feel good. Besides, if you guys are going to have a child in the future, Do you want your child to look like you or Xiaoming? Xiaoming, boss, what are you? What are you saying? Who wants to have a child with this girl? No, marriage will not even. How can have children? I wanted to think that the boss will support. How to feel strange. How to pull to have children above. You sure you are a smart person. The reasoning of retreat for progress, you should understand it. So, said here, looked at Xiaoming. The most important thing for you is not to let Xiaoming be afraid of you, but to let him fall in love with you. If you change the way of pursuing Xiaoming, maybe you will receive a different effect is not certain. Boss, pithy ah. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Yushi's eyes flooded with essence, and the words seemed to have opened a new window for her. However, looking in Xiaoming's eyes, the back of his back was cold. Boss, you'll play me to death like this. Xiaoming seemed to have sensed what would happen next. The thought of Lin Yushi, that ninny ladylike and gentle, appearing in front of him made his entire body shudder. Lutong Zhangzitian secretly gave a thumbs up to Yi Xian. Awesome ah, the boss is the boss. 1 out of 1 tops 2. He. The second's little face is green. TSK 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 TSK. It seems that the next days and have a good show to see. Violent second sister-in-law of the gentle lady. Grandmother drop. Think of all excited. Hey. Lao air all the way good ah. If Xiaoming knows that at this moment Lu Tong Zhengzitan 2 people s mind, I do not know whether it will carry a machete and 2 people battle 300 rounds. Chapter 20. That guy. So angry. Alright Lao air. Glancing at Xiaoming, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Honestly, don't you know how many people in the entire Tianhai University envy you, including me? If your sister-in-law had treated me as well as you sure treated you a year ago, I would have woken up laughing in my dreams. Luo Tianyi heard this and clenched her pink fist. That guy. So angry. Is this complaining about not taking the initiative? So angry. Can the situation be the same? This asshole. Ringing bell. Just at this time, Lin Yushira's cell phone ringing up. After connecting the phone, Lin Yushir violent temper soared up. What did you say? The singer we hired for our public service performance had a car accident and was sent to the hospital. Okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yushir's pretty face turned white. Xiaoming saw this and didn't care that he had been whacked by Lin Yushir before, asking with concern, what's wrong? Seeing this, a group of people on the table are all see-through not to say anything. This situation, to say that Xiaoming has no interest in Lin Yushir at all, beat them to death. Do not believe. Something happened to the public welfare performance. The most important singer we hired had a car accident and was unable to attend the performance. This is bad. One should know that the Literary Association had put in a lot of effort for this performance. Even Xiaoming's trio had been forced to send out flyers, and they had sent them out for 3 days at a time. You guys, then, can temporarily find someone to fill in. Luo Tianyi saw that this line of people were of good character, and said with an idea, find a replacement? It's hard in such a short period of time, and even if the person agrees they may not be able to arrive right away. Lin Yushir said thoughtfully. At this time she had to stay calm, and had to find a solution in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, the public service performance could be ruined. Yushir's schoolmate, I do have an idea. Wang Shiqi's eyes fell on Yi Xian, thinking out loud. I remember the welcome party Yi Xian's senior brother's song Dimple is quite good. Why don't we let senior brother Yi Xian top it? Oh, boss. Hearing Wang Shiqi's words, Lin Yushir's sight fell on Yi Xian, and so did Xiaoming's trio, who couldn't help but have a bright aura surging between their eyes. You sure? This can be had. Not bad. Boss has never let us down. Lutong Zhengzitian 2 people flirted, while Lin Yushi was obviously also interested. Boss, how about help sing a song? Okay. Ding. Host triggers a randomized mission, attend a public service performance and provide Lin Yushi with a divine assist, rewarded with 10 million renminbi, with a +1 physique attached. Mission failure, physique +2. Okay, I promise. The system's voice rang in his ears. The mere fact that Lin Yushi had called himself his boss for more than a year was enough for him to sell this favor, not to mention the fact that in the future, 89 times out of 10, he would be his own sibling. Really, boss, thank you so much. Lin Yushi's eyes were full of excitement. Xiaoming also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even he himself didn't know why. It was impossible. How could he like that violent maniac? Time is almost up. Boss, why don't we go this time? Or we won't be able to catch up. Lin Yushi looked at the time and said out loud. In fact, this public welfare performance is very important to their literary association. The people who watch the performance this time are not only classmates, there are also people outside the school. Boss, don't worry about going. Sanbao has the 3 of us. Xiaoming held Debao. Lutong Zhangzitian looked at each other and picked up Erbao and Sanbao, as if the boss didn't need to worry about the 3 Mengbao, while the 3 Mengbao seemed to know what their dad was going to do to go. waving their little arms and legs happily at Yi Xian as if to say, "Go daddy, you're the best." A few minutes later, Tianhai University Stadium. At this moment, there was a sea of people, thousands of people, all watching the public service performance that the Literary Association had carefully prepared. Boy God Shins is finally coming out. I love you, Mr. Shins. Boy God Shins, my eternal God. The boiling field included students as well as off-campus spectators. Yi Xian handed Lin Yushi the USB flash drive that he had redeemed from the system, and then walked up the steps to the stage. The boiling field immediately froze. Asterisk. What the hell? Isn't it Shinja male god? How did the school grass go up? Literary Association. Meow. This is a tease. Grass. Cheated. I told you, how could Shinja boy god come to a place like our school? The field once again clamored, to which Yi Xian did not have the slightest fluctuation. The next psalm little to my dormitory brothers as well as siblings, but also to everyone present. Memories like a storyteller, with a tone full of country accent, jumping over puddles, circling small villages, waiting for the fate of meeting. You made a city out of clay. You said you'd marry me in the future. How many times did I turn around and pass through the door? Xiaoming, boss, this is, sent to me. Wide-eyed Xiaoming, listening to the year full of memory-killing lyrics and melody. His thoughts cannot help but drift, thinking of a very small time. He and Lin Yushi that girl play a scene, together pulling hands, running joyfully, and playing house. That time Xiaoming remembers very clearly. He pinched a city, patting his little chest to the then little snotty Lin Yushi, assured that when she grows up and grows her hair waist long, he will marry her. Because of the words of that time, Lin Yushi then from then on, she took herself as Xiaoming's wife, and her whole life was not married to him. Hearing this, Lin Yushi's eyes were moist, and 2 lines of teardrops fell. Boss, after all, is understanding me. Lin Yushi had previously told her boss everything about herself in order to get him to help her chase after Xiaoming, which was why Yi Xian nudged Xiaoming from time to time. Luo Tianyi listened to the nice voice and a scene came to her mind. Although she didn't have any childhood playmates, this song was really nice. Lu Tongzhong Zitian and the two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with vibration. I drop boy. The boss is awesome. The oldest too, this treatment is too high. Directly by the boss to write a song. After this wave of divine assistance, it is estimated that the oldest two piece of the big forest will not be so full of impulse. Hey, everyone in the world knows that Lao Er and second sister-in-law are a happy couple. Just Lao Er himself is in authority. Lu Tong sipped his mouth and said, Grandma, Laozi is suddenly so envious of Lao Er, being able to have a childhood friend who was that playfully chasing him. Zhang Zitian glanced at the clueless Lao Er. Don't worry, in this life Lao Er won't be able to escape from his second sister-in-law. If they don't get together, Lao Zi won't believe in love in this life. A person has lived in my heart ever since. We used to look so small. That year you moved a small bench. I've been with you all the way to the theater. I'm looking for the person in that story. You're the part that can't be missed. Put. Lin Yushi heard this, and directly burst into tears. The word boss is completely written about her. After so many years, it turns out that she likes Xiaoming more than she imagined. If there is really a day when Xiaoming has another woman and leaves her, she really do not know how the future life will continue. Xiaoming this time is also flashing tears between the eyes. The boss of the song is if the twilight drums and morning bells will wake him up. The original, that girl in his own heart is not no position. Then glanced at the moved a mess of Lin Yushi. Girl, a song only as far as, although he was also moved. Poof, it's up to you. Lin Yushi glared at Xiaoming. That bastard rejected himself over and over again. Is it really that much fun? And this playful look in Xiaoming's eyes. This niece, I didn't expect it to be quite cute. Xiaoming eyes wide. Incredibly dark thought. This is impossible. Laozi actually think that violent maniac. Cute, crazy, Laozi must be crazy. Chapter 21, If I'm not serious, even I'm afraid of myself. The students and spectators who originally wanted to leave, all froze in place at this moment, their minds thinking of a scene, their childhood playmates, that beautiful and flawless memory, carefree time, that, perhaps it was their initial memories of love. Snap 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 snap. In the arena, there was instantly a thunderous applause. I drop good boy. School grass bowl. This strength is not the slightest bit weaker than Xin Jamal God. Yes, it's awesome. It would be a pity not to be in the singing world with this strength. Schoolboy, go home with this little beauty. My family has mines, money, and slaves. Boing boing. Looking at the boiling field, Luo Tianyi for some reason her heart was secretly on guard, like someone was threatening her most beloved thing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully assisting Lin Yushi with a divine assist, obtaining 10 million renminbi. Ding! Congratulations to the host's physique +1. The system voice rang in his ears, and Yi Xian proceeded to call up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years old. Physique, 14, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability. Extreme milkman ability. Extreme massage ability. Extreme martial arts ability. Items, none. Wealth, 217 million. Looking at the changes in the attribute panel, Yi Xian smiled faintly and flipped his hand since the system exchanged 10,000 RMB out of his pocket. Supporting the public welfare, I'll donate 10,000 on behalf of an individual. Putting a bunch of soft sister coins into the fundraising box, this scene shook everyone. So talented and so generous. Although they can't donate 10,000, but how can they mean it? I also donate 10,000. Lin Yushi moved, directly also smashed 2 months of living expenses into it. I'll donate 200. I'll donate 300. Immediately the collection box is a pile of money into the collection box. Even the name did not write. Kidding? If they write their names, the meaning is different. This time they want to do a handful of unsung heroes. Time quickly. Nightfall. Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi, who had a busy day, returned to the rented room. Yi Xian, quick, just return to the rental room. Luo Tianyi started to take off her skirt at the first opportunity. Looking at Yi Xian, wife, you're put. What are you thinking about? Seeing Yi Xian dumbfounded surveying himself, knowing that he was thinking out of the box, he fiercely glared at him. I'm saying that you hurry up and bring Big Bao to me. I haven't breastfed for a day. It's so high. I thought. Ahem. You want that. Luo Tianyi. That what you big head. Don't be poor. Hurry up. Hold over. Luo Tianyi's face was red, because at this moment her movements were really indecent, especially the plumpness and great ambition that was exposed in the air. If this scene was seen by the students of Tianhai University, the blood would definitely flow 3,000 feet. Oh, obviously hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian's mood lost a point, which caused Luo Tianyi's face to turn even redder. What was that guy thinking about all day long? Too damnable. However, although it was a bit lost, it was still okay to get over it. At this Luo Tianyi was not surprised. Anyway, a glance wouldn't be any less of a piece of meat, and it wasn't like that guy hadn't seen it before. Hiccup. DeBao finished eating. Yi Xian let DeBao lean on himself, patting the burp, sniffing the overflowing milk flavor. Yi Xian couldn't help but think of the picture when he passes the milk. He couldn't help but be a little dry-mouthed, and that gesture obviously wanted to have a taste of the deliciousness. Wife, let me tell you something. Looking at Luo Tianyi who was feeding her second baby, Yi Xian asked expectantly, what is it? Luo Tianyi let out a slight sigh of relief and looked at Yi Xian. I also want to take a couple sips. Luo Tianyi. Yi Xian. You. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi Tang's face just reddened to the root behind her ears. This asshole was really getting bold. Rascal. Luo Tianyi held back a sentence after half a day. How did that guy not realize before? He was so bad. So shameless. Ahem. Rogue? Yi Xian heard then was not happy. Husband to wife, that is called playing rogue. That is called hobby, not che. Crooked reasoning. Believe you only have a ghost. Luo Tianyi ruthlessly despised someone. Yi Xian saw his daughter-in-law's contempt. Scared inside. Worthy of being the woman lousy slept with. Even despising people is so beautiful. Virtuous. Luo Tianyi was exasperated by Yi Xian and laughed. Can you speak decently? Disgraceful or not? I'm ashamed for you. Proper? Hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian expressed his innocence. Cough cough. Wife, I'm already very serious. If I'm not serious, even I'm afraid of myself. Luo Tianyi. Alright, your shamelessness has already exceeded my cognizance. When I didn't say it, obviously. Luo Tianyi directly gave up her expectations of speaking to Yi Xian. After burping San Bao, Yi Xian drilled into the bathroom to take a shower. Listening to the pattering sound of water, Luo Tianyi uncontrollably thought of certain images, but they were quickly thrown out of her mind. Ding dong. After feeding San Bao not a moment later, the doorbell rang. Clicked open the door of the room. It was a Yuantong courier door-to-door delivery. Excuse me, is the lady's name Luo Tianyi? Courier Guy C is a big beautiful girl, eyes bright. After all, love the heart of all people have. After signing the word, Luo Tianyi is the courier in the hands, smoothly closed the door of the room. Express for me, could it be, that guy bought himself a gift? Thinking of this, the corner of Luo Tianyi's mouth curved up in an arc that she herself didn't notice. With a hint of curiosity, she picked up a knife and opened the courier. Anyway, it's for myself. It's not the same as opening it early or late. Under the numbness, Luo Tianyi dismantled the express small can-do. Quickly removed the packaging. Inside the packaging exquisite brocade box is in front of the eyes. And then will brocade box open. There is a large bouquet of emitting the fragrance of roses. This is, when Luo Tianyi picked up the two small black cloths, her face turned red. Erotic lingerie? That's right, this is Luo Tiany's first reaction, because in this general merchandise, she has seen more than once online. Just, the underwear that she couldn't even look at. How could she possibly buy it? That guy. Surprisingly, like this. Rascal. That guy is a big colorful wolf, viciously glaring in the direction of the bathroom, as if she wanted to pierce the bathroom into nothingness, then retracted her eyes and muttered, but this size, surprisingly, it's the same as the one I'm wearing. That guy must have peeked at his own size. How is he such a person? Chapter 22. Do you know what the towel you wipe your face with is for? In the bedroom. What are you thinking about? So absorbed? Luo Tiany froze when the corner of her mouth curved up in an arc. A voice came from the side. Luo Tiany's heart thumped. No, didn't think of anything. Hurry up and watch San Bao. I'm going to, Luo Tiany said halfway through her words, staring wide-eyed at Yi Xian who was wrapped in a bath towel. Yi Xian, why are you using my bath towel again? Also, do you know what the towel you wipe your face with is for? Yi Xian, what's wrong with that? This bath towel is super fragrant. Of course I use this one. After saying that, he also sniffed between his nose. It has the same general flavor as his own wife's body. It smells very good and makes one's heart happy. Right, there's also this towel. In the midst of Luo Tiany's days, felicitously said, the flavor is not the same as the bath towel, but it also smells good. Isn't this towel for wiping your face? I've always used this one. The others don't smell good. Luo Tiany's brain burst when she heard Yi Xian's words. Wow. What to do? Looking at Luo Tiany nimbly drilling into the bathroom, Yi Xian was honestly a bit confused, staring at the towel in his hands in a daze. What the hell? Isn't this towel for wiping your face? Looking at the bathroom, he then used the towel to dry his hair, and then sniffed at the tip of his nose. This smells really good. I don't know what brand of perfume that girl uses. Drill into the bedroom. Open the closet ready to change clothes. But in this room suddenly saw a hidden corner of the closet, more than a ball of things, and then picked up a look. This. It won't be the birthday gift that I gave to that girl. The clothes unfolded, and it was exactly the same as the one he bought. Could it be that the knock on the door was a delivery of express? However, this flavor, in addition to the rose fragrance, there is. Mumble said half, then Yi Xian froze. I drop good boy. This flavor, cannot be wrong. That nice body flavor. Cough. That girl will not be impatient to wear to try it. Thinking of Luo Tiany, the girl wearing the birthday gift she bought. The size shouldn't be wrong. Of course, Luo Tiany would never know how Yi Xian was thinking about her at this moment. At least not right now. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Then again, is he going to have another son with that girl? A little while later, Yi Xian went out of the imperial capital Star City neighborhood and squatted for a long time in a black van. Young Zhang, the fish is on board. You can close the net. The intercom finished, is to start the car, towards the drive away from the Royal Star City neighborhood of the extended version of the Lincoln Trailing. As for Yi Xian, through the rearview mirror glanced at the following car. The corner of the mouth lifted a touch of playful arc. It seems that he is quite popular at. Yi Xian, who wanted to buy dinner and go back to be with his wife, was in a good mood. He kicked the gas and drove towards a less traveled street. Brat, looking for a way out. In the car following behind, a tattooed youth, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an evil arc, offending Zhang Xiao. No matter who you are, today you're finished. Obviously, they didn't realize that the person they made a move on was the new boss of Thousand June Hotel. 7 or 8 minutes later, in a road with asshole streetlights, the buildings on both sides were dark at the moment. 5 or 6 black business vans blocked both ends of the road, and the one who was blocked in the middle of the field was clearly Yi Xian. Obviously, as he had guessed, these people were rushing at him. Clatter. The door of the commercial vehicle opened. Then from the top down more than 50 people from the commercial vehicle drilled out into the field. Right hand a fling, directly throwing stick in the hand. Each top is a good fighter. Then, from a business car down a young man. This person is not someone else's exactly when by Yi Xian in the Thousand Gentlemen Hotel beat into a dog. Chapter Z. Seeing Yi Xian who was surrounded by the field, Zhang Zhe's face was full of sarcasm and hideousness. Yi Xian, the shame that the old man of Qianjun suffered that day. I will make you pay back tenfold today. Give me on. Kill him. Chapter 23. Yi Xian. You. Die. Give me on. Kill him. Zhang Zhe gave an order. Take people's money for people's disaster of more than 50 men. Eyes flooded with ferocious aura swarmed up, as if the ocean like instantly will be swallowed up. Yi Xian. Since childhood, Zhang Zhe has never suffered such humiliation. With his father's relationship, even if he kills this boy who doesn't know the sky and the earth, no one can do anything to him. I'd like to see how much of a fighter you are. The corners of Zhang Zhe's mouth hooked up in a sinister smile, and right at this moment, one of the first henchmen had already thrown his club down towards Yi Xian's head. facing the incoming attack. Yi Xian did not make the slightest move. At the time of the attack, Yi Xian did not make the slightest move. Snapped, a figure appeared in front of Yi Xian, a hand like a vice to catch the flinging stick, a foot directly kicked out. Horrible force, directly will that henchman kicked flying out. Along the way knocked down 5 or 6 people. Bone-cracking sound clicks resounded. The one person who appeared was like an iron tower. The force was far from being comparable to any other person. Something looking for death. Give me a fight together. Zhang Zhe saw halfway killed a Changbite Jin, directly under the wave of the hand to let people surge again. Then, in the Zhang Zhe confused look, destroying the unilateral crushing scene appeared. The sound of bone cracking was endless. In an instant, all of his men were knocked to the ground by Wang Taizhu. These people actually seemed too weak to him. What? Zhang Zhe looked at the field. His complexion changed greatly. What kind of person are you? Boom! Zhang Zhe words have not finished. Directly by Wang Taizhu, a kick to fly out 7 or 8 meters away. Ruthlessly hit in the street wall, sliding down. The landing glass or clattering was crushed. Fainted on the spot. If not for Wang Taizhu's fear that finishing off Zhang Zhe would cause trouble for Yi Xiao, this kick would have definitely taken his little life. Taizhu. Good hands. Yi Xian didn't even look at Zhang Zhe. How about we have a fight? Good. Wang Taizhu did not refuse, because his intuition told him that Yi Xiao had good hands. Swish. Wang Taizhu did not hold back. Fully exerted himself towards Yi Xian and smashed his fist straight up. The speed was so fast that it was unknown how much faster than just abusing Zhang Zhe's line. Yi Xian saw Wang Taizhu's attack. Good timing. The same fist smashed up. Bang, the two fists met. Yi Xian retreated a step back, while Wang Taizhu retreated 4 or 5 steps back. Yi Xiao's stance. Taizhu admires it. Wang Taizhu felt the pain coming from his fist. His heart was shaken. Yi Xiao is so powerful. His own full force strike could only force him back 1 step, and he retreated 4 or 5 steps. Of course, if he were to know that this was less than a tenth of Yi Xian's strength, I don't know how he would feel. How is your mother's condition? Seeing Wang Taizhu appear here, Yi Xian asked out loud. Thank you, Yi Young Concern. The operation was successful. Recuperate for more than half a month, should be able to be discharged from the hospital. If it is not Yi Young those money, I am afraid that my mother, she is still. This is all you deserve. Said a few sentences, Wang Taizhu thought of something. By the way, Yi Xiao, I intend to convene my previous comrades together to form a security company. The company's name is called Tianquan Yi Xiao Fat Hao. Oh, hearing Wang Taizhu's words, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Gathering your comrades? Of course it's not a problem. I'd welcome them to be able to join in. As for the name of the company, just said it yourself. However, that Zhang Zhe, and the Zhang family, you deal with it. Yi Xian frowned slightly and glanced at Zhang Zhe, who had been kicked unconscious. It doesn't matter to me. Tiani and Sanbao absolutely cannot be subjected to the slightest potential possible threat. Understood. Young Yi. Of course Wang Taizhu knew that Yi Xiao was talking about his woman and child. Only he was a little surprised that Yi Xiao was only a sophomore, but even his child was 3 months old. After buying dinner, returned to the rental house. The 3 munchkins are still sipping their little fingers and sleeping beautifully. Luo Tiani is blowing her hair in the bedroom. Although the door is closed, she can still hear some sounds. Close the door and push open the bedroom door. Happened to see Luo Tiani blowing out her hair, removing the bath towel and wanting to put on her clothes. And what's worse is that it's facing the door of the room. Unsurprisingly, all of the beauty was presented in front of Yi Xian as much as possible. While Luo Tiani looked over, her haze flew in both cheeks as she pranced. Yi Xian, you want to die? Close the door. Between words, Luo Tiani hurriedly blocked with her clothes. Where did she know that Yi Xian would come back so quickly? And, obviously did not hear the sound of opening the door is right. Had known to close the door. Now good. And let that guy to see the light. Then, quickly put on the clothes. Looked at still in a corner quietly lying in the erotic underwear. That guy should not see it. Said, feel that place is not particularly safe. And to the closet under the stuffed. After a series of actions, only then breathed a sigh of relief. Patted the small hand. If she let her know that Yi Xian has long been found. And also deeply sniffed the mouth of the scent she wore. I do not know whether it will carry a kitchen knife and he dry fight. Putting on her clothes, she came out of the room with her heart in her mouth. See the pajamas under the slender body of the wife. Yi Xian is serious. Right, wife? Today you received the courier, did not? Express. Luo Tianyi's face blushed for a moment, then pretended to be confused. What express? No, as expected. As Yi Xian had guessed, this nymphette was afraid that she was going to hide that thing. However, it didn't matter. After all, it wasn't like she couldn't use it right now. Seemingly proving that she indeed did not receive it. The playwright blinked her big curious eyes. My express? I don't seem to have bought anything. Did you buy it for me? Right. Seeing Luo Tianyi's dead duck's lips, This niece didn't say it was quite funny. Then what did you buy for me? Luo Tianyi Bang Beating Heart said. Think of this guy's erotic underwear. Simply bad. This school flower would like to see how you can say. Of course it's something good. Yi Xian was serious and cooperated with his wife's acting. That kind of thing. It said that it can enhance the feelings between couples. Luo Tianyi's face swooned for a minute. This asshole. Enhance the couple's feelings. Really? Of course it's true. Yi Xian laughed badly, with a look that he didn't know in the slightest that Luo Tianyi had hidden her birthday gift. Wife, if you can wear it, I bet that the absolute charm soars by at least 10 times more than that. Luo Tianyi. Che. Ghosts believe you. Although Luo Tianyi didn't know that Yi Xian had already found out about her hiding her erotic lingerie, she was still a little embarrassed, although it did boost her charisma very high. But, how could she wear it in front of that bastard? However, Luo Tianyi was not aware that the bad smile curving up at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth was 1 point more intense. Chapter 24. As long as that delivery comes, I dare to wear it in front of you. In the room, the two people who were eating the meal, little exciting acting, dog food full of food. Luo Tianyi was directly titillated. What? Wife, you don't believe it. Yi Xian also came to the interest. So good to tease his wife's opportunity. How can he let go? Why don't? When the express arrives, you try it on in front of me. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes glared. Her head floated with the image of just changing into the erotic lingerie in the bedroom, and she couldn't help but vaguely and fiercely scrape her eyes at that unscrupulous guy. What a hateful guy. To actually want her to wear 2 little black pieces of cloth in front of him. Yes. Luo Tianyi hardened her head. She couldn't show her cowardice. That courier could never arrive again anyway. Humph. Yi Xian. For all. Wife. Are you okay? As expected. Luo Tianyi saw the excited look of the guy she expected. Men are really big pig's hooves. Sure, that erotic lingerie has long been hidden tightly by her, unless the house is torn down, or else absolutely can't be found. Not that I'm talking big. As long as that courier comes, I'll dare to wear it in front of you. Saying this, Luo Tianyi arrogantly continued. Whoever doesn't wear it is a puppy. Yi Xian listened to his own wife's big words. This niece is really spelled out. But also who does not wear who is a puppy? Said Yi Xian almost believed. I really did not expect this niece has such a lovely side. TSK, very good well. Really, cooperate with his own wife acting Yi Xian, eyes show green on. At that time cannot forget to say now. If forget, husband but will beat your butt oh. Full of magnetic voice. Listen to Luo Tianyi and shy and sweet. Honestly, to this guy's voice at the moment really does not have too much resistance. Not to mention her. In exchange for any woman in hearing this kind of voice, will be so. After joking for a while, wife, let's move tomorrow. Yi Xian thought about the system's task. He didn't forget. Moreover, there is another advantage of moving, that is, away from the thoughts of that tiger and wolf landlord. That woman is definitely not a good person. If there is really a day, he was that shrew dry down that can be sorry for his own daughter-in-law. Moving? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi stalled, obviously not expecting Yi Xian to say this. Where are we moving to? Yi Xian, who had long thought of what to say, smiled faintly. Your husband is now a shareholder of Thousand June, and it just so happens that Thousand June Hotel has a fixed asset in 9 Dragons Villa, which has been taken by me for the time being. Luo Tianyi's eyes suddenly widened when she heard that. 9 Dragons Villa? That newly opened villa complex. Yeah, you probably don't know it yet. Your husband I can pick up a big bargain. That villa can be old valuable. Between words, Yi Xian hooked up his own wife's glossy white. Let a person can't help but want to chirp on a mouthful of chin. How about it? Do you want to kiss your husband to celebrate? Luo Tianyi. But kiss your ass. Glaring fiercely at a certain guy. Then looking at the various furniture added to the rental room. It's a pity to throw these things away. Why don't we move them over together tomorrow? Maybe there's some use for them. Good. I'll call the moving company later. Half an hour later, the school dormitory. Ding dong. Lu Tong, who had just finished showering, came out from the washroom, and a message was sent from the part-time job group. Moving company recruiting temporary workers, lots of money and easy work, daily income of 400 renminbi. Sign up as soon as possible. Asterisk. Lu Tong saw the message in his cell phone. His eyes lit up. Lao Air, Lao C, moving company temporary workers, tomorrow just the weekend. Why don't we go and do it for a day? 400 renminbi a day. It's enough to buy 5 or 6 packs of huazi. Really? Zhang Zitian heard, climbed up. $400, for him has been quite a lot. This good thing, count me in. Lao Air, what about you? Lu Tong looked to the Xiaoming who was frozen at the moment, and didn't know what that guy was thinking. Since listening to the boss sing that song it had become this kind of thing. I'll forget it. I'm not that bad. Xiaoming said listlessly, while Zhang Zitian blanked Xiao Ming. Lao San, Lao Air is even. Right now he's wandering and struggling between a big forest and his second sister-in-law. He. Moreover, Lao Air's family is much better off than ours. This amount of money is not in their eyes. Also right. Lu Tong heard this and nodded after pondering, then looked at Zhang Zitian. Old 4, you're sure to go tomorrow. The one who sends the mission is my iron brother. Tomorrow live absolutely lying down to pick up money. Okay. Confirming Zhang Zitian's reply, Lu Tong nodded and then sent a message back to the deadbeat who sent the mission. Soon the opposite party sent an okay gesture and then sent the time and place. The next day, early morning, Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian came to the meeting place to gather early. Not surprisingly, there were also a few other school students traveling with him. Bin Z. Are these the temporary workers from your moving company? Named Bin Z is a sophomore student, and Lu Tong is the same hometown as also a high school 3 years meal friend. Or what good things will be thinking about Lu Tong? Hey, old Lu, this employer is a gold master. We perform better. I think there will be a lot of tips. When Bin Z said this, the surrounding students were all green-eyed. Mr. Bin, really? Hey, can I lie to you guys? You guys have worked with me not once or twice, but people have requirements, saying that they want highly educated and high-quality talent requirements. If you perform well this time, I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. Thank you, Mr. Bin. Around the 3 or 5 students coaxing, plus Bin Z a total of 8 people. Just the employer's requirements of the quota. After all, lying clang $400, Bin Z will not lose their own. On the car, then towards the Royal Capital Star House is to kill. Because, their employer this time to move the place is the Imperial Capital Star House. Bin Z. Really, the employer is moving from the Imperial Capital Star House to the Nine Dragons Villa. Lu Tong's entire body froze when he learned about the other destination of this move. No wonder this kid was so solemn. But no, I can hear that the Nine Dragons Villa sold like hotcakes as soon as it was opened, and can afford to buy Nine Dragons Villa. People are rich, that is. Grandmother drop. Did not think we ran into a big tycoon this time. Between the words, a group of people were driving the moving company's car to the Royal Capital Star House. This day is still one of the few upscale neighborhoods, and then squeaked to a stop in front of a building. Ding dong. To the room door, Bin Z pressed the doorbell. Lu Tong and other 7 people waist straight, as if about to accept the parade. Quite solemn. Room door opened. Bin Z just wanted to speak, but it was Lu Tong. Zhang Zitian eyes wide, incredulous look at the door open hostess. Luo big school flower. Tian E school sister this. I rub. Chapter 25 Yi Xian, your big treasure. Second treasure and third treasure have stinky stomachs. Luo big school flower. Tian E school sister this. I rub. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian's eyes were filled with disbelief. What did they see? The person who hired them this time was actually the #1 goddess school flower Tianhai had ever seen. My god, what kind of concept is this? Today they are going to serve Luo big school flower? Grandma, that is, they are willing to die of exhaustion. Bin Z and the others are also confused. Obviously they also didn't expect that the employer would be Luo big school flower. However, Luo Tianyi was secretly saying in his heart, this is bad. Lu Tong 8 people were shocked. Luo Tianyi on the other hand, her heart was not good rubbing up. Her and Yi Xian's secret was going to be impossible to hide. Right in between Luo Tianyi's 10,000 ominous moments, a familiar voice entered the ears of Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian and the others. Wife, opening a door for such a long time, and not letting the express masters come in. Between the words, Yi Xian's figure appeared in the field, and he saw Lu Tong Zhang Zitian and his party. The air stopped at this moment, and Lu Tong Zhang Zitian's pupils widened. Bin Z's 6 people also had a loud bang in their heads. My god, what the hell? What did they see? School grass Yi Xian. This, Nima, cohabiting with Luo de schoolgirl, sharing a room? Not right. Yi Xian. Yesterday was not still with a baby to school. Early this morning with Luo big schoolgirl together. Is it? Could it be? That one child 3 babies. Ahem. Is Yi Xian and Luo big schoolgirl's child? Compared to the 6 people's shock, Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian thought of the scene at the orientation party, when the boss said that San Bao's mother was Luo Tianyi. They didn't believe it at that time, and together, boss wasn't lying. LOL, I'm going to die young. Yesterday, no wonder Luo big school flower other days do not go back to school, but on the same day with the boss to bring the 3 Mengbao to school, afraid that they are going to the school together, just do not want to let the people in that school to know their relationship. This is, did not announce, grandma drop, the boss unexpectedly with Luo big school flower have a child, and still a child 3 baby. In that case, wouldn't it be that a year ago, the boss and Luo big schoolgirl had a relationship? Thinking about this, Lu Tong Zhang Zitian eyes wildly jumped more than. if let the second know this scene, hey, do not know will not jump up to rebel with the boss fight. Seeing Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian these two goods, Yi Xian froze. How is it you guys? Lu Tong 8 people came to the rental house, suddenly saw the 3 Mengbao in the living room flashing 3 eyes looking at them, as if recognizing Lu Tong Zhang Zitian general, happy to dance with small arms and legs. Da Bao, Bao, San Bao, long time no see ah. Lu Tong immediately aflutter, ran to the front of the 3 treasures. Zhang Zitian is also the same. Then Z and others are the brain is still booming burst. I drop a wipe. What they saw. Yi Xian and Luo big schoolgirl even. What did they see? Yi Xian and Luo big colonel unexpectedly were this kind of relationship. What have they seen? Will not be a hem. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do that. Putty after a while. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian put down the 3 treasures. He smile. Boss you this hidden can be deep enough. Bin Z. What are still frozen? Have not seen the sister-in-law. Oh, ahem. Boss, big, sister-in-law good. Bin Z is not stupid. Know that Lu Tong is giving them a step down. Hurriedly shouted in unison, quite a few times to address the flavor of the big brother woman. You guys. Luo Tianyi was also flustered for a moment, and finally held back a sentence. Hello guys. Things had developed to this point. She couldn't make them believe in how she explained. She knew that the secret between herself and that guy had already been known to them. Bin Z right. Facing this scene, Yi Xian on the other hand didn't worry too much. Took out 2 piles of money from Luo Tianyi's bag. This 20,000 yuan. As this time to trouble a few students. With 20,000 in hand, Bin Z's heart sank. Of course he knew what this meant. It was sealing their mouths. Boss don't worry. Your relationship with your sister-in-law will definitely not be spread out. Bin Z immediately state. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian saw the boss's hush money. Grandmother drop. The boss is now so hoet. Lifting the hand emergency room 20,000 soft sister coins. With this money, how many huazi can they buy? Unable to help. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian thought of the day to let them go to the store crazy shopping scene. This operation and that time is the same. The boss this hush money to give enough slip. However, the effect is also extremely obvious. That day was perfect to seal the mouth of their brother in 3. Now Bin Z's several people's mouth also be sealed perfectly. TSK, money nymphets are really a good thing. What's that? Old Lu, old Zhang. You tell boss and also sister-in-law that you'll talk to them, and just leave these pieces of furniture that aren't too heavy to us. Lu Tong, Binzi, this, ahem, not good. Hey Lu Tong, don't push your luck. That's right, this time, we're in your good graces. 1 time is worth a week. A few other students chirped out and agreed. Not waiting for Lu Tong Zhang Zitian to speak began to busy themselves. The line of sight to look at Yi Xian eyes surging between the full is envy. Damn, the school grass with the school flower. This CP, do not say, they are quite compatible. You guys chat here, I'm going to take care of the baby. Luo Tianyi reddened her pretty face. Where would she have thought of the scene in front of her? Staying on for fear that she would really have to find a crack in the ground to drill in. Looking at Luo big schoolgirl little wolf fleeing to go see the 3 little babies. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian's worship of the boss directly soared to the extreme. I drop boy. Boss, you, this is powerful enough TSK, if Lao Er knew, he would definitely fight you to the death. He. The 2 guys oohed and awed, sympathizing with Lao Er in their hearts for half a second. Then as soon as they thought of Lao Er's miserable expression, they couldn't stop their anticipation and excitement, hating the fact that they were about to see Lao Er's reaction when he found out about this. I told you guys last time, Sanbao's mom is Luo Tianyi. You guys don't believe me? I can't do anything about it. Lu Tong too. However, I and your sister-in-law's relationship cut not to sound out. After all, your sister-in-law gave birth to Sanbao. Even her parents do not know. That Bin Z side, and then no wonder. Thinking that the relationship between the 2 of them is still not suitable to be publicized, Yi Xian instructed the 2 of them. Hey, this still need to say, don't worry boss, we know in our hearts, and that Binzi's mouth is very strict, and is my best friend. Later I will personally give him to say. Lu Tong patted his chest and assured, Binzi and he knew each other since high school. He knew that guy too well. Yeah, Yi Xian, quickly come over, your families de Bao, Bao and Sanbao have pooped. Right at this moment, Luo Big School Flower's anxious voice came from the side of the living room. Originally she didn't want to say anything, but with 3 babies pooping at the same time, she couldn't control the situation. Yi Xian, Lao San, Lao Si, you guys go to the bathroom and get 3 tubs of warm water. Yi Xian instructed Lu Tong Zhang Zitian, then quickly walked towards the 3 munchkins. Wife, prepare 3 packs of wet tissue paper. In an instant, a big battle of wiping the stinky odor started in the living room. And as the 2 uncles, Lu Tong Zhang Zitian was even busier and happier. Chapter 26 Nasan. This will be your payment to your husband. Oh. In the living room, Yi Xian's skillful operation, incomparably smooth for the 3 Mengbao wipe stink. This seemed to see Luo Tianyi face red, because in front of the wipe stink should be her as a baby mother to do it. And, if it is Yi Xian himself, even if, in front of the eyes of Yi Xian's 2 roommates, Lu Tong Zheng Zitian, look in our eyes, the heart is incredulous, the boss has this ability. 3 babies at the same time pull stink, not the slightest mess. If it is their words, for fear of stink flying all over the sky is light. Soon, the stink of the 3 babies was finished. Boss, your operation is awesome. Indeed, this level of bringing up a child is too much better than a nanny. He. Boss seems to be going further and further on the path of a baby daddy. As the 2 of them gabbled, Lu Tong looked at his sister-in-law. Hey, let's not talk about a baby daddy. If my wife is half as beautiful as my sister-in-law in the future, I'll be willing to be a cow and a horse for the rest of my life. About half an hour later, Tianhai, in front of the Kowloon 1 villa, the lengthened version of Lincoln stopped in front of the villa and pushed the door to drill out from the car. Wow! Lu Tong Zheng Zitian's 2 people's mouths opened wide. Completely stuffing down an egg was not much of a problem. Truly shocked by the villa in front of them. 9 Dragons 1 villa. It's actually the king of 9 Dragons villa building. Lu Tong heart shocked beyond words. Zheng Zitian is also sip mouth. Not so good. I can hear that the 9 Dragons 1 villa covers an area of 3,000 square meters. TSK, this environment. Don't be too good. Grandma drop. Alone sniff on a breath. All feel can live for several more days. Then these 6 people look at the fantastic villa in front of them. All are staggered. Look at Yi Xian's eyes all changed. Not that Yi Xian's family is ordinary. Ordinary That Wang Monli simply blind dog eyes. Even with such a super second generation breakup? Day to dog. If that knew Yi Xian's strength, she would definitely cry in the toilet. Entering the villa. Into the eyes of the decoration luxury without losing connotation. Atmospheric fashion floor-to-ceiling windows with excellent lighting. All kinds of design is just right. Give people incomparable comfortable and cozy feeling. Villa rear is more than 200 square meters of open-air swimming pool, next to a few artistic scents of the lounge chairs. At the moment just happened to be golden sunrise pouring. Awesome boss. You this. We've been struggling for our entire lives. I'm afraid we can't even afford a toilet. Visiting for a little while, Lu Tong Zheng Zitian looked at each other. Boss, we'll leave first. We won't disturb you and your sister-in-law alone. Today's information was just too much. After saying a couple sentences, they excused themselves and left the villa. And soon they were left with Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi, as well as the 3 munchkins. This is the end. They've seen everything? Seeing Lu Tong and the others leave, Luo Tianyi's pretty face was filled with worry. While at this moment Yi Xian's mind was ringing with the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of bringing Luo Tianyi to the villa and obtaining the ultimate culinary ability. In view of the host's perfect level completion of the task, hereby an additional reward of physique +2. Then, Yi Xian pulled up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years old. Physique, 16, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability. Extreme milkman ability. Extreme massage ability. Extreme martial arts ability. Extreme cooking ability. Items, none. Wealth, 217 million. Looking at the attribute panel that had once again gained an additional skill, Yi Xian smiled faintly. His mood was not bad, especially since his physique had been added another 2 points. It felt like his physical fitness was able to bring down an adult elephant. Alright, I'm still relieved that Lao San is doing something. Yi Xian dotingly pinched Luo Tianyi's pink, bouncy face, smilingly said, tired from cleaning up all day. You look down on San Bao. I'm going to get some chilled watermelon juice over here, and later on hubby will give you a good massage. After saying that, Yi Xian was walking towards the kitchen. Luo Tianyi froze when she heard that. Then the corner of her mouth curved up into an arc. However, very quickly, Luo Tianyi thought of something. Began the first time will that erotic lingerie deliberately find out. Red little face hidden to a certain closet nooks and crannies to go. Absolutely cannot let that guy found. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming, refreshing watermelon, X1. Consuming 100 renminbi from the host. With a flip of his right hand, Yi Xian had a watermelon in his hand, and then under the effect of his inquisitive cooking ability, he skillfully began to squeeze the chilled watermelon juice. Although the value of 100 renminbi, more expensive than the watermelon sold in the outside world, but this, refreshing watermelon, has a divine effect, from the name can be seen, has the effect of refreshing, and the effect is also very good, according to the system evaluation. At least than the special high-concentration coffee refreshing effect on more than 20 times better. A piece of watermelon made a total of 8 cups of chilled watermelon juice. 2 cups were placed outside. 6 cups were put into the refrigerator. and when you want to and put a few ice cubes can be. Wife, come. Yi Xian put a cup of chilled watermelon juice on the table. Drink this cup of chilled watermelon juice, and then hubby will help you massage. Ensure that your spirit is doubly refreshed. Seriously. Luo Tianyi looked at the sleeping Sambo. Honestly, yesterday cleaned up for such a long time. Today and tossed a morning. Indeed quite tired. After drinking the ice-cold watermelon juice, Luo Tianyi is leaning on the sofa, enjoying the massage of the child's father. As for the massage technique, she did not doubt. After all, before the broken foot and eliminate the lumps, she has a deep understanding. Time was quiet and beautiful. Luo Tianyi felt the force of that guy's hands, feeling comfortable and a bit fluttering. I don't know, at some point, it fell asleep, with a mesmerizing arc on his mouth, seeing his own wife's sleeping appearance. He couldn't help but kiss her on her soft and crispy vermilion lips. Nei-san, this will be your payment to your husband. Oh, after kissing his own wife, Yi Xian drank the other cup of chilled watermelon juice on the table, and his spirit was refreshed for a split second. The effect was excellent. Grandma drop, worthy of being produced by the system. Sincerity does not deceive me. However, the moment Yi Xian turned to leave, Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes opened a slit, her face slightly haloed, then curved up in an arc. That guy really took advantage of himself while he was asleep, and even kissed his own lips. That bad guy is so bold. Humph. Chapter 27. Are you trying to kill me and then dominate Sanbao alone? What a vicious woman. Well, in the villa, Luo Tianyi didn't know how long she had slept. She only knew that when she woke up, she was already in the bedroom. Moreover, her clothes were all taken off, leaving her with a small blouse. That bad guy must have taken advantage again. Luo Tianyi grunted. It was just a pity that she was asleep and couldn't feel it. Putting on her clothes, pulling open the door of the room, is to smell the aroma of the meal coming from her nose. This flavor. Grunt. Before Luo Tianyi finished, it was the flat belly without a trace of flab that sent out the sound of hunger protests, as if to say, I protest, I want to eat. Following the aroma of the meal, Luo Tianyi walked up the stairs and saw the figure busy in the living room. That figure was no other than Yi Xian. However, seeing this scene, Luo Tianyi was slightly stunned. Yi Xian, he still cooks, and this cooking skill seems to be even better than what he does. Like discovering a new continent like eyes, straight staring at the kitchen busy Yi Xian, especially that day, like a ghost's hand speed. When that guy's hand speed becomes so fast, a year ago cannot be so fast. Hubby, you can still cook now. Coming to the kitchen door, Luo Tianyi asked with curiosity on her small face. Hearing Luo Tianyi's sweet and crispy voice, Yi Xian, who was busy with his work, froze and looked at Luo Tianyi. Honey, what did you just call me? Hubby. This word, he definitely didn't hear it wrong. Luo Tianyi, it's husband. Before she could say it, Luo Tianyi made a big red face, even to the root behind her ears. No, what can there be? I'll go wait for dinner. Tada stepped away from the small feet. Small wolf escaped from the kitchen, a fragrant heart fluttering, violently beating. The heart of the little man, pulling voice howling. How can one call that guy husband? Luo Tianyi, you have to keep the heart now. However, the dishes made by my husband are really super delicious. Blah blah blah, how could it be? How did one call that guy husband again? Luo Tianyi stared at her beautiful eyes in confusion, completely unaware of what was wrong with her. Yi Xian in the kitchen, seeing Luo Tianyi's tangled and distressed expression, smiled without saying anything. It seemed that this niece had already been fallen by herself without realizing it. I believe that it won't take long for this niece to fall in love with herself on her own accord. It's really something to look forward to. Not long after, the fragrant table of dishes was placed in front of Luo Tianyi. What are you thinking about, wife? Smiling, he looked at Luo Tianyi and said in a teasing manner, didn't think about anything. Luo Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart tightened. How could she possibly say that she was thinking about why she called that guy her husband? If that was the case, that bastard would definitely die of joy. Pretending, Luo Tianyi took a bite of braised pork and put it in her mouth. Then she was surprised by the sensation of her taste buds. Yi Xian, you cooking skill is surprisingly so good. Although Luo Tianyi rarely ate outside the school, she had previously dined with her parents at a 7-star hotel, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that this braised pork was even better than what the chef at that 7-star hotel had burned. Only, this level of culinary skills without a few decades of experience simply cannot burn out. Can, hubby? Yi Xian, how did he do it? Obviously 2 years younger than her. Surprisingly, his attainments in cooking were not even comparable to a 5-star chef. That's not true. His own cooking skills, of course Yi Xian was well aware of it. His aggressive gaze locked onto Luo Tianyi's delicate angel-kissed face. Your husband is omnipotent. He. People say that to capture a person's heart you first need to capture her stomach. Right now your husband isn't just capturing your heart. Yi Xian snickered at his own wife. This state of being mushy with his wife. Honestly, it's really quite good. Quite like it. Tisk. You. Listening to Yi Xian's revealing words, Luo Tianyi's face reddened to the point of no return. Just a big asshole. Yes. Seeing Luo Tianyi's lovely appearance, Yi Xian laughed. Then aren't you the big asshole's woman? Luo Tianyi. Yi Xian. You. Believe it or not, I'll bite you to death. Luo Tianyi's silver teeth biting, cackling, grinding teeth and appearance. There is a set of at any time may start the momentum. On you, but also bite me. Hiss. I go. Wife. You crazy. Yi Xian was really not expecting that niece really dared to bite him. It seems that this silly girl was blackened by herself a bit too much. Oof. Luo Tianyi glared fiercely at Yi Xian after she got out a mouthful of bad breath. I'm telling you, be honest with me in the future, or else, this school beauty will bite you to death. That kind of ferocious look. See Yi Xian have a kind of give her a few slaps of the impulse. This niece, just pumping. Peeling open the t-shirt, he saw 2 rows of small teeth marks on his shoulder. Nizi, you want to murder your own husband? Do you want to kill me and then dominate Sanbao alone? Good vicious woman. Humph. Why not? Luo Tianyi saw Yi Xian's wretched appearance, grunted and glared at Yi Xian. Milky fierce appearance. If let outsiders see it, they would definitely jump 3 feet high in excitement. Mamma mia. How have they ever enjoyed this kind of treatment from a goddess schoolgirl? Grinding her teeth and oohing and awing, Luo Tianyi, while eating Yi Xian's delicious lunch, while beautifully enjoying the pleasure of the bite force just now. Her heart can't mention how beautiful it is. Tianhai University. Dormitory. Pft cough cough. What did you say? Xiaoming's eyes glazed over when he heard Lu Tong's words. The boss's 3 munchkins' baby mama is really Luo Tianyi. That's impossible. Obviously. Xiaoming, who heard the words of the oldest 3 and the oldest 4, completely disbelieved the words of these 2 and thought that it was to poke fun at himself. Hey, I knew you didn't believe it. At this time, Zhang Zitian took out the evidence and directly recorded a video of the situation. Although he couldn't talk to outsiders, but Xiaoming, as the second oldest in the dormitory, obviously wasn't considered an outsider. Looking at the video, Yi Xian wiped stinky for Sanbao, as well as Luo Tianyi's helping stance. Xiaoming boomed. This, no, impossible. Boss, your greatness, return my goddess school flower. Chapter 28, Mom has good news for you. You're a grandma. Hiccup. After finishing her lunch beautifully, Luo Tianyi knows that this is afraid to be the best meal she has ever eaten. Every dish is delicious. Looking at the table full of sweeping plates, Luo Tianyi's face is slightly flushed. She feels that she ate this meal more than she normally would eat in a day. How about it? Your husband's handiwork is still good. Do you want to kiss your husband to show it? Seeing Luo Tianyi's unfulfilled look, laughing and teasing, this meal also let Yi Xian have a new understanding of his own wife's meal. Good guy. No wonder it's all barely enough for Sanbao to drink. This appetite tsk indicate a ghost. Obviously, it's just very average. Stiffly said, a meal want to let oneself kiss. Humph. What to think? Nope. That guy does anything. Himself won't kiss him. Yeah, that's it. Himself. How could one kiss him? Later, you watch Sambo. I'll go to the nearby mall to buy some household items. Afraid to continue by that guy to take advantage of Luo Tianyi. Change the topic said. Just move to the villa, certainly some small objects need to add. Baby wife. Are you sure you don't want your husband to join you? Luo Tianyi. Go to hell. Who your baby wife? Not talking to you? I'm leaving first. White eyes Yi Xian. Change a jacket. Take the car keys and go towards the villa outside. She has to buy a lot of girls private with things today. That guy followed, how appropriate. Wife drives slowly. Remember to call your husband if something happens. Got it. Luo Tianyi's voice has not yet fallen. The person is already left the villa. Not after a few seconds to hear the sound of the car start. It is certainly his wife left the villa. An hour later, Luo Tianyi from a large supermarket, pushing a cart full of things to the cashier. This auntie, you don't have enough money in your WeChat. There is still a difference of $20. You see if there is any other way to pay. The cashier finished sweeping the money of a customer across the street, and realized that there was still a difference of 20 out loud asking. Chen Xuan heard, a pat on the head, almost forgot. My money are all deposited on a regular basis. Usually do not have the habit of bringing a wallet. If so, this box of milk I do not want. Originally wanted to give my son to make up for the coming. That is even. This aunt's poor money. I'll pay it. A sweet voice from the back of Chen Shaoan came out, looking for eyes. Chen Shaoan eyes flashing bright on. This girl child, so beautiful. If their daughter-in-law, that would be so good. And also for their own payment, must also be very caring. Character must be good. No, although Xiao Xian is only in his second year of college now, he must be caught up early. A young man the same age as Xiao Xian. Other people's children will be playing soy sauce. He, girl, how old is this year? Chen Xiaowan smiled and waited for Luo Tianyi to finish paying, asking with a laugh. Auntie, I'm 22 years old. Being stared at by Chen Xiaowan with some embarrassment, Chen Xiaowan heard, 22, 2 years older than my son. At your age, you should be in college, right? Ahem, on the 4th year of college, may have a marriage, up and down the Luo Tianyi's body, front and back. If you can marry your son, not a year will be able to give birth to a big fat boy, but also the idea of her holding grandchildren. No, Luo Tianyi face slightly flushed, said here she vaguely aware of what this aunt to do. Arguing Chen Xiaowan, Luo Tianyi added WeChat, this only to find a reason to leave in a hurry. And look at the shy Luo Tianyi. Chen Xiaowan face is full of heaps of smiles. What a good girl and also with their own son, also in the Tianhai University. Unfortunately, forgot to ask her what her name is. What else is in her family? Who? Luo Tianyi who returned to the Lincoln car, slightly relieved, thinking of the scene just now. Are parents now so anxious? Still in their second year of college, they start to open up for their son to find a daughter-in-law. Hurry up and go back, otherwise it's not good to meet the aunt like just now again. Thinking of this, Luo Tianyi didn't dare to hesitate. Her foot stepped on the gas and drove towards the Kowloon 1 villa. On the other side, in the villa, ding bell. Yi Xian who was leisurely lying in the villa's back open-air lounge chair basking in the sun. At this moment wearing pants he received a phone call. It was Mom who called, smoothly picking up. Hello, Mom. Brat, how come you answered the phone after such a long time? You're tired of living, right? Just a connection. The opposite side came Yi mother's voice. Yi Xian froze, just up to no more than 5 seconds. Right, so long? Mom, something to say. Chen Xiaowan, you brat, your guts have gotten fat. However, old lady doesn't bother with you. Let me tell you, today I saw a thief beautiful girl. Chen Xiaowan's mind floated Luo Tianyi's face value. Flirting with her son. Kid, is there a thief pretty girl in your school? Tall, convex and curvy, the kind that can give birth to a son at a glance. Yi Xian, Mom, what are you saying? Mom's meaning was certainly obvious to him, but soon Yi Xian was sitting up from the recliner. Mom, you came to downtown Tianhai. Yi Xian is not nervous. Mom came to the city center, but every time Mom came to the city center will come to see himself. But right now, how do you look at yourself? Ding, host triggers choice task. Arrange a meeting between Luo Tianyi and her future mother-in-law. Task choice 1, let the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law meet. Rewarded with a 10-fold rebate, capped at $1 billion. Task choice 2, reject the task. The small nail is shortened by 20 centimeters. Yi Xian, what day? Stepping on the horse, the dog system has come to pit old me again. But, arranging a meeting to return a full $1 billion. My goodness, Yi Xian admitted that he was moved. Of course, the price of failure is not something he can afford, or else it really would be sad if the system was given a small nail negative value. Nonsense, I'm not going to come to the city center to be able to see my future daughter-in-law. You kid to me on the heart. Yi Xian, ahem, Mom, you can't talk nonsense. Stuttered voice, thinking about the system's mission. That is a return fee capped at 1 billion. Mom, in fact, cough I have something I want to confess to you. Confess? What the hell? Chen Xiaowan heard. Her eyes were suspicious. You kid, and did what unseemly hook? Mom, speak properly. Yi Xian whitened his eyes at his mom on the other end of the phone. Mom, you actually have a daughter-in-law. Put. The opposite side of Chen Xiaowan heard a mouthful of water all to spray out. Lao Mama has a daughter-in-law. Brat, are you sure? Male or female? Yi Xian. Cough. No, am I serious or not? Chen Xiaowan's eyes widened. Her heart was a bit unwilling. Brat, is that girl pretty? Of course it's pretty. How could your son's vision be bad? After a pause in his voice, he continued. Moreover, this is not the most important. There is also good news. That is, you became a grandmother. Boom. Chen Xiaowan's entire mind went blank, as if she was struck by lightning. You give my mother a clear explanation. You have a child. Well, 1 child, 3 babies. The photo I have sent you. A sentence or two cannot say. Where are you? Later I go to pick you up. Greeting 2 sentences as hung up the phone. The other side of Chen Xiaowan clicked on the picture received by the phone. This look does not matter. I go. Not ashamed to be my Chen Xiaowan's son. A child of 3 treasures is powerful enough. But, how do I feel that my mother's 3 granddaughters, and that beautiful girl is a bit like it? Is it their own illusion? Chapter 29. Not that I'm blowing. Your daughter-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. Kowloon 1 Villa. What did you say? After Luo Tianyi returned to the villa and learned that Yi Xian's mother was coming, her beautiful eyes glared round. You want me and auntie to meet? No. It's too fast. Luo Tianyi, a heart of the heart tang raised in the throat. There is a kind of ugly daughter-in-law to meet the in-laws of the frame. And their one child, 3 babies have been 3 months. Don't worry, my mom is the most protective of me. After saying that, her eyes fell on Luo Tianyi. Moreover, with such a beautiful wife, my mom can't wait to have a daughter-in-law like you. In addition, secretly tell you, my mom but a year or 2 ago urged me to live with a girl, the best to have a child. Although my mom is an elementary school teacher, but she is not pedantic at all. Thinking of mom looking forward to the moon and wanting grandchildren of the mind, he knew that mom is still too happy to come. And how can blame? As for the dad's side is not good to say. Really, auntie, will not think I am very casual it. Luo Tianyi obviously still some bottomless, although he is Luo's group's 1000 gold big miss, is the group's only heir. Silly girl, you think too much. Yi Xian scraped Luo Tianyi's small nose, then said, moreover, meeting my mom first is also a precaution for my mom. After all, from a young age, my dad has been very strict in controlling me. If he knew that we had a child with 3 babies before we got married, then the consequences would be quite serious. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes shrunk. Yi Xian, uncle, is that fierce? Of course, so, we have to do a good job with my mom. After all, even though my dad is fierce, his biggest weakness is that he's wifey and afraid of my mom. Yi Xian said half-truthfully, one is for the 2 people's relationship to further get the stage. The second is of course for the return of 1 billion RMB. There is money not earned. That is. Then I have to prepare properly to give a good impression to auntie. Luo Tianyi agreed under this Yi Xian's half-lulling, half-truthful words, but her heart relaxed quite a bit after Yi Xian's some enlightenment. While Luo Tianyi was dressing up, Yi Xian was driving the extended version Lincoln to Kilda Hotel near Tianhai University. Squeak! With the sound of a brake, Yi Xian arrived at the hotel. No, to be precise it should be considered a small hotel, the kind that costs $40 to $50. Seeing this, Yi Xian secretly kicked himself. Mom, our family isn't bad with this amount of money. You didn't choose a better hotel. Hearing someone call herself, Chen Xiaowan searched her eyes to look inside the lengthened version of the Lincoln. Xiao Xian, you this? Whose car is this? Although Chen Xiaowan was an elementary school teacher, she had seen a lot and could tell with a glance that this car was extraordinary. This is your daughter-in-law's. Of course it's also considered mine. Hurry up and get in the car, Mom. Your daughter-in-law is waiting for you at home with Sanbao. Chen Xiaowan. You brat. Chen Xiaowan got into the passenger side and smoothly brought her seatbelt. You brat. It's surprisingly true. This car is not simple at a glance. The old lady's daughter-in-law will not be a small rich woman. Rich woman? Sort of. Yi Xian thought about originating, although he didn't know how rich Luo Tianyi's family was, but it must be very rich that is, and it wasn't as simple as billions and billions of dollars rich. It must be very beautiful. Chen Xiaowan is too clear about her son's vision and standards. She previously intentionally or unintentionally give him some of his colleagues' daughters or relatives of the girl's photo. Each and every one of them are tall, excellent face, but were all rejected by this kid, now rushing to let themselves meet with their future daughter-in-law, and also had a child 3 treasures, which is definitely out of the old vigorously fruitful. That girl to not beautiful, this brat will be so? As a person who came over Yi mother is too clear about this. Men are all big pig's hooves. Back then Yi father was not also like this, being charmed by her to the point of being 5. That is, thinking of his own daughter-in-law. Yi Xian arrogantly, not I blow. Your daughter-in-law, my wife, that is the most beautiful woman in the world. Of course, Mom except, she is the Tianhai University ever known as the most beautiful goddess school flower. The people who pursue her absolutely from Tianhai University row to the suburbs. No, is row to the imperial capital. Chen Xiaowan, virtue, speak properly. White Eye's a serious nonsense son. She knows too much about this son's temperament, since childhood, lying without blush, and now grown up is even more wanton. Anyway, you'll know when you see it. Then Yi Xian thought of something and said to Chen Xiaowan, Mom, there's something I want to confess to you. I became the boss. 1000 June Hotel you know. The current boss is me. Chen Xiaowan. Hearing her son's words, Chen Xiaowan pressed her small hand against her son's head. Brat, you don't have a fever, do you? Yi Xian. What fever? What I said is true. The contract is in the passenger storage box. You take it and see for yourself. With suspicion Chen Xiaowan opened the storage box in the car. Suddenly into the eyes of the 1000 June Hotel 51% equity transfer contract. And Yi Xian began to 1000 June Hotel situation half true half false fooled Luo Tianyi general fooled the old mom. Chen Xiaowan listened to her son's narrative and looked at the contract in her hands. Especially the certification stamps were all true. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Xiaowan looked at her son with some disbelief. Brat, wouldn't you be a multi-millionaire today then? How about it? Your son, I'm awesome. Yi Xian smiled and said, while Chen Xiaowan glared at Yi Xian. Awesome you hell? My old lady is the one who is really awesome, giving birth to such an awesome son. Cough cough. Okay, you're awesome. Yi Xian to the mom thumbs up. Honestly, this if let outsiders see. Absolutely difficult to believe that the mom is an elementary school teacher. This nature in speech, completely, and the teacher does not get on the side of good. My son is a multi-millionaire? Chen Xiaowan feels like dreaming. Very unreal. Just Chen Xiaowan likewise knows that her son has never lied to her, at least in front of the big right and wrong, has not lied to her, and will not lie to her. So, in the future, when you come to the center of Tianhai, just go directly to the Qianjun Hotel, report your identity, and they will naturally let you in for free. And it's still the best room. Oh, you brat. Chen Xiaowan saw her son's dejected. Her heart is also doubly pleased. Her son can be so successful. She is of course very happy. This cow she can definitely boast for a year, or even 3 years and 5 years. Ultimately, in the Chen Xiaowan dazed between, the car stopped in front of the Kowloon 1 villa. Looking at only in the TV can see the luxury villa. Chen Xiaowan deep breath, eyes wide. This is son's new home. Chapter 30, you and Xiaoxian's 1 child and 3 babies are 3 months old. Call me mom from now on. Brat, what did you do to hurt the heavens and make such a big set of villas? Chen Xiaowan looked at her own son. You wouldn't have become that what? A door-to-door son-in-law. Yi Xian, door-to-door son-in-law? I go. Mom, you are afraid not TV drama see too much right. Your son is a 3 outlook is very positive for good young people. Door-to-door son-in-law is impossible. This life is impossible to be a door-to-door son-in-law. White eyes of the mom. Yi Xian did not have a good temper. Said, on their own so no confidence. At least now we are also considered 100 million level of rich people. However, if the daughter-in-law is beautiful, plus a baby 3 baby so cute, you are the door son-in-law is nothing. After a pause, Chen Xiaowan continued. I'll take care of your father's side when the time comes. Yi Xian, cough cough. Mom, what are you talking about? Well go in. Your daughter-in-law and the 3 Mengbao granddaughters are waiting anxiously. Speechless, he looked at his mom, but it was really the daughter-in-law who was the biggest in the world. Sure enough, one's guess was right. Click, the villa door opens. Yi Xian and Chen Xiaowan came to the villa. Looking at the eye of every place exudes luxury connotation design decoration. Chen Xiaowan heart once again for the vibration of a grandma drop. If it is not the son said that this villa is his, Chen Xiaowan really think that the son is being daughter-in-law to the adoption. Come to the living room. At this moment Luo Tianyi has already dressed up clean and pretty, although did not draw very thick makeup, but still cannot hide her super high face value. Oh, this is the daughter-in-law. It's you, auntie. You. Chen Xiaowan and Luo Tianyi glanced at each other, both of them frozen place because it had only been 2 or 3 hours since the two of them parted ways from the mall. That beautiful girl was her daughter-in-law? That aunt was their own future mother-in-law. The two were wide-eyed, while Yi Xian was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. What the hell? His own mom and wife they? Seemingly. I'm not sure if you're the right person for me. Oh, you are my son's daughter-in-law. Great. Luo Tianyi was also a bit incredulous. This is also too coincidental. Auntie, you are Yi Xian's mom. But no, it's like a fake. I've raised this brat for 20 years. Mom, wife, you, this is, recognize? Yi Xian is even more confused. What with what? How will the wife and mom know? Can't they have absolutely no contact opportunity to, but the scene in front of them how to explain. Hey, brat. Chen Xiaowan looked at her own son, laughed and said, come before I give you a call you know it. I let you on the heart to chase that girl. Is she? When I was paying at the mall I was $20 short. She was the one who helped me pay. Who would have thought that she is my daughter-in-law? Speaking of this, Chen Xiaowan even had to sigh with emotion that it really wasn't an ordinary coincidence. Tianhai University's prettiest schoolgirl ever became my old Yi family's daughter-in-law. TSK. Brat, your Yi family is smoking from their ancestral graves. Yi Xian, cough cough. Mom, how to talk. You have to remember that you are a teacher who teaches and educates. Pay attention to your glorious image. Yi Xian glared at his old mom. This old mom, really what all dare to say outside? Who can believe? This is a teacher who cultivates the flowers of the motherland. Don't know how many flowers were brought to the ditch by the old mom with all kinds of operation. Oh, right. This sentence does not meet my identity positioning. Chen Xiaowan smilingly very satisfied to look at Luo Tianyi. This daughter-in-law. As soon as she saw Luo Tianyi she was satisfied. Face value, character are all good. Such a person and is not full of bad intentions. Auntie, you don't object to me being with Yi Xian. Chen Xiaowan heard this and looked at the overwhelmingly beautiful Luo Tianyi. To be honest, if she were a man, she would probably also marry such a great beauty home, but now it's cheaper for her son. What do you call me? Auntie, how rusty. You and Xiao Xian, 1 child, 3 babies are 3 months old. In the future call me mom. Ah, this, mom. Luo Tianyi's heart was nervous. Auntie let herself call her mom. Wouldn't that mean a disguised acknowledgement of herself? Auntie's nature turned out to be so good. No wonder that guy wasn't worried at all. But, if their own parents could have half of Yi Xian's mom's attentiveness to themselves, they wouldn't be able to not talk to them about such a big thing. Hey, listening to such a beautiful, but also excellent character of the big school daughter-in-law called their own mother. Chen Xiaowan heart, not to mention how comfortable. Such an excellent daughter-in-law is hard to find by lanterns, but also the son of that brat blind cat ran into a dead rat. Hey mom, wife, you guys talk, I'll go prepare dinner. Chen Xiaowan looked at her own son. Count on your brat to be sensible. Come, let mom take a look. Daughter-in-law, mom still doesn't know your name. Today at the supermarket it was thanks to you. Chen Xiaowan thinking about today's events, are like a dream, that pay for their own girl child, is the family's daughter-in-law. Auntie, oh no, mom, my name is Luo Tianyi, I'm a senior at Tianhai University. It's all what I should have done at the supermarket today. Luo Tianyi also breathed a sigh of relief at the bottom of her heart. Yi Xian's mom being so sensible was the best news for her. Little Luo, you're a good boy. Chen Xiaowan lovingly touched Luo Tianyi's pretty face, which made Luo Tianyi clearly feel the love from Chen Xiaowan. That seemed to be something she had never experienced since she was a child. Mother's love. So, this is what mother's love feels like. So marvelous, so cozy, so comfortable, so like this feeling. That brat didn't bully you, did he? Chen Xiaowan looked at her own son who was busy in the kitchen and asked Luo Tianyi, if that brat dares to bully you, tell mom and watch me beat him up so much that I don't even recognize myself. Put, mom, Yi Xian, he's good to me. Hearing Chen Xiaowan's words, Luo Tianyi couldn't help but snort out a laugh, but thinking about how she felt just now, she bit her Jew lips. Mom, can I hug you? That feeling of motherly love made her so enamored and enjoyable that she couldn't help but say, oh, of course you can. It's mom's honor to be able to hug her daughter-in-law. Chen Xiaowan had been a teacher for more than 20 years. What kind of students hadn't been seen before? From Luo Tianyi's eyes, she obviously sensed something, because her own daughter-in-law's eyes were generally the same as those left-behind children who longed for their mother's love. Thinking about this, Chen Xiaowan gently hugged Luo Tianyi in her arms. Her gentle palm gently patted Luo Tianyi's back. Silly girl, you've suffered a lot over the past year, right? In the future, you'll be mom's daughter-in-law. Whoever dares to bully you, old mom will be the first to not spare him. Well, thank you mom. Enjoying the embrace of mother's love, Luo Tianyi's eyes became moist. The feeling of mother's love here is even more intense. So warm, feeling so happy. Chapter 31, talking happily with her daughter-in-law, forgetting all 3 granddaughters. Silly girl, what are you crying for? Chen Xiaowan saw Luo Tianyi fall into tears and let out a sigh. She didn't know how her own daughter-in-law had come through all these years, but she had such a serious lack of fatherly and motherly love. It seemed that the relationship between her own daughter-in-law and her parents wasn't as cordial as that between herself and her son. Come on, tell mom how this year has passed. What are the grievances and the words that you have held in your heart? Tell mom. See what my daughter-in-law has been aggrieved into. Under the infection of gentle motherly love like water, Luo Tianyi's inner heart was impacted by the marvelous motherly love for the first time. Aha! Just like this, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were talking and listening, while a harmonious and beautiful picture appeared in the living room. After 10 or so minutes, Chen Xiaowan was even more heartbroken for Luo Tianyi by one point, tenderly holding Luo Tianyi's white and crystalline slender hand. Alright, everything will turn out fine. Right. I haven't looked at my granddaughter who has 3 babies in one birth. Chen Xiaowan thought of something and couldn't help but froze. Talking happily with her daughter-in-law, she forgot about her 3 granddaughters. Sinful mom, I'll take you there. Good. Luo Tianyi 2 people. Then came to not far away from the 3 treasures. Big baby Meng Meng 2 head on both sides of the head on the crib, holding a small pink fist. The second treasure Nua Nua is sipping their own small hand. 3 treasure Han Han one hand grasping the hair, head towards the other side of the sleep. The 3 treasures' naive sleeping posture captured Chen Xiaowan in the first instance. What a cute 3 munchkins. Is this? Are my 3 granddaughters? Tisk. Chen Xiaowan looked at the 3 munchkins with emotion. The Olji family really has an unknown amount of green smoke coming out of their ancestral graves. To have one child with 3 munchkins, it is estimated that their ancestral graves are burning. Day. Just at this moment, intensive chopping business came from the kitchen. The sound was small, but still could be heard clearly. Chen Xiaowan suspiciously looked over. When she saw her son's kitchen operation, she couldn't help but be attracted. That brat, when did he become such a good cook? A connoisseur knows whether there is one or not. Chen Xiaowan had been cooking for more than 20 years and knew this all too well. Mom, you also don't know that Yi Xian, his cooking is super delicious? Luo Tianyi froze when she heard her future mother-in-law's words and looked towards Yi Xian who was busy in the kitchen. Somewhat stunned, Chen Xiaowan bitterly shook her head. That brat is hiding really deep, causing my old mother to cook for an extra 20 years. If I had known this, I should have cleared my mind for 20 years. Hearing her future mother-in-law's words, Luo Tianyi faintly smiled. 20 years of leisure. Did she not want that guy to cook for her mother-in-law right after he was born? That picture couldn't bear to look at. Brat, what kind of food are you cooking? So many dishes. Chen Xiaowan looked at the kitchens. There were sea cucumbers, abalone, shark fins, and there were ribs, ham, lamb elbows and whatnot. There were dozens of different kinds of forests to say the least. However, under Yi Xian's operation, they were all in order. Luo Tianyi also looked over curiously, but then seemed to realize something, her eyes surging with incredulity. Yi Xian, you wouldn't be making a Buddha jumping wall, right? Oh, it seems like the wife has eaten it. Yi Xian smiled faintly, not surprised by this. After all, his wife's family history was there. Although Buddha jumping wall was difficult to eat, but it did not mean that it could not be eaten, and it was not a bother for the rich. Buddha jumping wall? Listening to her daughter-in-law's words, Chen Xiaowan froze. Obviously this was the first time she had heard of this name. Seeing this, Luo Tianyi patiently explained. Mom, this Buddha jumping over the wall, also known as full of fragrance and fortune and longevity, is a local famous dish in Fuzhou, belonging to the Min cuisine family. There are dozens of ingredients in the Buddha jumping wall dish. The most important thing is that Buddha jumps over the wall practice. Each chef is different, and for the chef's knife work as well as fire control have nearly harsh requirements. In some 7-star hotels, this dish alone is worth tens of thousands. A dish, tens of thousands of dollars. Chen Xiaowan heard, could not help but be stunned. That's the salary of the majority of their own half-year. Grandma drip. Between Luo Tianyi's felicitous explanation, Yi Xian began the operation of another dish, which unsurprisingly drew Luo Tianyi's screams once again. Wunshi tofu. This, surprisingly, it's wunshi tofu. This, Xiao Luo. What kind of dish is wunshi tofu? Chen Xiaowan obviously had not come across this dish, and asked her daughter-in-law suspiciously, while also knowing that her daughter-in-law's family history was far beyond her imagination. Mom, this wunshi tofu is the top knife work dish in the chef world. Luo Tianyi looked incredulously at the guy operating in the kitchen. Wunshi tofu is famous because of its freshness and amazing knife work. Usually cutting tofu is done on a cutting board, but wunshi tofu is done in water because it prevents the knife from sticking. A small block of tofu, under the horizontal and vertical cut, to cut it into thousands of tofu strands. Listening to her daughter-in-law's explanation, Chen Xiaowan looked at her own son's eyes are changed. This is not at least 5-star chef-level cooking skills. That brat, when did he learn this craft? She never knew. As Luo Tianyi said that, in a short while, wunshi tofu was visible in the water at the roots. Uniform thickness, ornamental. Half an hour later, a fragrant, appetizing meal came to the surface, and Chen Xiaowan and Luo Tianyi's grumbling little bellies screamed in protest. Alright, the last dish, Buddha jumping wall, is over. After making a meal, Yi Xian smiled faintly. He certainly took in his mom's and his own wife's expressions. Oh yeah, there's also chilled watermelon juice. After saying that, Yi Xian from the refrigerator will be the remaining 6 bottles of chilled watermelon juice as much as taken out. This, with these dishes, went for the earth's delicious. In addition, Mom, wife, I adjusted this chilled watermelon juice. Drink more but has a refreshing and awake the brain. The beauty of the magical effect on the human body is very beneficial. Really fake. You brat talking nonsense. Chen Xiaowan looked at the table full of food. Cannot listen to the words of the son. Regardless of true or false, first drink a mouthful before speaking. Pursed lips of Luo Tianyi is also open. Good enough. Brat. Eating the son's cooking, Chen Xiaowan had to admire. This cooking level is too much more powerful than her average. It's all because Mom taught me well. Yi Xian complimented said, but drew a blank stare from Mom. This brat is to bury himself. My mother to be able to teach such a disciple. But also in this mix, watermelon juice is also good. Sweet and refreshing. Aftertaste is very good. And the usual watermelon juice is completely different. How do you kid out? Have time to teach your mom. This is no problem. Yi Xian said with a slight smile. Of course, to make this kind of chilled watermelon juice, must choose the system-specific watermelon to be able to do. Otherwise the technology again fine, also not the slightest egg. Vanguard lights. Outside the villa, out of reach. From time to time the sound of joyful laughter, which for the cold and silent night added a touch of different warmth. Luo Tianyi will never forget this day in her life, because it is this day she felt the rich love of a mother, and from this completely changed her life. Chapter 32 Another breakthrough. Feelings heating up. Dinner was over. Chen Xiaowan under the extreme request, the three munchkins brought into their own room. It is not easy to be able to come by themselves. Also let the son and daughter-in-law free for a few days, and Chen Xiaowan immediately went to the school on the phone. Direct leave for a period of time, the specific time to be determined. As for Yi Xian's father's side, in Chen Xiaowan's words, he was not at home for a few days to starve on the line. If Ye's father heard Chen Xiaowan's words, he didn't know if he would fight with her. Another place, in the bedroom, Yi Xian's mind was the sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of meeting the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Rewarded with a tenfold rebate, capped at 1 billion renminbi. Sure enough, the reward that should have come came. 1 billion RMB. This operation was a bit slippery. Then, it was the attribute panel that was called up. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Physique, 16. Normal person 10. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability. Extreme nurse ability. Extreme massage ability. Extreme martial arts ability. Extreme cooking ability. Items, refreshing watermelon, x3. Powerful orange, x2. Wealth, 217 million. In addition to the refreshing watermelon, Yi Xian also redeemed the vigorous orange. The effect was obviously related to boosting one's strength. This was something he unintentionally saw from the system mall and redeemed it as he felt it was a bit interesting. Wow! Right at this moment, the bathroom door in the room pushed open. Luo Tianyi's face slightly flushed. Yi Xian, you sleep on the bed today, Luo Tianyi said with a red pretty face. But then she whirled around and explained, I'm afraid that if mom comes in and sees you sleeping on the floor, the impact will be bad. Oh, this, okay. Seeing his own wife's appearance, see through and not say anything, how could he refuse such a good and beautiful thing? You, don't cross the line we are one half. Luo Tianyi put a pillow in the middle of the two, obviously wanting to cover up too obvious. Wife, your body smells so good today. Obviously Yi Xian didn't put that pillow on his mind in the slightest, wrapping his own wife's fragrant shoulders and sniffing the 3,000 waterfalls of hair. Yi Xian, you, okay wife, I'll hug like this. Luo Tianyi, who was originally struggling, heard Yi Xian's words and gave up struggling, but this maneuver caused the corner of Yi Xian's mouth to curve up into an undetectable arc. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and using the soundproof card X1 successfully, consuming 1,000 renminbi from the host. Time of effect 8 hours. This night is a day worth remembering, because this is the 2 after a year, the first close contact, destined to be a sleepless night. At some point, outside the villa pattered with light rain, while the area in the room was enveloped by the soundproof card. The next day, early morning, for one night, Luo Tianyi slept soundly, the super-smelling kind. Since a year ago, this was the most secure, comfortable and beautiful night she had ever slept, and she also had a beautiful dream of her and Yi Xian getting married in a clean white wedding dress. Well, Luo Tianyi woke up at a certain moment. Opening her eyes she suddenly saw a handsome side face. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve up in an arc, the light around her dimmed by several points. Himself, unconsciously, already like him? Luo Tianyi murmured out, thinking about the scene she experienced yesterday. If not so how could she not be angry at all, but instead felt sweet. She was just as stupid as she was, but she also knew that her attitude towards that guy was already completely different from the time when she just met him. Baby, did you sleep well yesterday? Poof, Luo Tianyi grunted, although her mouth said so, but what surged on her face was filled with a happy little sweet smile. The sweet, sweet kind. You can't bully me. I'm telling you, Mom can say, if you bully me, Mom will beat you so much that she won't even recognize herself. Luo Tianyi thought about her mother-in-law's words yesterday, and said with a lean, he, is that so? Yi Xian listened to his own wife's words. Then what does the wife plan to tell Mom? A little bit. The room is a good pleasant sound. And this room just wanted to call the two people up to eat breakfast. Chen Xiaowan, listening to the noise, the corner of the mouth curved up arc, put down the hand that knocked on the door. These two people, or young good look at this situation. They definitely didn't idle yesterday. It's good that they didn't bother. Chen Xiaowan thought so. It seems that one has to stay for a few more days, so that the young two can warm up their feelings, and one can also stay for a few days with the 3 super cute granddaughters. But, according to this situation, could it be that this year their Olji family will be able to hold grandchildren again? Chen Xiaowan can't help but the corner of her mouth is curved up. No, but also have to make another chicken soup. Give the two a good compliment, even if it is for the sake of her grandchildren who are not yet born. He. Chapter 33 Boss's Woman is. Ahem. Luo Big Schoolgirl. A quarter of an hour later, the door to the room opened and Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi came out from their room after washing up. You guys are awake. Chen Xuan, who had come over, seeing her own daughter-in-law's rosy color, was very good. She already knew everything, fearing that the hard work of her own brat would not be missing here. Mom, Luo Tianyi shyly called out. This name was much smoother than yesterday. Chen Xuan glared at Yi Xian. Brat, look at other people's Xiao Luo, how sweet her mouth is. Then look at you. Following that, pulling Luo Tianyi's slender little hand and leaving her own son out to dry. Come on, Xiao Luo, let's go eat breakfast. Aha! Feeling Chen Xiaowan's fondness, Luo Tianyi's heart was sweeter than honey. This feeling of being loved by her mother was completely different from the feeling of being in love with her, although the feeling of being in love was something she was also trying to feel. In short, Luo Tianyi had never been so happy, or had never experienced this kind of family atmosphere surrounded by full happiness. Come on, little Luo, have a fried egg to make up for it. Chen Xiaowan looked at the pretty daughter-in-law in front of her. TSK, this girl child was even prettier than herself when she was young. No wonder she was hailed as the prettiest school flower ever by Tianhai University. Thanks, Mom. Although she didn't know if her future mother-in-law had heard yesterday's voice, under her mother-in-law's eyes, Luo Tianyi felt like she was being looked through. Here, have another cup of hot milk. Chen Xiaowan brought another cup of hot milk. Following that, she brought over 2 roasted sausages and a sandwich. It's the first time I've made breakfast for you, and I didn't know what you like to eat, so I made some of both. By the way, there are Xiao Long Bao over here, in the lengthened version of the Lincoln car. The 2 of them rarely did not bring the 3 treasures with them, as all of them were taken by Chen Xiaowan, who couldn't wait for this to happen. As before, Luo Tianyi went into the school first. Tianyi just arrived at the school gate. A sweet familiar voice came over. The person who came was no other than Wang Shiqi, but when she saw Luo Tianyi's very good temperament, Wang Shiqi was surprised. Tianyi, you are so beautiful today, even more beautiful than before. Are so pretty today, more charming than before. Luo Tianyi heard, face slightly halo red. She also heard the book said, men and women talk about love and that will have a great help to the qi. Just, is it that obvious? Of course, Luo Tianyi does not know is that this not only has a certain guy's hard work, but also has the effect of chilled watermelon juice. System produced. That wasn't just talk. Which is, you looked at it wrong. Wang Shiqi did not know what happened to her yesterday. She herself is clear, and now think about it, are a little red in the face. Really, that guy is too bad law. How come? Wang Shiqi suspiciously looked at her best friend. Tianyi, you face is so red. Is it alright? Ahem. No, it's fine. Luo Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief, then changed the topic and asked, how is your job search? Nowadays, in addition to their senior year graduation defense, it's the internship work, so Luo Tianyi didn't come for such a long time, and no one felt strange. Oh, work I've applied for a lot of them. You also know that I majored in hotel management, but several of them have been rejected, although my face value is good, but they all want experience. Wang Shiqi said, then said, by the way, I voted for the assistant lobby manager of 1000 June Hotel. I don't know if I can be selected. I heard that there are a lot of applicants for this position who have had outstanding management achievements in other hotels. 1000 June Hotel. Hearing this word, Luo Tianyi froze. Isn't that Yi Xian's hotel? In other words, nowadays she is also considered the boss's wife of the 1000 June Hotel. Although she and Yi Xian weren't married yet, this, I might be able to help. Luo Tianyi thought about it and spoke out. My cousin seems to be one of the shareholders of the 1000 June Hotel. I'll make a call with him later. Really? Hearing that, Wang Shiqi's eyes flashed brightly. It's true that it's still good to have a rich family. A cousin is a shareholder of the 1000 Monarch Hotel. TSK. Tianyi, you don't know. Xianjun Hotel's assistant lobby manager. Even though it's an assistant, the salary is 7 or 8,000 a month, and the work is easy, and you can learn a lot of things. Luo Tianyi also seems to be blackened a lot by Yi Xian. Telling lies will not blush at all. This if placed before Luo Tianyi, even if she can do it, her heart will not be open to it. Right, Tianyi, you haven't told me yet. What method did you use? Your qi has become so good. Share it with me to try as well. Luo Tianyi, share? How to share? Do you want that guy to have that thing with Shiqi? Blah blah blah. Luo Tianyi, what are you thinking? How can you have such thoughts? That guy belongs to you Surprisingly. Geez, you were taken to the ditch by that guy I still have to defend my graduation. Let's hurry up and go. Luo Tianyi didn't continue this topic. The reason why the suspension didn't let Luo Tianyi study for one more year, All because the school senior management knows that Luo Tianyi is the future sole heir of Luo Group. They don't dare to let the Luo family's daughter study for one more year. On the other side, boss, how did you? Didn't bring the 3 munchkins to school? Lin Yushi looked around Yi Xian, her beautiful eyes suspicious. Xiao Ming drooped his head grudgingly skimming at Yi Xian, while Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian hemmed and hawed. Second sister-in-law. You don't know yet, do you? Know what? Lin Yushi glanced at Xiao Ming. From the moment she saw these 3 in the morning, she felt that the atmosphere was not right, that Xiao Ming looked like he had received some kind of blow, and Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian were still taunting from time to time. Hey, second sister-in-law, do you know who the girl who gave birth to 3 munchkins with the boss is? Zhang Zitian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and sipped his mouth. You may not believe it when I say it. Those 3 munchkins are the boss and our schoolgirl Luo Tianyi's 3 babies in one birth. Pfft, cough cough, some mouth dry. Just drank a mouthful of water. Lin Yushi, directly a mouthful of water all to spray in Xiao Ming's face. Old 4, you, what did you say? The boss's woman is, ahem, Luo University's school flower, senior sister Tianyi? Lu Tong blankly eyed Xiao Ming, but no, second sister-in-law. Why do you think the oldest is listless? Moreover, the oldest can still be an extraordinary second generation. 9 Dragons Villa second sister-in-law know it. The oldest is now living there. The oldest damn, hiding too deep. Lin Yushi, ho, boss, you, this, is true. Not surprisingly, Lin Yushi gave a shock. How could, boss's woman, surprisingly will be Luo Tianyi. Right, a year's suspension, is it? Luo big schoolgirl's truce, is the boss a hair into the soul? To the boss to give birth to a child 3 treasures to go? Chapter 34, a moment of riches, a wonderful feeling. Boss, awesome. Lin Yushi was even more admiring to Yi Xian. Their Tianhai's number 1 beautiful schoolgirl ever was taken down by the boss. This operation, TSK. No wonder. That time Luo Tianyi look at the boss eyes always feel a little strange. The original. I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person. Then glanced at the eyes Xiao Ming. The old lady this time to see you still not from me. The first thing I want to do is to get out of the school. This want to turn around and leave the school. Yi Xian. The cell phone rang up in the meantime. Hey, wife, so soon you want me? Obviously it was Luo Tianyi who called. Luo Tianyi on the other hand was startled. Seeing the students coming and going on the playground, her face was slightly flushed. Who misses you? Shichi is looking for a job and applied for the position of assistant lobby manager at the Qianjun Hotel. I want to ask if I can get him accepted. Yi Xian heard this and smiled faintly. This little matter of the wife's own decision is, after all, you are the boss's wife of the 1000 June Hotel, aren't you? You, who is the boss's wife? Luo Tianyi's flushed face, looking at the surrounding students, swallowed their saliva repeatedly. There was a student who was so mesmerized by what he was looking at that he hit his head directly on a tree. After talking for a while, Luo Tianyi thought of something. Don't leave the school first. I'll go home with you after my graduation defense. Good. After hanging up the phone, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc, and in a short while, he came under the school's weeping willow tree, feeling the light breeze that lightly brushed him. His mood was very pleasant. Yi Xiao. Not long after, a figure appeared in the field, half a step behind Yi Xian in order to show his respectful outburst. Oh, Taizhu, why did you come? Seeing that it was Wang Taizhu, Yi Xian was slightly suspicious. At this point in time, he should be at home with his mother or preparing for the creation of the heavenly right security. Yi Xiao, last time I taught that Zhang family's young master a lesson. I was afraid that the Zhang family would retaliate, so I let my comrade Luo Tian check the Zhang family's various incriminating evidence, and directly sent Zhang Xiaotian to prison, and without any surprises, he won't be able to come out from it in this lifetime. However, is left the chapter family's huge chapter's real estate. This time to strike must be the perfect time. Paused voice, Wang Taizhu continued, but the acquisition of the chapter's real estate at least 80 million to take down. I want to ask the meaning of the leaf less. Oh, when Yi Xian heard Wang Taizhu's words, he obviously didn't expect him to directly send Zhang Zhe's old man to prison, leaving behind a real estate company that was functioning normally and could even be said to be flourishing, then acquire Zhang Zhe. Yi Xian did not think too much. It just so happened that his wife also needed to find a job. Why not give this Zhang's real estate to her to take care of the practice? After all, Luo Tianyi is a high achiever in finance. It can't be wasted. Ding! Wang Taizhu nodded his head and answered. Then his cell phone received a message, and when he saw the arrival of $100 million, his heart shook. Yi Xiao, this is? Here is 100 million, of which 80 million is used to acquire Zhang's company. At that time I will let someone manage it. The other 20 million. Now Tianquan Security should also enter the right track. This 20 million will be used for Tianquan's security operation. Who? Good. Wang Taizhu nodded solemnly. He wasn't surprised that it was more than 100 million, but Yi Xian's response was very flat, like he was transferring not 100 million but $1 to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100 million renminbi, 10 times the rebate, gaining 1 billion renminbi. The reason why Yi Xian was calm, it was all because, the more he spends, the more he gets. 1 billion arrives and calls up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian, age, 20 years old. Physique, 16, normal person 10, charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability, extreme milkman ability, extreme massage ability, extreme martial arts ability, extreme cooking ability. Items, refreshing watermelon, x3, powerful orange, x2, wealth, 117 billion. Watching his wealth skyrocket by a billion, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc. This feeling of getting rich in a moment, wonderful, however, did not let Wang Taizhu leave, but instead, his right hand took out 2 oranges from his pocket. No other than that, it was clearly, powerful orange. Taizhu, this is the orange that I let people develop to develop human potential. You eat it and try. See what changes. Good. Wang Taizhu didn't think much and directly peeled the 2 oranges and ate them. He had long been accustomed to Yi Xian's mystery and was not surprised by it. However, 2 oranges eat down. Wang Taizhu obviously feel the whole body tingling. Very comfortable kind. Bang, a fist smashed out, directly to the air to hard burst. This is. Wang Taizhu incredulously felt the power of his 2 fists. Yi Xiao, my power has increased at least 2 times. Oh, really? Yi Xian pretended to narrow his eyes. This matter must be kept secret. Next, I will let people continue to develop more of these oranges. Remember, this kind of special effect oranges can only be given to 100% of the core people who use them on the Heaven's Right Security Center. There are many more? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Wang Taizhu's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, Xiao Yi, I have the numbers. Feeling the surging sense of power in his fists, Wang Taizhu was even more in awe of Yi Xian. That tragic mercenary mission that day, if he had this kind of strength, he definitely wouldn't have had so many of his comrades die horizontally in a foreign country. Go, develop the Heavenly Right security as soon as possible for future use. Yes, Wang Taizhu turned around and quickly left the field. In a moment, as if he had never appeared. While Wang Taizhu thought about the have a scene of just eating 2 oranges, his heart could not help but feel, Yi Xiao, truly a strange man. At the same time, the Zhang family villa. Clatter. A blue and white porcelain vase, directly by a young man ruthlessly smashed to the ground. Directly is thinly broken. Bastard. Impossible. How is it possible that my father was suddenly investigated and directly taken to jail? It's impossible. This youth is not someone else. It is Zhang Xiaotian's son Zhang Zai. Is also Wang Manli Evening the rich second generation. Just at this moment his face is full of hideous and panic. He understood very well that if his father was gone, he, Zhang Zai, was not even a fart. Ringing. Just at this moment, a cell phone ringing up. Zhang Zai first time to connect the phone, and after listening to the information coming from the opposite side, Zhang Zai the whole person is stupid. He couldn't believe that his father, Zhang Xiaotian, was sent to prison actually because he offended someone who shouldn't be offended? How is it possible? Father was investigated, and it's actually because of me? Zhang Zai's mind roared. Over the movie like before his eyes flashed through one figure after another, and finally, fixed on a certain figure above. It was no one else. It was none other than Yi Xian. That time, he wanted to take action against Yi Xian, but suddenly appeared a person. 3 or 2 will be 50 people killed in seconds. And when he was unconscious, he also heard what Yi Xiao, cooed. Father went to jail. It was that Yi Xian who did it. The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. The first time, Zhang Zai was grim-faced and took the car keys to leave the villa. No matter what the cost, he had to save his father out. Otherwise he would be completely finished. So all he had to do was to beg Yi Xian to be magnanimous and spare their Zhang family. Spare him Zhang Zai, even if the possibilities were very small and very small. Chapter 35. Yi Xian's schoolmate won't be going to hit on that little pretty schoolgirl, right? Tianhai University. Playground. At the moment there is a freshman schoolgirl is live broadcasting. This little beauty named Mu Yuyan, specializing in broadcasting hosting. No matter the face value of the body or voice is the best choice. From high school she began to live broadcast, and now also a little famous. Active fans every time open broadcast there are 1 or 2,000 people. Although it is not as hot as a sister, but the daily expenses is still no problem. Today, the place I'm taking you to visit is the playground of Tianhai University. See if it's big. Mu Yuyan set up a cell phone holder, outdoor live broadcast. Today in order to harvest some more fans, deliberately passed a sexy V-neck dress. Even the school students are even side-eyed, staring straight. Want to catch a glimpse of the beauty of this schoolgirl, but unfortunately the spring colors are all locked up in the courtyard. Wow, Goddess Xuan is so beautiful today. Especially a pair of long legs that can be played with for at least 10 years. Goddess Xuan, I love you. When I take the college entrance exam, I'm going to go to Tianhai University too. Such a beautiful anchor. I wonder if it will be cheaper in the future for that blessed guy. Chattering boiling pop-ups, surging in the live broadcast room. Just started broadcasting, although there are not 1 or 2,000 people, but there are 1 or 200 people. Ding! Host triggers a randomized mission, sing a song for Luo Tianyi on the live broadcast, rewarding the ability of the ultimate vehicle technique, and +3 to physique. Failed mission, physique +1. Oh, the system's voice resounded in his ears. Yi Xian's eyes blossomed with a wisp of essence. Last night's battle strength, but he was too clear. Grandma's dropping physique of 16 has already been counterintuitive. His own wife didn't know how many heights were taken by him. If his physique was added 3 more, the scenario was simply exciting. Came to the playground, happened to see a freshman beautiful girl is open live. Really, the system intentionally or unintentionally are assisted in their own pretentious. Oh no, is out of the limelight. At this time not to take action. Wait for what time? Ideas to this. Yi Xian is lifting his feet to walk over. And at this time Luo Tianyi just graduation defense back. The class bell ringing. T-on-E, how's it going? Have you passed yet? Wang Shiqi saw Luo Tianyi and jumped out from the side, startling Luo Tianyi. She was looking for Yi Xian's figure and thought that the person who greeted her was Yi Xian. Over. Luo Tianyi nodded her head. Her mind was on the 3 treasures at home at the moment, thinking of going home with Yi Xian to see their baby as soon as possible. Wang Shiqi didn't know Luo Tianyi's thoughts. Congratulations. That's right, T-on-E. Just now the personnel department of Qianjun Hotel called me, saying that I've been accepted. It must have been your cousin who greeted me. Wang Shiji spoke excitedly. Why don't I treat you later? T-on-E. Look, isn't that the baby daddy of 1 child and 3 babies? Schoolmate Yi Xian. Wang Shiqi, who hadn't even finished speaking, was the one who saw Yi Xian walking towards the little beauty anchorwoman. Tianyi, schoolmate Yi Xian wouldn't be going to strike up a conversation with that little pretty schoolgirl, right? When Luo Tianyi heard Wang Shiqi's words, she gave her a blank look. Don't talk nonsense. Although that little beauty wasn't bad looking, she was still quite a bit worse than her. This point of confidence she, Luo Tianyi, still had. Besides, she knew that guy wasn't that kind of person. Also seeing this scene were the 3 Xiaoming who were about to go to gym class as well as Lin Yushir. I'll go. What's the boss doing? Lin Yushir said suspiciously as she watched Yi Xian walk in the direction of the freshman year's newest school beauty. Mu Yuyan. Poof. What else can I do? Definitely going to flirt with women. Having sister Luo Tianyi isn't enough. Boss is a scum. Xiaoming grunted and said, but attracted the oldest 3 oldest 4 blank stares. This goods also dare to say in private. Have the guts how not to say in front of the boss. How? I did not say wrong. Seems to feel Lutong Zhengzi Tian 2 people's eyes. Xiaoming grunted. Obviously Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi have a child. 3 treasures on his standby is not generally small. The many students around were also attracted by Yi Xian's behavior. After all, with Yi Xian not yet graduated, there is a child of 3 treasures want not to attract attention cannot. Mu Yuyan obviously also found Yi Xian. Couldn't help but have her heart thumping violently. She was a fan of Yi Xian. She demanded of herself that her future husband should be at least half as good as Yi Xian. This schoolmate, can I borrow your live broadcast to sing a song? Came close to the front. Saw the face value of 92 points towards the top of the small beautiful schoolgirls. Revealed a gentle smile. Look Mu Yuyan a little stunned. Mama, if this is my own husband how good. If you have such a husband, what else to go to school? At home with your husband. Show love. He does not smell good? Yi Xian Sr. Of course, can. Mu Yuyan was somewhat flattered. Yi Xian looked at the stereo placed on the ground. This schoolgirl will help me to put down the USB flash drive accompaniment can be good. Aha. Mu Yuyan obeyed and behaved herself, playing for the idol, like a dutiful assistant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exchanging and using the weather control card, X1, consuming 1,000 renminbi from the host. The system voice fell. Under the control of Yi Xian's thoughts, the sky above Tianhai University did not know when the drizzle fell, but also when the first trace of drizzle drifted down to the ground between. A voice from Yi Xian holding the microphone in Mu Yuyan's hand came out. This song I give the most beautiful time of my life to meet the most beautiful that she. The name of the song is called Deep Love and Drizzle. This song represents my simple love for that girl. Without too many words, directly a song was sung. After the operation he was still waiting for the physique plus 3 points. Deep love. Misty rain. How many buildings in the misty rain? I remember when we were together. The cars flow like water. the horses like dragons, though the stormy winds rise from the ground. The beauty is like jade and the sword is like a rainbow. Affectionate voice, coupled with this moment has been the fine rain between heaven and earth, completely makes the crowd thoughts, as if floating want a certain picture. Drizzle, lovers love, bathed in the building in the smoke and rain, looking at the distant streets of the traffic, quiet and beautiful. Muyu smoke the whole person hands together, the little fangirls obsessed with looking at the idol beside her. So romantic, idol so romantic ah, beauty as jade sword as rainbow. This word is too good. Xiao Ming, who originally mocked the boss scum, stared with wide eyes. Holy, boss, your sister. The reason why so? All because Xiao Ming also saw the field has Luo Big School Flower, his dream goddess figure. Asshole, the boss again in front of the goddess of the limelight. So show love really considered his feelings. I drop good boy, boss, awesome. Lu Tongzhong Zitian looked at each other. Grandma, this can show love confession. The realm of the boss is really high ah. Sister-in-law, to see this scene is not touched to death. Unbelievable. What kind of talent does the boss have to be able to write such lyrics? Lin Yusher quaffed her mouth, lamenting the operation of the boss in the scene. Honestly, if the boss was treating himself like this, she would have kicked Xiao Ming away and thrown herself into the boss's embrace. Humph, now you know the gap between you and the boss. You kid, there is no chance with senior sister Luo Tianyi. Marrying me is your only choice. Xiao Ming, T-on-E, this, Yi Xian's senior brother. So powerful ah, really super envious of that girl of Yi Xian's senior brother. Too enviable. Wang Shiqi listening to the ear-dazzling song. Honestly, she does not have the slightest idea of Yi Xian that is impossible. Luo Tianyi at this time where cannot hear that it is sung to her. The heart touched, murmuring rippling eyes looked to a certain man. That guy. Spoil her like this? Really not afraid to spoil her to the sky. Humph. Chapter 36, Those who offend Xiao Yi, kill without pardon. Campus playground. Misty rain poured from the air. Interpreting the meaning of the lyrics of this song, love is deep and rainy to the fullest, as if every trace of misty rain represented a love story. The scene fell into silence. Muyu Yan's live room is because of this song and boiling, the number of fans directly into hundreds of growth. In a moment is broken thousands of mark, emotions brewing, at a certain moment finally ushered in the climax, and at this moment the drizzle is also tightened to point. Deep love, misty rain, the world is only in your eyes. It's not too late to meet you. Why are you in such a hurry? The mountains and the waters are so heavy. 1,000 tears in a song. The love is in the heart. Who? Lin Yusher here, a pair of eyes rounded. Boss, this song, was it enchanted? Grandma drop. I feel that the boss is definitely premeditated to spread dog food. You guys look at the sky. It just happens to be drizzling rain. Tisk. Damn. Boss, this has to envy how many people die. Lutong Zheng Zitian sip mouth. As for Xiao Ming at the moment is full of confusion. I drop wipe. The boss, this is to stuff him with dog food choking to death, and then whip the rhythm of the body. Do not be so ruthless, lousy, do not be so cruel. I don't want a Luo Big School Flower is not okay. He more than ah. Lin Yushi gulped and swallowed a mouthful of fragrant jean. You guys say, if they know that the boss sings this song is to give to Luo Tianyi senior sister, I wonder what kind of reaction they will have. Lu Tongzhong Zitian looked at each other. This, ahem. The boss would probably be ed by the entire school's boys. Both of them had already imagined that heartless picture in their minds, and on this day next year, I'm afraid that they would have to burn paper for their boss. What a pity. Schoolmate Yi Xian already has a master. If he didn't have a child with 3 babies, how good it would be. Wang Shiqi looked at Yi Xian in the field and sighed with emotion. Such a boy can be said to meet all of her requirements for Prince Charming. Luo Tianyi looked at Wang Shiqi oddly. This girl can't be like that guy. Thanks, schoolmate. Glancing at Muyu Yan's number of fans that had already broken 10,000, he smiled faintly. This was considered a payment for her. After the matter is over, he brushes himself off, and hides his achievements and fame deeply, looking at Yi Xian's back as he left in style and disappeared in the midst of the drizzling rain. Thunderous screams rang out from the back. Whoa ah, male god don't go. I feel like I'm falling for Senior Yi Xian. What should I do? Senior Yi Xian, come home with me. Schoolgirl, I can be pampered and warm the bed. I can also wing. Do Zao Kai. Yi Xian is mine. God, I want to have monkeys with you. 10 or 8, 100 or 80, whatever you want. Shichi, so what, I have an interview later. I'll leave first. Under the darkening of Yi Xian, Luo Tianyi lied as if he was eating and drinking water, and it was easy to say. After saying that, he just opened his little legs and left the field, leaving behind the stunned Wang Shiqi as well as the boiling field. Mu Yuyan back to God over. Beautiful eyes fell on his cell phone. Then beautiful big eyes froze. This is, the number of fans has broken 10,000. How is it possible? Stunned Mu Yuyan, completely unable to believe everything he saw in front of him. idle a song, just a few minutes. Directly her fans from 1 or 200, pulled up to 10,000, directly rose 100 times. The field pattering drizzle still continue. Looking at the idol left the direction. Not only Mu Yuyan is full of live broadcasts as well as all the audience are stunned out of mind, ears still echoing just the melody, immersed in it. Yi Shao. A hoarse voice from the school entrance somewhere came, looking for eyes to see the familiar figure. This person is no one else as the chapter Zhe. Thinking of this time Zhang Xiaotian jailed, Yi Xian somewhat guessed the purpose of Zhang Zhe this trip. The alley next to the school. Looking for me for something. A flat voice came out from Yi Xian's mouth, and it was this voice that made Zhang Zhe even more convinced of his guess. Clenching his teeth, puff, without hesitation, Zhang Zhe put down all his dignity and face, directly kneeling on both knees in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xiao, please, I beg you to let my father go. Let me go. I shouldn't have offended you. Dang, the voice fell. Zhang Zhe directly a brain door ruthlessly hit the ground, issued a dull sound. Yi Xian did not have the slightest reaction to this, looked at Zhang Zhe. I can't understand what you're saying. Yi Xiao, I am so lowly, don't be too desperate. Zhang Zhe's fists clenched tightly. Humiliation. Zhang Zhe had never been humiliated like this. He swore that when there was a day in the future when he had absolute certainty that he would crush Yi Xian to death, he would make him pay back 100 times. No, 1,000 times for the humiliation he had suffered today. Young Master Zhang, you get one thing straight. Your father Zhang Xiaotian is in jail. That's his own fault. I won't save him. Even if I can I won't. Do you understand? Yi Xian looked at Zhang Zhe who was full of dead eyes. From the moment you offended me, you are not destined to have a good ending. Blame it on the fact that you offended someone you shouldn't have offended. That's right. Your father Zhang Xiaotian was sent to prison because of me. Want to take revenge? I am always welcome. After saying that, in Zhang Zhe's dumbfounded look, Yi Xian left the alley. A few moments later, a cold wind blew. The desperate Zhang Zhe winced. The despair on his face then became incomparably hideous and terrifying. Yi Xian, I'll make you die a horrible death. Sharp nails embedded in the palm of his flesh. His lips were bitten through by spiteful teeth. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's hatred towards Yi Xian soared to the extreme. Oh, is that so? At a certain moment, the ghost-like figure appeared in the field, a few meters away behind Zhang Zhe. The cold wind blew. Zhang Zhe's cold hairs stood on end, even though it was daytime at the moment. You, what kind of person? Uneasy Zhang Zhe footsteps backward. However, the person on the opposite side of the street is as if he has not heard. Brother Wang said, the person who offended Yi Xiao, kill without amnesty. Blame it on the fact that you shouldn't have offended Yi Xiao, because it was Yi Xiao who ignited Brother Wang's hope, and ours as well. Remember, the one who killed you, heavenly power Wolf Fang, thumb, knife flash. The next moment Zhang Zhe neck is already blood spray, but not waiting for the blood splash down. Wolf teeth will be a black cloth bag will Zhang Zhe body package, and then carry the bag over the wall to leave. The whole process is not more than 3 seconds. The speed is chillingly fast. Carrying Zhang Zhe's body, Wolf Fang glanced at the bag. To be honest, if not for the fact that this matter is related to Yi Xiao, I'm too lazy to do it myself. But, Yi Xiao is really as powerful as Wang said. Even Wang is not an opponent. In the alley, then fell into silence without a sound. As if, has not happened anything? More no one knows that here just happened a murder. Tianhai chapter less than evaporate. Chapter 37, future mother-in-law super spoils herself. Feels like falling into a honeypot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of singing live for Luo Tianyi and obtaining the ultimate car skill ability. Congratulations to the host for obtaining physique +3. 2 system voices rang in his ears one after another. Yi Xian smiled slightly and pulled up the attribute panel. The rewards had finally come again. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Physique, 19, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability. Extreme milkman ability. Extreme massage ability. Extreme martial arts ability. Extreme cooking ability. Extreme car skill ability. Items, refreshing watermelon, X3. Soundproofing card, X2. Wealth, 1. 117 billion. Just came back to his senses. He saw that in the lengthened version of Lincoln. Luo Tianyi saw Yi Xian who was walking slowly. She was close to rushing up and biting him to death. This guy their relationship can't be known. No points in his heart. Hurry up. You're going to die. Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian and urged. What's going on? How can it be good if someone finds out? Wide-eye Yi Xian. Luo Tianyi is scared. If the school people know their relationship, that can be a world of chaos. When mom and dad do not know the strange. Under the extreme car skills, a foot gas pedal. The long version of the Lincoln is transformed into a lightning bolt leapt out. Luo Tianyi startled. Slow down. aren't you the one who told me to hurry up? Feeling the speed of the car just now. It is true that having the ultimate car skills is a different feeling. Luo Tianyi, wife, sit tight, hubby will take you for a ride. After saying that, the speed soared again into a black mango speeding towards the direction of Nine Dragons Villa. As Luo Tianyi's screams spread, the extended version Lincoln disappeared at the end of the vision. Nine Dragons 1 Villa. Squeak, a sound of brakes stopped before the villa. A perfectly curved drift threw out a trajectory and accurately stopped on the side of the road. Luo Tianyi's pretty face was slightly white. Her heart was about to jump out. You bastard. This school flower bites you to death. Luo Tianyi opened teeth and claws towards Yixian pounced on. Just now really scared her to know. The speed is too fast. Directly soared through the 170R. That guy crazy Well, you. Luo Tianyi wanted to bite, but was that shameless guy blocked the small mouth? And then took advantage of the situation. The French long kiss in this time rose in front of the villa. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Plundered I don't know how many fragrant gins. Yixian finally loosened his mouth. Luo Tianyi is not no resistance, but in Yixian's control under how she resisted. Wife, so sweet, tasting the residual aroma Jun, savoring it, listening to Luo Tianyi's face redden to the root behind her ears. But, sweet your head, you're an asshole. Push open the door of the car. The small wolf ran towards the villa. Cannot dare to stay together with that guy. If that asshole in the car that what? That can be ashamed of people. TSK, lousy last life is to save the world? This life to give himself a so beautiful and stunning wife. Stuttered his voice. But, that nymphet's fragrant gene. Truly good. Click. The villa room door opens. Chen Xiaowan who was cleaning up the villa hears the voice. Her face is full of smiles when she sees the visitor. Xiao Luo is back. Mom, let me clean up. Seeing his future mother-in-law cleaning up the villa, Luo Tianyi switched status and said, that mom really called into Chen Xiaowan's heart. No need. Sanbao are asleep. Chen Xiaowan smiled. Right, the kitchen has diced fruits that I cut up. You go eat. Chen Xiaowan knew that Luo Tianyi lacked motherly love, and now that she had become their Yi family's daughter-in-law, then she could be good to this virtuous daughter-in-law, which was a great credit to their old Yi family. And, there is also a very important point is that she has always wanted a daughter. And now there is such a beautiful and understanding daughter-in-law, cannot be to the death of pain. Then, Chen Xiaowan's line of sight fell on Yixian who just came in from outside the villa. Her face changed. Brat, hurry up and take out the garbage. Hurry up and cook later. Xiao Luo must be starving. Yixian froze. Mom, you. Mom what mom? Go. Luo Tianyi saw her future mother-in-law's unfair treatment. Looking at the scene of a certain guy going to take out the garbage, puffed out a laugh. Her future mother-in-law which is also too spoiled her, and Yixian, also super spoiled himself. It feels, she seems to have fallen into a honeypot. Serving the diced fruit, Luo Tianyi's heart was sweet and slightly touched. Mom, thank you. Luo Tianyi served the fruit plate, came to the living room. After she finished, she even kissed Chen Xiaowan on her face with a boop. Chen Xiaowan saw this, the smile on her face was even brighter by 1 point. What is a silly girl thanking me for? To be honest, I've always wanted a daughter. Now that our Olji family daughter-in-law is so virtuous and understanding, and also so beautiful, of course I have to be nice to you. Mom, you also eat the diced fruit. With her delicate jade-like slim little hands, Luo Tianyi used a toothpick to insert a piece of diced dragon fruit and handed it to her future mother-in-law. Thank you little Luo. Chen Xiaowan loves this daughter-in-law, plus she who has always wanted a daughter-in-law. She also inserts a small piece of diced fruit to Luo Tianyi. Xiao Luo, you eat too. Thanks mom. Luo Tianyi opened her sandalwood mouth and bit the pineapple honey diced fruit in her mouth. Sweet. Luo Tianyi had never eaten such delicious and sweet pineapple honey diced fruit. Mom, I want it too. At this time, Yixian who took out the garbage and came back, saw his mom feeding his wife diced fruits, sourly pampering. Scram. Okay, I'll go cook. Hearing his mom's golden words, Yixian skillfully answered. Chen Xiaowan Luo Tianyi's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law glanced at each other. All of them snorted with laughter. Chen Xiaowan even laughed and scolded. This brat, but although that brat is out of tune, he has found such a beautiful daughter-in-law. That brat has been blessed for 3 lifetimes. Luo Tianyi's face was slightly flushed by the compliment. Mom, which is true, actually Yixian he, is also very good. Saying so, of course there was the second half of the sentence. That is, except for bullying her sometimes. Really, what's so good about that brat? Chen Xiaowan spat out. But despite saying so, her face was filled with pride and honor. Obviously for her son to be so good was of course the most gratifying and happy thing for her. Hey, what's the point of talking about him? Xiao Luo you eat the diced fruit first. I'll see if Sanbao is awake. Chen Xiaowan glanced at her son who was busy in the kitchen. If the old man at home was half as diligent as her son, she would be Babuda. Luo Tianyi saw her future mother-in-law pampering herself so much, eating the diced fruits in the fruit plate. Her line of sight once again fell on the person busy in the kitchen. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve up in a mesmerizing little arc of happiness. Every bite of diced fruits eaten was so sweet, so sweet. Chapter 38 Yi Xian. I realized, unconsciously, I've fallen in love with you. After lunch. Alright, Xiao Luo. You and Xiao Xian, you two take a break. I'll take San Bao out for a spin. Yi mother was smiling as she gave her son a godly assist. 3 little princesses and 1 baby can't satisfy her. She's still waiting to hold her grandchildren. Without waiting for Luo Tianyi to speak, Shen Xiaowan was pushing the 3 treasures in the car to leave the villa, leaving Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi in the villa, leaving the space here for the young couple. This wave of divine assistance, and this kind of sensible mother-in-law, absolutely 1 in a million. In the afternoon, Luo Tianyi, who had slept for 2 hours while hugging her own man, once again regained her full vigor. According to the agreement at dinner time, Shen Xiaowan had long prepared the food, as well as the milk powder for San Bao and the thermos pot. Obviously they were going to go on a trip in the afternoon, and the destination was the largest amusement park in Tianhai. On the one hand, it is to let Sambo meet the outside world. On the other hand, it is also to let Luo Tianyi relax. Yi Xian mother and son's ideas coincide. Under the ultimate car skills, Yi Xian's driving level was unknown how much better than before. Little Xian, your driving skills have improved quite a bit. Shen Xiaowan knew that her son could drive, and his license was what he learned after the college entrance exams. And with just over a year of driving experience, this driving skill seemed to be even higher than old Ye's driving skill. Obviously the speed is not slow, but the car is very stable. Right, Mom. Yi Xian thought of something. Your son, I'm now considered rich. You and Dad, I think you don't need to work. Forget about early retirement. Chen Xiaowan heard this and pondered for a moment. Early retirement? This is too early. Your dad and I are both less than 45 now. It's still early, but if we wait until you and Xiao Luo get married, your dad and I can consider retiring early, and then bring up children for the 2 of you at home. Luo Tianyi heard marriage, a heart bang violently beating. Just the thought of the parents' side do not even know the matter of a child 3 treasures, the heart of a pang of no bottom, and she understands very well. Her parents planning for her future is a must to join the Gateway family, so as to ensure that their Luo family's face and style. In a sense, it is the so-called business marriage. In the middle of small talk, the car arrived at the Tianhai amusement park. Alright, leave San Bao to me. You guys go play. Chen Xiaowan smiled as she looked at the wide array of entertainment programs and instructed her son, Xiao Xian, you must accompany Xiao Luo to have a good time. Don't worry, Mom. Saying that, in Luo Tianyi's somewhat constrained, grabbed her small hand with excellent touch and walked towards the Ferris wheel. Luo Tianyi had not come here more than a handful of times since she was a child, not to mention playing. However, soon under Yi Xian's drive, the 2 of them got on the Ferris wheel. Looking at the slowly rising Ferris wheel, the beauty of the sky and the sea was in her eyes. This sense of impact of the field of vision was something she had never experienced before. Yi Xian, Luo Tianyi, who was inexplicably moved, bit her shell teeth. Yi Xian had just turned his head when he was touched and kissed by Luo Tianyi. Thank you, silly girl, kissing your husband is not enough. Oh, said. The Ferris wheel is reproduced within the French kiss. If let the outside world to see may want to envy death how many people. A few moments, Luo Tian relies on in Yi Xian's arms. The small face remains slightly haloed, the corners of the mouth full of happiness. Yi Xian, I found, unconsciously, I have fallen in love with you. Wife, I feel that you should remove the word like to be more in line. Remove the 2 words like? Luo Tianyi was slightly stunned. Then she thought of something and her face reddened to the point of redness. Yi Xian, you, poof, that big soulless man, is the atmosphere terminator? Too bad, too annoying, how could he do this to her? But, why don't you get angry yourself? It's so strange, teasing yourself like this with impunity. Shouldn't you be so angry and pissed off? It's so strange, could it be? Is it because he likes him? Seeing the arms of the good people delicate appearance, Yi Xian guffawed. Wife, have smelled what flavor? Flavor? Luo Tianyi sniffed her upturned nose. No, how come? As soon as you appeared, the air became sweeter. Didn't you realize that? Yi Xian's serious teasing, listening to Luo Tianyi's ears. Her small face once again surged red. Dog food instantly filled every corner within the Ferris wheel. My God, that bastard so openly and recklessly teasing himself. Is it really good? Chapter 39 Your husband's ability you are still not clear. A hair into the soul that is not a thing. Humph, the ghost will believe you. Luo Tianyi grunted and said. Her mouth said so, but her face was full of receiving enjoyment. Not only Luo Tianyi, afraid of any girl in the face of this sentence did not have much resistance. As soon as you appeared, the air became sweet. This kind of confession, absolutely called a classic quote. Hey, is the wife particularly touched? There is an impulse to pounce on your husband to revitalize his wife. Shy beauty again embrace. This kind of life once upon a time Yi Xian think all dare not think. Put, shameless, who wants to pounce on you, but also revitalize his wife's outline? Cheeky. Luo Tianyi lightly spat. She really didn't have much resistance to that guy's words, as if that asshole was bullying her. But she didn't feel the slightest bit of being bullied, and even kinda enjoyed this feeling. Thinking about this guy's shamelessness, Luo Tianyi was ready to teach him a good lesson, and directly asked a death-ending puzzle that was difficult for countless people. Grunting, then I'll ask you a question. If one day me and your mom fall into the river at the same time, who will you save first? Luo Tianyi's small dark belly said. This problem is quite sharp. No matter who first save will offend the other party. Otherwise it will not be difficult to fall countless people. Whenever the boys were wife or couple asked this kind of problem, there is a kind of in situ explosion feeling. No one needs to be saved. Yi Xian looked at his little arrogant wife in a serious and affectionate manner. Because I already love you to the end of the sea. Luo Tianyi. You, finished? He seems to have been teased again. So angry. How can it be? Is this the death end question that is difficult to defeat countless people? That guy not only answered it perfectly, but also teased her a little bit by the way. Don't be like this. Really, the comments on the internet are all lies. Then, Luo Tianyi scattered joyfully playing pirate ship, roller coaster, bumper car under the leadership of Yi Xian, watching the son and daughter-in-law have fun. Chen Xiaowan face emerges smile. After this time, the son and daughter-in-law relationship will be able to further. Chen Xiaowan is for the daughter-in-law to release the pressure is right, but at the same time it is also a wave of divine assistance to the son. Two birds with one stone. Three treasures for the first time to the amusement park. Is also happy hands and feet, especially a child. Three treasures. Attracted the amusement park many tourists have envy. Big sister, you're too happy. One child, three treasures, your son is good enough. Yeah, normally twins are already enviable enough. Your triplets are simply enviable. Big sister, can you give me your son's contact information? I'll let my brat learn from the experience. Big sister, you're too happy. If I had such a baby granddaughter with triplets, I could wake up from my dreams with a smile on my face. When Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi came to Chen Xiaowan's side, several ants had already surrounded the place for quite some time, and all that emerged between their eyes was envy. Ooh, this is your son and daughter-in-law, right? No wonder the three babies in one birth are so beautiful and cute. It's a good thing that the baby's parents have such a high face value. When several ants saw Yi Xian's two people, especially the two people's face value and extraordinary temperament, it was obvious that their family's sons or daughters were not a star worse than the pair in front of them. It's not bad. Chen Xiaowan cheerfully. Others so praised their granddaughter who had three babies in one birth, as well as her son and daughter-in-law. Of course, she listened in her ears and rejoiced in her heart. After talking for a while, a few ants left reluctantly, as if the one child with three babies was their granddaughter. Meng, Nua and our family Hanin. Did you miss your father? Yi Xian saw the happy three treasures, dotingly touched the three treasures' little hands. Three treasures saw their dad, also the little face smiled that happy, the two little hands moving, like they want to give their dad to be hugged. Cute for a few minutes. Yi Xian pushed the car and walked towards the exit of the amusement park. Walking by don't miss. Look at it, $10 can't buy, can't lose, can't buy, can't be fooled. As long as $10, no matter the challenge is successful or not, there are rewards can get. Walked about hundreds of meters, saw near the exit of the amusement park, there are a lot of families and couples watching. Luo Tianyi and Chen Xiaowan also surrounded the past. Coming closer, Luo Tianyi's eyes first locked onto the yellow Pikachu that was placed in an eye-catching position. What? Like that Pikachu? Seeing Luo Tianyi's gaze, Yi Xian smiled. Hubby will help you win it over. Or forget it. You have to hit it 20 times to get it on here. Luo Tianyi saw the rules of the game. One had to use 20 darts and pierce 20 balloons without dropping a single shot in order to get Pikachu, and that was the highest ranked reward for the booth. Don't worry, your husband's ability is still not clear to you. One shot to the soul, that's not a matter. Hearing her son's words, Chen Xiaowan whitened her eyes at Yi Xian. This brat, is he fooling around with the fact that he has three treasures and one child? Obviously Luo Tianyi also heard a certain guy's strings. The face is red to the point of not being able to. This asshole even said such ambiguous words. Do not know mother-in-law is still beside. Really, how can this? Really want to bite him to death. This handsome man, how is it? The stall owner with a thief's sharp ear, vaguely heard Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi's discussion. How about it? How about coming to win a big piece to give to your daughter-in-law? The stall boss who wanted to say give it to Yi Xian's girlfriend, smiled when he saw the 1 tire and 3 treasures beside the 2. In order to make a wave of deals, the boss's brain was alive for a second. Let's put it this way. This pretty girl wants that Pikachu, right? And you guys also have a litter of 3 babies, a happy family, and I rarely come across such a customer. Handsome. As long as you can stab 20 balloons with 20 darts, I will not only give you guys that Pikachu, but also additionally give you 3 munchkins, 3 little Pikachu. How about it? As he spoke, the stall owner picked up 3 ping-pong balloon-sized mini Pikachu from the consolation prize area and gave the 3 munchkins just enough. Smiling. Good. Win 1, get 3. He hadn't bought gifts for the 3 munchkins yet. It just so happened that these 3 mini Pikachus were undoubtedly good choices. Give me 1. Alright, handsome. The stall boss collected $10 and gave Yi Xian 20 darts. Handsome guy, good luck. A slight smile, stall boss said. They are these balloons, which 3 or 5 are special thick balloons. Throwing darts force simply cannot pierce those thick balloons. Of course, not only this, is that the darts are also biased to build, so the darts off the hand, the trajectory will deviate from the original track. The 2 superimposed. To be honest, the 20 balloons common sense is completely impossible. Even if it happens to be all in the estimation of tens of thousands of times in the not scene, it will not appear once in tens of thousands of times. Only, the stall owner does not know is that these difficulties are relative to ordinary people. As for Yi Xian is not an ordinary person. Say is non-human is not too much. Yi Xian glanced to see which the tricky. The corners of the mouth curved up arc. A dart into a black mango out of the hand. Chapter 40. Why good men are other people's husbands. What did I do wrong? Boom. Darts off. The next moment, a balloon should be sound and broken. The boss of this face remains. Because this is only which to which. Around the tourists, this is also all looked over. Which there is no lack of temperament with a small beauty. Of course, is not to see the darts stab the balloon, but to look at the darts holding a dart. Handsome Yi Xian. This handsome man is so handsome. Smile so warm. But, why are already married? Even the child is a child. 3 treasures. That beautiful girl must be particularly happy. Such a super strong fighting boy. They also super want one. Although I don't know if this handsome guy can make it, but the handsome moves and face value alone have already attracted them. Boom, 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 boom. As the sound of one balloon puncturing after another spread, the stall owner's face smile tightened up a lot, and the surrounding tourists also looked at Yi Xian, the charismatic dart-throwing handsome guy, in amazement. Already hit 10 times in a row. This handsome guy is awesome. No, this is the first time I've seen a dart-stabbing balloon hit 10 times in a row. This is an expert. You guys say, can this dude hit 20 in a row? It's hard to say, but even if there aren't 20, 17 or 18 should be there. While the surrounding tourists chattered, the stall owner's heart sank. What the hell? Impossible. He clearly blew several thickened balloons. How could he also be punctured? Is it a coincidence? To be honest, now the stall boss is a little confused. That kind of thickened balloon he tried, even with a foot to step hard. It is estimated that may not be able to step on the broken, not to mention the darts that are off track. 11th, 12th, 13th. Soon, the darts came to the 18th, and without exception, all hits. The opposite side of the balloon at this moment also only 2 left. The boss completely confused. The surrounding tourists are the eyes of the bright aura, which is, there is the rhythm of success, especially some cute girls. See Yi Xian's operation. If not beside Luo Tianyi, probably want to the first time to pounce on him. Such a powerful handsome guy. If they didn't fight for it, they wouldn't even forgive themselves. Boom, boom, 2 sounds in a row. No surprise, in front of the super strength, a small game with a destructive trend of collapse. 20 darts, stab 20 balloons, darts without false. Should be Yi Xian's sentence that a hair into the soul that is not a matter. This operation looks too easy. However, no matter the stall owner or the tourists know very well, this operation is not that simple. All because this handsome man is not simple. Voodoo, booth boss small face or green. He did not expect the balloon thickening, and darts derailed case, can still pass? This operation. This young man is not simple. The first time, the stall boss revealed a reluctant smile, endured the heart-dripping blood to take down that large Pikachu. How is a meat pain? Look, handsome, this is, ahem, the Pikachu you asked for, and 3 mini Pikachu together for you. The stall boss now can do is very simple, is to give the prizes to Yi Xian, and then let him leave. Go to Hua other stalls it. This if it is a few times again, he is estimated to lose face pants are not left. The stall owner's intention. Yi Xian smiled without saying anything, received the large Pikachu carrying it and handed it to the clueless Luo Tianyi with his hand. How about it? Hubby was right when he said 1 shot. The surrounding little beauties heard the super handsome man's words. Their eyes flooded with light, and their hearts gave a big wow sound. Mama, 1 shot into the soul. They like it the most. Unfortunately, Such a powerful little brother. How come he has a wife? Why can't he wait for himself? Nah. Just you can endure. Luo Tianyi tilted her stunningly beautiful eyes, glared at Yi Xian, two slender hands tightly holding Pikachu that was at least 2 or 3 times thicker than her waist, as if someone was going to snatch it from her, with a look that this was the look of this school's flower. Daddy's 3 little babies. This is your mini Pikachu. Oh. As he spoke, Yi Xian hoisted the 3 mini Pikachu right on top of the stroller, just in time to be seen by Meng Meng, Nua Nua and Han Han's 3 babies. And after seeing the Pikachu, the 3 Meng Meng babies, their little faces were filled with happiness, especially their eyes were super wide as if they were saying, Daddy gave us a gift. Super like it. Chen Xiaowan saw the adorable and happy appearance of the 3 little ones and felt the gazes around her, full of pride because it was won by her son. Let's go. If we stop again we probably won't be able to walk. The gazes of those little girls, without exception, all fall on her own son. Only now that she has such a beautiful daughter-in-law like Xiao Luo, other girls can't enter her eyes. No, don't go handsome. Let's fight another 300 rounds. It's over. I've fallen out of love before I've even begun to fall in love. My heart hurts so much. It's so hard to bear. Oh. Why? Good men are other people's husbands. What did I do wrong? So like that handsome man, and a child of 3 treasures. That aspect must be super happy at. If this little beauty's future boyfriend is also like this, then how good it would be. Not to mention folding life for 3 years. Is 30 years? 300 years I'm also willing to. Chattering voices came out from around the stall. The stall owner saw Yi Xian finally pushing the stroller to leave. His heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. My goodness, that bogeyman is finally gone. It's a complete nightmare. It's just a pity. I'm afraid that I'm going to set up a stall for half a day for nothing again. The stall owner was devastated. This was the first time he had fallen in the gutter. Losing a large Pikachu was not enough. He also hitched a ride on 3 mini Pikachu. Like it? Seeing his wife's loving appearance, Yi Xian asked Luo Tianyi with a smile. Aha! Luo Tianyi nodded heavily. Before she also had such a Pikachu, only that it was later given to her cousin by her parents, for which she cried for days. Thank you, hubby, ghostly Luo Tianyi said with a baleful mouth. Oh, no need to thank the wife. This is what the husband should be. After a pause, laughter. But wife, now but called husband more and more frequently. Oh, Luo Tianyi heard the Faceting's halo red, also realized that just his own name, you, mom, is still here. Oh, you guys, don't need to be concerned about me, just pretend I don't exist. Chen Xiaowan looked at the son and daughter-in-law show love and spread dog food conversation. This dog food, even if she ate more, is also sweet. Looking at her son, Chen Xiaowan thought of the old man at home who only knew how to analyze data, and lamented, that emotionless know-how-old thing. I did not expect to be able to give birth to such a son who would spoil people. It seems that this is all with the genes of the old mother. Ah, this damned nowhere to put the powerful genes. Chapter 41. I have a feeling that I'm afraid that someone is going to spread dog food next. Dog food is like the wind, rippling in open. Luo Tianyi is even more embarrassed. The surrounding single dog's eyes are wide at the moment. Nima, is it really good to show love publicly like this? The surrounding boys can't wait to kick Yi Xian away and then enjoy the dog food of that dumping girl by themselves. Grandma drops, just by thinking about it alone. It's all exciting. Next, a love song, Love Over for Everyone. Hope you can like it. Right at this moment, the square at the exit of the amusement park. At this moment, the 5-member band was performing live in the field. All kinds of equipment were very new. Obviously the band should not have been formed for a long time. Oh, this whole set of equipment down, every 5 or 6 million down. It is estimated to be another band formed for music. Chen Xiaowan has some understanding of musical instruments. Looking at the field of brand new musical instruments, smiled out. Harboring dreams, forge ahead. Although only a small band, but carries 5 young people's musical dreams. Quietly, a love song from the field came out. Although the singing is not bad, but there are still many places are not enough. Ding! The host triggers the choice task. Confess to Luo Tianyi grandly and sing. Note, touched at least tens of thousands of people. Task choice 1. Confess with Luo Tianyi by singing, 10 times the rebate. Capped at 3 billion renminbi. Mission choice 2. Reject the mission. Wealth shrinks by 50%. Yi Xian. The sudden mission caught Yi Xian off guard, but when he saw that the rebate capping directly soared to 3 billion, he had to admit that Yi Xian had quite a bit of energy. It didn't matter if his wealth shrunk. He really liked the rewards of the rebate cap tenfold at 3 billion renminbi. For 3 billion renminbi. Marred. Isn't it just singing a confession and then moving tens of thousands of people? Isn't there a perfect opportunity right in front of him? It's nothing else. Hera Yi Xian's eyesight aimed at the field above the band live broadcast. The so-called grand confession. Is not it just to let all the people big surprise for the envy? At least Yi Xian is so think. Yi Xian. You, going to do? Luo Tianyi saw Yi Xian directly toward the people's band live in the field. Can't help but mind floats back to the scene in the school playground. That guy will not have confessed to himself. Give you a surprise. Yi Xian mysteriously smiled. This just happened to be the bands a song ended. Yi Xian lifted his foot forward, flipped his hand from his pocket to take out a bunch of soft sister coins. A few buddies. I do not know if I can use your place. I want to confess to my girlfriend. The band's several people would like to refuse, but looked at the hands of 10,000 RMB thought about it, but it is only at most 10 minutes of the matter, is nodding faster and faster to agree. I have to say that the money many times is the almighty, said after, the band's singer will microphone to Yi Xian. I do not know is in the face of money or in the face of Yi Xian's courage. He put up his fist to cheer. Yi Xian took out a USB flash drive and asked the instrumentalist to play the accompaniment. All of this had long been familiar to him. Ha, that's student Yi Xian. Right at this moment, a silhouette appeared at the exit of the amusement park. The person who came was no other than Wang Shiqi. Looking at the unfamiliar yet familiar scene, Wang Shiqi stopped down, but soon she saw Luo Tianyi's figure. She was just about to go over to greet her, but she realized that Luo Tianyi's eyes towards Yi Xian were completely different from before. That look, it can't be. Thinking about this, Wang Shiqi then did not go forward, instead choosing to wait and see what happens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming Rose Petal Rain X1 successfully, consuming 5,000 renminbi from the host. Scope of effect, 1 kilometer in a radius. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Rose Petal Rain, use success. Under the thought, the system's voice rang in his ears. Grand? This he was too good at. Also at this time, amusement park exit. I do not know when from the sky poured down rose petals, began to be 5 pieces of 10 pieces, then hundreds of thousands of pieces, and then more and more. Wow! Such a scene immediately attracted the amusement park field. Everyone, including the amusement park is playing people, are also attracted over. This is happening. Rose petals, so fragrant, makes one's heart feel relaxed and happy. Could it be that someone want to confess? I dropped A with rose petal ring confession. This handwriting, too big, right? Grandma, that girl is too lucky, and the boy who wants to confess is too romantic. I have a feeling. I'm afraid someone is going to spread dog food next. Dude, be confident. Get rid of the feeling. When the 5 members of the band saw this, they looked at each other and all their eyes fell on Yi Xian, who was holding the microphone in unison. Could this be his doing? This brat. Chen Xiaowan looked at the scene in the field. All of this is locked in his own son. That is to say, more than 90% of this romantic scene is the brat of his own family did. This brat is really not an ordinary loser. However, so romantic used on his own daughter-in-law. Completely worth it. The 3 munchkins, also excitedly smiling, and even reached out to grab the pieces of rose petals falling in the air rain. Small arms and legs, excited appearance. Let a person cannot help but laugh. Is it really what he did? Luo Tianyi also looked at the field in a daze, and in the meantime, the people of the amusement park also surrounded one after another. 10 people, 50 people, 100 people, 200 people, with the rose petal rain rustling down, gathered in the field more and more people. Soon the amusement park was affected, especially the dart shooting balloon booth. A scream from the crowd. Something big happened. The amusement park exit, someone sprinkled rose petal rain in the sky to express their love. This matter is absolutely 100 years. What? Asterisk. Which family's loser? Raining flower petals in the sky. Quick, hurry over. In less than 5 seconds the visitors in front of the stall owner is gone. Not only his stall, next to a few stalls are also the same. Several stall owners are dumbfounded. I wipe. What the hell? Grandma, I'd like to see which one of these bastards is the one who got stabbed by 1,000 knives. Stall boss face green. He also thought to just make up for the lost bucket. This is good. Not yet started people all to run out, but also make up for the eggs. Yeah poos. I went out today and forgot to look at the yellow calendar or how to drop grass. Loser. Confession failure only good. Muttering stall boss, as well as the surrounding stall bosses tailed in unison. A time around the amusement park actually appeared 10,000 people, empty alleys. Chapter 42 can still play like this. Really? Refreshed the old man's cognition of showing affection. I wipe. How is he? Booth boss came to the exit. Into the eye of Hurricane C Rose Petal Rain Center. That band lived before getting youth. Not someone else is exactly in his booth with the destructive force to chop Pikachu. Let him hemorrhage guy? Cood. Ahem. This scene is his doing. It's just that. Doesn't he already have a wife? And all of them have 1 child and 3 babies. So what's the point of confessing? The stall owner was shocked while muttering and spitting. The rich man's world. So damn hard to understand? The stall owner quaffed and spat. Hell, I'd like to see what kind of flowers this guy can play with. At this moment in the exit field of the amusement park, Wang Shiqi's eyebrows were knitted. That guy, what exactly is he doing? Why is Tianyi here as well? At the same time, the band's live broadcast fans exploded. What day? This? What kind of operation is this? Someone is confessing their love in the Superman band's live room? Ahem. Damn. Could it be that the Superman band has changed careers? But, Grandma drops a rain of rose petals all over the screen. How much does it cost? Wow, what a handsome man. What do you want to express your love for? Come to this lowly's bowl. Oh my god. I've captured a super warm handsome guy alive. Boing boing. The originally lukewarm live room with about tens of active fans directly exploded in place, and the data soared like crazy. 100, 300, 500, 800. Soon, it had broken 1,000, which made the guitarist of the Superman band see the number of fans in his cell phone, and was directly given a whole lot of confusion. Asterisk. Captain, look, our live room is going to be on fire. The guitarist put his cell phone in front of the other 4 companions. Then the captain of the 4 stunned to look at each other. In a daze, looking at not far away from Yi Xian's eyes all changed. Tamas, they live broadcast for more than a week. Unexpectedly is not as good as others a show. Grandmother drop. Really defeated level of big scene can attract people's attention most. Seeing that the timing was almost right, Yi Xian picked up the microphone and stuck it next to his mouth. I'm glad that every handsome man and woman on the scene can be a witness into me and my girlfriend. As everyone can see, that's right, I'm going to confess to my girlfriend. Luo Tianyi, I love you. Boom. The moment these words came out, the whole place boiled with a roar. Chen Xuan narrowed her eyes and smiled. God's help pushed her own daughter-in-law directly into the middle of the field, and after staggering a few steps, Luo Tianyi appeared in everyone's line of sight in this manner. Swish. At this moment, even though there were no less than 1,000 people gathered at the scene, at this moment, looking at that overwhelmingly beautiful girl, all of them were stunned. This girl is so beautiful, no wonder that boy put in so much blood. Boom boom boom. Luo Tianyi's face was scarlet. At this moment, she knew that there were countless gazes gathered on her. That guy was crazy. Directly confessed in public. Even if he wanted to pursue himself as a boyfriend, he didn't need to be so extreme. Though, she did not resent it, but rather she still liked it. But, if it is recognized by people how to do good? Silly girl, our destiny started from our encounter a year ago. Honestly, since I've encountered you, I feel immune to all the girls under the sky, because the heavens have sent you, who is so charming and stunning and with an orchid heart, to me. Since then, tea and rice, cannot sleep at night. That is a lie. Whenever idle I will certainly think of you. I do not know when. Tianyi, you has become an indispensable part of me. Fortunately a year later we met again. The rest of my life, I hope to join hands with you, to see every part of the world's prosperity. Decades later, I can still embrace you in the sunset, call you a wife. I would like to use my 3 lives of fireworks, in exchange for your 1 life of ecstasy. Next, this song, Fairy Tale, is for you, my favorite person, Wang Shiji. Wang Shiqi in the distance looked at the field incredulously. What is this? Senior Yi Xian, he actually knew Tianyi a year ago, but, why are they pretending not to know each other? A year ago. Wang Shiji at a certain moment, he suddenly realized what? Soon in Luo Tianyi's body not far away saw pushing a baby carriage mother. Cough. 2 people Murphy. Is it? The sky rose petal rain pouring down. Although Yi Xian did not sing, but already love full of the scene, it turned out that all of this early premeditation. Forget how long. I don't hear you anymore. Tell me your favorite story. I've been thinking about it for a long time. I'm starting to panic. Did I do something wrong again? You cried and said to me, fairy tales are all lies. Emotional eyes fell on Luo Tianyi's body. At this moment, the field full of thousands of people so. The live broadcast room at the moment has broken 3,000 fans is also so. And the number of fans in the live broadcast room is still has been boiled and exploded the way soaring. Luo Tianyi stared blankly at the field of Yi Xian, eyes surging with ripples and the slightest undisguised fondness. That's right, is fondness. Wang Shiqi see here, more sure of their own guess, that the 3 treasures. I'm afraid that they really are. 1 year. What happened during this time? Luo Tianyi never told her. The stall owner at this time is also confused, a piece of eyeballs staring at the boss, eyes full of horror and disbelief. I drop wipe. That buddy unexpectedly, singing so powerful, obviously are married, can still play so? Really? Refreshed the old man's cognition of showing love. Booth boss feelings, thousands of feelings, yeah poo poo, rich people like to play so. Your sister, their own life, people live a life grass, husband and wife to complete the couple. This may be the best way to get along with the couple's life. Tisk, it's just a pity that people have that capital, afraid of the rose petal rain in this room alone. Their own estimates of the time of the year are not necessarily afford to buy. Such a handwriting is not a general boldness. Oh, good, good, good. Chen Xuan listened to her son's song, worthy of being the son of my mother. This emotional intelligence is not generally high. Simply dump his old man 1-800 streets. Damn, if this brat is not his own son, and he is 20 years younger, maybe he will compete with his own daughter-in-law. Even if there is a child of 3 babies, it does not matter. Chapter 43. The confession operation isn't over yet. Moved inexplicably. Dog food, at this moment once again poured all over the field. Even though the fans in the live broadcast room through the screen were almost choked to death by the sudden dog food. I drop a mother. This dog food they truly do not want to eat. I would like to become a fairy tale, the angel you love, and open my hands, and turn into wings to guard you. You have to believe. Believe that we'll be like in a fairy tale. Happiness and joy is the end. Wang Shichi, _ everyone on the set and in the broadcast room. Oh my god, this song, this confession. Damn you. Sweet, so sweet, mega sweet. This time, the amusement park as well as the open space of the exit were covered with red rose petals, giving people a feeling of being in a fairy tale world in a trance. This song, this feeling, this scene, it was wonderful to the extreme. Luo Tiany's beautiful eyes flashed. Matchless dog food came head on. Honestly, she envied herself. What virtue she had. Yi Xian was too good and too good for her. He. Chen Xiaowan looked at the scene in the field. Her face was full of pride and pride. See, this is the son of my mother. Excellent enough. This thing is messed up. I'm a little envious of Xiao Luo. Chen Xiaowan murmured, not to mention her envy, estimated that any woman to see this scene will be touched to it. That brat is really able to engage in things. However, hey, this scene Xiao Luo is afraid that she will never forget it for the rest of her life. Although the two came together because of the matter of a child 3 treasures, but the son of this move to make up for the lack of daughter-in-law's love operation, have to say extremely wise. In this way, the two were able to stay apart. The song ended. Yi Xian's eyes were full of doting as he looked at Luo Tianyi, just so quietly watching. Between the two of them there was still a rustling rain of rose petals falling. Refreshing rose fragrance, filling the nose. Everything is in the unspoken. However, Yi Xian's operation is obviously more than that. A step down 2 people distance again close to a point. Yi Xian hands up, then a wrist flip. Like magic generally appeared 2 bunches of roses. Look around the crowd eyes a shock. And magic. Not only the crowd. It is Chen Xiaowan as well as Wang Shichi is also a pupil. The confession operation is not over yet. Another step out. Between the two are still very close. Between the Yi Xian 2 bundles of roses towards the center of convergence. At a certain moment, the 2 bundles of roses into one and then into a large bunch of roses. Packaging is extremely delicate, with 99, meaning that the sky is long and everlasting. T-on-E, I love you. Affectionate voice spread, then a large bouquet of roses on the stunned Luo Tiany's slender delicate small hand. Everyone present is a witness. From now on, I Yi Xian will let you Luo Tianyi become the world's happiest woman. If one person targets you, I'll be the enemy of one person. If the whole world targets you, then I'm willing to be the enemy of the whole world. The resonating voice rose. Luo Tiany's beautiful eyes welled up with tears. Although Yi Xian was trying to fulfill his mission, but the expression here was truer than real gold. Love one person, willing to be the enemy of the world. Chen Xiaowan was all touched by her son's confession. This brat didn't expect the sensationalism to be so spot on. Give me a kiss. Kiss one. Give me a kiss. I don't know when. The people in the field coaxing said, and then the neat coaxing sound is followed. For Yi Xian to carry out the operation of the god's help. The beauty of the adult everyone is happy to do it. Not to mention the handsome man and beautiful girl. They are really good match. The CP value is not to say that much. 1,000,000% is still there. Wang Shichi, wow. This, blowing up the scene. Wang Shichi looked on in a daze. The pearl and the pearl. The talented man and the beautiful woman. Honestly, this scene she was so envious. Luo Tiany's pretty face was red. I don't know if it was because of shyness, or because she was touched, or both. A beautiful person in her arms. The time of love. The two looked at each other. Luo Tianyi closed a pair of beautiful eyes that made the sky rose petal rain are eclipsed. Yi Xian curved the corner of his mouth arc, lowered his head and kissed in the Zhu lips. The two embraced each other, and the French passionate kiss resumed. Fairy tale-like environment, rustling down the red rose petal rain. This place is full of rose petals, coupled with the romantic to the extreme talent and beauty passionate kiss. Completely is a beautiful cannot be more beautiful picture scroll. Ow. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. All of a sudden from the scene rang. Live broadcasting room at the moment has broken the 30,000 mark of single dogs, one by one, wide-eyed, staring straight at the cell phone screen, just short of putting their faces to the screen. Envy, jealous, hate, they cannot envy, cannot be jealous, cannot hate it, this kind of barefaced spreading dog food show love? Let them suffer from the ravages of the rotten love flavor. For them these single dogs to speak is how unfair, how cruel. Voodoo. Wang Shiqi can't help but swallow a mouthful of fragrant zing, pursing her vermilion lips, like, that person in the scene who was passionately kissing schoolmate Yi Xian was not Luo Tianyi, but her Wang Shiqi. Not only her, but every girl in the audience in the scene and the live broadcast room was like this. Even those boys were also swallowing their saliva, obviously also fantasizing the Yi Xian in the field as himself. To be able to passionately kiss with such a stunningly beautiful girl once, even if they lived 3 years less, they were willing to do so. Hiss. The stall owner saw this scene and sucked in a breath of cool air. Grandma drop. With a child and 3 treasures can still be so show of love. The happiness of the rich is not at all a beggar like him can imagine. See here Wang Shiqi, she is again stupid also realized what? I'm afraid that before Yi Xian's school brother brought to the school of the 3 treasures, it is Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi's child. At that time she also felt some like, the original. The truth of the matter is actually so. This Tianyi, really hiding deeply enough. A year's time, she actually gave birth to a child with 3 treasures. The amount of information here was too much. She was completely unable to accept it all at once. She needed to calm down. About a few minutes later, under the envious gaze of the crowd, Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi left the amusement park exit towards the parking lot, and only after walking a long way did Luo Tianyi pick up Debao, and this scene just happened to be ready to drive away. Wang Shiqi saw, and her pupils suddenly widened. Sure enough, is that so? A shocking secret. Wang Shiqi had discovered a heavenly secret. Yi Xian and Tianyi were actually in this kind of relationship. If this matter was spread back to the school it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the singing confession for Luo Tianyi. Rebate 10 times spending, capped at 3 billion renminbi. In view of the host's perfect level completion of the task touched the number of people 30,000 plus, specially attached to the physique +1, holding the 2 treasures Nua Yi Xian. Eyes between a flash of bright on. Consumption rebate 10 times capped at 3 billion renminbi, but also physique +1. Really perfect completion of the task. Once again burst out of the physique. The feeling of this surge of power. Cool Chapter 44. In the future I want a Qianjun hotel opened all over China. And even countries. 9 dragons 1 villa. Luo Tianyi looked at the familiar and very safe place, and deeply breathed out. Today's experience was completely like a dream. Until now Luo Tianyi's head was in a daze. That guy's righteous confession today almost didn't make her faint. Completely unprepared, but it really felt good. Little Luo, look at San Bao. Chen Xiaowan smiled faintly, then turned to her own son. Xiao Xian, you cook with me. It's a shame not to learn such good cooking skills. Good. Watching Yi Xian and her future mother-in-law go to the kitchen to exchange cooking skills, Luo Tianyi looked at San Bao, thinking about today's experience. At a certain moment the corners of her mouth curved up in an enchanting arc that made the surrounding scenery darken. Especially when she thought that in front of so many people, they actually French kissed passionately for at least 5 minutes. As soon as she thought of this, Luo Tianyi's face was once again reddened by 1 point. Ding bell. Luo Tianyi, who was in a daze of reverie. Her cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Wang Shiqi, she didn't think too much and answered the phone. Hello, Shiqi. Looking at San Bao, Luo Tianyi greeted in a good mood. Good you Luo Tianyi. Hiding deep enough Nini. Luo Tianyi. Shiqi, what are you talking about? What's hiding deep? You? Without waiting for Luo Tianyi to finish, Wang Shiqi's voice came from the opposite side. Pretend again. Today at the exit of the amusement park was Yi Xian's student brother. Confession touched it. I was never thought that you even a year ago to Yi Xian's student brother, and also with others to give birth to a child 3 treasure. You took this year off from school. I'm afraid that you are giving birth to your and Yi Xian's 3 treasures. A series of straight to the point. Directly Luo Tianyi said confused. A pair of beautiful eyes are full of unbelievable. They just came back from the amusement park not long. Wang Shiqi, how will know? The time is not right at all, is it? Thinking of some kind of possibility, Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes gave a start. It wouldn't be that coincidental, right? Shurji, I don't understand what you're talking about. What Yi Xian? What San Bao? Under Yi Xian's blackened transformation, Luo Tianyi foxed in a serious manner. Opposite Wang Shiqi obviously didn't expect Luo Tianyi to still deny. Good you Luo Tianyi. Now with Yi Xian are learning bad When Yi Xian confessed to you, I can be at the amusement park scene. Do you think what I saw was an illusion? I was never expecting that Yi Xian's mother of 1 child and 3 babies would be you. Luo Tianyi. This, Shiqi, you, all saw it. Luo Tianyi, a heart of Fongtang raised in her throat. After all, still can't hide it. See? Wang Shiqi's sour voice came out. More than seeing I saw it from the moment Yi Xian's confession just started, that is, the moment the rose petals rained down. I really didn't expect it. I discovered your shocking secret today, Shiki. You, okay Tian-e, I know your situation. You didn't even contact me during the year. You must be worried that the family side won't accept Yi Xian or will let you beat up Sanbao. I won't pass it on. After a pause in her voice, Wang Shiqi's voice came out again. In return, can you tell me what it's like to French kiss a boy? Luo Tianyi. Shiki, why would you ask such a question? Luo Tianyi Tang's face was flushed, panicked. She looked at the kitchen on some guy. Her face reddened even more by 1 point. Her own BFF was really too revealing. How? Can't ask but found out your so big secret. You have to pay a price. Wang Shiqi pressed, thinking of the image of Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi kissing deeply and passionately. Her cheeks couldn't help but roll and her heart became even more curious. Luo Tianyi. Luo Tianyi stammered, recalling the feeling and experience of being passionately kissed by a certain guy several times, hardening her heart. It feels sweet. Heartbeat is super fast. So nervous, apprehensive with anticipation. Anyway, that feeling is really amazing. Totally impossible to describe in words. Wow Tian-e, I feel like I'm going to envy you to death. Wang Shiqi on the opposite side heard Luo Tianyi's words, and was even more itchy in her heart. Itching to immediately find a boy who was just like Yi Xian to have a romantic French passionate kiss ruthlessly, savoring that marvelous, nearly only intelligible but unspeakable feeling that Luo Tianyi had said in her mouth. What are you chatting about? So happy. Seeing Luo Tianyi hang up the phone, just came out from the kitchen to point out the mom's Yi Xian, suspiciously looked to his own wife. Nothing. Suddenly some guy's voice, startled Luo Tianyi, completely made by the weakness of the heart. What's that? I'm going to take a shower. You look at the next 3 treasures. Not waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Luo Tianyi reddened her little face and just took her underwear and drilled into the bathroom. Yi Xian looked at his own wife's woeful color, a little confused. This niece, and how? Is today's pro too long after effects? Looked at the huffing and puffing sleep of the 3 treasures. Thought of rebate 10 times consumption capped at 3 billion renminbi reward. Yi Xian Sparrow desire to try. By hand dialed Su Wanqing's phone. Hey, Yi Xiao, the phone is connected. The opposite side is to come clothed in pajamas, but still failed to cover its proud figure Su Wanqing's voice. The voice is very good, but in comparison, or like his wife's voice, especially when they sleep together. Sister Su, did not disturb you. Su Wanqing, who was wearing pajamas on the opposite side, smiled slightly bitterly. What did Ji Xiao say? I'm working for you in Shudong. Where do I talk about disturbing or not disturbing? Xiao Yi, what are your orders? Su Wanqing said solemnly. This was her own big boss. Although he was her own prospective cousin's husband, but the respect she should have she didn't dare to slack off by half. Command can't be talked about. I just want to open a 1,000 June hotel chain store in Tianhai City. Plain voice came out. Opposite Su Wanqing just drank a mouthful of water. She directly a mouthful of water all to spray out. But, cough. Yi Xiao, what did you say? And there are a lot of water stains splashed down on the clothes, just about to fall on the voluptuousness. Vaguely able to see the big G. Obviously after the bath Su Wanqing did not wear bar. This scene if it is seen by outsiders, maybe how many boys will cry for the ghost. 1,000 June hotel chain? Why? Is there a problem? Yi Xian's bland voice came out again, which made Su Wanqing suck in a breath of cool air, and her plumpness was shrugged a little with it. Problematic. Too problematic. Yi Xiao, are you sure? Su Wanqing swallowed a mouthful of fragrant gin. The problem is not a problem. It is to open a Tianjun hotel branch of the same size, but it requires a lot of capital investment. Money is not a problem. You just let it go. Before Su Wanqing had time to speak, it was a ding-dong sound. A message came from her cell phone. Clicked on it. Dear CCB user, your account with tail number 2536 arrived at 20 hours 23 minutes and 8 seconds to 300 million renminbi. Please pay attention to check and receive. CCB user, what? Seeing the text message sent by CCB, Su Wanqing's heart shook. 10, 100, 1,000, million, 100,000. This is 300 million RMB. Su Wanqing eyes wide. Tang jumped up from the seat of the upscale apartment. The plumpness danced with it. Yi Xiao, 300 million on my account. You transferred it. Clueless. At this moment, Su Wanqing was completely confused. She even now took over the 1,000 June hotel. But also how has she ever seen so much money? The entire 1,000 June hotel, all the value added up for fear is not worth this price. Well, you can use this money first, open a branch if you can't use it all up, then open a second one, or a third one. Boom. Su Wanqing's mind was dumbfounded upon hearing this. My god, what did she hear? Yi Xiao's ambition for Tianjin Hotel is so great, a full $300 million. If you save some money, opening 3 branches would not be a problem at all. Sister Su, go ahead and do it. You don't have to worry about the money. In the future I want 1000 June Hotel to open all over China, and even all over the countries. Sister Su can let me down. Su Wanqing, Yi Xiao, rest assured, will live up to Yi Xiao expectations. Opened all over China, and even countries. If it came to that time, she was afraid that she had already reached a height that she didn't even dare to think about. A number of years later, Su Wanqing realized that the original 1000 Monarch Hotel that had opened all over the countries was only one of Yi Xian's many industries. Chapter 45. Yi Xian, he, transferred 300 million funds to Tianhai, Shu Yanghe Villa. In the study room, at this moment, Shu Yanghe was practicing calligraphy, emitting the fragrance of ink on the rice paper, which was worth a lot of money at the moment. There were only 2 words Yi Xian on the rice paper. That's right, it was these 2 words. At the time of his 1000 June Hotel's distress, it was he who stepped in to directly hold 1000 June. It was only his intuition that told Shu Yanghe that this Yi Xian was very uncomplicated, and he always trusted his intuition. Ding bell. Right at this moment, a phone call came over. Seeing that it was Su Wanqing's phone call, Shu Yanghe, who was slightly frowning, connected the phone. Hello, Mr. Su. Earlier, Shu Yanghe knew that Su Wanqing had been appointed by Yi Xian to manage 1000 Monarch Hotel, assuming the position of 1000 Monarch Hotel's president, possessing the ability to decide on any operational matters of 1000 Monarch Hotel. However, soon Shu Yanghe was nonplussed, or even, one could say shaken. What did you say? Yi Xian, he, transferred $300 million of funds to you to open the Tianjin hotel chain. This, okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Shu Yanghe eyes are full of disbelief. The line of sight once again fell on the rice paper. Yi Xian word eyes all changed. 300 million? So easy to come up with 300 million. It seems that the strength and background of this Yi Xian far beyond his imagination. Between thoughts, Shu Yanghe's eyes narrowed slightly. Once again dialed Su Wanqing's phone. Hey, Mr. Su, have someone help me to reduce the shares I hold from 49% to 10%, and all other shares go under Yi Xian's name. This, good Chu Dong. Su Wanqing of course knew Shu Yanghe's mind at the first time. Obviously, it was Yi Xiao's hand that had not impacted him a lot, although reducing it to 10% looked like Shu Yanghe had taken a step back. In reality, this was his retreat for progress. It was also throwing an olive branch to Yi Xian, hoping that Yi Xian would not kick him out. After all, with Yi Xian's strength and capital, wanting to throw him out was a very easy thing to do. It would be different if he took the initiative to reduce his shareholding. Such had greatly narrowed down his threat, and likewise as well showed that he had no intention of competing for the 1000 Monarch Hotel's holdings, and only wanted to make some small amount of money peacefully. Although, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. Shu Yanghe didn't know. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 300 million renminbi, 10 times the rebate, gaining 3 billion renminbi. On the other side, Yi Xian, who hadn't finished making a phone call in the villa for a while, received an announcing sound from the system, which made Yi Xian's heart excited. Sip his mouth. His eyes revealed a ray of bright aura. Grandma drop. 3 billion renminbi. This is the account. And then call up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years old. Physique, 20. Normal person 10. Charm, max. Skills, extreme music ability. Extreme milkman ability. Extreme massage ability. Extreme martial arts ability. Extreme cooking ability. Extreme car skill ability. Items, refreshing watermelon, x3. Soundproofing card, x2. Wealth, 3. 817 billion. Nice guy. Seeing the wealth value directly soaring to 3.8 billion, Yi Xian couldn't help but be excited. Grandma drop. Even more anticipation for the next choice of quests. According to this rate of development, wouldn't his own wealth soon break through tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, trillions, or, the next choice of tasks is even more expected, and this time, just out of the bathroom, wearing pajamas fragrant fragrance came, making Yi Xian back to God. See the wife of the city face, red face, gulp swallowed a mouthful of saliva, eyes are flooded with a flash of bright on. He meow. How many lifetimes of good fortune has this accumulated, to distribute such a beautiful and moving wife to himself? Dead-like, Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian, and then she was about to raise her feet to look at San Bao. A little while later, alright, Xiao Xian come over and bring the dishes over. Let's see how well my old ladies learned to cook. Chen Xiaowan did not pay too much attention to her son and daughter-in-law's flirting and ordered her son to speak. Oh, Yi Xian answered and saw his old mom dive into the kitchen. Soon, a table of sumptuous dinner was placed on the dining table. It had to be said that Chen Xiaowan had more than 20 years of cooking background. Although the meal wasn't as delicious as what Yi Xian had burned, it was already very good, and if she practiced a little, it was definitely no worse than a 4-star 5-star chef. Mom, your cooking is much better than someone's. Although she knew that it was that guy's cooking that was delicious, Luo Tianyi still couldn't help but spit it out against her will. Is that so? Chen Xiaowan heard the strings and did not get involved in the invisible war between the two flirting. Ding bell. Right at this moment, a cell phone rang. The caller ID was no one else but Taizhu. Seeing Wang Tieju's call, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. You guys eat first, I'm going to take a call. Then, he went to the rear of the restaurant and lay down on a lounge chair by the open air pool, and picked up Wang Tieju's call. Hello, Taizhu. Opposite Wang Taizhu heard Yi Xiao connect and reported. Yi Xiao, Zhang's real estate has been successfully acquired. The acquisition price is slightly less than 80 million, and up also retained everyone except the board of directors, including the top management talent Vice General Manager Li Ruobing. I wonder how Yi Xiao is going to deal with Zhang's real estate. Oh, hearing Wang Tieju's words, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. So soon, the chapter's real estate was acquired? Those comrades of yours should have contributed a lot. Thinking about the incriminating evidence that had previously sent Zhang Xiaotian to jail, plus the expert who had taken out Zhang Zhe, these two were, unsurprisingly, the surviving comrades in arms that Wang Tiehu had spoken of. Yi Xiaowai's eyes, Wang Taizhu did not hide, smiled, this time to be able to so fast acquisition of the chapter's real estate. His several comrades have contributed a lot of force. Taizhu, you also learned to compliment people. Yi Xian heard the laughter and joked, then said, Zhang's real estate next, you don't need to ask. I will arrange for people to go over and manage it. Okay Yi Xiao, then Taizhu won't bother you anymore. Well, you also go to bed early. And, after a pause in his voice, Yi Xian continued, the speed of doing things is important, but safety comes first. Even if you don't think of yourself, you still have to imagine your mother and comrades. Yes, Yi Xiao, Taizhu knows, said 2 sentences as hung up the phone. Yi Xian's line of sight then fell on the mother to talk to Luo Tianyi Body. His wife is the finance department of the high school students, and she has been wanting to rely on their own to break free from the family bondage. Since so this Zhang's real estate used to practice in the right, but if the chapter Z in heaven knows Yi Xian this idea, I do not know whether it will turn into a ghost to find Yi Xian to fight for his life. Chapter 46. You're getting more and more bold. Aren't you afraid that your husband will revive your husband again, after dinner? Just like yesterday, Chen Xiaowan took the breastfed 3 bags to her room to sleep. Luo Tianyi and Yi Xian also went into the room. Only today was a bit more used to it than yesterday. Wife, I still need to see you wear erotic underwear. Coming to the bedroom, Yi Xian looked his own wife up and down and said, wait for me to come out of the shower. Change and wait in the comforter. Oh. After saying that, Yi Xian was drilling into the bathroom. Even the door of the room was not closed, which made Luo Tianyi cackle and bite her silver teeth. But as soon as she thought of the things that might happen later, she involuntarily tensed up. Listening to the pattering sound, Luo Tianyi thought of the scene that she experienced today. Her heart was filled with sweetness. Consider it as giving him the benefit of spoiling himself so much today. Finding a reason to convince herself, Luo Tianyi then proceeded to find out the objects that Yi Xian had asked her to wear, and then put on her pajamas and cat under the covers, seemingly aware of what awaited her next. Apprehension, small nervousness and some expectation. After 2 hours, soundproof card, flipping clouds, lay down, embracing each other, feeling the temperature of each other's body, enjoying the rare quiet warmth. Wife, so excited today, is not touched by the husband. Thinking about the high ground he had just captured, he wrapped his arms around the jade-like beauty and said with a bad smile, Luo Tianyi, right? So what if it is? Obviously. Under the blackening of Yi Xian step by step bringing to the ditch, Luo Tianyi was no longer that simple Luo Tianyi before. Good girl, it seems that you're getting more and more bold. Aren't you afraid that hubby will revitalize his husband's character again to warn others? Yi Xian placed his big hand threateningly somewhere. Che, ghosts are afraid of you. This school flower is not. Luo Tianyi arrogantly raised her swan's neck, causing Yi Xian to take a small sip, causing Luo Tianyi to roll her eyes. Compared to just now, this right now is not a thing at all. My family's wife has grown in skill. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi was haughty like a proud peacock. That's right, I'm the precious mom of 3 treasures. After the two of them got tired of a few sentences, Yi Xian thought about the Zhang's real estate, rubbing his own wife's waist that was too big to hold. Wife, I'll tell you something. What thing? Still so solemn? Luo Tianyi saw that guy's rare look and frowned her eyebrows slightly in suspicion. During this period of time, although you're a lot happier than before, I can see that you've always had a knot in your heart. Yi Xian dissected and said, perhaps even my mom doesn't see it, and if I estimated well, this knot of heart should be related to your parents. Luo Tianyi's eyes flickered as she heard, which has, is that so? Yi Xian's insight was so terrifying. How could he not see Luo Tiany's mind? Although I don't know how you lived before, but wife, you remember. In the future, I don't want you to repress yourself even a tiny bit, because you're no longer alone like before either. You have dependents. With me around, no one can bully you. You like to be free at home in the future to bring 3 treasures as a full-time baby mama or not, galloping through the shopping mall to be a domineering female president or not. I only hope you do yourself. Wife, my words you understand. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the struggle between Luo Tiany's eyes intensified by 1 point, like the self in her heart and the self in reality were doing battle. From my observation, wife, the strongest desire in your heart should be to break free from the control and bondage of your aunt and uncle, that is, your parents. Yi Xian hit the nail on the head, directly pointing out the deepest hidden thoughts within Luo Tiany's heart. Luo Tiany looked at Yi Xian incredulously. You know how I am your husband well. Your whole body where I am not clear. Bad smile joked a point. Of course Yi Xian is to ease the tension in Luo Tiany's heart. Then continued, in fact, to overcome fear, the best way is not to escape, but to go and force yourself to be close to the fear. When there is a day when you face up to or even war god fear, you will find that in fact, the fear isn't as scary as you think. The best way to overcome fear is to get close to it. This is true Yi Xian? Of course, knowing that his own wife's heart has faltered, striking while the iron is hot, looking deeply at the bosom of the heartbreaking beauty. Wife, do you believe me? I, of course believe, Luo Tiany said with a scarlet little face. If it was before she might not believe it, but after this period of time, she found that Yi Xian's personality charisma was far beyond her imagination, and this was also the reason why she fell in love with Yi Xian so quickly. It was because Yi Xian's state of living was heck exactly what she had dreamed of wanting to achieve. So from the deep bottom of her heart, Luo Tiany admired and worshipped Yi Xian, even though it was something that even she didn't know. Since you believe in your husband, then believe in me this time. Try to bring yourself closer to fear. Do everything you don't want to or dare to do. After taking a step forward, you'll realize that the road ahead is clear. Said here, saw his wife's eyes surged unprecedentedly bright. Will know that his words played a role, and now just have an excellent breakthrough their own opportunity. I utilized the holding shares of Qianjun Hotel to acquire Zhang's real estate. I think, said here, attracting Luo Tiany's attention. Let you be the president of Zhang's real estate. Manage Zhang's real estate for me, and at the same time, also as a platform for you to practice as well as get rid of your fear. Zhang's real estate. President, Yi Xian. Luo Tiany heard this. Her heart was bottomless. She has not graduated. Where is that qualification? That is the president of a huge company. But she, to a company's operation many places do not understand. Don't worry, I have already arranged it for you. Yi Xian faintly smiled, kissed Luo Tiany on her glossy white head. Although Zhang's real estate was acquired by me, but it is with a shrewd and capable deputy general manager. At that time, she will do her best to let you adapt to Zhang's real estate as soon as possible as well as all kinds of rules in the shopping mall. As for me, in the future, you will have to be supported by my wife. Hearing that, Luo Tiany's face swished red and glared at Yi Xian. Who feeds who? The Zhang clan real estate is all yours. Still letting me feed you. Humph. But, husband, thank you. Chapter 47 Luo Tiany. You dare to hit me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming Physique Capsule X1. Consuming 500 renminbi from the host. Physique Capsule. That's right. This was yet another exchange commodity from Yi Xian's discovery system. And as the name suggests, you can tell how immodest it is just from the name alone. But the effect is nothing to write home about. Ding. Physique Capsule used successfully. Effect object Luo Tiany. Time 8 hours. The sound fell. Physique Capsule was used on Luo Tiany's body. As for the effect is also quite obvious. Luo Tiany's whole person's state is much better. However, in such a state it was cheap for a certain guy. As for why Yi Xian didn't use it? I'm just kidding. Yi Xian now has a physique of 20 ruthless people. Combat strength than the use of the Physique Capsule on the unknown number of good. And the Ji Physique Capsule, there is a biggest benefit is to be able to use continuously. The effect of unlimited superposition, which is on Yi Xian completely is a home must-have things. At the same time, a certain villa in Tianhai, there was a stunningly beautiful girl, and this girl was none other than Li Ruobing. That's right, she is not someone else. It is the current deputy general manager of the chapter's real estate, chairman and general manager of the chapter Xiaotian jailed. The chapter's real estate was acquired. She is the highest leadership agreed to stay. Li Ruobing is not simple. 15 years old into the university, at the age of 20 is to obtain a double master's degree in finance and economics, although only 25 years old, is already a shopping mall veteran. As for why in the chapter's real estate, all because 3 years ago she owed the chapter Xiaotian a favor. now Zhang Xiaotian jailed. The so-called favor also no longer exists. As to why still stay in the chapter's real estate, because her father's company went bankrupt, owed 7 or 8 million in external debt, for which her father also had a serious illness. Her mother has always been a housewife. A moment, she became the only source of income for the family. Yi Xian, Li Ruobing looked at the contract in her hand, her eyebrows knitted tightly. A sophomore at Tianhai University, with an ordinary family. How was he able to acquire Zhang's real estate? Ding bell, between Li Ruobing's thoughts, is when she received a phone call. Hey, brother Wang, tomorrow, Yi Xiao is coming to Zhang's real estate. Okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Li Ruobing continued to fall into deep thought. Although I don't know what this Yi Xian is definitely not an ordinary person. On the following day, Zhang Clan Real Estate Company's headquarters. Inside the lobby, Yi Xian, really can. Looking at the large empty hall, Luo Tianyi was a little nervous. This was her first time at work, but coming up to be the president, it would be strange if she wasn't nervous. Of course you can. Yi Xian wrapped Luo Tianyi's fragrant shoulder and said, the whole Zhang's real estate is your husband's, just take it as your own home. Both of you, may I ask who are you looking for? The two white-skinned and beautiful receptionist girls, their face value is 89 points. Although they can't say that they are at the school flower level, but they are not far behind, especially when they look at Yi Xian's eyes. Their eyes are brightly lit. This is one of the most handsome men among their reception guests. Yo, Luo Tianyi, it's really you. At this time, a piercing voice came from the side. Then a sultry girl wearing a super short skirt with a v-neckline came to the field. Her face value had a score of 90 points. Her name was Feng Xiaowan. She was Luo Tianyi's high school classmate. And she was also secretly jealous of Luo Tianyi for 3 years. What? Come to our company to look for someone, or to apply for a job. Zhang's real estate boss changing. Only some of the highest levels such as Li Ruobing knew about it. A small project manager like Feng Xiaowan was not enough level to know about it at all. Feng Xiaowan also only half a year ago into the chapter's real estate, with the beauty, successfully up to become a project manager. And just in the middle of this, a man like a dog in a suit straight years old about more than 30 years old man walked over. Xiaowan. What happened? This person named Li Kuwei, is the chapter's real estate director, is also Feng Xiujuan's top boss. Of course Feng Xiaowan is by virtue of selling the body, won the appreciation of Li Kuwei, which is sitting on the seat of the project manager, and in her unremitting efforts to Li Kuwei under the water fee, Li Kuwei but promised her, and then a period of time on the elevation of her position as deputy director. The two of them were working together, and it was a one-shot deal. It was a pure transaction, completely unrelated to love talk. Supervisor Li, you're here. Feng Xiaowan was next to Li Kuwei. The voluptuous fit made Li Kuwei very receptive. However, when she saw Luo Tianyi, her eyes were flooded with green aura. All of this was seen by Feng Xiaowan. Her eyes rolled back, and a bad thought surged to her heart. Supervisor Li, let me introduce you. This is my high school classmate, but she was the school flower at that time. Now she should be here for internship just as I am, and this one next to her should be her friend. Oh, hearing Feng Xiaojuan's words, the green aura between Li Kuwei's eyes blazed even more. Our Zhang's real estate is not something that anyone can get into. I see that your classmate is quite eloquent, so why don't you be my secretary? Between words, Li Kuwei raised his hand to take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of. Yi Xian did not say anything. Directly a slap, crisp sound came out. Then Li Kuwei was directly sent flying 7 or 8 meters away. Such a scene stunned everyone in the scene. Feng Xiaowan was directly confused. Uneducated guy, dare to make trouble in Zhang's real estate. Snap. Feng Xiaowan had not yet finished speaking, was directly smacked dumbfounded in place, but the one who struck was not Yi Xian, but Luo Tianyi. Yi Xian was all stunned. His own wife didn't expect to have such a milky fierce side. Luo Tianyi, you dare to hit me. Feng Xiaojuan's whole person was dumbfounded. She was completely unable to believe what she experienced in front of her eyes, that Luo Tianyi even dared to hit her. Luo Tianyi's face was as normal. Disrespecting her Luo Tianyi man. Smacking her was light. What are you doing? Feng Xiaowan was just about to spill her guts when an icy cold voice spread out, followed by a temperamental girl appearing in the scene. This person was clearly Li Ruobing, but when she saw Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi, she hurriedly and quickly stepped forward. Yi Xiao, President Luo, why did you guys come so early? Boom. Hearing Li Ruobing's address, Feng Xiujuan's mind rumbled, incredulously looking at the field. The iceberg goddess Ms. Li actually called Luo Tianyi as President Luo? Li Kuwei, who climbed up with a bone. Before he had time to get angry, he was directly dumbfounded in place. Yi Xiao, President Luo. This chapter's real estate, everyone is baffled. Li Vice President, even to these two so respectful. Also in this, Li Ruobing to the chapter's real estate everyone, announced, to introduce to everyone, not long ago, the chairman of the chapter Xiao Tian lawlessness, jailed. Now the chapter's real estate of the new boss is in front of the young Yi. Young leaves next to the MS. Luo Tianyi is the new president of the chapter's real estate, the total control of all the chapter's real estate mess. Luo Tianyi, beside Mr. Yi, is the new president of Zhang's real estate, who is in charge of all things of Zhang's real estate. Flop. Li Kuei directly paralyzed on the ground. The internal news was, it's true, Zhang's real estate changed bosses. Feng Xiaojuan's face was white as death. How could Luo Tianyi, how could she be the president of the company? Chapter 48 can't see that the wife is quite fierce when she's angry. Zhang's company, Li Ruobing's office. Punt. Li Kuei didn't hesitate, directly kneeling on both knees, snapping a slap hard on his face. Yi Xiao, President Luo, I'm sorry, it's my dog's eyes that don't recognize him. Tai, please give me a chance. With a thud, Li Kuei directly knocked his head down. Feng Xiaojuan saw that her concubine had planted her head. The whole person didn't dare to let out a single fart. Young Yi, what to do with these two? Li Ruobing looked to Yi Xian for advice. After all, this was the current boss of Zhang's real estate. In the future, the company is under President Luo's control. There's no need to ask me. Yi Xian smiled and looked at Luo Tianyi as he said, wife, what do you say? Li Ruobing. Li Kuei Feng Xiaojuan's eyes widened. As for Luo Tianyi, her face was haloed red for a minute. Very charming, that guy even directly said their relationship. Really, this let her how to work in the future. However, thinking about Feng Xiaojuan's outburst against her own man just now, Luo Tianyi's eyes were certain. Vice President Li, fire these two people with immediate effect and never hire them. Yes, President Luo. Li Ruobing's eyes jumped more than once. She never thought that this Luo Tianyi in front of her would be Yi Xiao's wife. At that moment, she didn't dare to be careless. The first time she went to the personnel department and made a call. Li Kuei, Feng Xiaojuan, you guys leave. If you continue to be unreasonable, I may have security blow you away. Li Ruobing's clear and cold voice spread, listening to Li Kuei's two ears. They shivered. Li Kuei's eyes were full of fear. He didn't dare to plead for the slightest bit of mercy. Molesting the boss's wife, how could he possibly still stay? In a few moments, in the office there was only Yi Xian, Luo Tianyi and Li Ruobing left. Only at this moment Li Ruobing's heart set off boundless waves. The newly appointed President Luo was actually Yi Xiao's wife. Could it be that the reason why Yi Xiao acquired Zhang's real estate was for the sake of President Luo? You're the Li Ruobing that Taizhu was talking about, right? Yes, Yi Xiao, Li Ruobing said respectfully, facing the Yi Xiao in front of her. She didn't dare to be slow. Yi Xian nodded. Then from the handbag he brought, he took out a contract, which of course was exchanged from the system after spending 10 renminbi. From now on, your task is to fully assist my wife in managing the Zhang's real estate, and as a reward, you'll be given 5% of Zhang's real estate shares in the future. The contract was placed on the table. Luo Tianyi's face reddened even more by 1 point. This guy has called himself so blatantly now. However, Li Ruobing, this is the beautiful eyes trembled, incredibly looked at that contract. Yi Xiao, you are going to give me the shares of Zhang's real estate. Shocked, Li Ruobing completely unable to believe the scene in front of her. 5% of the shares of what this represents, she is too clear. That is to say that in the future she is the only director of the Zhang clan real estate in addition to Yi Xian. Young Yi, President Luo, I'm going to have a meeting. Go. Yi Xian waved his hand. Of course he knew that Li Ruobing was leaving the space for the two of them. This Li Ruobing was quite eye-catching. Click. The door to the room closed and Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi were the only two left in the office. Smoothly grabbing Luo Tianyi's slender waist, placing her on her lap. Can't see that my wife is quite fierce when she's angry. Luo Tianyi was startled by Yi Xian's move. You, what are you doing? This is the office. In the office, while exploring life, Li Kuei and Feng Xiaojuan arrived outside the company building. Li Kuei, Pa. Feng Xiaojuan hadn't finished speaking. Directly Li Kuei smacked his mouth. Get lost. You, it's all because you caused me to lose my job. Feng Xiaojuan looked at Li Kuei who drove away. The whole person froze in place. Finished? Everything is finished. 2 hours later, Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi came out from the office. Luo Tianyi's face was slightly flushed and she fiercely glared at a certain guy. That bastard even did that in the office. During this time, it just so happened that Li Ruobing came from not far away and thought of something looking towards Yi Xian. Right, Yi Young. The Nine Heavens auction house has a grand auction today. Not Yi Young is interested in participating. Auction? I should. Yi Xian just wanted to say that he didn't have the time. After all, with that time he might as well go home with Luo Tianyi to mingle. And then again, getting bored with San Bao was not bad. Ding! Host triggers choice mission, participate in the 9 Heavens auction house and spend a full 3 billion renminbi. Mission choice 1, participate in the 9 Heavens auction house and consume a full 3 billion renminbi, with a 10-fold rebate, capped at 5 billion renminbi. Mission choice 2, reject the mission. Face value halved. Yi Xian couldn't help but froze when he heard the system's voice coming from his ears. What the hell? Spending 3 billion renminbi? System, are you damn sure you're not teasing me? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. After all, even if the auction can be able to auction out 3 billion heavenly price can be extremely rare, even 10 years will not happen once or twice. Moreover, he can't be the wrongdoer. Host, rest assured, this trip to the 9 Heavens auction house, there will be unexpected gains. Yi Xian, good, I'll participate. Yi Xian nodded his head yes after thinking about it, then looked at Luo Tianyi. Wife, do you want to come along? This, or not? I want to familiarize myself with Zhang's real estate as soon as possible. How about you and Vice President Li go? Luo Tianyi thought about it and said, although Li Ruobing is a big beauty, Luo Tianyi still has this confidence. It's Ruobing's honor to accompany young Yi to the 9 Heavens auction house. After saying that, Li Ruobing instructed her secretary to introduce Luo Tianyi to the current situation of Zhang clan real estate. A few minutes later, the underground garage. Li Ruobing drove a red BMW and drove Yi Xian towards the 9 Heavens auction house. Vice President Li, is your father's health alright? While traveling, Yi Xian looked at Li Ruobing and asked, while Li Ruobing's heart gave a beat, young Yi, you are. Vice President Li, don't misunderstand. After all, you are the highest level of Zhang's real estate, and in the future, you will also be Tian Yi's right-hand man. I checked you slightly. Looking at Li Ruobing, a person who not only has to bear the cost of his father's medical treatment, but also has to try to fill the huge loophole of your Li family company's bankruptcy. I can help you with this money, but in the future, I want you to fully assist Tian Yi. You must not have second thoughts. Previously giving her shares was a benefit in terms of interest, now it's a benefit in terms of favors. A two-pronged approach. Li Ruobing is a smart person should know what to do. Ruobing, thank you. Yi Xiao. Li Ruobing thought about today's step-by-step layout, enviously looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xiao for the sake of President Luo, it's really well-intentioned. His own wife, who would hurt if he doesn't? Yi Xian said without caring, with Li Ruobing as a big help, that niece's future road will be a lot smoother. If she lets Luo Tianyi know that her own man has done so much for her, I don't know if she will let Yi Xian pay the sky-high water bill again. Chapter 49, Auction Fiasco. Chance encounter with love enemy Xiao Tianza? The 9 Heavens auction house had 9 floors. As the iconic building of the Heavenly Sea and the largest auction house in the Heavenly Sea, an auction would be held here every 6 months, and every auction would attract the great and powerful from all sides to come here to conduct auctions. Moreover, every piece of auction item must be the best. Those who can come here are either rich or noble, and they must have invitation cards. Li Ruobing drove a red BMW parked in the parking area, into the eye of a colorful supercar. Li Ruobing hundreds of thousands of BMW is completely bottom of the existence. Push the door off the car. Li Ruobing looked at the 9 Heavens auction house. Felicitous introduction. Yi Xiao. The 9 Heavens auction house is divided into 9 layers, also known as the 9 Heavens. The first layer is the gambling area. The second layer is the jewelry and porcelain area. The third layer is the dining area. The fourth to the 7th layer is the lodging area. The 8th layer is the fitness area. And the 9th layer is to carry out the auction of the region. It is said that when the 9 Heavens were built, the cost alone cost no less than $1 billion. As for the boss behind the 9 Heavens is who? So far no one knows. Only know that the boss of the 9 Heavens is named Xia Minghai. Some people guess that the 9 Heavens behind the 4 top families in the Tianhai summer family industry. But since the creation of the 9 Heavens, the Summer family and the 9 Heavens auction house does not have the slightest cooperation and association. Oh, hearing Li Ruobing's words, Yi Xian slightly froze. Xia Minghai? The 4 top families of Tianhai? Although his own wife's family background was good, but it was obviously not one of the 4 top families of the Heavenly Sea, because the 4 top families of the Heavenly Sea that he had some knowledge of were the Xia family, Qin family, Wei family, and the Jiang family, and the Luo family was obviously not included in this list. Creak. At this moment, 4 supercars stopped in front of the 9 Heavens, then clicked the door and got off. They came down several youths, and 6 bodyguards. From the calm pace and the refined eyes, it was obvious that each of these people was an expert. Get out of the way. After the 6 bodyguards got out of the car, the first thing they did was to open the way for the leader, a youth with a good temperament. The battle was not ordinary. Li Ruobing's eyes flickered, his voice scornful and careful to explain. Yi Xiao, this person's name is Xiao Tianza, is the son of more than 10 first-class families in Tianhai, just returned from studying abroad 2 days ago. If it is necessary, such a person is still good not to offend. Obviously Li Ruobing had done her homework on these rich kids, after all, but one of them is not something that the tiny Zhang clan real estate can offend. Go in. Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Tianxie then paid no more attention and lifted his foot to enter the 9 heavens. Xiao Tiansu on the other hand glanced at Yi Xian the moment he entered the 9 heavens. His eyes flickered for a minute. Apparently he didn't expect that there would be someone else in the world who had a face value and temperament that was above him. Even though Yi Xian's clothing was very ordinary, somewhat interesting young man, Xiao Tianzi, who slightly revealed an arc, then entered the elevator. Hey, Xiao, how can that kid be compared to you? That's right, that kid doesn't even deserve to be compared to Xiao. That's right, Xiao is the future head of the Xiao group. How can he be compared to a brat? The 3-second generation that followed behind Xiao Tianzi sarcastically belittled Yi Xian and patted Xiao Tianzi on the back. Xiao Tianzi smiled lightly at this, although he knew that they were flattering and patting their asses, but he enjoyed this feeling. 10 minutes later, at the 9th level of the 9 heavens, the huge auction venue, at this moment had already seated many people. There was no exception. These people were all wealthy merchants, nobles and dignitaries from the entire heavenly sea and the surrounding area. Not long after, a middle-aged man appeared at the auction table. This person was no other than the president and head of the 9 heavens auction house, Xia Minghai. Xia Minghai, who came to the auction table, looked at the packed auction venue, revealed a smile and took the microphone. I am very happy to meet with you all here again. I am the person in charge of the 9 heavens auction house and the head of the auction house. Xia Minghai, today's auction will not let you all down. Without further ado, the next first auction item Qianlong Imperial Celadon Vase Pair. The auction reserve price of 1 million. Each increase shall not be less than 100,000. The bidding begins. 1 million. 1 million. 3 million. In an instant it soared to 2 million towards the top. But Yi Xian had no taste for it. After all, his mission was to get 3 billion auction items. I really don't know if the Ghost of the Days system is reliable or not. 5 million. Between the bidding of all parties, a voice came out. The one who raised the price was no other than Xiao Tianzi of the Xiao family in Tianhai. 5 million. This gentleman is offering 5 million. Is there any higher? Xia Minghai looked towards Xiao Tianzi and similarly recognized the visitor. 5 million for the first time. 5 million second time. 5 million third time. Xia Minghai's voice fell, snapping the hammer. The auction was reached. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the first auction item of the 9 heavens auction for 5 million. Below, for the second auction item. Xia Minghai's voice came out and the auction continued. The few second generation around Xiao Tianzi then fawned out. Congratulations to Xiao for winning the Qianlong Imperial Celadon Porcelain. Young Xiao will definitely get something when he goes out. Today, Mr. Xiao will surely reap the rewards of the 4 directions. Listening to the bragging of the several second generation, the corner of Xiao Tianzi's mouth curved up in an arc. This feeling of being in the limelight was something he enjoyed. Then, Xiao Tianzi continuously shot, once again bidding successfully many times, attracted the auction house staggering, worthy of being a first-class family in the Tianhai, before and after almost a small 100 million. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was bored, because the auction had already been going on for almost an hour, not to mention 3 billion, not even hundreds of millions. Good. During this time, Xia Minghai's voice once again came out to attract the attention of everyone in the auction room. Next, this auction item will surely arouse the interest of all of you. Due to the change in the board of directors of Tianhai University has now commissioned the 9 heavens auction house to auction off Tianhai University. Wow! The moment Xia Minghai said this, the auction site immediately caused an uproar. Tianhai University auction? This surely didn't tease them. To know, Tianhai University is one of the best universities in Tianhai. Even within China, it can be ranked in the top 20. Its value is absolutely unprecedented. Xiao Tianzi's eyes lit up when he heard Xia Minghai's words. The main event has finally come. Tianyi, wait, I'll shoot down Tianhai University for you as a meet and greet gift. Similarly stunned was Yi Xian. Hearing Xia Minghai's words, Yi Xian was confused for a moment. What the hell? Tianhai University auction. This, what the hell kind of plot? The value of Tianhai University is compared to all of you here have some understanding. The following Tianhai University auction begins. The auction reserve price of 1 billion. And, each time the price increase shall not be less than 10 million. This is a one-time only opportunity. The following auction begins. 1 billion. Yi Xian heard this auction reserve price. His eyes lit up. What day? The system's task is absolutely this. Grandma drop. Tianhai University must be shot. Whoever blocks who dies. Chapter 53. 5 billion heavenly price. Auctioning Tianhai University. $1 billion $10 million. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Tianzi directly made a bid. Tianhai University he must get, because this is the gift he wants to confess to Luo Tianyi. 3 years have not seen, Tianyi must be more beautiful than before. In the auction room, all the tycoons and merchants frowned slightly, but then they did not pay too much attention to the Tianhai Xiao family. $1,020 million. $1,030 million. Soon, Tianhai University's bidding came to a high of $1.5 billion. Xiao Tianzi saw this, his eyes flashed sharp. $2 billion. After saying this, Xiao Tianzi once again spoke out. Everyone here please also give Tianzi a face. As expected, Xiao Tianzi's voice of determination came out. Originally wanted to raise the price of the various parties. All were silent. Xiao Tianzi's words they can't not consider. After all, Xiao Tianzi's future that is the future ruler of the Xiao group. Xiao is mighty and domineering. He. Once this statement is made, if they are not little cuties, know what is more important. Using power to suppress others. Young Xiao is awesome. Several second generation took the opportunity to pat the horse's ass, calling out Xiao Tianzi's brilliance. The fawning face was revealed to the fullest at this time. 2.5 billion. The corner of Xiao Tianzi's mouth had not yet arched. A voice came out from a short distance away, and when this statement came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Surprisingly, there are people who don't buy the face of the Xiao family's great young man. Li Ruobing listening to the voice from the ear. Color changed greatly. Pretty face brush white as snow. This is bad. Ye less crazy this time out. It is like a direct slap in the face of Xiao Tianzi. That is one of the few first-class families in Tianhai. The Xiao family's youngest. That kid, looking for death. Beside Xiao Tianzi, a second generation of a third-rate family named Lin Yi. His face was filled with ill will. Although the Lin family where Lin Yi was from was a third-rate family in Tianhai, it was far from being comparable to Zhang Zhe's stream. Oh, it's that kid? Xiao Tianzi obviously also saw Yi Xian. The corner of his mouth lifted up a touch of mockery, but between his eyes was flickering a wisp of coldness. Somewhat interesting, then this young man will play with you. $5,110 million. Xiao Tianzi did not hesitate too much and directly made a move. $3 billion. Xiao Tianzi just exported. Yi Xian directly soared price right to $3 billion. Your grandfather's. The task is finally to complete. Grass. However, this word out, Li Ruobing whole heart is trembling. Crazy. The boss crazy Yi Young He. What is this doing? With the Xiao family big young hard steel, he did not consider the consequences. The auction site is even more in an uproar. I drop a good boy. That kid has balls. The Xiao family's kid. Looks like he's met his match. Even the auction table's Xia Minghai our eyes are surprised. Deep meaning to look at Yi Xian. That young man what people. Even so raise the price. And its tone of voice has not the slightest fluctuation. Good horror of the determination and heart. $3,110 million. Xiao Tianzi once again quoted a price. His voice already carried the slightest undisguised chill. Obviously Xiao Tianzi was offended. $3.5 billion. The flat voice came out again. The jade trigger finger held in Xiao Tianzi's hand clicked and shattered in response to the sound. Frightening the surrounding several second generation eyes jumped straight. This jade trigger finger had just been auctioned for more than $20 million. And it was just like that by the more Xiao young to hold the shattered. That kid. Finished. Kid. You. Very good. Xiao Tianzi's icy cold voice came out, the anger in his heart surging to the extreme. $3.5 billion? This figure, even if he was the eldest young man of the Xiao family did not have the right to use it, otherwise it would affect the normal operation of their huge Xiao family's industry, and if something really went wrong because of it, his father would definitely descend into monstrous fury. $3.5 billion. Is there any price higher than this gentleman's? Xia Minghai mouth corner twitching, grandmother drop. Now the young people are so bold. Xiao family young man even if, but in front of this guy is what is the head, since there is no higher price. Then, snapped. Xia Minghai directly hammer also lazy to shout 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman to $3.5 billion heavenly price. Auction Tianhai University ownership. From now on, Tianhai University is yours. Seek death. Xiao Tianzi's eyes were icy cold. The reason why he came to the 9th floor today was to auction off Tianhai University. But now, he returned in defeat and also lost face. How could he not be angry? Xiao, there is no need to be angry. Lin Ye's face was full of mischief at this time, and he volunteered, when the auction is over, I will have someone beat him up, daring to offend Xiao in the Tianhai land boundary. He really thinks that he is a descendant of the 4 top families. Oh, Xiao Tianzi heard this and looked at Yi Xian. Then thank you, young Xiao Lin. After this is accomplished, I will make sure to let Xiao group have more contact with your Lin family. Really Xiao. Thank you then. Lin Yi heard. More energy. His father if he knew would certainly be very happy. Yi Xiao. You. Crazy. Li Ruobing whispered in surprise. She couldn't believe where on earth Yi Xian got the stamina to dare to fight hard with the Xiao family's youngest. That was the young master of the Xiao group. Don't worry, I have the numbers. Li Ruobing. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Li Ruobing had the feeling of her mind exploding in place. There are numbers. What kind of count can there be? The auction ended. A certain room on the 9th floor of the 9 heavens. Mr. Yi, this is Mr. Su Zimin, the president of Tianhai University. You guys talk about the next thing. Thank you, old Xia. Su Zimin saw Yi Xian and smiled as he spoke to Xia Minghai, somehow always feeling that there was something familiar about this young man who had photographed their school. Soon, Su Zimin and Yi Xian Li Ruobing were left in the room. This little brother. Your name? We haven't met somewhere before? Su Zimin looked at Yi Xian suspiciously. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he felt, but he just couldn't recall where he had seen him for a while. Seeing Su Zimin's expression, Li Ruobing faintly smiled. President Su, Yi Xiao is precisely a student of Tianhai University. A student of Tianhai University. Yi Xiao. Yi. Su Zimin thought of something in his mind at a certain moment. Brushing a gaze arrow landed on Yi Xian, his eyes full of disbelief. You are the sophomore schoolboy of Tianhai University. Yi Xian. Su Zimin finally remembered. Wasn't this young man in front of him Yi Xian? I didn't expect the principal to recognize me. Su Zimin let out a bitter smile upon hearing this. You're the man of the hour of the school. It's hard for me to not recognize you. But you actually took out $3.5 billion to auction off Tianhai University. In the future, you can be my boss. Su Zimin said with an odd expression on his face. He would never have thought that the school herb of their school would have bought Tianhai University. The TV series did not dare to act like this. At this moment, Su Zimin was overwhelmed with emotion. This news, if it was transmitted back to Tianhai University, he was afraid that the whole school would turn upside down because of it. Chapter 51. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you shouldn't make a move on Yi Xiao. The contract was signed and left the room. Yi Xiao. It's surprising that he really auctioned off Tianhai University, and spent a full 3.5 billion renminbi. Li Ruobing is full of unbelievable 3.5 billion of that is, and he thus also offended the Tianhai Xiao family's great young man. This is not a wise practice. But Yi Xiao is obviously not such an impulsive person. How could he? Ding! Congratulations to the host to participate in the auction and consume 3 billion renminbi successfully. Get a rebate of 10 times. In view of the host, Transcendent, to complete the task, the rebate is raised to 100 times, capped at 5 billion renminbi. Li Ruobing read BMW in. To be honest, until now she is like a dream. Consumption rebate capped at 5 billion prompts ringing in the ears. Yi Xian is the corner of the mouth curved arc. Ding dong. Just about to drive, Li Ruobing's cell phone received a message. Click in to take a look. It is clearly more than 10 million on the account. And on the way here Yi Xian is to ask for Li Ruobing's change. Just Li Ruobing did not think it would be so fast. Yi Young. You this. Thank you. Li Ruobing holding the cell phone, eyes full of gratitude. The heart secretly decided. Must make every effort to assist Yi Xiao's woman. That is, President Luo, to grow the company in the shortest possible time. As long as you are loyal to my wife, this is just the beginning. Yi Xian waved his hand and didn't take it to heart. The reason why he gave Li Ruobing $10 million now was because of the 100 times rebate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10 million renminbi. 100 times rebate. Get 1 billion renminbi. 10 million huge money just arrived in the account. Yi Xian once again harvested 1 billion renminbi. The wealth of the system panel also after consuming 3.5 billion, once again rose back to 1.3 billion. After a small test, Yi Xian was in a good mood. Squeak! However, after traveling about 5 or 6 kilometers, a huge rock crossed in front of Li Ruobing's car, and braked sharply to stop in the middle of the field. The next moment, buzzing, dozens of vehicles from both sides of the road sound spread. At this moment has been close to night. Swish road lights will be illuminated in the field as if it were daytime. Push the door off the car. On both sides of the total of about hundreds of people will be Yi Xian and Li Ruobing surrounded in the field. Snapping, 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 snapping. Right at this moment, a crisp clapping sound rang out, and then a youth came down from the supercar, his line of sight landing on Yi Xian. Kid, how dare you? Dare to grab something from Xiao Xiao? The person who came was no one else but Xiao Tian's follower, the young master of the third-rate Lin family, Lin Yi, and it was he who had introduced himself to take out the anger for Xiao Xiao, thus leading to this scene. Young Yi, it's bad. This is Xiao Tian's people. I didn't expect them to come so fast. Li Ruobing's pretty face was pale. She understood very well that a person like Xiao Tianzi was not someone she could offend, although it was Yi Xiao who made the move, but she was after all the one who followed. if they made any indecent moves, she would not have that ability to resist. Blame it on the fact that you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Lin Yi snorted coldly and looked at the field, his line of sight landing on Li Ruobing. It's not bad to give this female to Xiao Xiao to make amends later. Get on me and cripple him. Although he knew that Yi Xian might be extraordinary, but how could he be compared to Xiao Xiao? He directly waved his hand down to give the order. Just as Lin Yi's voice fell, a teasing girl's voice came from a truck on the side. Yell, it's so lively here. The chirping voice came. Lin Yi's eyes looked towards the top of the truck, his brows slightly furrowed. Who are you? It's not important who I am. What's important is that you shouldn't make a move on Yi Xiao. The voice fell. The girl from the top of the truck jumped down. 3 or 4 meters of height is completely no different from self-inflicted injuries. But, the girl is stable and landed on the ground. Not only that, the girl's hands are also each holding a warhammer. Such an odd costume. More like a crossover to the female general. The girl did not say much. Direct flare launched into the air. Brilliant fireworks from the night bloomed into a pair of dragon scepter is very eye-catching. Squeak squeak. Immediately after, several large trucks surrounded everyone in the field including Lin Yi. Then, snap, 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 splat, splat, splat. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the ground was heard in the field. A silhouette surrounded Lin Yi and his entourage at a very fast speed, and in an instant there were more than 300 people surrounding them. Yi Xiao, is it? Li Ruobing heard the girl whose face value was not at all below her own, especially the figure that made her envious. Could it be that these people were Yi Xiao's men? Thinking of this, Li Ruobing sucked in a breath of cool air. Everything in front of her, Yi Xiao had anticipated. Thoughtfully, Li Ruobing realized that Yi Xian was even more mysterious than she had imagined. That girl addressing her like this had already explained everything. Yi Xiao, wait a moment. These mongrels, 3 minutes. Put them all down in less than 2 minutes. The girl holding 2 warhammers. The voice fell directly towards Lin Yi. A hammer smashed up. Click, bone cracking sound came out. Lin Yi directly flew backwards out 3 or 4 meters away. Ribs broken, do not know how many. Do it. In a flash, the dumbfounded Lin Yi's hundreds of henchmen. Directly a devastating screaming and wailing, especially the girl holding the warhammer. The speed of the strike was not generally fast. About a minute and a half. There was no more of Lin Yi's men standing in the field. All of them were suppressed and dried up by the girl and more than 300 of her men. Lin Yi's eyes were looking straight. I haven't met Mr. Yi yet. The girl with the war hammer in her hand came close. Her eyes swept the field. More than 300 men didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. I've seen Yi Xiao, Lin Yi, these people, they are all that guy's people. And that female Tyrannosaurus, what kind of people are they? Just now that hammer is so heavy. Grandma, you are Taiju's men? Yi Xian thought about the divine dragon scepter pattern just now, and already had some guesses. He, Yi Xiao, I'm Luo Yurua. My brother Luo Tian is brother Wang's comrade in arms. Luo Yurua first saw Yi Xiao, who was praised by Wang Taiju, to the sky, obviously a little excited, but immediately after the Tweedledum wanted to try. I heard from brother Wang that Yi Xiao is very good at fighting. Can you spar with Yurua? After saying that, will be in the hands of the 2 warhammer thrown aside. Issued a thud of 2 dull sound. Look, Lin Yi gulp swallowed a mouth of saliva. Martyr, I knew it. I'm coming. Oh. Before Yi Xian could say anything, Luo Yurua directly arrived instantaneously at a speed much faster than before. A pink fist smashed onto Yi Xian's heavenly soul cover. Seeing the sudden cut, Yi Xian was stunned, and then shook his head slightly. A palm passed through Luo Yurua's fist, and slapped on its shoulder. The next moment, with a whoosh sound, Luo Yurua was transformed into a black aura and was slapped backwards and flew out 5 or 6 meters away. But such a large impact did not cause Luo Yurua to be injured. The surrounding more than 300 subordinates all froze. Stunned look at the field. I drop. Luo's sister was even a move second defeat. Lin Yi at the moment doubtful of life, dumbfounded in place. I Nima, that kid, so powerful. Just that the female Tyrannosaurus all killed nearly half of them. If that kid out, damn, they are afraid of the bone scum are not left. Chapter 52, doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Yi Xiao, awesome. Luo Yurua's eyes flashed with essence. Just now, she didn't even see how Yi Xian struck before she was slapped out. Also, young Yi, those oranges you gave us are too amazing. Thinking of the special oranges that Wang Taiju had given her, Luo Yurua sipped her mouth and lamented. She could have the strength she had now, but it couldn't be dissociated from those oranges. Yes, looking at the stormy little lowly General Luo Yurua, Yi Xian faintly smiled. Move the stone away, I still have things to do. Yes, Yi Xiao. About 3 to 5 minutes later, Yi Xiao slowly, Luo Yurua's voice came out, obviously being able to see Xiao Yi put her in a good mood. However, Li Ruobing, who was driving the car, had an incomparable vibration in her heart, thinking about the previous scene at the Nine Heavens auction. No wonder Yi Xiao was not worried about Xiao Tian's retaliation at all. Together Yi Xiao even had his own forces. Lin's group, chairman's office. Swish. At a certain moment, Lin Ziyu, who was dealing with the company's affairs, there was an extra figure in the office. Like a ghost. Mr. Luo, what brings you here? Lin Ziyu saw the person coming, put down the official business in his hand and spoke out suspiciously. He knew that the Luo Tian in front of him was not simple. Back then, because of certain reasons, Luo Tian owed him a favor, and because of that their Lin family could become a third-rate family in Tianhai City. Lin Ziyu, I'm here to remind you that your son has gotten into big trouble. Luo Tian looked at Lin Ziyu. Tell your son to stay away from the Xiao family's people. Today's outburst against Yi Xiao is forgettable. Yi Xiao didn't care. If there is a next time, there will be no more Lin family in Tianhai. What? Lin Ziyu heard. A cool air straight to the sky. Mr. Luo, that little offended what people? Young Yi, named Yi Xian. His external identity is a student in Tianhai. A few minutes later, Lin Ziyu, after this matter I have no more relationship with your Lin family. If that precious son of yours messes with Yi Xiao again, I will personally take action to exterminate your Lin family at that time. Mr. Luo, please also. Before Lin Ziyu finished speaking, Luo Tian's figure was already gone from the room, while Lin Ziyu's face was full of iron, took his cell phone and left the office. Unsurprisingly, what awaited Lin Yi would be unprecedented anger. Zhang's real estate, president's office. Luo Tianyi was still familiarizing herself with the company affairs with Li Ruobing's assistant at this moment. Li Ruobing looked at Luo Tianyi with extremely complicated eyes, afraid that President Luo didn't know about Yi Xiao yet. Wife, haven't left yet. Yi Xian tended to Luo Tianyi's slightly messy hair, a doting gesture that caused Luo Tianyi's face to blush. Xiao Li, come out. Oh, good. Xiao Li heard Li Ruobing's words and hurriedly followed out. Young Yi, President Luo. Then I went out first. Look at you. How can you be like that? Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian. It's all your fault. How can I work in the future? What are you afraid of? About half an hour later, the two drove the stretch Lincoln towards the villa. Yi Xian, you aren't allowed to be like that in the future. Luo Tianyi thought about the scene just now. How embarrassing it would be if someone came in at that time, even though they all knew that the two were husband and wife. Like that? What kind is that? Luo Tianyi. Yi Xian, glaring at that immodest guy. If it wasn't for the fact that the guy was driving, she really wouldn't be able to control herself from biting him to death. Well, favoredly pinched his stunning wife's cheeks. The big deal in the future is not to have that in the office. It's better at home. Luo Tianyi. You. The co-pilot Luo Tianyi cackled and ground her teeth oohing and awing. So angry. So want to bite him to death. After holding back half a day, Luo Tianyi stifled a sentence and glared at someone. Yi Xian, do you know, you'll turn into the kind of person that you hate the most one day. Yeah, then thank you wife. Your husband hates rich people the most. Put. You. Poof. Luo Tianyi heard that guy's serious nonsense, fiercely blanked him, will with a small head to one side. I do not talk to you. Yell. My wife looks so good when she's angry, worthy of being the prettiest school flower in the history of Tianhai University. It's a pity that it's cheap for a certain handsome guy. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi originally didn't want to speak, but that guy is really so shameless. His face skin is too thick. Handsome boy. Then you give the school flower to say you. How handsome. Saying the last few words, Luo Tianyi was gritting her teeth a little bit. For some reason as soon as she saw this guy, her silver teeth itched and she had a strong urge to eat meat. How handsome. Seeing his stunning wife's words, Yi Xian contemplated for a moment and said very solemnly, describe it this way. After I died millions of years, after the birth of mankind, they restored my skeleton, buried in the North Pole, in the sky above my tombstone, year-round floating a cloud. Change to change to change. There is only one word, handsome. Luo Tianyi. You, be so shameless. Luo Tianyi glared fiercely at Yi Xian. This guy really refreshed her knowledge of shamelessness. 10 million years after his death, the word handsome fluttering in the clouds above his tombstone. Why doesn't he go to his death? Shameless. How can a wife say that? Yi Xian turned to his own wife in a serious manner. I still think that this can't completely describe my handsomeness. Actually, when the whole world turns off the lights, all those remaining lights are from your husband. Luo Tianyi. Put. Yi Xian, do you still want to be shameless? She glared at Yi Xian. Although she admitted that her own man was handsome, she couldn't be so narcissistic. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Chapter 53. I will never listen to your stories again. You're not a human being. In the stretch Lincoln. Yi Xian, do you think whether it's good to change the company's name to Dragon Domain Real Estate? After being mushy for a few sentences, Luo Tianyi got to the point and said, ever since Yi Xian asked her to manage Zhang's real estate, She had thought of so many names, and in the end, she still felt that Dragon Domain real estate was more satisfactory. The wife is the master is. The husband just wants to be raised by his wife. With other people's words how to say it. It seems to be, right, eating soft rice. Luo Tianyi, big bad egg, can you speak properly? What eating soft rice? Don't you know that the company is yours? Luo Tianyi whitened her eyes at Yi Xian. Is this guy crazy for wanting to eat her soft rice? But, what about San Bao in the future? Luo Tianyi thought of a very important issue. She went to work at Dragon Real Estate. Sanbo would not be able to take care of both. San Bao just leave it to me in the future. Moreover, we're rich now. I think it's time to hire some maids or something, so it'll all be easier. Now and his wife's relationship has been very harmonious. In the future, he and the various tasks can't always be in front of San Bao. Hire some maids is the best solution. Of course, there is also a part of the reason is that before they live in the neighborhood, completely do not have the conditions to hire maids. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi was silent for a while. Yi Xian, why are you so good to me? Silly girl, you're your husband's wife. Who is your husband good to if not you? Yi Xian drove with one hand and dotingly rubbed Luo Tianyi's head. Moreover, it's quite good to accompany San Bao to grow up a little bit. In addition, my investment in Qianjun Hotel and other aspects doesn't need me to come out and manage it. The last thing I need is time. Husband, I love you. Luo Tianyi heard the heart is full of happiness. Even, she is somewhat glad that a year ago with Yi Xian encounter that night. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a cute 3 munchkins, and a man who favors her so much. Of course, there is also a very important reason, is so he will have more time to complete the unscrupulous system damn task. 9 Dragons Villa. What? Xiao Luo is going to be the president. Chen Xiaoan heard her son's words and was clearly shocked by the information, while Luo Tianyi blanked Yi Xian. Mom, actually that company is Yi Xian's. This brats? Aside from the Qianjun Hotel, Xiao Xian, you've invested in other industries? Sort of. Yi Xian ambiguously muddled through, and as Chen Xiaoan listened in her ears, the pride in her heart rose another notch. Right, brat, Xiao Luo, I've been over here for some days now, the school side is urging me. If I don't go back your father will probably see the end of it, I guess I have to go back. Oh, hearing his mom's words, Yi Xian smiled slightly. We just wanted to talk to you about this. Tomorrow we are going to hire some nannies and maids to come. Hire maids? That's good. I was worried that it wouldn't be convenient for you guys to bring San Bao with you after you leave. On this day, Chen Xiaoan took San Bao to her room for the last time. The next time she would come here again she didn't know when it would be, so she cherished this night and made sure to take a lot of pictures. In the bedroom room, after taking a shower, the stunning beauty leaned on Yi Xian's shoulder. Hubby, why don't you tell me a story? A story? Good. Luo Tianyi's teeth and claws milk fierce appearance. Looking at Yi Xian couldn't help but hate to kiss her. This kind of bullying his own wife's feeling, not to mention quite interesting. Good. Hubby will tell you another one. A little while later, Luo Tianyi's face blushed. That guy just knows to be immodest. How can this soulful man be such a story? So to speak then 2 stories, as if to open another window of her cognition of the story. Hey, wife still want to hear Seeing the stunning wife frantic look, Yi Xian gangster bad smile said, this niece also blackened you cannot. Bah, I will never listen to your stories again, you're just not human. Luo Tianyi poo-pooed. Is it really good for that guy to tell her stories like this? Or is he, was implying something about himself? But, Luo Tianyi what are you thinking Chapter 54, Husband, it was so nice to meet you a year ago. In the room, the two of them fooled around for quite a while. Luo Tianyi's pajamas were nowhere to be found, and she just leaned in Yi Xian's arms, quietly enjoying the rare quiet time. Hubby, it was so nice to meet you a year ago. Leaning in Yi Xian's arms, Luo Tianyi said with the corners of her mouth curving up in a charming arc of happiness, which, if the outside world saw it, might cause what kind of sensational ghosts and wolves to cry. Is it? To meet a wife is also a husband's good fortune Feeling the warm jade in his arms, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh, but wife is more attractive than before. Put. You men are all big pig's hooves, don't you all like this? Humph, Luo Tianyi grunted, while she was unaware of how much of a test this was for Yi Xian. The following day, after breakfast, Chen Xiaoan took a taxi and left the villa not a moment later. 3 cars were parked in front of the villa. Then, from the car came down 6 girls with online face value, exquisite body, excellent temperament, and a woman in her 30s, but although she was a woman, from the view of her face that still had its charm, she must have been a beautiful woman in her youth. Yi Xiao, Mr. Yi, these are the nannies and maids we provided for you. The person who introduced the voice was no other than Luo Yuruo who had destroyed and dried up Linya's line yesterday, And this stormy little loli who had changed into an OL outfit at this moment really looked like an employee operated by a housekeeping company, including the woman. None of the 7 people were not beauties with a score of 90 or above, which made Yi Xian a bit speechless. He didn't expect Wang Taizhu to send Luo Yuruo, and also brought such 7 beauties to be his housekeepers and maids. Mr. Yi, these are the most outstanding nannies and maids in Tianhai City. This Aunt Shen, who once studied in Sri Lanka's king's palace for 5 years, is completely able to manage all the things in the villa, and every one of these maids is a schoolgirl level girl, and has undergone all-around systematic training, and is able to satisfy all of Mr. Ye's requirements. Hearing Luo Yuruo's words, Yi Xian's brain was a mass of black lines. All the requirements. It was obvious that the reason why Luo Yuruo was so prepared. Her mind was not pure. Yi Xian, have the nannies and maids arrived? Sweet voice fell. Then Luo Tianyi's figure appeared in the field. And when Luo Yuruo saw Luo Tianyi, eyes a stagnation. I drop good. This is the wife of the leafless. Good. So beautiful. Completely dumped these maids 10 streets. But, to be able to become Yi Xiao's wife, that must be the happiest woman in the world. This must be the madam. How beautiful. Luo Tianyi had just arrived in front of the villa and was given the highest praise by a little beauty. Immediately her face swooned slightly. This little sister. You're pretty too. After the handover was over, Luo Yuruo left the villa with a few cars. Xin Yubing was also stunned when she saw her employer was so young, but her super high quality let her know that the person who could afford to hire her and these maids was definitely not simple. Other people are not clear, but she can understand very well. Just for the salary alone, her annual salary as a nanny and housekeeper is $1 million. Even those maids have an annual salary of $500,000. And the specialty of these maids is that they are beautiful and capable. Young master, good day ma'am. Shen Yubing bowed and bent down, revealing a charming smile. My name is Shen Yubing. I am the nanny and housekeeper of this villa in the future. In the future, the young master and madam's 3 treasures as well as their daily life will be taken care of by me. And if the young master and madam have any requests, they can call me. Face value, temperament, speech, just right. This makes Luo Tianyi can't help but sigh. This is even better than her Luo family's housekeeper and nanny. Then in the future, I'll be grateful to Aunt Shen. Luo Tianyi saw Shen Yubing and the 6 maids, elegantly and graciously said. This noble aura alone let Shen Yubing understand that this lady must be a rich lady with an extremely good family background. Just like this, the 6 maids pulled their luggage into the villa. Looking at the Kowloon 1 villa, a large villa of 3,000 square meters, their eyes met. They all got to know each other along the way. After all, in the future they can all work here for a long time. Soon, entering the villa, Aunt Shen saw the 3 treasures of the one child. Her beautiful eyes lit up. Young master, ma'am, these are the 3 little princesses. Aren't they so beautiful, so cute? The 6 maids were also bright-eyed, their eyes filled with fondness, the corners of their mouths rippling with curves. Aunt Shen, who already knew the villa like the back of her hand, immediately arranged the rooms for the 6 maids, and arranged the daily duties of the 6 maids, including sweeping the floors, tidying up the house, and taking care of Sanbao, young master's wife. Since you paid a high price to hire them, you must all do your part and get along as quickly as possible in order to give young master's wife a better living environment. Understand? Yes, Aunt Shen. The 6 maids hurriedly said yes. With Aunt Shen's command, they were not so flustered and knew what they should do. After the lecture, Aunt Shen smiled at Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi. Young master, ma'am, is there anything to add? Nope. Looking at each other, Yi Xian smiled out. Had to say a penny for a penny. $1 million annual salary nanny come housekeeper set out probably no one would believe. Luo Tianyi if she knew. Aunt Shen's 7 people's salary alone is $4 million a year. I don't know if she will directly let her own man to return. This is too defeatist. There is that money to spend on the 3 treasures don't smell good? Wow. This time the employer is so handsome. And it looks like he's not as old as us. How nice it would be if he was my husband. Having a baby at such a young age, and a trio of babies at the same time. Your wife must be super happy. That's true. A man who can give birth to a child with 3 babies is very powerful. Chattering voices spread from the maid's room. Aunt Shen saw this and did not stop it, because this can not only enhance the relationship between them, but also make the atmosphere of the villa a lot milder. Such a scene, if Xiao Ming and the others knew, I do not know if they would be shocked and limp their tongues. Chapter 55 I spoil Sanbao yes, but it doesn't stop hubby from spoiling you. Young master, ma'am, take care. Xin Yubing and the 6 maids respectfully escorted Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi out of the villa until the car disappeared from view. The 6 maids turned around with a crash and ran into the villa, surrounding the 3 munchkins, their eyes filled with fondness and excitement. These are young master and madam's 3 munchkins. So cute. I didn't look closely just now. I want one. If I could have one with young master, that would be so nice. I don't have to be responsible for it. You guys look, the three munchkins are smiling. It seems to be, ahem, it can't be greeting us. What a smart three little princesses. Xin Yubing looked at the six maids like the appearance, slightly shook his head. Then the line of sight swept to the villa layout decoration. 9 dragons 1 villa. This is one of the few top mansion villas in Tianhai. Well, almost line. Anshin interrupted the six maids' novelty. Start working. Chi Meng Meng, you guys are responsible for sweeping and mopping the floor. 1 Yuan, sure. Okay, Aunt Shin. The 6 schoolgirl level maids hurriedly said yes. They were paid $500,000 a year. They always had to be able to afford their pay. Heavenly Dream Supercar Club. That's right. This was the place where the two of them, Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi, had come this time. Yi Xian, you really want to buy me a car? Luo Tianyi said in a tangled voice. How about, it's better to spend this money on Sanbao. Silly girl, what are you saying? A thud dotingly knocked on Luo Tianyi's glossy white head. Although Sanbao is important, but you are just as important in hubby's heart. I spoil Sanbao right, but it doesn't prevent hubby from spoiling you. Luo Tianyi's heart was a sweet mess. Where else would she have the heart to say anything? Answering obediently like a big baby. Heavenly Dream Ultra Sports Club, as the biggest club in Tianhai, with an annual profit of $200 to $300 million, it was a huge piece of fat meat. Sir, ma'am, how can I help you? Just arrived at the Supercar Club. There was a tall, voluptuous S-type beauty sales, came close and greeted warmly. From Yi Xian's two people's dress and temperament, these two people were definitely not poor masters. I want to buy a supercar. What new models do you have here? Yi Xian's line of sight moved away from the female salesperson with the exquisite figure. Although it was good, but compared to his own wife it made him tasteless. The two of you want to see the new supercar. It just so happens that our club has arrived with a batch of new cars. I'll take the two of you to take a look. Female sales heard to buy a supercar. Immediately came to the spirit. Between the words is even more enthusiastic for the two to lead the way. 2. This side please. Wife, which car you like to see for yourself? Looking at the supercar club standing beside the luxury car model, Yi Xian can't help but sigh with emotion. With his qualifications nowadays, these car models, as long as he is willing to, can be taken in minutes. Just have a wife this kind of stunning beauty. How can he be interested in those vulgar powder? Mr. Original is to buy a car for his wife. This young lady, you are too happy. Thanks. Luo Tianyi smiled and nodded her head. Then her eyes glanced around the new car area, and finally her eyes landed on a red supercar. Yi Xian, let's go with this one. The streamlined red design. Looking at the car's label, it should be a supercar Lamborghini. Very atmospheric yet without losing its substance. The saleswoman couldn't help but stare when she heard Luo Tianyi's words. Miss, are you sure you want to buy this car? I'll introduce you to this car first. This car is a limited edition Lamborghini Poison. There are only 20 in the world, and this one is one of only 5 within our country. Priced at 20 million renminbi. Also, the most expensive of our batch of new cars. Luo Tianyi heard. 20 million. This, I'm still. Okay, this one it is. Luo Tianyi just wanted to say no, but it was Yi Xian's voice that came from her ears. Luo Tianyi. The saleswoman heard Yi Xian's words. This, sir, why don't you and your wife try it out? This Lamborghini uses a large amount of carbon fiber and composite materials, and the net weight of the entire car is only 450 kilograms. In terms of power, it is equipped with a 750 horsepower 6.5 LV12 engine, with 100 kilometers acceleration in only just 2.8 seconds, and a top speed of up to 355 kilometers per hour. Pay up. The saleswoman skillfully spoke about the car's performance, but before she could finish, she saw a card handed to her, which made the saleswoman stall. This, well, so some of the operation, but also stunned the surrounding bystanders. This buddy to crazy directly to their wives to buy this kind of luxury car. Life. However, soon the female sales lived to see a ghost-like expression. Trembling hands will be card and invoice over. She just saw what? When the card, she actually saw the card has more than $3 billion, simply refreshed her knowledge of the Tycoon, and even she has a kind of impulse to pounce on him. Where is the Tycoon? The absolute god of the Tycoon. 3 billion in one card. What does this represent? That is to say he is worth at least 1 billion towards the top, or even more. Sir, this is your card. Please keep it. Female sales at this moment, her attitude was unprecedentedly respectful. This kind of godly man, even their boss had to treat him solemnly. Sir, miss, I'll take you to the rest area to take a break, during which I'll do all the formalities for this car. The saleswoman was very much in place. as this kind of big shot was not something she could afford to offend as a small car sales clerk. Soon after having some fruit plates served, the saleswoman left in a hurry, but instead of going through the formalities directly, she dialed the boss's phone and reported the events of the moment to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 20 million renminbi, 10 times the rebate, gaining 2 billion renminbi. The system's voice came into his ears at this time. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc. This feeling of earning money at a speed that was really good. Yi Xian, isn't this car too expensive? Expensive? How so? Pulling his own wife's slender as jade, touch excellent small hand. This is all small money, as long as the wife likes. Not to mention 20 million, is 200 million, 20 billion. Your husband's eyelids are not with a blink. Che, 20 billion. I'm not a 2-year-old child. Ghosts believe it. Luo Tianyi whitened her eyes at Yi Xian. Every time she tried to speak properly, that bad guy would just open his eyes and talk nonsense. Only what she didn't know was that the words Yi Xian said were more real than real gold. Not to mention the 20 billion. As long as he had it, even if it was 200 billion or even more, it wouldn't matter. Of course my husband knows. My baby is a 3-year-old child. Luo Tianyi. Between the two flirting and spreading dog food, but almost did not just come in from outside the boss Xuan as well as that female sales to choke to death. I wipe. What the mother of their own do. Early in the morning to them to see this. Chapter 56. If this kid racing can win against Qin Xiao, I'll cut off my head and kick it as a soccer ball. Ahem. This gentleman and his wife are quite in love. Dry cough. A young man came to the rest area. It was none other than Qin Yuxuan. After seeing Luo Tianyi, he froze. No wonder Mr. is so elegant, so he has such a good-looking daughter-in-law. It's really enviable. Both of you. This is the owner of the club. I heard that both of you bought our club's most expensive supercars in this batch, and have come to congratulate you. The female saleswoman congratulated with a great eye. Then, turning her head to Qin Yuxuan, boss, it's this Mr. Yi who bought the Lamborghini poison for his wife. Oh yeah. Qin Yuxuan nodded his head with a smile. Of course he didn't come to congratulate him for a mere $20 million supercar. It was entirely because of the $1.3 billion in Yi Xian's card. This beauty. The formalities have been completed. I wonder if you want to go for a test drive. If you are not satisfied we can adjust it again. The saleswoman inquired out loud. This, okay. Luo Tianyi vaguely also guessed that Qin Yuxuan came for Yi Xian. Did not refuse. Followed the saleswoman to leave. The rest area is only left with Yi Xian and Qin Yuxuan, 2 people. Mr. Yi, certainly not an ordinary person. Qin Yuxian pondered for a while and was the first to speak out. Before he came he was purely because of the $1.3 billion in a card. After meeting Yi Xian, he realized that both his temperament and mind gave him a feeling of inscrutability. He had never faced a person with this kind of reaction. Boss Qin, could it be that he is from the top 4 Tianhai families? The Qin family. Qin Yuxuan was observing Yi Xian, and Yi Xian also saw at a glance that this Qin Yuxuan was likewise not as simple as it appeared on the surface. This person's playboy appearance hid a stamina and urbanity that was rare in ordinary people. Oh, how can I see that? Qin Yuxuan smiled faintly, while his heart was taken aback. Yi Xian smiled without saying anything, and proceeded to survey the surroundings. I don't care about who you are. In comparison, I'm more interested in this club of yours. Did not go deeper into this topic, while Qin Yuxuan was giving Yi Xian a higher look at his heart. Yi Xian was right. Dude was just the surface of him. Club? Qin Yuxuan heard Yi Xian's words and vaguely guessed something. Seeing Qin Yuxuan's appearance, Yi Xian smiled faintly. I think you should have some guesses as well. That's right. I want to acquire your heavenly dream club. Sure enough, Qin Yuxuan's eyes jumped. This club was one that he had wasted 5 years to fight his way out of. Apparently he was going to let him give it away? However, thinking of the purpose of his visit, he contemplated for a moment. Since Mr. Yi has opened his mouth, it would not be easy for me to refuse. This way, 2 conditions. After a pause in his voice, Qin Yuxuan continued. If Mr. Yi can agree to these 2 conditions, I will sell the Sky Dream Supercar Club to you. First, Mr. Yi has to take out $1 billion to acquire it, and I have to take up 10% of the shares. This is the bottom present. 1 billion? Hearing Qin Yuxuan's words, Yi Xian nodded. The club was indeed far more than this price. Yes, what about the second condition? The second condition is, let's compete in a racing match. If you can win me, you will agree to the acquisition. Qin Yuxuan, in order to better disguise himself, will be dude in the end. Direct development of racing side business? Even if some professional racers are not seen to be his opponent. Racing with me? Are you sure? Yi Xian heard then laughed. Is this dude looking for abuse? Good. I agree to both conditions. Yi Xian of course knew how much profit a supercar club made. In the future Luo Tianyi's parents wanted to use their power to oppress people. sorry he wouldn't be polite. 5 or 6 minutes later. Ultra Racing Club, Ring Mountain Racetrack. Simply for the construction of this racing track, Qin Yuxian spent a full $500 million. At that time almost didn't make his old man mad. 500 million. That's not a small amount. In order to ensure fairness, it just so happens that this batch of new cars has 2 identical Ferraris. As the racing car this time, no problem. I'm fine with it. Yi Xian smiled faintly and did not care about this. Not to mention using the same model, even if he used the divine car Wuling Hongguang, he could win with his eyes closed. I go. What? Qin Xiao. Want to race with someone? Which one doesn't know how to die? Cough cough. Qin Xiao, that's a person who has won championship trophies in professional racing competitions. Let's go. This young man would like to see who has eaten leopard's gall. The few dudes who were at the racing track, upon hearing this news, buzzed and drove their supercars towards the starting point of the racing track. Soon, the many dudes from Tianhai arrived at the field. They just happened to see 2 identical Ferraris parked at the starting point and also saw Yi Xian in the field. That's the kid, pushing the door and getting out of the car. The numerous dudes came closer. Young Qin, someone actually dared to race against you. Hey, I wonder what Qin Xiao's bet is this time. Every time Qin Xiao races there will be a bet. Qin Yuxuan saw a wave of dude second generation, and laughed unconcernedly. This dude wants to acquire the Heavenly Dream Club. I promised him that as long as he can race and win against me, I'll agree. The crowd of second generation dudes. What? That kid's brain was caught by the door. Hey, if this kid can win, I'll cut off my head and kick it as a ball. Unsurprisingly, the surrounding crowd sneered. There were also quite a few girls surrounding them. Without exception all of them had faces full of sarcasm. It's a pity that such a handsome guy is a rash. Young Qin, how about adding us? Numerous dandy second generation looked at Yi Xian. They were also excited. They haven't seen young Qin out for a long time. This time they can race with young Qin. They are also looking forward to it. What does Mr. Yi think? Qin Yuxian did not directly agree, but asked Yi Xian who was beside him. I can do anything. He did not pay attention to the many dudes, as paying attention to them would only lower his own IQ. Good. Since Mr. Yi agrees, then you guys prepare. Qin Yuxian spoke out, while the many dudes were all abuzz, energized to abuse this kid who didn't know the heights of heaven later. More than 10 white beautiful girls, is surrounded in the starting point, is also the end of the location. The road eyes staring straight at the racing track. Go for it, Mr. Qin. Young Qin, I love you. Quite a few dude girls were also howling at the top of their voices, although Qin Xiao was just as much of a dude as they were. But after all, he was the second youngest of Tianhai's top family, the Qin family, and was completely beyond their ability to compare. With the sound of an air gun, buzzing, roads of green smoke in place to rise, then many supercars as rocket-like leap out, which has a Ferrari riding in the dust, directly appeared in more than 10 meters away. The car is certainly Qin Yuxian. However, when the crowd looked to the Yi Xian still stayed in place, are all confused. Asterisk. What the hell? That handsome man how did not move? Is it? Won't drive a Ferrari this kind of high-end supercar. Qin Yuxian as well as the crowd of playboys are also dumbfounded. They of course also found that the kid they looked down on remained in place. Immediately, the banter between the eyes is even more intense. 15 seconds passed, listening to the sound of a supercar that was faintly in the distance. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc. Racing? I'll let you guys see what it means to be a car god today. Chapter 57, this guy's car skills are on par with God's. Car god. That's right. Yi Xian nowadays the ultimate car skill ability is added. The car god in the understanding of these second generation of playboys is not even worthy of mentioning shoes with him. Laughing to death. Is this kid a monkey's joke? I drop a trough. At this level, hey, worry. More than a dozen sisters' words have not finished, is to see Yi Xian open the Ferrari supercar, wheels skidding in place, black smoke rises, see the dude full of confusion, followed by a buzz, a foot throttle to the end of the Yi Xian, Ferrari supercar into a black mango instantly Piao leaped out, instantly has appeared dozens of meters away? What the hell? Just that operation, ahem, that kid, will not accelerate directly to the end of the gas pedal, that kid, is a madman. At this moment, the original ridicule of the second generation of playboys, at this moment all turned into a thick dismay. Their minds came up with two thoughts, either this kid is a rash, or, this girl is a ruthless person who dresses up as a pig and eats tigers. If the previous one is okay, if it is a ruthless person who dresses up as a pig and eats tigers, then today is going to be a heavenly affair. Less than 3 seconds, Yi Xian drove the car disappeared at the end of the field of vision. That kind of speed, directly soared to the highest, and many starting point of the second generation of playboys, are the corner of the mouth twitching, the shock of the heart has never been stronger. The unpleasant feeling in their hearts became more and more intense. Hey, that kid is finished. But no, racing with Qin Xiao. Hell, he can't even compete with us. And, a second generation hadn't even finished his sentence when he heard a whooshing sound. A streamlined Ferrari supercar, instantly soaring past, at a speed of at least 200 yards. Asterisk 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 asterisk. From the communication intercom of the many second generation dudes, the screams of this second generation who was nearly having a mountain of chrysanthemums popped all over him came out. Young Chi, what's wrong? The other second generation dudes inquired, and although they were separated by the intercom, they were still able to clearly visualize Qi Xiao's shocked expression. Qi Xiao looked at the supercar that was racing away, especially the speed that was racing to the limit. I, treadmill, saw the supercar driven by that kid. It just passed by me. Grandma, we were careless. What? Qi Xiao this word out. Many Playboy second generation are all heart shock. I Nima, that kid. Surprisingly, he really does have 2 brushes. No, that kid. Wasn't it just started to stop in place? Did. Bastard. That kid is provoking. Marred. Brothers him. At this moment, the many dandy second generation all reacted. That kid were not able to drive a supercar, but was deliberately letting them. This was an insult to them. As a drag racing party, although they are all second generation dudes, but this breath absolutely can't be swallowed. Grandma drop. That kid is looking for death. Originally just holding a playful mentality of the second generation of playboys. This moment all solemn up. Although they are playboys, but does not mean that they are little cute. A guy who stayed in the same place for an unknown period of time was able to catch up with them later, and his strength could be imagined. Marred. If they don't get it right, they're going to fall in the gutter. Buzz. Beast-like roar came from the back of the 2 second generation dudes. The 2 people's hearts could not help but be shaken. When they came back to their senses, a Ferrari had already caught up with them, dramatically pulling away from the distance. Damn it, I'm being caught up. That kid. The speed of the car soared to at least 250 yards. Your ass. 2 people look at their own driving 200 yards or trembling. The heart directly cursed. That kid no wonder can catch up with them. Horse. This if it is not catch up only evil. Yi Xian at this time looking at the very backward scenery. Speed and passion at this moment perfect show. Under the itchy foot throttle again on the ground. High-speed Ferrari supercar tires with the ground friction. Accelerated again. 250 yards. 270 yards. 300 yards. A few seconds later, Yi Xian's car accelerated again directly soared through the 300 yards of heartless operation. One of the second generation of playboys was Yi Xian opened the red Ferrari supercar overtake, turned into a red aura flashed and passed away. For some reason, many second generation playboys suddenly feel the side of the face hot and painful, thinking about the sneer just now. This scene, like an invisible slap, dry and sharp in their face. 3 people, 5 people, 8 people. Soon, Yi Xian had surpassed all the second generation of dilettantes, and at this moment, the only person left in front of him was Xuan, who was also the owner of the Heavenly Dream Club. Is driving a supercar Xian has long been the many playboy second generation flung to the old far, but is heard to pierce the air of the rapid supercar sound. Eyes glanced at the rearview mirror, the heart suddenly shocked. What? That guy. Surprisingly caught up. Not good. Continuous turn. Slow down. Seeing the roadway ahead, Xuan's face turned white, hastily decelerated and began drifting in preparation for cutting in, but at this time, squeak, Xuan saw a scene that he could not forget in his life. He saw the Ferrari supercar that Yi Xian drove. Direct speed does not reduce directly near death drifting through the corner, completely did not slow down the slightest. That madman, however, very quickly, Xuan's expression was replaced by a strong shock of dismay. What? He even drifted at full speed and passed the most difficult corner of the mountain circuit. This is impossible. After Xuan passed the consecutive curves, the shadow of the Ferrari was already gone from the vision. Only the roar of the Ferrari supercar's engine in the distance was vaguely heard into the ears. At this moment, at the end of the track, many onlookers of the second generation have been looking forward to it for a long time, and a long time has passed since the start of the race. Boom! Buzz! A beastly roar resounded from the distance at a certain moment, and then the crowd's field of vision saw a red Ferrari supercar. Quick! Young Qin is here! More than a dozen second-generation players were all in high spirits, as the supercar squeaked to a halt and pushed the door to get out of the car. All the second-generation playboys in the scene were all dumbfounded. My Nima, it's actually that kid. Ahem, how is he? Grandma drop, how did he do it? Impossible, but he left 15 seconds late. Surprisingly the first to arrive. Let Qin Xiao 15 seconds. This can win. This shows what? This guy's car skills are simply comparable to God. At this moment, all the eyes of the second generation of playboys looking at Yi Xian all changed. Stepping on the horse, this car skill is too high. dumping them at least 180 streets. My mother, this girl, is a livestock Gudu or swallowed saliva. Look at Yi Xian, eyes full of envy. Grandma drop. They want to have this kind of speed. The girl is not like moths to the flame, like submissive in their crotch. Chapter 58. If handsome can be eaten, your husband is enough to feed the world. The end of the track shook the 4 seats. More than a dozen onlookers of the second generation of playboys. Sip sip, mouth full of red face, like a person was severely smacked. Not long. Buzzing, another supercar sound from far and close to come. It is a red Ferrari supercar. No surprise. Inside the person is not someone else, as Qin Yuxian. Road car roar one after another. Push the door off. Everyone came to the ground. The first sight is fell on Yi Xian body. Eyes full of complex shame. They before, in the end, did what things? Even ridicule this kind of existence. Yi Xiao. Impressive enough. Qin Yuxian directly addressed Yi Xian as Yi Xiao. And this title was heard in the mouths of the many second generation were all shaken. It was the first time they heard Qin Xiao address someone as young master. Obviously this was recognizing this fellow. Speaking of which, since Yi Xiao won over me, I agree to acquire the Heavenly Dream Club. Wow, young Qin. This, before the many foppish second youngsters could speak, they were stopped by Qin Yuxuan counting his hands. I, Qin Yuxuan, do what I say. Moreover, in the future, I'll still be the owner of the club, just with fewer shares. Yi Xiao, take a step to speak. In the dumbfounded looks of the many playboys, Qin Yuxuan took Yi Xian and left the mountain rim racing, leaving the second generation of playboys in the wind. 10 minutes later, young Yi, from today onwards, you are the biggest boss of Sky Dream Club. Congratulations. Qin Yuxuan shook Yi Xian's hand and said congratulations, not paying any attention to the $1 billion he received. What he valued more was Yi Xian. His intuition told him that this person was not simple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 billion renminbi. The return fee is 10 times. Obtaining 2 billion renminbi. Note, the return fee of 5 billion has been capped. With Yi Xian paying 1 billion, the 5 billion return fee for completing the mission has been consumed, and smoothly called up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Physique, 20, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability, extreme milkman ability, extreme massage ability, extreme martial arts ability, extreme cooking ability, extreme car skill ability. Items, refreshing watermelon, X3. Soundproofing card, X2. Lasting capsule, X4. Wealth, 4. 317 billion. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a curve at the corner of his mouth. Young Yi, next time you have time to come here to exchange car skills, Qin Yuxuan said with a twinkle in his eyes, not knowing what kind of mind he was playing with, and at the same time, he had the entire club notified about the change of the club's big boss. Depends on the mood. The two said a few words. Luo Tianyi is from outside the test drive back, but the pure female sales is the eyes vibration. Luo Tianyi is more solemn up. She got the news as the wife of this Yi Xiao, became their boss's wife now. Not only female sales, Luo Tianyi came in from the outside. Other sales and shopkeepers are also eyes to Luo Tianyi, full of complexity and envy. Between them there is a trace of respect. These people's eyes feel a bit strange, Luo Tianyi murmured, but didn't put it on her mind, and soon came to the rest area, not realizing what kind of business her man had just traded. What's more, she wouldn't know that at this moment, she was already the boss of the huge Heavenly Dream Club. Honey, the car is okay, right? Aha. Luo Tianyi thought about the Lamborghini Poison's thrust and vision just now. Her heart was still flooded with small mutterings. A luxury car worth $20 million. It would be strange if it wasn't good. The saleswoman respectfully sent 2 bottles of water, and after accelerating all kinds of formalities including the license plate, Yi Xian and the two of them were about to prepare to leave the club, while letting someone send the car to the Kowloon 1 villa. Ha! Young Yi, T-on-E, you guys are here too? A silhouette appeared in the club's lobby. The person who came was no one else but Su Wanqing, who was properly a great beauty and the president of the Thousand Monarch Hotel nowadays. Cousin, such a coincidence? Luo Tianyi's face was slightly flushed after seeing Su Wanqing, however she was also a bit surprised, obviously not expecting to meet Su Wanqing here. Sister Su is here to buy a car, right? Yi Xian also had some understanding of Su Wanqing's situation. After all, now that Su Wanqing was the president of Thousand June, her previous car should also be replaced. Yes, Yi Xiao. Su Wanqing said respectfully. She wouldn't be arrogant just because her cousin was Yi Xiao's woman. After all, this was her boss and top boss. Looking at the showroom, he pondered. Sister Su has labored hard to develop Qianjun for this period of time. Just pick a supercar under 5 million here. I'll reimburse you back at the company. 5 million. This, Yi Xiao. No, it's not good. Nothing bad. Go pick it. Yi Xian faintly laughed, then said to the female sales, "Receive Sister Su. The money she bought the car is hanging on my account. It's old, Mr. Yi." Almost said bald-mouth female sales hurriedly changed her mouth. Xin Xiao but personally ordered not to let Yi Xiao's wife know that he acquired the club thing. "Mr. Yi, take care." After the saleswoman sent Yi Xian away, she breathed a deep sigh of relief, then looked towards Su Wanqing. "Miss Su, please follow me." Hearing this, Su Wanqing curiously asked the saleswoman, "Did they just come to buy a car?" "Yes, miss. Mr. Yi bought a Lamborghini Poison worth 20 million for that lady." And the saleswoman looked around and whispered, "I won't hide it from Miss Su. In fact, just half an hour ago, Mr. Yi he bought our Sky Dream Club. In other words, Mr. Yi is actually the owner of our current club. However, Young Qin explained to us that this matter can't be known to Mr. Ye's wife, so please ask Miss Su to keep it a secret." Su Wanqing, what did you say? This Heavenly Dream Club was bought by Mr. Yi, by Mr. Yi? Su Wanqing pupils wide, eyes full of unbelievable. Daydream Club, this is what exists, worth at least 1 billion towards the top. This, own cousin, exactly what is the Yi Xiao that encountered a year ago? By the way husband, today I came back from the outside test drive. Feel the female sales and the clerks look at me some strange. In the lengthened version of the Lincoln car, thinking about the scene of the club, Luo Tianyi slightly knit her eyebrows when talking. "You didn't do anything about it?" "No ah." Yi Xian slightly frowned, a look of complete ignorance, then realized, maybe, they think your husband is too handsome. NVU, Luo Tianyi. "You, but, do you have to be so thick-skinned?" "Thick skin?" Hearing his own wife's words, Yi Xian smiled faintly. "How come? Don't you know that if handsome can be a meal, your husband is enough to feed the whole world?" "Yi Xian, you, speak properly. Can you be any more shameless?" Luo Tianyi fiercely angry eyes a certain guy. Originally this guy to buy himself so expensive car and small touched, now all by his shameless collapse of their own touched. Handsome can be eaten as a meal, enough to feed the whole world. How he did not say, but also can feed the whole universe. It. This talk is not afraid of being struck by lightning? Chapter 59 Immodest Brain Teasers, playing badly with Luo Tianyi. "Yi Xian, you'll have no friends like this." Luo Tianyi whitened her eyes at Yi Xian. This guy was really getting more and more unpunched. "No, unpunched and bitten." "Really?" Yi Xian smiled without caring. "It doesn't matter if you have friends or not. It's fine if your husband has a wife. Wife is a senior finance student. Why don't husband test you, how about it?" Thinking of a particularly interesting thing, Yi Xian drove the car with one hand. The other big hand was placed on his own wife's legs that were longer than straight and slender. Okay, Luo Tianyi had long been accustomed to her own man's actions and didn't say anything. "I'm pretty good. He. It's good to have confidence." What Yi Xian wanted was for his own wife to be serious, as his next maneuver was extremely immodest. "Then start." "Well, come on." Luo Tianyi, who didn't have the slightest idea that she was already in the pit, was completely oblivious to what kind of experience awaited her next. "Listen up. This is a brain teaser." Yi Xian began immodestly in a serious manner. A girl was crying so hard that a strange man rode by on his bike and saw it, sending her home. Let her sit on the bar in front. The girl was very touched the next day, specially door to thank, only to realize that his family's bicycle has no bar. "May I ask my wife, why did the girl not notice?" Luo Tianyi, "No bars, bicycle, ah, Yi Xian, you." Murmuring for a moment, at a certain moment Luo Tianyi realized something. Wang Quan's beautiful eyes stared blankly. Her face was about to redden to the back of her ears. Her mind floated back to that immodest brainstorming image, like she had turned into that girl who cried so hard and Yi Xian was the man who rode his bike to send her home. The image was too beautiful to look at. Hey, how's your daughter-in-law? This brain teaser is okay." Yi Xian looked at his own wife's frantic appearance and said with a laugh, "Luo Tianyi, not bad you big head." "Put." Luo Tianyi whitened her eyes at Yi Xian. She seems to be getting less pure the more contact she has with this guy. What to do? Is it too late to return it now? No then hubby another one. Yi Xian thought about it and another brain teaser came to his mind. There's one. The goddess schoolgirl's middle finger was injured. Took a picture and sent it to Weibo with the text "injured for several days or not good." My friend was the first to see it and replied, "Don't always let the wound touch water." After that all downstairs said my friend was right. Finally my friend was pulled black. "Excuse me wife, my friend what did he do wrong? Wounded middle finger? Don't touch the water?" Luo Tianyi. Poof. Luo Tianyi who didn't reply, her head don't go to one side. That bastard. She shouldn't have talked to him. No, she shouldn't have let him talk about brainstorming. It's clearly taking advantage of her under the guise of brainstorming. Taking her to the ditch. Wife, what's wrong? Luo Tianyi, don't talk to me? I don't talk to people with thick skin, but, my friend really doesn't know what he did wrong. Luo Tianyi, Yi Xian, you, just know how to bully me. Luo Tianyi glared at her own man. Although this feeling was a little sweet and a little likable, but it was really so heartbreaking. 9 dragons 1 villa. Back to the villa. Just near noon, Luo Tianyi went to the room in the help of Aunt Shin. To the 3 treasures breastfeeding. Yi Xian wanna be salty lying ready to browse the system mall. There are no other good things. Ding. Host triggers a randomized task. Big show of cooking conquers everyone in the villa. Obtains the ability of ultimate calligraphy. Comes with +3 physique. Mission failed, physique +1. Oh. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Xian was jolted, not because of the extreme calligraphy, but the physique +3. Nowadays, 2 times the physique of a normal person has already made him high. I wonder what kind of experience 2, 3 times would be like. It didn't matter if it was calligraphy or not, he simply liked the feeling of enhanced physique. It's all busy. Yi Xian stood up from the living room sofa. Of course he noticed the several maids preparing lunch in the kitchen gazing at him from time to time, to which Yi Xian was calm and relaxed. After all, with his max charisma value, it was hard for him not to be so. Yeah, young master, why did you come in? That's right, this is all what our subordinates should do. A few maids saw the young master who took a peek into the kitchen. One by one, their cheeks swooned, their hearts thumped and beat violently. Mamma mia, the little heart is beating so fast, it won't jump out of the heart. Look at the young master from a close distance is even more handsome, as if, in love it. What upper person lower person? All of you go out, I will do the lunch today. All maids, young master, you can also cook. Several maids looked at their own young master as if they had discovered a new continent. Nowadays boys who can cook are too few, rarer than diamonds. Of course, before you guys came here, your lady was often the one who cooked for me. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Today, young master is in a good mood. I'll let you guys taste young master's handiwork later. Really da. Great. Go young master. Young master is so handsome. The rice he cooks must be especially delicious. Several maids chirped as they watched the young master's skillful movements in the kitchen. Much faster than them, such a handsome young master, who could obviously rely on his face value to eat, but instead relied on his talent. Look, the young master even knows how to carve. Oh my god. One of the maids saw the knife fluttering, carving a carrot crumbs rustling down on the cutting board. Not long after, Yi Xian's hand was an additional phoenix spreading its wings and flying, especially the 2 eyes gleaming, as if it had come to life. The maid's eyes went straight as they watched, incredulously looking at the finished flying phoenix. This cooking skill, young master is afraid that it's even better than Aunt Shin's. Yes, it's incredible. And did you guys see that the young master used a kitchen knife, carving out a flying phoenix with a kitchen knife? It's the first time I've seen it. Aha, me too. I've seen chefs using specialized carving tools before, and they don't look as good as the young master's carving. Young master has started again. So good. Right at this moment, Luo Tianyi and Aunt Shin came out after breastfeeding and putting the 3 treasures to sleep, and happened to see the scene of Yi Xian's cooking operation. Luo Tianyi blanked a certain guy, while Aunt Shin's eyes blossomed with essence. Madam, young master's hand speed is so fast, and his knife work is so powerful. A vegetable knife carving a soaring divine dragon. Unheard of and unheard of. Aunt Shin watched Yi Xian's operation. Her heart was greatly shaken. She obviously did not expect that this young master who newly hired her, cooking skills so good, compared to the young master. Her techniques in knife work cannot even be considered as an introduction. Young master, this is also a little too powerful. Chapter 60, or wife you so what back? I promise not to resist. Chopper carving divine dragon. With suspicion, looked to the kitchen. That guy did not expect to have this ability. This is to show off to those maids. Damn big pig's hooves. See later after dinner. This school flowers do not revitalize the wife's program. Women should be self-improvement. The husband cannot get out of bed. Running clouds and flowing water. Smooth and natural. Yi Xian's cooking operation was fast. At least twice as fast as an ordinary 5-star chef. And everything was done in a well-organized manner. In the kitchen, knife awnings fluttered as a dish was made. Each one was extremely demanding in terms of knife work as well as fire experience. Dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness. Squirrel mandarin fish. 3 sets of duck, off-bone fish, chrysanthemum tofu. Each dish was watched by the maids with wide-eyed beauty, as if it was a work of art being displayed by Yi Xian, carefully placing each dish on the table. The maids' minds and souls were impacted by a pro that had never been seen before. That guy, surprisingly knows so many difficult dishes. Luo Tianyi was also shocked by her own man's operation. Whether it was the dragon and phoenix, or the squirrel mandarin fish, the 3 sets of ducks, etc. All of them were famous dishes with top-notch knives, and even as a child she hadn't eaten them many times. Compared to this moment, The previous Buddha jumped over the wall, and 1C tofu can only be considered a small test. Not much time. Yi Xian again made more than 10 cups of chilled watermelon juice, letting 9 of them be served out by the maids, while the remaining half was kept in the refrigerator. Gudu, gudu gudu. Looking at the table full of highly ornamental gourmet dishes, the maids swallowed their fragrant juices in unison. Even Aunt Shen, including Luo Tianyi, had their appetites whetted. With so many delicious dishes, it will be greatly reduced if it gets cold, so let's all join together. Yi Xian smiled as he looked at his masterpiece. Not to mention 2 people, even 10 people would probably find it hard to finish it. Of course, there was no lack of ingredients to better fulfill the system's mission. After all, the more satisfied the object of the quest is, the more he might be able to pop out additional rewards. This, young master, is not good, Shinny said with a hesitant voice. After all, they were hired, technically subordinates. How could they dine at the same table as their master? Aunt Shen, ask them to join you. Yi Xian and I can't finish eating this. Hearing this, Aunt Shen pondered for a moment. Alright then. It seemed that she had also guessed Luo Tianyi's intention. This gift of grace would make the atmosphere of the villa more harmonious, and would also be conducive to the synergy of the maids taking care of San Bao as well as managing the villa in the future. Still not fast enough. Thank young master and madam. Aunt Shen, who nodded, spoke to the several maids. Thank you, young master. Thank you, ma'am. The several maids heard Aunt Shen's words, swallowed their fragrant saliva, and hurriedly thanked. They didn't expect the young master to let them dine together. After taking the first bite of the delicious dish, Aunt Shen and the maids would all have bright auras between their eyes. This flavor, so marvelous, it couldn't be described as delicious at all. More accurately, the word delicious wasn't enough to explain their feelings at this moment. Everyone can taste the chilled watermelon juice made by your young master. Luo Tianyi took the initiative to bring the maids closer. After all, these people are going to take care of San Bao in the future. Having a good relationship with them will make them more attentive to San Bao. Moreover, this chilled watermelon juice also has the effect of reminding the brain to wake up, and beautifying the face. Really da. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, young master, too. Hearing Luo Tianyi's words, the maid's eyes were even more excited. Everyone has the heart to love beauty, not to mention that they were already all beautiful women. And, looking at Luo Tianyi's fair skin, rosy cheeks and pretty temperament, it must be the credit of this chilled watermelon juice. Of course, what they don't know is that although this chilled watermelon juice has the credit, the most important credit is still the hard work of their young master every day. At the end of the meal, the maids cleaned up the table, while Aunt Shen took 2 maids to look after San Bao. As for the young master and madam, they went into their room for a lunch break. After taking a bath, Luo Tianyi was already waiting under the quilt for a long time. It's worth mentioning that this niece didn't wear anything, she was just naked, in order to have a better and frank meeting with her own man. Embracing Luo Tianyi, sniffing the good smell of this girl's body, her mind became extraordinarily tranquil. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the ability of the ultimate calligraphy. Given that the host, Transcendent, completed the mission and was rewarded with a physique +1, this mission has a physique +4. This was a bit interesting. Unexpectedly and reasonably, the physique was not added 3 but 4 points, meaning that the original 20 points of physique had now become 24 points. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Feeling that something touched her, Luo Tianyi glared at a certain guy. Good. Before Luo Tianyi could react, her vermilion lips were blocked. Yi Xian. You. Then, the image of Luo Tianyi trying to revitalize her wife before dinner occurred. However, it changed from revitalizing her wife to revitalizing her husband. Under the soundproof card, after fighting for about half an hour, Luo Tian relied on some guy's embrace. Her face still had a residual warmth of rolling heat. You, didn't you say goodbye and sleep quietly? Yi Xian. Well, isn't it the wife that you said you want that? Put, that is a question. You, what comprehension? Humph. Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian. This asshole, can't hear the good and bad words this way then or wife you that what back. I promise not to resist. Luo Tianyi, you're going to die. Holding a certain big pig's hoof, Luo Tianyi hated, but also really afraid of that guy and doing something. So, I do not know when Luo Tianyi slept. Sleep is very sweet. The corners of the mouth is also flooded with a shallow arc. It is very good to see. The face of the city's absolute beauty. Can't help but want to let people chirp on a bite. However, it is worth mentioning that under the addition of Physique 24, it is not at all comparable to when Physique 20. It feels better by an unknown amount. Although the battle has been going on for most of an hour, but Yi Xian is still in high spirits. Just while feeling his own wife's plump and large ambition while looking through the system mall, Yi Xian found an interesting thing. Stamina recovery patch? This is somewhat interesting. Yi Xian, who murmured out, redeemed a few with the intention of trying them out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming Physical Strength Recovery Paste X5, consuming 500 renminbi from the host. With a thought, he directly used one for himself and Luo Tianyi, and in the next moment, Yi Xian clearly felt that his body felt like it was being baptized, and his spirit, which was originally good, was once again boosted by a lot. Hugging Yi Xian's waist and back to sleep, Luo Tianyi moved her body, changed a comfortable position, and slept again, but the arc of her mouth was more curved than just a point. Pursing her vermilion lips, the Nizi didn't know what kind of beautiful dream she was having. Chapter 61 Adverse Son. Why don't you kowtow and apologize to Yi Xiao? Late afternoon. Miss Go slowly. Outside the villa, Aunt Shin and a few maids watched Luo Tianyi leave, but the line of sight fell on that red Lamborghini Poison. TSK 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 TSK. That should be the latest Lamborghini Poison this year. No, it is said that there are only 20 of them in the world, and this one is worth 20 million. Young master is also too spoiled for young lady. Just buy a car and it's worth 20 million. TSK TSK. The maids were chattering. Even Aunt Shin was overwhelmed with emotion. The young master's favor towards the young lady was not less than Sanbao. Seriously, if she was a decade or so younger, she would also want to marry someone like the young master. Half an hour later, Yi Xian, who came out from the room, knowing that Luo Tianyi had gone to Dragon Domain Real Estate, thinking that Tianquan Security was already on the right track. He hadn't been there once yet. No matter what, he was also the boss of Tianquan Security. Since the refrigerator took a cup of ice-cold watermelon juice to refresh, drove the car to the Skyrite Security Company. Tianquan Security is located in the Tianhai inch of land in the gold section. In the Wang Taizhu heavy gold smash directly bought a building. Of course, during the means, after all, with the existence of the hacker god Luo Tian, get some evidence of what is still handy. Squeak! A lengthened version of Lincoln appeared in front of the door of the Heavenly Power Security Building and pushed the door to get out of the car. This, sir, you can't. Here. Pa! At the entrance of the Tianquan building, a new security guard was just about to go and stop Yi Xian from not allowing the car to park, but it was a slap on the back of the new security guard's head from behind. Yi Xiao, good. The security chief bent respectfully and greeted apprehensively. Oh, hearing the youth in front of him recognize himself at a glance, he couldn't help but laugh. You know me, Yi Xiao. When Sister Yurua brought us to relieve you, I was one of the people. He. The security captain excitedly he smiled. Grandmotherly Yi Xiao gave him a conversation. So continue on duty. Yes, Yi Xiao. That security captain straightened his waist, like accepting the parade general solemn. Look beside a few new security guards' eyes are straight. They have never seen the second tiger captain so respectful to people. Watching Yi Xian walking towards the hall, the security captain era directly went to the boss Luo Yurua to report the matter up. After all, their Tianquan boss came to the company. This is a big thing. What? Luo Yurua, who was having a meeting in the conference room, heard the message from Erhu and stood up from his seat with a pang. While in the conference room at the moment there were Wang Taizhu, Luo Tian and Wolf Tooth. All of them looked over. Brother Wang, Yi Xiao is here. When Luo Yurua said this, Wang Taizhu and the others all stood up. Young Yi is here. Go! There was no hesitation, directly terminating the meeting that was negotiating to an important point. Kidding? A heavenly meeting is not as important as welcoming Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. Good day Yi Xiao. Along the way, many know Yi Xian identity of the Skyrite security members, are respectfully greeted, and then a past 10 past 100. All people look at Yi Xian's eyes are changed. I drop Sky, that is, the boss of their Heaven's Right security. Not long after, under the leadership of that apprehensive and excited little beauty at the front desk, he met Wang Taizhu and two men and a woman. The woman was clearly Luo Yurua. Yi Xiao, you come also, do not say a word in advance. Wang Taizhu hurriedly stepped forward. Yi Xian looked at the other two people. His eyes fell on Luo Yurua. Yurua, right, long time no see. He. Good day Yi Xiao. Luo Yurua, rare slight blush, said. That kind of shy appearance look Luo Tian, mouth twitching. He has never seen the sister so. Yi Xiao, let's go to the office to talk. Wang Taizhu, slightly respectful, slowed down half a step to show respect, said. Good. Nodding his head slightly, Yi Xian lifted his foot towards Wang Taizhu to guide the direction. And this time Lin Xiaotian, who was coming out of one of the rooms, saw Yi Xian not far away. His pupils opened. It's Yi Xiao, rebellious son. Quickly go with me to apologize. Dad, Pa. Lin Yi had not finished speaking. Directly by Lin Xiaotian came and smacked. Little, you want to die, do not pull on our Lin family. If you don't go today, I'll sever my father and son relationship with you. One of Wang Tiezhu's men on the opposite side was directly confused by the sudden scene. Mr. Lin, What are you doing? Ahem. Sorry. Lin Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief and calmed himself down. I would like to ask, is that young man just now one of your people here? Oh, just now I heard Mr. Lin say Yi Xiao? Mr. Lin probably doesn't know that Young Yi is none other than the boss of our Tianquan Security. Tianquan Security is Yi Xiao's industry. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaotian's eyes flashed. Manager Kai, I agree to our cooperation. I'll sign the contract, but the security order of $10 million I want to change it. Change it to $30 million. Do you think it's okay? Wang Tieju's henchman Manager Kai froze. This, of course. On the other side, the office of the chairman of Tianquan Security, Yi Xiao. Introduce. These two are my comrades in arms. This is Luo Tian, a hacker computer genius. The other is Wolf Tooth, and the one with the highest strength besides me. As for Yu Ruo, Xiao Yi should have met him. Wang Taizhu introduced, while Yi Xian looked at Wolf Feng. That day, after I left, the person who killed Zhang Zhe was you, right? He. So Young Yi knows all about it. Wolf Feng scratched the back of his head and said in a naive manner, completely unable to connect with that cold-blooded expert who killed. Right, Taizhu. I brought 1,000 pounds of special effects oranges in the trunk by the way. Have someone pick them up. 1,000 pounds. Good. Yu Ruo, you go arrange it. Wang Taizhu heard the corner of his mouth. According to the size of Yi Xiao's tangerines, about 5 tangerines have 1 pound. 1,000 pounds. That is a full 5,000 tangerines. This, what he heard. Luo Yu Ruo left not long ago. Knocking sound is from the door. Enter. As Wang Tieju's voice spreads, then Manager Wang is bringing Lin Xiaotian father and son to the field. Not waiting for Manager Wang to speak, Lin Xiaotian directly snapped a slap hard on the back of Lin Yi's head, directly to Lin Yi to kneel on the ground. Rebellious son. Still do not give Yi Young kowtow and apologize. Chapter 62. Bring Luo Tianyi to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. Return fee capped at 8 billion renminbi. Rebellious son. Still don't give Yi Xiao kowtow and apologize. Lin Xiaotian's slap was unprecedented in its viciousness. He had never hit his son so vigorously. Lin Yi, even if he was more stupid, he also knew how much trouble he had caused. With a bang, a head hit the ground. At this moment where he dared to say half a word. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made a move on you. Snap. Lin Xiaotian had a slap up. Give me sincerity. Manager Kai, how exactly did this second generation offend Yi Xiao? Being smacked so hard by his own old man. Yi Xiao, okay. Lin Xiaotian eyes to slap again. Yi Xian looked at Lin Xiaotian. This person is a character. Of course between this less Luo Tian knock. There's no need for drama. Get up. Thank you. Yi Xiao. Lin Xiaotian heard Yi Xian accept the apology. Snapped under the excitement once again smacked his son Lin Yi. This time really will Lin Yi to smack confused. Yi Xiao have forgiven him. The old man how? Still smoked him. Still not thank Yi Xiao. Lin Xiaotian old face red momentary sue. Of course he will not admit that he is pumping smooth hand. If Lin Yi knows the old man pumping his reason, I do not know whether it will climb up to fight with his own old man. Seeing his son kowtowed sincerely thanked, Lin Xiaotian satisfied, but this is not over. Then Swish wrote a check. Yi Xiao, this 100 million check right as this rebellious son offended Yi Xiao's atonement. I also hope that Yi Xiao receives it, otherwise Lin Mao's heart will not be at peace. Wang Taizhu heard Lin Xiaotian's words, especially directly coming up with a 100 million check. This operation undoubtedly shook them up a bit, although it wasn't like they hadn't seen it before. Taizhu, since Mr. Lin is interested, then take it. Yi Xian vaguely guessed the reason why Lin Xiaotian was like this. It was estimated that Wang Taizhu and the others had intimidated Lin Xiaotian. To put it bluntly, this $100 million check was actually Lin Xiaotian wanting to buy a peace of mind. This money, don't need to give it to me. Take it as a working capital to develop Tianquan security. Yes, Yi Xiao. Wang Taizhu received 100 million checks. The face did not have too many fluctuations. Lin Xiaotian is a sigh of relief. Just now, although only a few minutes, but his entire back was drenched in cold sweat. Yi Young, that, I am the rebellious son will leave first. Lin Xiaotian was not daring to stay here for a moment. Jokingly, that Mr. Luo was on the sidelines. That day when he said that if he offended Xiao Yi again, he would exterminate the Lin family. Lin Xiaotian didn't doubt it at all, because he understood very well that Luo Tian had this strength. Ding bell. Lin Xiaotian father and son just left. A cell phone ringing. Yi Xian saw that it was his mom's phone, came to the large floor-to-ceiling window and answered the phone. If Qin Shaowan knew that she was now the boss behind a huge security company, I don't know how she would feel. Hello, Mom. Answering the phone, Yi Xian voiced out, while Wang Tieju's trio had their hearts in their hands, and suddenly they didn't dare to take a breath out of the atmosphere. Brat, Are my daughter-in-law and 3 budding granddaughters alright? Chen Xuan's first words were to inquire about Luo Tianyi and Meng Meng Nua Nua and Han Han, completely ignoring her unimportant son. That's my wife and my little lover. Can it be bad? Yell. Can it brat? Chen Xuan smiled and laughed, after saying a few words as to enter the main topic. Your grandpa's 70th birthday tomorrow. You bring Xiao Luo along. Don't bring my 3 granddaughters for the time being. Your dad's side I haven't gotten through yet. Grandpa's big birthday. Or I won't. Ding. Host triggers choice mission. Bring Luo Tianyi to Grandpa's birthday banquet mission. Let everyone recognize Luo Tianyi. Task choice 1. Take Luo Tianyi to Grandpa's birthday banquet. 10 times the rebate. Capped at 8 billion renminbi. Mission choice 2. Reject the mission. Wealth shrinks by 70%. Yi Xian. Damn system. You sister. Yi Xian, who wanted to fight with his wife, was directly confused by this sudden wave of tasks from the system. 70% shrinkage of wealth should not be such a dog. Good. Mom, tomorrow I will definitely bring your daughter-in-law to Grandpa's birthday celebration, and let you make a good splash then. System mission in the body. Yi Xian would like to refuse, but he did not dare. The real consequences are too serious. You kid, bring Xiao Luo. That's the biggest publicity you've ever given to my old lady. Your several aunts and uncles can show off in front of me I don't know how many times. This time I have to make a good publicity. Chen Xiaowan grunted and said, competitive. This is Chen Xiaowan's most obvious characteristic, but who let Chen Xiaowan is their Chen family's youngest daughter. Above there are 2 older brothers, 2 older sisters, below there is a younger brother. Ranked 5th, the 2 brothers and sisters have grandchildren even if their own brother, that is, Yi Xian's brother-in-law also had a grandson last year, which makes Chen Xiaowan really envious. A large family have grandchildren, she and not to mention grandchildren, even daughter-in-law have not. How can she calm down? This is also a long time before Yi Xian received life-threatening cereal called a reason. But this is good. They not only have a daughter-in-law as beautiful as heavenly fairies, but also have a child of 3 treasures. The son is genuinely give her this old mother to fight. She now can't wait to see the expressions of her brothers and sisters and younger brothers, as well as her sister-in-law and brother-in-law and younger siblings when they see her daughter-in-law. Chen Xiaowan explained a few sentences and hung up the phone. Wang Taizhu saw Yi Xian finish the phone call, and only then did he let out a slight sigh of relief. Right, Taizhu. Yi Xiao, what are your orders? Wang Tiezhu's voice came out hurriedly. From the phone call he could hear that it seemed to be some kind of birthday banquet. Help me prepare 2 birthday banquet gifts for the old man. My grandpa was a middle school principal before. No need for vain head. Keep an eye out for me. Buy it and send it to 9 Dragons Villa. Yes, Yi Xiao. Wang Taizhu wrote this command down. He didn't dare to miss even a single word of what Xiao Yi said. More than 10 minutes later. Xiao Yi, take care. Wang Taizhu brought Luo Tian Wolfteeth and Luo Yurua to the entrance of Tian Quan building. Watched Yi Xian leave. Only then did he withdraw his line of sight. The few new security guards guarding the entrance of the building, all of them gulped down their saliva. I'll be damned. The previous scene was simply like walking through a ghost gate. Yi Xian drove with one hand, the other hand dialed his own wife's phone. Then the Dragon Real Estate Company, the president's office, Luo Tianyi, who was following his man's phone call. Tang a moment from the seat stood up, her beautiful eyes wide. Husband, what did you say? Tomorrow, to take me to your grandpa, to celebrate his birthday. Yi Xian, you are crazy. Chapter 63, beware of young master hanging you all up and beating you up. 9 Dragons Villa. Returning home, the first thing Luo Tianyi did was to pull someone to lock the 2 of them in a small dark room to raise hell. Looking at Anshan stunned, while a few maids chirped and talked heatedly. Madam, this is doing? Ahem. Could it be? It can't be. Madam is so urgent that she doesn't even wait for dinner. Alas, who says it's not? But it's understandable. After all, the young master is so handsome and charming. Well, a girl would love it. Yes, if I were a madam, I'd be happy with young master every day. Looking at the closed door of the room, the maids were envious of the secondary, but they didn't know that the truth was not the case at all. If Luo Tianyi knew what they were thinking, it was estimated that he would strip the maids naked and hang them up, and beat them so much that they didn't even recognize themselves. Young people nowadays, are they all so fierce? Anshan looked at the tightly closed room and wanted to hear something, but the soundproofing effect of the villa room was too good, so she couldn't hear a single sound at all. In fact, not only Anshan, it was the maids who were also listening with their ears, wanting to hear Madam's wonderful music. Unfortunately, in the end, it also ended in disappointment. Of course, it would be better if they could hear their young master's voice. Even if they couldn't get the young master's person, it would be nice to get the voice. Yi Xian, you, surprisingly, directly agreed to Mom without discussing with me, to go and celebrate Grandpa's birthday with him. Luo Tianyi said with a reddened face. She wasn't scared or unwilling, but was a bit flustered, worried that she hadn't done enough to make Yi Xian's grandpa's side misunderstand her in any way. The deepest love, the deepest concern, that was Luo Tianyi's mind at this moment. What? Wife doesn't want to go? Seeing his wife's reaction, Yi Xian wasn't the least bit surprised. If my wife isn't willing to go, then I'll call mom to say something. Between words, he was going to make a move to call. Luo Tianyi heard that. Swisha grabbed Yi Xian's cell phone, tightly hugged in the plump. Her beautiful eyes vigilantly stared at Yi Xian. You're crazy. Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian. This big pig's hoof. You call now. How does mom look at me? How disappointed she has to be. It's not like I don't want to go. It's just, I have to give a gift if I go. Luo Tianyi can't stop being nervous when she thinks of wishing her own man's grandfather a happy birthday. That mood, more apprehensive than checking the scores of the college entrance exams. A gift? This I've already let someone go and get it. Guarantee you're satisfied. There's no accidents with my husband. Yi Xian wrapped his own wife unbearable surplus a grip of slender waist, lightly familiar with the road quickly stripped a fine light, frankly cat into the nest. Luo Tianyi wide-eye fast hand speed guy, but also did not resist, embraced his own man's waist, tightly affixed. That husband? Wish birthday with grandpa. What do I need to pay attention to? Luo Tianyi tilted up her swan-like neck. She but had to be attentive. After all, that is their own Sanbao's old foreign grandfather. Moreover, this should be considered her first time to meet the parents in public. The last time the future mother-in-law raid does not count. Pay attention to what? My grandfather before retiring is a high school principal. More like calligraphy. A total of 3 sons and 3 daughters. My mom ranked the oldest 5. There is a younger brother below. At the same time, outside the villa, then the doorbell ding-dong rang. A beautiful maid hurriedly came to the villa room door and pulled it open. Then she saw Luo Yuruo. Manager Luo, why are you here? The pretty maid spoke out suspiciously after seeing Luo Yuruo. Where is your young master? Seeing that it was the maid, Luo Yuruo couldn't help but ask, originally wanting to show Yi Xiao the gift. Oh, our young master sleeping with madam. Pretty maid thought of something, face slightly halo red. Luo Yuruo heard a stunned, then looked at the villa. I drop. Yi Xiao really man. If this was heard by Yi Xian, I don't know if he would slap her and make her call out loudly for her father. Let's put it this way. This thing will be placed in the villa first. Let your young master take a look at the gift entrusted to us to acquire. If you are not satisfied, feel free to contact us. Luo Yuruo said. Will be 4 gifts to the maid. For these maids Luo Yuruo or some understanding. Give them 10 guts, also dare not hide. The maid came to the villa's living room with a well-packaged box, and the exquisite box attracted the attention of Anshin and several maids at the first time. Why don't we open one and take a look? At this time, a maid curiously voiced out, paused her voice and added, just now, Manager Luo has said that he wants to let the young master check it out, so it's okay for us to help check it out. This, Anshin heard, slightly frowned. According to common sense she shouldn't let the maids open and look at it, but, to be honest, she was also quite curious. You can, however, you can only open one. Really duh. Then what are we waiting for? Several maids swarmed around. Anshin looked at the several nymphets' complexion. Keep it down. If you wake up Sanbao, be careful that young master will hang you up and beat you. If it's such a punishment, I would want Sanbao to wake up right now. Aha, me too. Anshin blankly eyed the several maids. Hurry up, put it away for young master after watching. Okay Anshin. A maid heard Anshin's urging. With a hint of anticipation, tangled for 2 seconds was to remove and open a brocade box. Then, an item was presented in front of everyone's eyes, and it was precisely a cheongsam. Wow, what a beautiful cheongsam. Yes, but this cheongsam is so special. Between the maid's chatter, Anshin's line of sight also looked over, just above the cheongsam, eyes full of incredible. This is the cloud brocade cheongsam, and the entire cheongsam is made of cloud brocade in every stitch. It's a masterstroke. The maids, what's cloud brocade? Is it expensive? A maid blinked her big beautiful eyes and asked with curious baby-like eyes. Expensive. Of course it's expensive. It's the top luxury high-grade product in the country. Anshin said with emotion. Do you guys know that Yunjin is made only by manual labor nowadays? And only every 2 people cooperating for a day can only produce 5 to 6 centimeters in length. Anshin, what are you saying? 2 people, a day can only produce a length of 5 to 6 centimeters. Then the entire cheongsam is cloud brocade, how much it must cost. Hearing this, all the maids once again look at the cloud brocade cheongsam's eyes have all changed. The heart all inhaled a breath of cold air. I drop good boy. The young master. Crazy. This operation. Good. Defeat. Chapter 64. Make out with your husband to relieve tension. Villa living room. The maids carefully folded the piece of cloud brocade cheongsam, put it into the brocade box, and then into the exquisitely packaged bag, and after doing everything, their hearts breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the world of the rich was not something they could understand. When Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi came out of their room, Anshin and the maids had already finished dinner. Young master, Anshin spoke respectfully when she saw the young master come out. These gifts, just now manager Luo sent them, saying that you commissioned them to buy them, and wanted you to take a look. Oh, gifts. Then Yi Xian's line of sight fell on the 4 gifts on the coffee table in the living room. Seeing this, Yi Xian would understand. Obviously Wang Taizhu, this is one of the 2 is given to his parents. The other 2 is in the name of 2 people to give grandpa's birthday gift. Taizhu think of quite comprehensive. Yi Xian, what are these gifts? Luo Tianyi asked with some speculation when she saw these gifts. Yi Xian smiled faintly. That's right. These are the gifts I had people prepare. 2 of them are the gifts you're going to give to mom and dad tomorrow, and 2 of them are the birthday gifts we're giving to grandpa. With a hint of curiosity, Luo Tianyi opened the 4 brocade boxes. After all, this was what she was going to give tomorrow. Soon, the 4 items were presented. A piece of clothing, a box of tea, and a pile of paper that emitted a clear fragrance, as well as a piece of sealing clay. Although they didn't know what they were, from the looks of them, they were all not simple. When Anshin saw this, her pupils were shocked and her face was filled with dismay. Not bad, because these 4 things, in addition to that the cloud brocade cheongsam, are not ordinary goods. Can be said that each piece can be called the top domestic luxury goods. Wui mountain dahong robe, ancient rice paper, Longquan seal mud, each of the 3, Anshin has seen, just not owned, because once these things appear will be looted by all parties. Although she didn't know how much the 4 gifts were worth, a rough estimation was not far off, even if it wasn't in the tens of millions. They should be expensive, right? Luo Tianyi looked at the 4-5 items, all of which were filled with an extraordinary aura. Not bad, a little on the average side. Glancing at the 4 items, Yi Xian slightly froze. These 4 items could be worth a lot, as he also recognized the 4 gifts. Anshin's mouth twitched as she heard this, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. The next day, after breakfast, Yi Xian drove the Lamborghini Poison and headed towards Sheep City in Tianhai City. Azure View Residence, neighborhood. Here hurrah, that was Yi Xian's home. Rumble, beastly supercar roar resounded throughout the entire neighborhood. This time 1 to wish birthday for grandpa. 2, this is to let mom and dad make a good appearance. After all, how to say is also billions of billionaires, counted as successful people. The red supercar drove into the neighborhood, with the Azure Residence neighborhood out of place. After all, here can appear BMW Audi has been very good, and where people can afford to buy Lamborghini supercars. Squeak, a beautiful arc of drift, accurately parked in the parking space under the 8th building. Luo Tianyi's slender hands entangled the corner of her shirt. From Yi Xian's perspective, the beauty was infinite. Coupled with the short pants, and the long legs, the image was nothing to speak of. Yi Xian, I'm nervous. Luo Tianyi's heart was thumping violently. This was the first time she had formally met her in-laws, even though she had met her future mother-in-law before. What's there to be nervous about? We're all old married couples. Luo Tianyi blankly glanced at Yi Xian upon hearing this. Who, with you, is an old married couple? Although their 1 child and 3 babies are all more than 3 months old, but they haven't received a marriage license until now. They are not legally married yet. Do you want to make out with your husband? Relieve the tension yet? Luo Tianyi, go make out with the 5 girls yourself. Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian. This guy doesn't have a proper form all day long. Yell, wife, you even know about the 5 girls. It seems like you've done a lot of homework. You don't use it a lot during the week. Luo Tianyi, I'm not talking to you. Luo Tianyi reddened her pretty face and pushed the door to get out of the car. Yi Xian smiled slightly and also got down from the car, and just happened to meet Auntie Wang and Auntie Li, the small gossip masters of the neighborhood. Ha, Yi family boy, it's really you. Auntie Wang walked in and fixed her eyes on Yi Xian, and then couldn't help but look at Luo Tianyi, who was beside her with a generous, proper beauty. This girl, is your girlfriend? Is your girlfriend? Right. This is the supercar from the TV. Right, little Yi, this is yours? Auntie Li on the other side looked at the supercar suspiciously. This car label seemed like she had seen it somewhere. Wow. Just then, Auntie Li's daughter Li Wonder, who was in her senior year of high school, came back from a run, and the first thing she saw was the supercar. This is, brother Yi Xian. This car is yours. My god, brother Yi Xian, you're rich. This is a Lamborghini Poison supercar, and it's still the latest model. It's rumored to be worth in 20 million na. Auntie Li's 2 eyes widened. Xuan, what did you say? Xiao Yi, this car, it costs $20 million. Auntie Li's mind boomed. once again looked at Yi Xian secretly pity. Originally she also thought of waiting for her own daughter to go to college, then give Yi Xian's mom to say the two relatives to come. Yi Xian face value is good. His own daughter is also the school flower. Of course mom. Li Wen'er's usual hobby was to read magazines and information about supercars and such, completely different from the usual girl's family. Yay! Auntie Chen is here. Li Wen'er saw Chen Xuan at a certain moment and hurriedly greeted. Come on Auntie Chen. Brother Yi Xian brought his girlfriend home. Chen Xuan, who had returned from the vegetable market, looked over with her eyes, and suddenly saw her own son and daughter-in-law. Sister Chen, your family's little Yi is remarkable. Auntie Li sipped her mouth at the first time, pointing at the supercar. See, your family Xiaoye added a supercar to your old Yi family. Xiaowen said it would cost 20 million na. Your family Xiaoye has developed Chen Xuan then the line of sight fell on the supercar, but did not have too much shock. After all, she knows that her son is now a rich man, but with her son glanced at her son, seems to somewhat understand the reason why his son acted in a high-profile way. The heart cannot help but be gratified and touched. This is to let their old Yi family shine the rhythm of the lintel. He, brat, not bad. This is the Xiao Luo you said. Go, let's go home. Chen Xiaowan carried the dishes, smiling from ear to ear. With this wave of operation by her son today, their old Yi family is considered to be famous in the entire neighborhood. Mom, let me help you carry it. Luo Tianyi slightly panicked to say bald mouth came to the sentence. Crisp and pleasant voice listening to Auntie Wang Auntie Li eyes wide open. What did they hear? Chen Xiaowan was stunned. Of course, also felt Auntie Wang and Auntie Li's dumbfounded gaze. The heart not to mention how arrogant, how happy, but the backhand is slapped his son's arm. Brat, don't know pity, really want my daughter-in-law to carry dishes now. Oh, wife, I'll do it. Yi Xian trio into the elevator. Auntie Wang and Auntie Li in the wind mess. I drop a wipe. This is a big deal. The old Yi family's boy out of interest. Immediately the first time will be the news stabbed into the community exchange group. P.S. Thanks to the Shu Xin farm. No end. May 14th. Ghost Anze. Like in the cotton Chui Ning. Love to eat lotus root heart candy YouTube. Love to eat fancy rice balls Huan Lao. The world double. Emperor 99. Love to eat deep fried cake of the UG. Love to eat milk jelly cake of the Huangzhongli. The user 35972263. The Shadow Family. The Earth Every Day and Other Great Reward. Chapter 65 In fact, Xiao Luo, it's fine for you to call me Dad. Azure View Residence Neighborhood Exchange Group. Fried pot. Yi father and chess friends killed a few games in the morning. Spirited back. Today's good luck. Won 3 games in a row. The mood is very comfortable. Old Yi, look, you're building downstairs parked a luxury car. It seems to be still supercar. This is at least several million it. Next door old Chi will also be one of Yi father's chess friends. Looking at that supercar. Staggering emotion. Several million? Yi father looked at the supercar parked under his own house. Old Chi, your pattern is small. Some time ago, I have heard that our country has purchased several Lamborghini Poison luxury cars. The shape and design is exactly the same as on the news. I'm afraid that this one is the Lamborghini Poison that was mentioned on the news. Do you know how much it's worth? It's worth a full $20 million. Yi father said with a hint of bragging in mind, and as expected old Chi heard it, his eyes widened. Old Yi, really? Hey, of course really. Spinning glanced at the luxury car. However, only the brain was sent by the door of the stupid lack to buy. If the old son dares to buy this thing, I absolutely hang him up. The pro-father do not recognize. Che, come on old Yi. Your family that kid although got into Tianhai University, but from buying this car at least 800,000 miles. I see you in this life will not have the opportunity to hang up your son to beat. Old Chi laughed. Yi Pengfei also psyched his mouth. That's true. However, I don't know which loser buys such a thing. I haven't heard that there is any family in our neighborhood that is this rich. No more chatting. Yi Pengfei came to the downstairs of the neighborhood, looked at the red Lamborghini Poison. His heart sighed with emotion. I'm going upstairs. Good. Hey, old Wang. Oh, I'm downstairs at old Ye's house. PFF cough. You. Say what? Hearing the message from Auntie Wang, old Chi's swish gaze fell straight onto the Lamborghini supercar. You said that this red what Lamborghini Poison downstairs of old Ji is, old Ji family boy. Yi Xian's, hiss. Okay, I know. Old Chi confused hung up the phone. The whole person fell into a state of frozen stagnation. His mind boomed, after a long time, only to come back to his senses. Worry, the old Ji family brat robbed a bank, a $20 million supercar. This, how is it possible? Cannot help the old Chi thought of just two people's conversation. Yeah, did not think that the old Ji go back to the fear is not really will be his family boy to hit their own do not recognize it. But, that little leaf. but also really ruthless. Would like to give the old leaf a phone call to ventilate the old chi? Think about it finally did not play. Forget it, let the old leaf guy to digest it. But, the old leaf family this time afraid to name the whole neighborhood. Small neighborhood. Home. Hey, Xiao Luo, take a break you don't need to clean up. Chen Xiaowan looked at her daughter-in-law's virtuous clean up the room's appearance. The heart can't stop liking. This niece is still the same as in the villa. That brat of his own family doesn't know how to hook up with others. Hey, my mother is also the one who has a child and 3 treasures of the grandchildren. TSK, think about it all let a person excited It's okay mom, in this or what I should do. Luo Tianyi can't have the so-called do-it-yourself. Completely treating this place as her own home. Yi Xian was high on melon seeds at the side. Mom you let her do it, idle and estimated to be nervous to see my dad again. Go, you heartless brat. Chen Xiaowan glared at her son, while Luo Tianyi's face was slightly flushed, obviously being broken by a certain big pig's hoof. The reason why she was doing housework was purely to divert her attention. You brat, cooking skills are so good. Breakfast is over to you. Putting the bought dishes into the refrigerator, he blankly eyed his own son. Let your father taste your handiwork as well. Alright. Yi Xian didn't refuse. After all, cooking for his own mom and dad, it was only right and proper. Come on, Xiao Luo eat some fruits. Let your dad do the chores when he comes later. Chen Xiaowan's one sentence was to reveal the status of the family, which made Luo Tianyi's heart slightly have some bottom line. Mom, it's fine. Hey, you child. Chen Xiaowan looked at Luo Tianyi's appearance and was incomparably emotional. Xiao Luo you are much more virtuous than me. Mom, how could I be? Being said so by her future mother-in-law, Luo Tianyi was flattered and slightly embarrassed. It was at this moment, click, the door of the room opened. Father Yi finally came online. Oh no, he returned home. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Luo Tianyi's heart was jolted. Then she saw Yi father come to the living room, and when Yi father saw the heavenly fairy-like girl, he thought that he had gone to the wrong door of the house. Dad, you're back. Luo Tianyi held back for a long time and crashed out a sentence. Hearing this sentence, Yi Xian in the kitchen was stunned, then the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. This niece, it seems that she is still nervous. Chen Xiaowan looked on smilingly, but it was Yi Pengfei who was confused. To be honest, if he did not see his old partner beside him, he really thought that he was in someone else's house. Of course, he may also feel that he was dreaming. Xiaowan, this, Yi father froze and hurriedly explained. When did I have more than one daughter? Put. When Chen Xiaowan heard Yi father's words, she couldn't help but give him a blank look. What daughters? You are thinking quite beautifully. Do you have such good genes? Old Yi, this is our son's girlfriend, future daughter-in-law. People Xiao Luo is a little nervous to see you. What are you thinking about? Yi mother gave Yi father a wink. Yi father heard a jolt. Son's girlfriend, future daughter-in-law. This is too much information, but their old couple is extremely concerned about their son's marriage. Now there is such a heavenly fairy like future daughter-in-law. How can he not be happy? Yi father was also a bit excited when he heard that Xiao Luo right. Hurry up and sit on the sofa. Where did that brat go? Dad. Oh no, uncle. Yi Xian he is in the kitchen making breakfast. Luo Tianyi's face blushed, and she hurriedly opened her mouth. Seeing this, Yi father's heart was soothing. Actually, Xiao Luo, it's quite good for you to call me dad. This, uncle. Luo Tianyi directly by Yi father's wave of operation to the whole will not. Of course, this is Yi father does not know that they have a child of 3 babies in the case. Okay, old Yi, what are you doing? Taking advantage of other people's Xiao Luo. Right. Yi mother glared at Yi father, but soon Yi father glanced at the kitchen. That brat, he can still cook? Che, you think it's all the same for you? Yi mother blanked Yi father, did not give the slightest bit of emotion to say, making Yi father really a little embarrassed. Yeah, right. Luo Tianyi thought of something and brought 2 gifts for Yi father and Yi mother from one side. Uncle and aunt, this is the gift I chose for you. I hope you can like it. Gifts? Yi mother heard. The line of sight fell on the 2 brocade boxes. Oh, why spend that money? Although the mouth said so, faces full of smiles and satisfaction. Cannot wait to open the brocade box, but just opened. Yi father's eyes jumped. This is the cloud brocade Chongsam. Xiaowan, don't you move. Be careful. Chapter 66, his own son, transformed into a big boss. This is Yunjin Chongsam. Xiaowan, don't move. Be careful. See the cloud brocade Chongsam of Yi father. Eyeballs wide. He usually, in addition to the work of chess, his favorite is to study some of the old things in ancient times. Antique calligraphy and painting and luxury goods and whatnot. Although talk about not masters, but more than the average person to know quite a bit more. Old Yi, what are you doing? This is a shock. Chen Xiaowan was startled by Yi Pengfei's voice. The cloud brocade cheongsam in her hand almost didn't give a shake off, but Ye's father obviously didn't pay attention to this. A handful of carefully took the cheongsam from Chen Xiaowan's hand and carefully measured it. This line, with texture and workmanship. Yi Pengfei was finally not calm. Xiao Luo, this thing of yours is too expensive. Cloud brocade cheongsam? Expensive? Chen Xiaowan knew that old Yi knew a lot about this area, and her heart was also stirred. Old Yi, this cheongsam is very expensive? Expensive? More than that. Yi Pengfei looked at the table brocade box and the cloud brocade cheongsam. You know what this is? The domestic top luxury goods. And so a cloud brocade cheongsam are all made of cloud brocade. Its value is inestimable. Yin brocade but has an inch brocade inch gold saying. This kind of technology cannot use the machine to weave a 78 centimeter wide brocade. There are 14,000 threads on its weaving surface, and the composition of all the floral patterns has to be woven on these 14,000 threads. After a pause in his voice, Father Yi added, such a piece of cloud brocade cheongsam, if it were to be auctioned, a conservative estimate would be at least 3 million towards the top. Boom! Hearing this price, Chen Xiaowan on the other hand, was not calm, eyes incredibly looking at the cloud brocade cheongsam. Old Yi, what did you say? This cheongsam, the value, is going to be above $3 million. Xiao Luo, such an important thing, Mom can't accept it. Chen Xiaowan pushed the cloud brocade cheongsam over, signaling that she couldn't take it. However, Luo Tianyi was also confused at the moment. What the hell? A cloud brocade cheongsam? Worth 3 million towards the top? That guy didn't tell himself that. This thing, so expensive? Luo Tianyi originally thought that it was only a few thousand. At most 20,000 to 30,000. Where did he think that it would be so much money? That guy. Absolutely intentional. He could not possibly not know that Dad. No, Uncle does not understand this. However, this time the arrow has to be sent. Mom, originally this is my intention. You accept it, and it's nothing to me and Yi Xian. Speaking through clenched silver teeth, Chen Xiaowan looked at the cloud brocade cheongsam on the table, thinking about the financial strength of the two of them right now. That's fine. Yi father heard. Xiaowan, what are you talking about? This is worth $3 million. You just accept it? Shut up. Chen Xiaowan glared at Yi father. This is someone Xiao Luo filial piety to me, and now my son is a rich man. Not to mention a cloud brocade cheongsam is 10 pieces of 8. I want him to dare not to buy for me. Yi father, Chen Xiaowan's wave of showdown directly confused Yi father. That kid, rich man? Xiaowan, you don't have a fever. Yi father raised his hand to touch Chen Xiaowan's brain, but it was Chen Xiaowan who knocked her hand away. What kind of fever? Don't you see that Lamborghini poison parked downstairs? That was bought by our son. Chen Xiaowan thought of that supercar, and spoke directly in a showdown. Yi father, hearing Chen Xiaowan's words, Yi father's eyes snapped open. You, say what? That loser who bought a Lamborghini supercar, is, our son? Yi father, on the other hand, was nonchalant when he heard this, glancing at the kitchen. Brat, come over here. I promise not to beat you to death. Yi Xian, who was busy working, heard his father's words and came out from the kitchen. It was time to perform a showdown. Say, this money, where did it come from? Seeing his son come close, Yi father's face became solemn, while Luo Tianyi saw her father's expression. She somewhat understood why Yi Xian's mother temporarily hid it from Yi father. Yi Xian face as usual. Dad, I show my cards. In fact, I am the owner of Tianhai Qianjun Hotel, and also the owner of Dragon Domain Real Estate. As for the money, I won the jackpot before and then speculated in stocks, making a big profit of less than $100 million, and then acquired 2 companies. Boom! Yi father listened to his own son's words. His mind boomed loudly. What the hell? Is this how his son made his fortune? His own son, transformed into a big boss. Although the amount of information is a bit big, but Yi Pengfei knows, that brat will not lie to him. The face is eased a lot. In that case, then Xiaowan this cloud brocade cheongsam you will accept it. Poof. Chen Xiaowan hummed and ignored Yi father. While Yi father knew that he misunderstood his son, his face once again became embarrassed. What's that? Son, I'm sorry it's fine. Having gotten through the key, Yi Xian looked towards another gift. Right wife, didn't you also buy a gift for our father? Yi Xian laughed as he looked at the confused Luo Tianyi. This relationship in his own family, this niece still had to get used to it. Oh, right uncle, this is a gift for you. Luo Tianyi heard. Will another brocade box on the table have just cloud brocade cheongsam thing? Yi father this time cannot dare to have the slightest carelessness. More careful than just open the box. Reflected in the eyes is a pot of tea, but not waiting for the father of the leaf sigh of relief, is to realize that something is not right. This tea flavor. Not right, not ordinary de hong pao. This flavor? Contemplating for a moment, sniffing the flavor that overflows the nose, a certain shocked look at the tea leaves in his hand. Xiao Luo, you are, Waiishan de hongpo. Do not blame ye father so, because the value of this can of tea is not the slightest bit worse than that piece of cloud brocade Cheongsam. This is the Wui Mountain de hongpo mother tree on the tea. Every year will only be able to produce a little bit of tea, and it is said that there is also guarded by the army. Xiao Luo, you have a heart. It must be said that for the hobby of tea tasting, Wui Mountain de hongpo has a fatal attraction. This kind of existence is not necessarily bought even if there is money. Brat, you have can be to people Xiao Luo. Here, ye father spoke out, then looked at Luo Tianyi. Xiao Luo, in the future that brat to bully you give uncle said. I must beat his parents do not recognize. Dad, give me some face. Go go go. Ye father glared at Yi Xian, a big man. What face do you save in front of your own family? Hurry up. Your father I'm hungry. Between the words, Ye father's heart can't help but set off shockwaves. To be honest, he is now like a dream. His own son just soared to become the pride of their old Ji family? Chapter 67 Cousin. This, can't be sister-in-law. A family of 4, talking and laughing. Luo Tianyi's hanging heart was also relaxed. The future father-in-law was actually quite good. Brat, don't even say it. You're quite a bit better than your mom with this handiwork. Ye father ate his breakfast, apparently a bit more than usual, which made Qin Shaoan couldn't help but give him a blank look. Look at our son, and then look at you. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that you were infatuated with me, I wouldn't have married you. He, what nonsense. Ye father glared at Qin Shaoan. The look was like saying, in front of my son and daughter-in-law, give me some face. After 3 rounds of meals, Qin Shaoan looked at her son. Xiao Xian, I remember you are quite good at telling jokes. Why don't you tell us a few? Qin Shaoan thought about her son's novel brain circuits chuckling. Being able to give her son extra points in front of her future daughter-in-law. Of course she wouldn't let it go. This, Mom you sure? Yi Xian looked at his mom, not expecting his mom to raise such a request. Of course. Then, well, I'll think about it. Hearing this, Yi Xian pondered for a moment. There, a young man encountered confusion in the earthly world. Looking for a Zen master to solve the confusion, asked, Zen master, I was already dark. Once the summer came, I got even darker sunshine. Other people make fun of me. What should I do? The Zen master did not say anything, leisurely opened the door to the room. Let the sunshine and the youth came to understand the Zen master. You are letting me open my heart. Do not care about other people's opinions, right? The Zen master heard, glanced at the youth. No, I just want to see clearly. Where in the end you talk to me. PFF cough. Just had a mouthful of soup, savoring the deliciousness, directly choked by his own son, coughing violently. Brat, you want to choke your old man to death not? Luo Tianyi whitened her eyes at a certain guy. She knew that this guy didn't follow common sense. Cough. Brat, speak properly. Qin Shaoan glared at her own son. But seriously, this story told by her son was quite interesting. Then I'll change it. Seeing his parents and Luo Tianyi's reaction, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Telling it properly was impossible. It was impossible to tell it properly in this lifetime. After thinking for a moment, another classic story came into his mind, and squared his voice. The rain kept falling, and the patients in the mental hospital rushed into the rain, shouting, come and take a shower. The doctor smiled helplessly and bitterly. Turning back, he suddenly realized that a patient beside him was as steady as Tarzan. Why don't you go take a shower? Only to see the sick friend faintly smile. I'm not like them. They are a bunch of psychopaths. The doctor was suddenly excited. Finally, you've been cured. He paused his voice, giving ye father and ye mother as well as Luo Tianyi enough time to think, and then without the slightest sign of a divine twist, at this point, he said, I'll wait for the water to heat up and then wash. The doctor sniffed and looked at the sky speechless for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. Put, Luo Tianyi did not hold back to give a laugh sprayed out, angrily wide-eye a certain guy. Early preparation of the father of the leaf immediately stopped drinking soup, the heart of the sigh of relief. Grandma drop, almost again by this brat to choke. Yang Chang, drunken immortal house. This is the place to give Grandpa 70 birthday wishes. In order to this birthday wishes, ye mother and 5 aunts and uncles to make a big deal. Each family to take out 20,000. This birthday wishes alone will cost 120,000 huge. Yi Xian's grandfather Qin Bingyan. Decades of teaching and educating people. When young, more financial aid a lot of poor students, can be said to be full of peaches and plums. In Yanchang Yi Xian's grandfather's reputation is still very high. Wow, cousin, you got a new car again. A pure and beautiful girl, named Chen Yenner, is the daughter of Yi Xian's third uncle's family, is also the grandpa's youngest granddaughter. This year is just the third year of college. Then Yi Xian is 2 years younger than Yi Xian, is at the age of 18 years old, flower-like age. Xiao Yan has become beautiful again after many days. Chen Xiaodong looked at Chen Yenner, who came down from the car, and joked with a laugh. And between jokes, he was about to enter the drunken immortal building. At this time, accompanied by the sound of supercars, came out. Then a red Lamborghini Poison is parked in the field. Chen Xiaodong and Chen Yenner, two people, are obviously attracted. Just want to feel between, is to see the car door pushed open. From the top down, a girl as if the Sky Fairy General. Then, is that the eyes are wide open? What? That's, cousin? Chen Xiaodong's eyes were filled with dismay, while Chen Yenner was covering her small mouth with her slender hand, her school flower-level appearance surging with disbelief. Cousin. Dazed for a moment, Chen Yenner quickly ran over. From childhood she has the best relationship with her cousin. Chen Xiaodong looked at this scene, the corner of his mouth twitching, suddenly felt that he changed. The Cadillac does not smell. Yeah, cousin. This wouldn't be sister-in-law. Came close. Chen Yenner found Luo Tianyi more beautiful than what he just saw. Chen Xiaodong couldn't help but sip his mouth. Yi Xian cousin's girlfriend can be too much better looking than his own wife, at least 10 streets away. After getting acquainted, Luo Tianyi greeted with a smile. Cousin, good. Hello cousin. Sister Luo, you're really my sister-in-law. You're too pretty. Chen Yenner warmly held Luo Tianyi's arm. Luo Tianyi also had a favorable impression of Chen Yenner. Perhaps this is the tacit understanding between beautiful women. Thank you cousin, you're pretty too. Chen Xiaodong then sighed and fell on the supercar. This car wouldn't be this year's latest Lamborghini Poison rumored on the internet. Damn. You're getting rich. This car is rumored to cost 20 million. Humph. This time let's see big brother Yuting of the eldest uncle's family still fooling around. Chen Yenner grunted, obviously not very impressed with that big brother of the eldest uncle's family. Alright Xiao Yan. Younger siblings, let's go in. Soon, arriving at the drunken immortal building's hall, guests from all parties had already arrived. Grandpa, come and see cousin Yi Xian brought his girlfriend here. The sweet voice came out from Chen Yenner's mouth, and then the hall full of guests and family members looked over, and when it landed on Luo Tianyi's body, all of their eyes lit up. This girl is so beautiful. This was their first thought. Oh, when Chen Bingyan heard his young granddaughter's words, he also looked over and suddenly saw Luo Tianyi beside Yi Xian. Has little Yi finally found a girlfriend? Of all the male descendants, only Yi Xian had yet to start a family. This matter could have been on his mind. As for his granddaughter, Yenner was in no hurry, but the sight of Chen Yuting, feeling Yi Xian, became the focus of the whole scene. Eyes full of reluctance, raised his steps forward, took out a gift box. Grandpa, Yuting wishes you good fortune like the East Sea, longevity than South Mountain. This is the gift that Yuting specially picked for you. Jadeite Jade Rui, worth $800,000. Chen Yuting this word out, full of the scene is a shock. Look to Chen Yuting's eyes are full of envy. This Chen Yuting is very popular. The corner of his mouth cold snort glanced at Yi Xian. A student party, how can be his opponent? Thinking about this, Chen Yuting a hint of teasing smile looking at a pair of people. I do not know. Yi you to your grandfather with what gift? Also take out to let us all open eyes. P.S. Thanks to little monkey who loves Rong Rong. May 14th. Don't forget the beginning and keep the mission in mind. Borrowed. Village keeper. Love to eat vegetarian braised cakes of Shinwu Zone. The right way of the, like double-crowned dragons of Su. Look at the mountain. Like Kingfisher brother Zhang. Fried Sky Gang a 7-star god wolf. Love to eat salt steamed chicken Mr. Lu and other great reward. Chapter 68 Top luxury birthday gift shocks 4. Great uncle's family clueless to skepticism. That brat. Chen Xiaowan saw his own son being targeted by her nephew. Immediately angry. Thought he married the richest woman in Yangcheng, tugging on the 5 or 80,000. The old lady does not eat this set. Raising his feet to be out for his son, Yi Pengfei saw the situation, hurriedly pulled Chen Xiaowan. Today is your father's birthday banquet. Don't be impulsive. Chen Xiaowan heard, ultimately did not strike again. If this is placed in the usual, my mother would have smacked him to death. Moreover, the son can buy such expensive things with us. This Yuting can't take advantage of it. Yi Pengfei look at this son, old god in appearance. Heart to Chen Xiaowan big brother family is also the impression of 1,000 miles. Before their family taunted the two, even if, now taunt his son, he cannot be willing. As expected, Chen Yuting this statement, great uncle Chen Deju and great aunt looked at Chen Yuting big out of the wind mouth corners are full of smiles. Especially the great aunt face that is called a dejected. Adding oil and vinegar. Yes, small leaves. Today is your grandfather's 70th birthday. Although you are a student, but cannot fall into knot. Grandfather Chen Bingyan heard this, his eyebrows slightly condensed, the oldest family's temperament he knew, turning to an old man beside him. Old Lin, I've made you laugh. Unsurprisingly, Chen Yuting mother and son's words make Yi Xian directly pushed to the tip of the storm. Luo Tianyi eyebrows knit up. To Yi Xian big uncle family impression is also a sharp turn. So say her man, how can she be happy? The guests, the line of sight also fell on Yi Xian. Great uncle Chen Deju mouth corners of the hidden emergence of inflated sense of superiority. The richest man in Yangchang Rong family is his biggest dependence. Yu Ting, this is your cousin who got into Tianhai University, right? Why don't we wait for his internship, and I'll have someone make a job for him in Yangchang. Chen Yuting's wife, who was also the richest woman in Yangchang, Rong Ning Ning, did not hide her contempt between her words. The face of the great uncle's family, Yi Xian saw in his eyes. The second uncle and third uncle, as well as the two aunts' faces were also not good. But in the way of today is his father's birthday. It is not appropriate to make trouble and did not say anything. Grandpa. Yi Xian glanced at the villainous Chen Yuting. This is the gift Tian Yi and I prepared for you. Wishing you good health and all the best. Oh, grandfather Chen Bingyan had always doted on Yi Xian's mother, Chen Xuan, and was certainly fond of Yi Xian. And this was the reason why father and son Chen Deju and Chen Yuting were hostile to Yi Xian's mother and son. Little Yi, have a heart. Seeing this, Chen Yuting was not calmly flirting and couldn't wait to see that third aunt's family's kid make a fool of himself. Second uncle, don't open it to see what kind of congratulatory gift my cousin Yi Xian gave to grandpa. Hearing this, Chen Deming's eyes looked towards his father, Chen Bingyan, and seeing Chen Bingyan nodding, second uncle Chen Deming opened one of the brocade boxes. Then, the crowd saw that there was a piece of sealing clay in the box, which sold well. When Father Yi saw this, his eyes shook. It's the Longquan seal clay that is the first of the 4 great seal clays. As soon as this seal clay came out, before Chen Yuting could taunt, Lin Xiuyan, who was over 60 years old, stood up from his seat on the side. Dragon Spring Seal Clay. Chen Yuting, Chen Yuting, who had wanted to taunt, froze. What the hell? That piece of clay didn't seem simple. Grandpa Lin, is this Dragon Spring Seal Clay very precious? Seeing Lin Xiuyan's reaction, Chen Yener of course realized what was going on and couldn't wait to ask. The eldest uncle's family was just too much. Of course it's precious. Lin Xiuyan stroked his beard. Longquan seal clay in ancient times was a special tribute seal clay for the jade seal. The color of this seal clay is vermilion and shiny, bright and colorful. It does not solidify in winter, does not ooze oil in summer, is fragrant and never fades, and is excellent in permeability and adhesion when covered in paintings and calligraphy. After a pause, Lin Xiuyan once again lamented. The most important thing is, even if placed in the water for 3 days to pick up and use still red as new. As the domestic seal for painting top luxury, according to rumors a gram are tens of thousands of dollars. This block is almost half a caddy. That is to say, but this piece of Long Yuan seal mud is worth about 2.5 million. Wow! The moment Lin Lao said this, the room was filled with vibrations. Everyone looked at the piece of Dragon Spring seal clay on the table. Their eyes all changed. Chen Yener's mouth was open wide. Then her heart was ecstatic. Cousin Yi Xian really did send something good to Grandpa. After all, cousin was the one who could afford to look at Lamborghini poison. Good boy. Chen Shaoan listening to Lin old words. Angry heart turned into a strong pride in pride. Sure enough, the sun did not let her down. This wave of merciless slap in the face. Ruthless enough. Chen Deming's several families. The face also eased a lot. Just, spinning incredulously looked at Yi Xian. Such a precious seal mud. How can the old fifth family afford to buy? And according to Lin Lao's words, this even if the money is estimated to be difficult to buy. Third sister, your family's little Xian this is. Seeing this, Chen Yener's mother suspiciously looked at third sister Chen Shaoan, but before Yi mother could utter a word, Chen Yener couldn't stop chirping. Mom, you don't know, cousin Yi Xian is now a rich man. Drunken immortal residence parking lot that Lamborghini poison did you see? That is cousins. Chen Yener Twitter words, will be the brother-in-law family to shock, is the side of the two aunts family. Also was stunned to look at the scene. The old fifth family boy, when the big boss, not just sophomore. Chen Shaoan saw two sisters and younger siblings' surprised look, the heart that called a comfort. More than come when the kid can also give me and Pengfei respectively brought the cloud brocade Cheongsam and Wui mountain mother tree to it. This, impossible. Chen Yuting saw this, his face was like a pig's liver, including Chen Deju and great uncle, especially Rong Ning Ning's face was full of iron. This scene was like an invisible slap that ruthlessly smacked her in the face. However, before the great uncle's family could be further dumbfounded, Lin Lao's exclamation came out once again as another brocade box was also opened by second uncle Chen Deming. Ancient rice paper? Surprisingly, it's ancient rice paper. Lin Lao's eyes blossomed with essence. This is a top-grade, high-grade luxury product that is even rarer than Longquan seal clay. Old Chen, this grandson of yours is not simple. Between words, Lin old man has already lovingly picked up a piece of ancient rice paper. Sure enough, with the rumors of the general, the whole production cycle of ancient rice paper products is up to 1 year. This ancient rice paper effect is excellent, with strong ink moistening, not deformed when wet and damp, strong moth resistance, long preservation life and many other characteristics. The most important thing is that the ancient rice paper has lasted for thousands of years without rotting or decaying, and is known as thousand-year life paper. Lin old man eloquent, listening to Chendeju father and son family brain rumbling loud, from the words alone has proved that the value of this paper is afraid to be far beyond their imagination. The side of the leaf father, heard Lin old explanation, is also sip sip mouth, ancient rice paper, that brat, when really good loser ah. Chapter 69, not worthy of being the son of my mother. The birthday banquet field was filled with shock. Little Yi, you're this, too expensive, grandpa can't accept it. Chen Bingyan of course also recognized that both were extraordinary. Whether it was the Longquan seal clay or the ancient rice paper, both were worth a lot. Grandpa, these are specially prepared for you, it's a waste to put them in my hands. Yi Xian laughed, how could he take back what he gave away? Yes dad, now that Xiao Xian has made a name for himself, it's only right to honor you. Chen Xiaowan at this time, lifted her foot forward to voice, this thing is the father's favorite, do not want that is false. Dad, just accept it. This brat is not bad for this money. Yi father thought of the Lamborghini supercar bought by his own son, also spoke out. He, old Chen, this time you've earned a lot. Lin Xiaoyan laughed. This kind of object, although it was not extremely precious, it was not something that could be obtained from ordinary channels either. Then, okay, Chen Bingyan pondered for a moment and then said, when you guys get married, Grandpa will send you a big gift then. Luo Tianyi heard that, her face big slightly swooned, getting married with that guy. Thinking about it was so exciting and anticipating it. Right, cousin Yi Xian. Chen Yener saw that all the limelight of her eldest uncle's family was stolen by her favorite cousin Yi Xian. Her beautiful big eyes turned. You are the great talent of Yangcheng Middle School. Today Grandpa's birthday banquet. Why don't you show us your hand? Okay. Oh, Lin Xiaoyan was stunned upon hearing this, and immediately looked at Chen Bingyan. Old Chen, this grandson of yours still has this ability. What Yener said is not bad. Yes cousin. Why don't you give Grandpa a poem to cheer him up? Chen Xiaodong was also in a good mood, but the eldest uncle's family hadn't taunted their family much during the week, with the two of them speaking out. The third uncle's family and the two cousins from his aunt's family also spoke out in agreement. Seeing the eldest uncle's family suffer, they were still happy to watch. This, alright, this time to come. One for the completion of the task, the second is to let the old mom to make a big appearance. So how could he refuse such a thing? Of course. He also wanted to see how powerful the inquisitive calligraphy he had just gotten was. I'll prepare the pen and paper. Chen Yenair saw that her cousin was going to show off his writing skills again. She went to prepare the pen, ink, paper and inkstones. Glancing at her uncle's family whose faces were blue in the face, she felt a sense of comfort in her heart. Look at this. You guys are still complacent. Soon, Chen Yener went and returned. The field is ready, pen, ink, paper and inkstone. And the paper is just Yi Xian's birthday gift, ancient rice paper. Paper spread out, obviously can smell the rice paper flavor. Very good smell. Big uncle family confused look at the scene. How can this be? The script is not right At this moment the one who should be in the limelight is them. Inexplicably looking at Yi Xian, eyes full of hostility. Before the table, Chen Yener personally sharpened her cousin's ink. Looking at the rice paper, Yi Xian didn't say much, licked his mouth of ink. His inquisitive calligraphy ability was fully open. The invisible calligraphy master's aura thumped open. Lin Xiaoyan felt the invisible aura. His eyes narrowed slightly. This young man's calligraphy attainment was definitely not simple. When Lin Xiaoyan's line of sight fell on top of the ancient and simple rice paper, it was clearly reflected in his eyes the 4 big words "Song of Water" that were spilled out with strong and vigorous strokes. Good calligraphy. Lin Xiaoyan emotionally out loud. The surrounding guests also have many calligraphy connoisseurs. Under the comparison are sweating ashamed of themselves. Such a calligraphy work definitely counted on the famous masters. Between the emotions of the crowd, Yi Xian has already been penned and waved down. When is the bright moon? When will the bright moon come? I ask the blue sky with a glass of wine. I don't know what year it is in the heavenly palace. I want to go back by the wind, but I'm afraid that the jeweled buildings are too high to be cold. I want to go back by the wind, but I am afraid that the jeweled buildings will be too cold for me to stay on the ground. The clouds and water, without the slightest stagnation, look in the eyes of Chen Yener and other people, more like in the completion of a magnificent work of art. This brat, Yi father at the moment are confused. When did calligraphy become so powerful? Worthy of being the son of the old lady. Chen Xiaowan face surfaced all the pride. Just the depression was swept away. glanced at his big brother's family, now again to the old lady beat Batrai. Luotiani is also confused. She has seen a lot of famous masters of calligraphy, and her father's own calligraphy attainments are not bad, but then this guy's calligraphy is ultimately worse than a lot of. There is this poetry. She has never seen it before, and the pairing is neat and rhyming. Turning to the vermilion pavilion, lowering the beautiful house, shining without sleep. There should be no hate. Why is it always round at parting? People have their sorrows and joys. The moon has its ups and downs, and this matter can never be resolved. I wish that people would stay together for a long time, and that they would be together for 1,000 miles. Between the emotions of the crowd, a song called Song of Water appeared on the ancient rice paper that was simple, atmospheric and fragrant. The audience fell into silence. All of them followed this poem and fell into a reverie of floating thoughts. Pa 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 pa. At a certain moment, Lin Xiaoyan was the first to come back to his senses and applauded without stinting. Awesome. Good words. Good calligraphy. I didn't expect that this one would have such calligraphy attainments at such a young age. I'm ashamed to be inferior to him. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. After saying that, Lin Xiaoya turned his head and couldn't help but turn to Chen Bingyan. Old Chen, this calligraphy doesn't have a 20 to 30 years worth of skills. It simply can't be created. This grandson of yours, it really opened my eyes. And this poetry, the magnificence of the rhetoric, the beauty of the mood, it is a masterpiece. He, old Lin is too kind. Chen Bingyan was modest, but his face was full of satisfaction. Having such an outstanding grandson, he was of course very happy. However, when Chen Yuting saw this, his face became even more somber. How is it possible? That kid really underestimated him. Deming, fetch one of the scrolls. Put away this lyric of Xiao Ye's. Inquire about a time to properly frame it. Chen Bingyan, as a calligraphy enthusiast and a calligraphy veteran himself, of course he knew that this calligraphy of his grandson was extraordinary, and at the first time, he asked his second son to protect it. As for his eldest son, he didn't bother to ask. After all, he had long been disappointed with his eldest son's family. Okay, Dad. Second Uncle Chen Deming hurriedly said yes, called the third Uncle Chindayu to help. The two quickly put away the calligraphy carefully. Looking at his nephew, his eyes full of admiration, can make their father so calligraphy is not much. Seeing Chen Bingyan putting away the calligraphy, Lin Xiaoyan on the other hand was not calm anymore, rubbing his hands together. So what? This little friend. I wonder if I can represent the Tianhai Museum and ask you to write a pair of ink treasures. With such calligraphy attainments, it would be a shame if more people are not allowed to see it. Chen Yuting, hearing Lin Xiaoyan's words, Chen Yuting's eyes are going to stare out. That little less calligraphy can be that good. Even Lin Lao is begging for an ink treasure. You have to know that Lin Lao, that's the curator of the Tianhai Museum, if not unable to find to understand the right curator, Lin Lao has long retired. Lin old this word out. The birthday banquet hall, everyone froze for a moment. Chen Bingyan stroked his beard, cursing this old fox. Chen Shaowan is looking at his own son, face full of hanging smile, that kind of appearance as if to say, see, this out of the limelight brat, is the old mother's son. Chapter 70, come, wife, husband give a kiss. See, this brat who is in the limelight, is the son of the old lady. Chen Shaowan once felt that kind of scenery, even when married to Yi Xian's father were not so excited. Son today really give her face. The guests and relatives from all sides lamented. What more could one ask for when having a son like this? Of course, such a good opportunity to make mom's face shine. Just what he wanted. Really? Then thank you so much, little friendy. Lin Xiaoyan saw Yi Xian agreed. Couldn't help but be overjoyed. The first time personally for Yi Xian will be a piece of rice paper spread on the table. That kind of appearance to see that Chen Bingyan blanked him a glance. Yi Xian slightly smiled and came to the front of the table. Chi Transportation Dantian, holding the brush to the top right of the ancient and simple rice paper, put down the pen to write down the free travel 3 words. Then, without hesitation, he waved his pen down. There is a fish in the northern underworld, and its name is Xuan. The size of the Xuan is not known how many thousands of miles. It transforms into a bird called the rock. The back of the rock. I do not know how many thousands of miles also, angry and fly. Its wings like hanging clouds in the sky. It is a bird, too, and the sea transportation will migrate to the south of the underworld. Oh, looking at the lucky flowing calligraphy, coupled with the picturesque words and phrases, Lin Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. This literary talent is awesome. The surrounding guests, looking at the calligraphy of the strokes, although they did not understand it too well, it felt very powerful. And this is just the beginning. And the accumulation of water is not thick. Then its negative big boat is also powerless. Cover the cup of water in the depression above the hall. Then the mustard for the boat. Set the cup is not the glue. Shallow water and boat is also big. The accumulation of wind is also not thick. Then its negative big wing is also powerless. Chew of the south of the medieval spirit of the person. to 500 years of age for the spring, 500 years of age for the fall. On the ancient times there is a big Tsubaki person, to 8,000 years of age for the spring, 8,000 years of age for the fall. Chen Deju's family. What the hell? That kid, how? Even if they didn't know much about literature, they all knew that it was awesome. But, why would it be that kid whose hair hadn't even grown? The surrounding guests' eyes are looking straight. They are never expected. Today can get to hear this work. This is the ancient words are not too much. If the person who rides on the correctness of heaven and earth, and the defense of the six chi to travel to infinity, he or she is evil to stay? Therefore, it is said, the supreme man has no self, the divine man has no merit, and the sage has no name. In one breath, Lin Xiaoyan's face reddened with excitement due to his excitement, snapping on his thigh. Good. What a supreme man without self, divine man without merit, sage without name. Such a literary skill. It's outstanding. It's awesome. Seeing such writing, Lin Xiaoyan sips his mouth. To be sure to frame this work after going back and put it in the most conspicuous position in the museum for people to appreciate. Luo Tianyi saw here. Ripples surged between her eyes. Apparently the same had not expected. Yi Xian's talent is so outstanding. First, the two birthday gifts Longquan seal clay and ancient rice paper first, then 2 words Song of Water and Easy Travel to deepen the impression. This 4, no matter which one is a strong slap in the face of the kind. For invisible face pumping Chen Deju brain roar burst, really Yi Xian's performance far beyond his expectations. A birthday banquet, Chen Deju father and son as if jumping clown face hot and painful. Rong Ning Ning as a gas left the birthday banquet. He, cousin Yi Xian, it's really you. The faces of the eldest uncle's family are super ugly. Chen Yenner laughed. It had been a while since she had seen her eldest uncle's family so defeated. Her mood was super good. Good boy. Well done. Chen Xiaowan gave her son a big thumbs up. Today her own son had given her a big face. Yi father was also full of joy. Good job. It's rare for your mom to be so happy. The birthday banquet ended. Yi father and Yi mother drove home, while Yi Xian drove Luo Tianyi in his supercar to go to Yanqing Times Square, preparing to have a little two-person whirl to watch a movie. After all, it was not easy for the two to come out alone. However, just as Yi Xian and the two of them were heading to Times Square, a black van trailed behind. Yi Xian glanced through the rearview mirror and didn't care. Going all the way. Times Square. After buying the movie tickets, the two of them came to one of the booths and waited. There was still a quarter of an hour before the movie started. Wife, I'm going to the restroom, do you want to join me? Luo Tianyi. Put the hell with going to the restroom with you. Luo Tianyi lightly spit a mouthful. Has been someone brought bad? Luo Tianyi instinctively thought of some blushing picture. Hurry up and go. The movie are going to start soon. Good Lu. Come on. Wife, husband kiss. After saying that, in the gazes of the many couples around who were envious to the point of exploding in place, he kissed on Luo Tianyi's vermilion lips. It felt good. Don't be mushy. Hurry up. Luo Tianyi of course felt the envious gazes thrown around. Is it really good for that guy to attract attention like that? LOL. A woman in the dark. Silver teeth biting creaking, that let her big loss of face kid. Must pay the price. But a pity such a handsome face. Later first give him drugs, and then get over, and then beat him up. A spiteful plan surged to his heart. Unable to help, the corner of his mouth lifted up a grim arc. This woman was no one else. It was Chen Yuting's wife, the only daughter of Rong Changhe, the richest man in Yangchang. Rong Ning Ning has always been. Rong Ning Ning is a vindictive black-hearted woman. Don't look at Chen Yuting took the Rong family's daughter is very scenic. Every day no one knows Chen Yuting lived what kind of purgatory life. In the home, he is more than a kitten, is still well behaved. But also look at the Chen Yuting, that aspect of the good, only not divorced with him. Of course, in this regard, outsiders were completely unaware. Second uncle, be sure to give Ning Ning a good time later. Rong Ning Ning pampered herself by holding the arm of a middle-aged man beside her. This man was Rong Ning Ning's second uncle, Rong Si-hai, and also Rong Changhe's right-hand man, with a high personal strength. For the Rong family to become the richest in Yangchang, it was without a lot of his secret maneuvers. Don't worry Ning Ning, if that kid dares to bring you down, I'll have someone break both his legs later. Rong Si-hai dotingly rubbed Rong Ning Ning's head and laughed. The childless man in his life had long treated Rong Ning Ning as his own daughter. A few minutes later, Times Square, a certain room, Kaching. After Yi Xian entered a room, Rong Ning Ning brought Rong Changhe as well as 3 of his big-bladed henchmen into the room as well, unlocking the door at the first opportunity. Yi Xian, my cousin, when the birthday banquet made a big splash, have you ever thought about? Shut up. Rong Ning Ning had not yet finished speaking, and was directly stopped by Rong Si-hai's drinking voice. At the moment he saw Yi Xian, Rong Si-hai's entire person was jolted, and a wave of cool air went straight to the sky. Yi Xiao, how is he? Chapter 71. Is it really good to tease her in public like this to show love? Shut up. Rong Ningning was directly confused by second uncle Rong Sihai's chiding. Second uncle. This kid. Snap. Without even thinking about it, Rong Sihai backhanded a slap hard on the face of his niece who loved him like a son. Hurriedly turning to Yi Xian, beads of sweat oozing out of his brain. Yi Xiao. Ning Ning doesn't know any better. I hope Young Yi doesn't take offense. Rong Sihai's entire heart was trembling. This person in front of him couldn't even offend the Lin family, the in-laws of Tianhai City. They didn't even have enough to stuff their teeth with. Some time ago, the Lin family was directly exterminated because of almost offending this person in front of them. Ning Ning, why don't you kneel down and apologize to Yi Xiao? Second uncle. I apologize. Rong Sihai's eyes glared fiercely at his niece. Seeing his second uncle who had always loved him so perversely, Rong Ningning completely panicked, flopping down on her knees. Right. I'm sorry, Yi Xiao. Oh, looking at Rong Ningning who was kneeling in front of him, Yi Xian looked at Rong Sihai. You recognize me? Ahem. Recognize. Of course Yi Xiao's great name 4Cs recognizes him. Rong Sihai gulped and swallowed. My sister is Lin Yi's mother. Before Lin Yi was unintelligent and offended Yi Xiao. Thank you Lin Xiao for sparing the Lin family. Boom. Hearing second uncle Rong Sihai's words, Rong Ningning's mind boomed. What? The one that cousin offended was Yi Xian. At this moment, where would Rong Ningning dare to have the slightest thought of retaliation? At that moment, her waist was soft and directly collapsed on the ground. Even if at this moment, Yi Xian asked her to strip naked, she definitely would not have the slightest hesitation. Cousin broke into a big trouble that time, and father almost didn't kill him. You have to know, usually auntie is very spoiled cousin, and auntie's family can be too much stronger than their Rong family. Think about it. With a thud, a head knocked on the ground. Right. I'm sorry, Yi Xiao. I was wrong. Afraid. At this moment, could Rong Ningning not be afraid? Lin family? So that's how it is. Hearing Rong Sihai's words, Yi Xian nodded his head in understanding. Back then, if it wasn't for Lin Xiaotian bringing the Lin family to the door to thank them for their sins, the Lin family's life would definitely not be easy. So, your Yangchang Rong family is the in-laws of the Tianhai Lin family, acting in a somewhat similar manner. After Rong Sihai heard this, beads of sweat as big as pea grains rolled down. I still ask Yi Xiao to be magnanimous. Is that so? Yi Xian looked at Rong Ningning, thinking about the scene at the birthday banquet. Your Rong family is quite domineering in Yangchang. No. Ahem. Don't dare. Rong Sihai was silenced. Ning Ning is still small. She's young and doesn't know any better. Small? Yi Xian looked at Rong Ningning. I don't think she's timid at all. Yi Xiao. Wrong. Rong Ningning heard this and knocked her head on the ground with a thud. I'm willing to pay any price to diminish Xiaoya's anger. Including myself. You? Yi Xian looked Rong Ningning up and down. And then he was disinterested. I'm not interested in you. I heard that your Rong family has been targeting Thousand Monarch Hotel's branch in Yangcheng recently. Is this true? A flat voice came out. In Rong Sihai's ears, his heart was shaken, or he couldn't hear Yi Xian's meaning. Thousand Monarch Hotel is Yi Xiao's property. I'm sorry Yi Xiao. Go back and I'll surely inform my big brother. Aha, said in passing, lifted his foot and walked towards the door. That's it. I still have to accompany my wife to watch a movie. Yi Xiao slowly go. Rong Sihai respectfully bent over. Rong Ningning even dared not utter a breath of air, until Yi Xian disappeared from view. Rong Sihai and the others only then breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, is everything alright? The two bodyguards immediately helped Rong Ningning who was kneeling on the ground up. At this moment, Rong Ningning was obviously stunned. The scene just now was like a dream. Chen Yuting's son from his third aunt's family was surprisingly so terrifying. Who? Rong Sihai took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Rong Ningning with a burst of heartache. Ningning, second uncle just apologized. No. Rong Ningning shook her head, not caring in the slightest. Second uncle, just now, if it wasn't for you stopping me from speaking, I'm afraid that I've completely offended Yi Xiao. If that's the case, our Rong family is afraid that we'll suffer extinction because of me. It was me who was too capricious before. Rong Ningning was incomparably remorseful. That's right. At this moment, every trace of hatred in her heart, because she couldn't and didn't dare to, and then thought of that beautiful girl who appeared at the birthday banquet. No wonder that kind of stunning beauty can be taken down. It turns out to be so. Ning. Rong Sihai thought of something gruffly looked at Rong Ningning. I don't care if you are truly affectionate towards Chen Yuting, but one thing, in the future, you must look after Chen Yuting. Don't let him target Yi Xiao anymore, or else, all of our Rong family will probably be affected by the fish in the pond. Second uncle, I have the numbers. How could Rong Ningning not know what was at stake? If that Chen Yuting's family dared to offend Young Yi's family again in the future, she would be the first to disagree. Well, that's good. Rong Sihai nodded. Although this niece of his usually fools around, she still knows the difference in front of right and wrong. Why did you go for so long? Returning to the movie watching entrance resting card seat location, he saw Luo Tianyi complaining. This is still the first time they are alone on a date to watch a movie. And this guy just disappeared for more than 10 minutes. It's all about to start soon. Yi Xian pinched Luo Tianyi's fair and polished face, envious to death, and kissed the small agaric nose. What? Only more than 10 minutes gone. Wife wants your husband again. Bah. Who wants you? I am. Worried that the movie ticket is void. Yes, worried that the movie ticket is void. Viciously glared at a certain guy. Luo Tianyi obviously able to perceive the people beside the crowd envious of being forced to stuffed with dog food people's death stare. Hurry up and go in. Do not see so many people watching it. Hey, afraid of what? Capable of them also find such a beautiful wife. And also give birth to a child of 3 treasures. The crowd heard this. What day? Little thief. Your grandfather. You. Humph. Luo Tianyi's face was red, pulling the cheeky guy towards the entrance. Is this guy going to die? Really? Is it really good to tease her in public like this to show love? However, the surrounding couples are not calm. Male one by one envious. A child 3 treasures, that is. As for the girls is one by one green eyes. God, such a handsome little brother. Obviously can rely on face value to eat, but prefer to rely on their own strength. Woo woo. However, they also super want to practically experience their little brother's strength. How can they do that? Calling. P.S. Thanks to May 14th. Only favoring you alone. Shi Jin Long who loves latte vanilla. Ishi half Bishin. Soul labor dream break X. Peak God. Heavenly bowl. Sun Song Song who loves fried leeks. Chu Fluttering Ran who loves green bran yang. Xiaogu who loves solo ginseng soup. User 142900056. And righteous paths. And other greats for rewarding them. Chapter 72 Yi Xian. You. How could you do this to me? In the movie field. Came to the seat. There are still a few minutes from the start of the movie. The young couples chattering and cloying eating popcorn. The entire large field is intertwined and filled with the sweet taste. If a single dog is here, it will definitely be hit by the prehistoric bludgeon damage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing bringing Luo Tianyi to celebrate her grandfather's birthday and gaining everyone's approval to receive a tenfold rebate, capped at 8 billion renminbi. In light of the host's perfect level completion of the mission, a physique +2 is attached. The system's voice resounded in his ears. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked up in a slight arc. Sure enough, while making a splash for his mom, he also received an additional 2 points of physique. Feeling the warmth in his body, it was very comfortable, obviously feeling much better in spirit than before. Looking at the guy beside him who was cozily laughing badly, Luo Tianyi gave her own man a blank look. Yi Xian, what are you laughing at? Boo. Yi Xian, who was in a good mood, directly cupped Luo Tianyi's absolutely beautiful face with both hands and fiercely kissed her own wife on her Jew lips. Luo Tianyi pushed a certain big pig's hoof away. Spit spit. What are you doing? Crazy. Luo Tianyi whitened her eyes at Yi Xian. This guy was getting bolder and more reckless. It seemed like she urgently needed to revitalize her wife. If the surrounding couples and young couples knew what was going through Luo Tianyi's mind at this moment, I don't know what kind of reaction they would have. Crazy what? It's only natural for a husband to kiss his wife. And isn't your little mouth your husband's? Luo Tianyi, you, viciously glared at Yi Xian, wanting to say something, but found no way to refute. After all, that bad guy said is not it. Husband kiss wife can be something. Just, how always feel we're not right. Wife, do you know what is the difference between you and the stars? Joking a bit, Yi Xian wrapped around the pouring city beauty wife, sniffing Luo Tianyi's body smell on 10 years or not tired of the flavor. A serious, what's the difference? Hearing Yi Xian's sudden question, Luo Tianyi was stunned, her head leaning on Yi Xian's shoulder, raising her swan-like neck as she spoke. The stars are in the sky, while you, wife, are in my heart. Hearing this, Luo Tianyi's beautiful big eyes flashed with ripples, and her heart couldn't help but surge with intense happiness. Swish! The moment Yi Xian said this, the surrounding couples and young couples looked over in unison. What day? Your sisters? This is even possible. When the girls and sisters heard this, they were all twinkling little stars in their eyes. My God, this handsome guy is also too sweet, too spoiled, so envious. Wow. Boing boing. The reactions of the surrounding young couples and husband and wife. Yi Xian didn't pay the slightest attention to it. As for Luo Tianyi, who was wrapped in full happiness, was even less mindful to pay attention to it. Then wife, do you know which side my heart is on? Strike while the iron is hot. Teasing his own wife had already been performed by Yi Xian with incomparable skill, as if it had become a part of his life. On the left, Luo Tianyi, who was full of sweetness, said with her pretty face full of happiness, and when Yi Xian heard that, he smiled faintly and scraped Luo Tianyi's small nose. Wrong. It's on your side. Luo Tianyi's face pranced with haze. You, are bad. Is it really good to spoil me like this? Voodoo. Looking at Luo Tiany's absolutely beautiful cheeks, the numerous boys around her eyes went straight. I Nima, if this can kiss on a bite, living 3 years less is no problem. Vomit. So sweet. Mommy, what if I have to vomit? But, this dog food, really delicious. You sister, do not know that show love die fast, this is to choke their rhythm. Shameless, this person's shamelessness, refreshed their knowledge of shamelessness, it seems that this dude is quite talented. Soon, the movie started. The girls are reluctant to take back their eyes, to be honest, secretly compare their own beside the man whether face value or emotional intelligence are too poor. If they can choose, they do not hesitate to jump into the arms of Yi Xian. The movie started, and the coat jacket was put over both of them. Luo Tian relied on some guy's arms, enjoying the quiet atmosphere. Luo Tiany's face was red to the point of redness. But she didn't dare to struggle drastically yet. After all, that would be more obvious. Bastard. All of this, no one knew. Nonetheless, this room's environment was dim, with a jacket, and Yi Xian also used the soundproof card. Even if it made even more noise it wouldn't be heard by outsiders. In the eyes of outsiders, the two were merely snuggling together with other couples in general. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, to be honest, under Yi Xian's shameless operation, if Luo Tiany didn't have the slightest reaction, it was impossible. Although she tried her best to restrain herself, she still let out a small sound, but it was cut off at the first time by the soundproof card. Luo Tian relied on Yi Xian's arms. The atmosphere did not dare to take a breath. That shameless big bastard was too bad. How could you do this to me? Luo Tiany softly leaned in the arms of a certain shameless guy, shy, if not worried about the action is big by other people to see. She really can't guarantee that she will take a mouthful of hard bite to die this guy. How to you are not without, and every night can be more than this. Luo Tiany, bad. Luo Tiany glared at Yi Xian. I'll never watch a movie with you again. It's just a pity about Sambo's rations. Luo Tiany, still say that. She swore that after today, it's the 8-carried sedan chair she won't watch a movie with this shameless guy again. Really, where is he watching a movie like this? It's clearly taking advantage of her under the guise of watching a movie. Sure enough, people would rather believe that there are ghosts in the world, do not believe that a man's mouth, in front of their own experience of everything is a living example. This bloody lesson is really too painful. That shameless big bastard. So want to bite him to death? How to do? Chapter 73, Poem Smoking Psychosis, Saving Little Mengru. A movie. Luo Tiany spent seconds like years. Ultimately, the movie came to an end. If the lights are on at this moment we'll find our comrade Luo Tiany has long been face red to the root of the ear. All is a certain guy to take advantage of not enough. This time the movie is super nice. Well, the male and female main actors are super good. Conscience movie. Luo Tiany. Listening to the words of couples and young couples, Luo Tiany glared at the guy beside her. It's all because of this bastard. The movie that he likes to watch is not at all watched. It's not at all right with the script that he wants. How is it, wife? Do you want your husband to help you? Seeing his own wife's hateful appearance, Yi Xian faintly laughed. White-eye someone, from the seat to get up, but just got up that instant. Legs a little soft, that bastard. Wait back must want him to pay all the water bill. After calming her mind for a while, Luo Tiany stabilized her mind, and her scarlet face faded away. But unfortunately no one was able to appreciate such a beautiful scene. However, in the two just out of the Times Square exit, came to the square above heard beside the crowd panicked clamor. And not far away there are a lot of clamor onlookers. It's not good. There's a mental illness holding a 3 or 4-year-old girl hostage. It's just heartless. That mental illness is most likely stimulated by something. I hope nothing happens to that 2 or 3-year-old girl. Chattering voices spread. Yi Xian did not want to meddle in the matter, but he looked towards the little girl who was being held hostage in the onlooker field, and his complexion was shocked. Little Mengru, how come it's her? Wife, you wait here, I'll go and come. Yi Xian finished, not waiting for Luo Tiany to speak, is already toward the crowd. Luo Tiany searching eyes to the field, is also pretty face slightly white, that is, Yi Xian Ziyan cousin's niece, third uncle. You must save Mengru. Mengru, if there is a 3 long and 2 short I can do. Chen Ziyan's face was full of panic covered. Her hands tightly clutched Yi Xian's third uncle Chen Diyu's uniform. Chen Diyu's job was clearly the captain of the Yongcheng Tidings division. Ziyan, don't worry, third uncle will do his best. Chen Diyu received the report of the first time as to come to the scene, but when he saw as the birthday banquet respectively not long after the little Mengru face suddenly changed greatly, pacify his niece, the mind surfaced a variety of stable rescue little Mengru way. You all do not come over. The mentally deranged psychotic man in the field, holding a dagger at little Meng Ru's neck. Little Meng Ru's scared little face was filled with pallor. Teardrops snapped and rained down, completely terrified. Oh wow. Mommy, mommy, let a person's heartbreaking voice from the mouth of the little Meng Ru. Chen Ziyan delicate hands because of the tightly clenched and become white. Lips are bitten. If possible, she really willing to that hostage taker is not their own daughter, but her own. Meng Ru, don't be afraid. Your third grandfather will save you soon. Chen Ziyan was completely flustered at this moment. She didn't know what she could do. She could only pin her hopes on her third uncle. Bitch, it's all because of that stinking, giving birth to this wild seed with another man. I'll kill this wild seed now. Seemingly stimulated by the surroundings, the psychotic spirit was once again stimulated. No, Chen Ziyan's heart was in her throat. Chen Dayu immediately took a step forward, and put down his gun. This gentleman, don't be impulsive. We have something to talk about slowly. Although the other party was mentally ill, the primary task was to stabilize this person's emotions. Don't talk to you guys? You're all in cahoots. Little wild seed, I'll send you to meet with your father. Bad. Seeing this, Chen Dayu's heart thumped, and then he made a wink at one of his men, and had no choice but to shoot that psychopath on the spot. Die. Meng Ru. No. Chen Ziyan saw the bandit raising the dagger about to wipe towards his daughter's neck. His mind roared and his feet staggered, and the eyes of the surrounding pedestrians were all intolerant. At the last moment, one of Chen Dayu's men was about to shoot. Thumb. A figure of lightning-like surged to the field. Chen Dayu first vertical hand to stop the operation of the henchman to kill the mental patient. The next moment, click, crisp bone-cracking sound came out. The dagger in the psychopath's hand was snatched in Yi Xian's hand, holding little Meng Ru in his arms. He lifted his foot and kicked the psychopath out by a distance of 4 to 5 meters. Wow! The sudden turn of events caused everyone around to look shocked, and swish their eyes fell on the field. Saved. Who's that dude? What a fast stance. Catching blades with his empty hands and kicking the psychopath stryly. This will not be the legendary War Department's soldier king it. Chattering voices came out from all directions, while Yi Xian looked at little Meng Ru who was crying into tears. Okay little Meng Ru, uncle is here. It's okay. Little Meng Ru heard the familiar voice and saw the person holding her. She cried out with a wow. Uncle Yi, oh. Chen Diyu and Chen Ziyan as well as a group of people from the tidings division all gathered around, and when he saw that it was Yi Xian, Chen Diyu's pupils widened, obviously not expecting that the person who had stepped in at the critical moment would be his own nephew. Cousin. Little Meng Ru got a bit of a shock. Luckily she's fine. Yi Xian handed little Meng Ru over to his second uncle's cousin. Slightly relieved, Chen Ziyan held little Meng Ru in her arms. Cousin, thanks, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what I should do. Chen Ziyan nowadays shuddered when she thought about the scene she had just seen. If little Meng Ru had anything long or short, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Luo Tianyi on the side looked at the field in stagnation. That guy. Body hands so good. Just now. How did he do that? It's too unbelievable. At the same time, a corner of Times Square, Rong Ning Ning's eyes widened. Her eyes were filled with horrified vibrations. That Yi Xian. Oh no. Yi Xiao. An expert. Rong Sihai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the field. Ning. Yi Xiao is definitely an extremely impressive expert. That kind of speed, decisive grasp of timing. It's unknown how much stronger than your second uncle. No wonder. He has the strength to make your aunt's family turn over their hands and disappear from the heavenly sea. I'm afraid that under this kind of strength, Yi Xiao's subordinates will definitely not be weak either. This person, no matter what, cannot be offended. Rong Sihai instantly listed Yi Xian on the list of forbidden people that his Rong family could not offend. He knew very well that whenever their Rong family angered this being, what awaited them would be a devastating disaster. Rong Ningning was so scared that she almost didn't fall softly to the ground. Before thinking carefully, she directly snapped a slap and ruthlessly smacked on her face. What kind of existence did she almost offend before? Chapter 74. If this school flower doesn't revitalize her wife, I, Luo Tianyi, will take your surname. Yang Chang, Tidings Division. Xiao Yi, you are so good with your hands? How come I've never heard of it? Chen Diyu as Yi Xian's third uncle, can be said to have watched him grow up from a young age, and Shen Xiaowan as a child can be quite a lot for him to go out of his way. Of course, on Yi Xian from the emotionally close. Of course, there is no lack of from childhood to Chinyener with Yi Xian as behind Yi Xian cousin called 18 years. It is not the division rules. When I was a child, I worshipped a high person as a teacher, and then, a serious nonsense to make up a barely justifiable reason. Chen Diyu half believe half doubt but also cannot find other reasons. Cousin Chen Ziyan hugged little Meng Ru. Cousin Yi Xian, no matter what, cousin really still wants to thank you. Hey, this is all what I should do. Little Meng Ru, but she sweetly called me uncle as soon as we met. Meng Ru, quick, thank you Uncle Yi Xian. Thank you, uncle. The sweet and adorable voice came out, which made Yi Xian's heart feel doubly comfortable. This would be so good if his own family's one child and 3 babies were also like this. In that case he himself would probably be able to die of happiness. Cousin, I really envy you, having such a lovely daughter. Tisk. As he spoke, Yi Xian reported little Mengru. Come. Little Mengru kisses uncle. Moo-ah. Little Mengru's well-behaved little mouth kissed on her saved uncle's face. He. Uncle. Mengru likes you so much. Uncle. Also like you ah. Favoringly rubbing little Mengru's head. Chen Diyu saw this and joked and laughed. Liking your daughter so much. Then get married earlier. Your mom and your dad can wait to hold their grandchildren. Luo Tianyi heard, lowered his head want to look at their own toes, but was phoning blocked the line of sight. Then in very white eyes a certain guy. Like daughter. This guy are a child of 3 treasures, but also how to give birth. Yi Xian, what you just said is really false. Luo Tianyi foxed curiously looked at the guy driving the car. Worldly high person. Is there really such a person? You said to worship a high person as a teacher? Smiling at his own wife. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, when you go back, my husband will accompany you to study it in depth. Luo Tianyi. The ghost will study with you. After talking for a while, Luo Tianyi thought about her state of mind nowadays. Her complex color. Yi Xian, let me tell you something. Oh, seeing Luo Tianyi's rare solemnity, Yi Xian was slightly curious. What is it? I seem to have fallen in love with you. Luo Tianyi lowered her head and said with certainty. Even she herself didn't know when she fell in love with this guy. Obviously that big bad guy was super bad. Really? Listening to Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian didn't feel surprised. In his opinion it would have been sooner or later. But it would have been better if the wife had removed the word like. Remove the word like? Luo Tianyi heard Yi Xian's words and was skeptical for a moment. If she removed the 2 words like that would be, I so want to. On it. Yi Xian, you. Shameless. Luo Tianyi face tang is red to the point of not being able to. How can that guy be like this? Is still a human being? Humph. Too annoying. How can one like such a guy? Bad. Shameless? Seeing his own wife's lovely shy and angry appearance, Yi Xian was serious. How is hubby shameless? It's normal isn't it? Put. Normal your big head ghost. This school flower bite you to death. A few moments later, wife is angry. Seeing the feigned angry Nico, having nothing to do, teasing his wife is not bad. Let's put it this way. Wife, I'll tell you a story. Poof. Luo Tianyi lightly hummed, but her ears were perked up, although she didn't want to listen either. She couldn't control herself. After the lights went out in the university women's dormitory, a certain woman was chatting about horoscopes with a few girls in her dorm room. One of them, a good-looking girl from the bottom bunk, asked suspiciously, why is there only Virgo and no Virgo? This girl's voice just fell. The upper bunk of the tough girl took over the retort. Why not? Only people later changed the name, called Sagittarius. Put. Luo Tianyi, who was listening to a certain guy telling a joke, let out a soft laugh, but quickly collapsed her pretty face and held back her redness, clearly not wanting to laugh out loud herself. All of this was Yi Xian's eyes. The corners of his mouth revealed a gangly smile. Little like, your husband can't rule you. Thinking about this, Yi Xian evil smile. There is a couple. College love for 4 years, always without a promise. Going home on the train. He has 32 stops. She has 21 stops. She said that when she was called at the station, she fell back to sleep. I do not know how long. She was woken up. The car to pass several stations. He smiled gently and said, come home with me. She gave a giggle and tears slipped down her face afterward. Speaking here, seeing Luo Tianyi slightly mesmerized, especially the shallow arc that rose from the corners of her mouth. Between just the right amount of time, Yi Xian's voice once again came out. Coming to that small mountain village where she was born and raised, she was sold to an old bachelor in his 50s. Luo Tianyi. Hearing the words of a certain bad guy, Luo Tianyi's eyes widened. You, humph. The sudden turn of events almost didn't suffocate Luo Tianyi, only to use her milk strength to harden her laughter. And this made the smile at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth even more dense for a point. This Nizi, still quite able to hold out. Nay-san, if you have the guts to hold it in, hubby won't be polite. Seeing Luo Tianyi's appearance of different strength, Yi Xian teasingly smiled and came back with a wave of tawdry operation. She cut her finger. He went to buy a band-aid for her, but he was a mute. And after a while of gesticulating, the salesman didn't know what he was going to buy. Then he simply cut his finger, and the salesman realized that he needed a band-aid. Then the salesman laughed and said, it's just a band-aid. Why would you hurt your finger? She watched behind him with tears in her eyes. The next day, she got her period. Put. Luo Tianyi heard Yi Xian's immodest jokes. She finally didn't hold back her laughter and broke directly. Shameless big soul, you're going to die. Don't you feel heartache when you treat me like this? P.S. Thanks to May 14th, to the good demon king, Qian mountain range of Fang Xiulian, Cool Wolf, Ghost Anze, Not Once, Quoquo Mayan, East Streets Bender, No End, Fright Sky Gang Hong Meng Emperor, A Sunset Half Than the Heart and Other Big Brother Reward. Chapter 75, Maybe Your Husband is More Handsome. They were convinced by my face value. Yangchang, Qianjun Hotel. As the first branch of the Qianjun Hotel, all the specifications were the same as the main store in Tianhai, giving people the feeling that it was high class. Although Yangchang is not as rich as Tianhai, there are not a few rich people. Squeak, more than 10 minutes later, stepped on the brakes and stopped at the entrance of Qianjun Hotel, pushed the door to get off. The security guard at the entrance saw the incoming person who got off the car, and the whole person had a jolt. Quickly, all give me a boost. This security chief bellowed at a group of his men. Hurry up, Yi Xiao is coming. What? Several security guards heard this, and at the first time, they were in high spirits. As a member of Tianquan Security, they certainly knew who Yi Xiao was. That was their boss, and also the boss of Qianjun Chain Store. After getting out of the car, seeing the security guard's spirited state, bringing Luo Tianyi was entering the lobby of the Thousand June Hotel. Captain, that's Yi Xiao ah, so young. Yeah, looks like he's just around 20. Tisk. The security captain glanced at a few people and looked at Yi Xian adoringly. What do you guys know? Sister Luo, you know, Boss Luo Tian's younger sister, a flower of our Tianquan. To Yi Xiao but worship tight, when Yi Xiao but a move will Luo sister's second defeat. The security captain bragged, and he was also one of Luo Yurua's men, and was fortunate enough to have seen Yi Xiao's hands at first. Really, Captain, Yi Xiao is so powerful. The several security guards were stunned to hear this, and the eyes that looked at Yi Xian once again changed significantly. Yell, this beautiful girl, how about accompanying brother for a drink? A drunken second generation. Seeing the temperamental little beauty lobby manager in the hotel lobby, his eyes flooded with green aura. This kind of beauty, the taste must be very good. Sir, you're drunk. I'll have the waiter take you to your room. Xuan just came to the branch to intern for a few days. The first time she saw this kind of situation, but still hardened her heart to talk to the difficult guest. Mr. Su expects a lot from her. She can't let Mr. Su down. The two bodyguards beside Xianbin looked at their young master helplessly, not surprised by this scene. Drunk? Xianbin was slightly drunk, evilly smiling as he looked up and down at the doubly well-built Xuan. Little beauty, 10,000. How about it? 10,000 to accompany this young man for one night. Enough to be worth a month's salary for you. Sir, please pay attention to your words. 30,000. Xuan had not finished her words, but was interrupted by Qianbin. There is nothing in this world that money cannot do. This young man is the least bad as money. Such a routine. Qianbin is too skillful. It can be said that he used money to smash open the legs of unknown number of girls. Sir, this is a public place. $100,000. Little beauty. This price is already not low. Even if you are a chick it's enough. Xiaowen's face huffed as she heard such revealing words. You. What? Still too little. Do you know who this young man is? This young man is the Tianhai Qian family. The hotel hall is happening in this matter. Xuan was just about to call the security guards when Yi Xian's system's voice came from his mind. Ding! The host triggers a randomized mission, palm smoking the second generation, maintaining the reputation of the Qianjun Hotel, rewarding the ability of the ultimate medical skill, with a bonus physique +2. Mission failure, physique +1. Oh, this can even trigger a mission. It's a bit interesting. The system's voice fell. Yi Xian did not hesitate. Directly a slap on the face. The security guard blasted out is also blasted out. Might as well be cheaper. Skill is not. After all, in addition to this, can also add 2 points of physique. Why not? Snapping. Crisp slap in the face of Qianbin, directly to him to fly out, rubbing the ground skidding more than a meter to stop at 3 meters away. Worry, kid, dare to hit the young master. You're looking for death. Seeing this, the two burly bodyguards were about to strike at the first opportunity to dry out Yi Xian. Are you kidding? If they didn't dry over this kid and teach him a lesson, they were afraid that they would have to roll over and leave, and they would even be unable to eat. Marred. Quick, give it to me. Seeing this, the security chief hurriedly had his men hold down the two burly guards to the ground at the first opportunity. Mr. Yi, it's you? When Xuan saw the outgoing visitor, astonishment surged between her grateful eyes, obviously not expecting that the one who stepped in was the nobleman who had given himself Mr. Su's business card at Xingqiu Real Estate. At first, it was this Mr. Yi who bought that $150 million Nine Dragons Villa king of the house. That much gold, and is her nobleman, and also looks so handsome, completely in line with all her requirements for her other half Prince Charming. Want to not remember are difficult. Oh, hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Yi Xian looked over at Xuan, thinking of what came to mind. You're that real estate Xuan, right? Come to Tianjun. Ma'am, I have to thank Mr. Yi for that in the beginning. On the other side, Xianbin, who was smacked over on the ground, seeing that the person who smacked over himself, chatting with the little beauty he wanted to sleep with, Tang's anger went straight to the sky. Where's the little pussy brat from? You big daddy, do you know who I am? Yangcheng Tiding's secretary is my uncle. Believe it or not, I let you walk out of Yangcheng, Xianbin said loudly. But soon, Xianbin carefully measured Yi Xian. A certain moment heart shook. This is not the boy who offended Xiao Xiao. Determining that it was that kid who robbed Tianhai University with Xiao Xiao, Xianbin's evil turned to the enemy. What's going on? Right at this moment, a neutral voice came out, and when he saw the person coming, Xianbin's eyes lit up. Uncle, you came just in time. This kid is committing an offense in public. Hurry up and arrest him. The person who came is a middle-aged man in his 40s. This person's name is Feng Xinwang, Tianhai second-rate family Feng family second master. The reason why he can become the director of the Yangcheng Criminal Investigation Department. The Feng family's contribution is not small. Beside him is not someone else. It is Rong Ningning's father Rong Changhe. And when Rong Changhe saw Yi Xian who clashed with Xianbin, his heart was jolted, and he hurriedly underestimated in Feng Xinwang's ear. What? Old Rong, are you sure? When Feng Xinwang heard this, his heart shook, and when he saw Rong Changhe's solemn nod, his eyelids wildly jumped. One Nima, the person who made the Lin family's Lin Xiaotian almost extinguish his family, was the kid in front of him. Xianbin, don't fool around. Uncle, Pa. Xianbin hadn't even finished speaking, he was directly slapped dumbfounded by Feng Xinwang. The two burly bodyguards were also dumbfounded at this moment. Rong Changhe then glared at the two bodyguards. Bring your young master back home to me, or else suffer the consequences. Cough cough. Yes, it's Director Feng. The two bodyguards vaguely sensed something. They knew too well the temperament of the Feng family's second master, and glanced at Yi Xian scornfully. This guy was not simple. When Feng Xinwang was forced out of the Thousand June Hotel by the two bodyguards, Feng Xinwang smiled. This must be Mr. Yi, the owner of the Thousand June Hotel. I've heard a lot about you. Today's incident was my poor discipline. I apologize for them on behalf of my sister and brother-in-law. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Feng Xinwang was leaving the hotel with Rong Changhe, and just at the moment of leaving the hotel Feng Xinwang realized that his back was wet. Grandma drip. That little almost broke into a big trouble. Luo Tianyi saw the scene and frowned slightly. Yi Xian, just now that was. You and the chief of the Sheep City Trial Division know each other? That. Don't recognize. Maybe, it's because your husband is more handsome and they were bowled over by my face value. Yi Xian said so. The security captain and others almost didn't have the soles of their feet to give a soft to fall on the ground. I drop a good boy. Yi Xiao, this is also too narcissistic point, but Luo Tianyi also rolled her eyes. But, cheeky. Chapter 76, Wife lie down. Hubby helps you with acupuncture. Who? Leaving the Thousand June Hotel. Feng Xinwang, who breathed a sigh of relief, saw his nephew waiting not far away. Rong Changhe saw today's events. Vaguely worried. Old Feng, there's nothing going on, I'll go back first. Be sure to sternly warn the juniors in the family. Never offend that Yi Xian, otherwise, it will bring us endless nightmares. Rong Changhe said a word, then separated from Feng Xinwang. The two of them had been friends for many years. There was no need for those vain politeness. While looking at Rong Changhe's back that hurriedly left, thinking about the things that the two had just talked about in Tianjun Hotel's box, a wave of cool air came from the back ridge, and his body hit a jolt. Xiao Bin, is everything alright? Came to Qian Bin in front of him, eyes full of guilt, said. Since childhood he has been very spoiled, this nephew of his. To say that this is still the first time he did not give the slightest bit of mercy to smack him in the face. Uncle, what exactly is that, Yi Xian? Qian Bin shook his head. His uncle's temperament he knew. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian's origin was not simple, his uncle definitely wouldn't be like this. Xiao Bin, today it's fortunate that I arrived before you offended Yi Xian. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Xinwang looked at the two bodyguards. They are all family members. I won't hide anything from you. Tian Hai, that kid Lin Yi of the Lin family. That day he brought hundreds of people to prepare to surround and teach Yi Xian a lesson. But it was in the end. Lin Yi himself broke 4 ribs, and his facial bones were even fractured. This is something that you probably don't know. After a pause in his voice, Feng Xinwang continued. After the incident, Lin Xiaotian's reaction was even more bizarre. Not only did he not stand up for his always doting son, but instead, he broke Lin Yi to death, and was said to be threatened. Then, Lin Xiaotian was the one who took his son to the Heavenly Power Security, and I have channeled eyes that told me that Lin Xiaotian made Lin Yi kneel down in public to apologize to Yi Xian within the Heavenly Power Security, asking for his forgiveness, and gave Yi Xian a $100 million check to make amends for his sins. What? Hearing his uncle's words, Qianbin's pupils widened. Uncle, are you sure? Lin Yi, of course he knows. Although the Lin family is only a third-rate family in the Tianhai, but Lin Xiaotian dotes on Lin Yi he has a deep understanding of, and also extremely envious. Lin Xiaotian usually hates to not even let a single hair of the sweat of the body to hurt Lin Yi. This is so perverse has already explained a lot of problems. Rong Changhai you should have seen. Is uncle's good friend for many years? Their Rong family and Lin family is the in-laws. Lin Xiaotian personally said to him, would rather offend Xiaotianza also cannot offend Yi Xian, because Yi Xian has the ability to turn over his hand to let the Lin family since the evaporation of the earth, but also kill people do not stain the blood of the kind. Boo! At these words, Qianbin's mind roared. To make the Lin family's family evaporate quietly? Although the Lin family was a third-rate family, to do so, let alone a first-rate family, even the four great families of Tianhai would not necessarily be able to do so. The first thing that I want to do is to think about it. Thinking about that day, Yi Xian was not the least bit afraid of bidding hard with Xiao Tianza for Tianhai University. Uncle, that Yi Xian, some time ago, clashed with Xiao Tianza, and bought Tianhai University at the Nine Heavens auction house at a sky-high price of $3.5 billion. Hearing Qian Bin's words, Feng Xinwang's pupils suddenly shrunk. What did you say, Xiao Bin? That person who auctioned off Tianhai University is Yi Xian. Uncle, what's wrong? Seeing his uncle's expression, Qianbin was filled with suspicion. Feng Xinwang, who had been stunned for a little while, looked in the direction of the Chenjun Hotel with his sight. Xiao Bin, after the information I received, the Chenjun Hotel in front of me, the Tianquan Security, and the Dragon Domain Real Estate, which was formerly known as the Zhang Clan's Real Estate, all have Yi Xian's shadow behind them. Especially Chapter's real estate chairman went to jail thing. The cause is online anonymous report Chapter Sao Tian sin evidence. From the method of view, absolutely we cannot touch the intelligence existence. Chapter Sao Tian do things watertight. Can be investigated so? In the end Yi Xian benefited from the situation to see. Out of hand is very likely to be the person behind the Yi Xian. So, Xiao Bin, Xiao Tianza we can't afford to offend. This Yi Xian we can't afford to offend as well. Even he is bigger than Xiao Tianza. Speaking here, Feng Xinwan's sight looked out over the imperial capital. There are people outside of people and there are heavens outside of heavens. Although Tianhai is a good place, it's still too small in the end. Qianbin heard his uncle's words. His eyes flickered not knowing what he was thinking. Qianjun Hotel, Presidential Suite. Listening to the sound of water pattering in the bathroom, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curved up in an arc as he had already anticipated what would happen next. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of palm smoking second generation and maintaining the reputation of the Thousand June Hotel, obtaining the ability of the ultimate healing technique, with a bonus physique +2, waiting for Luo Tanny to come out to mama. The system's voice rang in his ears, a hot current surged in his body, warm and comfortable, the feeling of increased physique. Yi Xian never got tired of it. But, this inquisitive healing arts ability is that good? Yi Xian expressed some disbelief. But, there just happens to be an excellent test subject in this place. And sure enough, Lousy has been enduring a wit that shouldn't be there at this age. Big bad guy. What are you laughing at? So sinister. Wearing a thin with a layer of membrane is no different from the ice silk transparent pajamas. Just happened to come out from the bathroom. See a certain guy he bad smile, face slightly halo red. Very beautiful. Wife, tired. Today husband serve you well. The voice fell. Before Luo Tianyi had the chance to speak, she heard Yi Xian's voice once again enter her ears. Wife lie down well. Hubby will help you with acupuncture. When Luo Tianyi heard this, she was slightly stunned. Acupuncture? You're talking about this ah? Of course. What else do you think? Yi Xian blankly glanced at Luo Tianyi. This niece didn't know what she was thinking about all day. Hurry up. Let you try your husband's acupuncture technique. It will definitely make you drift away. Looking at his own wife, the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. However, the acupuncture points are too complicated, so it's better for my wife to take off her pajamas first. Humph, I knew you didn't have a decent look. I'd like to see what kind of acupuncture you can know. Looking at the beautiful person, Yi Xian flipped his right hand. A set of golden needles appeared in his hand. If Luo Tianyi saw it she would definitely be shocked. This was exactly the same as the previous image of the Great Change of Roses. It appeared completely out of thin air. Snort! The golden needles traced an arc, accurately stabbing on Luo Tianyi's beautiful back that was exposed to the air. This kind of white jade-like skin, genuinely letting people not resist wanting to kiss it. And in, several acupuncture needles stabbed in Luo Tianyi each big point of the moment. Comfortable numbness feeling emerges. All the exhaustion like to find a vent to give vent to the mouth. That feeling can only be will and cannot be said. Cannot help but Luo Tianyi comfortable corner of the mouth curved up charming good-looking arc. Such a beautiful scenery is the only cheap a certain guy. P.S. Thanks to I am me, Ghost Anze, user 857081137, Soul Labor Dream Break X, Broadcasting Illegal Cloud, like Yellow Hibiscus Lin Fuai, Provocative Horse Blood Peak, Pang, Lovely and Elopement, Fatten, Zhang Xiaofan Brother, user 16884765, like the ring-necked plover of the Jade Cloud, Beautiful River Boy River Wild, Love to Eat Quail Meat Yen Fu Tianyan, May 14th, Drunken Hate Song, The Night and a Half of the Three Shifts, Tired of Reading Everything and Waiting for the Big Brother to Reward, Chapter 77 Lady seems to have become beautiful again, golden ons flashed and hand shadows fluttered. In an instant, Luo Tianyi's back was covered with golden acupuncture, but this was only the beginning of the operation. Looking at his magnificent wife, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and using Recovery Potion X 50 drops, consuming 50,000 RMB. Then, Yi Xian was in between whisking the needle, twisting the needle. The recovery potion was applied on top of the golden needle, and then degree into Luo Tianyi's body. A miraculous scene appeared. The recovery potion coupled with acupuncture, making Luo Tianyi no matter the body or the spirit are very marvelous to get a very marvelous relief. After a few minutes, the acupuncture ended and the needles were withdrawn. The next day, well, the golden sunrise poured over his eyes. Yi Xian's eyelids throbbed, and at a certain moment, he struggled to open them, and what he saw was a beautiful beauty lazily leaning in his arms. Under the light, the beautiful girl beside him was even more charming. Boo! At a certain moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but kiss his face. Everything was quiet and beautiful. On the way back to the Nine Dragons Villa, it's all your fault. Luo Tianyi blanched at a certain guy. She really didn't expect that guy to be too thick-skinned. It was embarrassing. He, who let our wife have so much charm? Your husband is being held to death by you. Yuck, ghosts will pinch you, Luo Tianyi said with a bah humbug. Her face flushed red and cute. Supercar, a beautiful drifting action. Precise emergency stop in front of the villa of Kowloon 1. Although only 1 day respectively, but it feels like respectively several years in general. Because finally can see 3 little cotton jacket big treasure Meng Meng, 2 treasure Nua and 3 treasure Han Hanit. A fatherly smile emerged, pushed the door off the car, and entered the villa. Young master, young lady good. Welcome young master, young lady home. Just after arriving at the villa, the maids were on both sides welcoming the young master and young lady. But when they saw the CP-filled picture, the maids were envious. You have to know, the young master is so handsome, rich, and super pampered. I'm afraid there isn't a girl in the world who doesn't like it. Unfortunately, they also understood that such an excellent young master could only be matched by a girl as beautiful and excellent as the young lady. And their words could only be thought of. Have you guys noticed? Madam seems to has become beautiful again. Yeah, it must be the young master who has gotten a lot of credit for this. Chattering voices, listening to Aunt Shen's ears, slightly speechless shaking her head. These few nieces probably had been in contact with the young master for a long time, and their requirements for the other half were all quite harsh. Right young master. After seeing Luo Tianyi leave, Aunt Shen thought of something, before the staff of the Nine Dragons Villa came to the door, saying that young master has no idea about the Nine Dragons Villa complex. It should be that the owner of the Nine Dragons Villa has a problem with his funds. Oh, hearing Aunt Shen's words, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Yesterday he finished wishing his grandfather a birthday. The rebate capped at 8 billion. He was about to go and invest a bit when he ran into this. I'll be there later. Go over and take a look. Thinking of this, Yi Xian did not hesitate and spoke out. After a little preparation, he took the 3 little cottons and pushed his way to the Nine Dragons Villa Real Estate Sales Center. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Yi Xian just entered the Real Estate Sales Center. There is a beautiful white-skinned beauty staff quickly step up, warmly greeted. This is the owner of their Nine Dragons Villa King, and this beautiful staff does not know is that soon. Her mouth Mr. Yi is the new boss of her as well as the Nine Dragons Villa. It would be a pity to miss such a good opportunity to make money. Chapter 78 Buying the Kowloon Villa Complex, chopping $8 billion of wealth. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Not only the staff little beauty, his other staff is also cast a flood of little starry eyes. This kind of face value is super high in gold handsome man, is simply their hearts and the Prince Charming. Unfortunately, people are already married, and there is a child 3 treasures. That aspect of the ability to simply kill I do not know how many boys. There is no comparison, there is no harm. Obviously people are younger than themselves, but not only married a man who super favors her, but also has a child and 3 babies, completely is the peak of their life they can only dream of. It's nothing, bringing the 3 little ones out for a spin, Yi Xian said with a smile, and the 3 little ones were now gazing curiously at the several sales ladies that surrounded them, blinking their flashing eyes as if to say, So many pretty ladies. Look at the many female salesmen. Heart eyes like cannot. Mother love flooded into disaster. Although, they didn't have children. Not even a boyfriend. Wow. Mr. Yi, your 3 daughters are super cute. Too beautiful. If I had such daughters, not to mention 3, even one I probably wouldn't want to go to work. Yes me too. Chattering voices spread out. The 3 little ones giggled and grinned as if they knew they were talking about them. The look was adorable. Not at all like a 3-month-plus munchkin. More like a 5 or 6-month munchkin. Mr. Yi, do you still have an older brother or a younger brother or something like that? Yeah, if not, cousins will do. The saleswomen were envious. They really didn't do it because of the money, but they simply wanted the quality genes of their old Yi family, although Mr. Ye's quality genes in front of them were better. They knew that Mr. Ye's wife was very beautiful, and Mr. Yi wouldn't be able to look at them. After talking for a while, Yi Xian got to the point. By the way, didn't you guys here send out a notice that the villa wants to be sold? I came to take a look, smiling after a pause. If the price can be, I intend to buy all of the 9 Dragons Villa. Boom! Hearing Yi Xian's words, several white-skinned and beautiful female sales brains as if they were struck by lightning. What did they hear? Mr. Yi said, the price is right. Want to buy all the 9 Dragons Villa? Mr. Yi, wait a moment, I'll go call the boss right away. One of the female sales, Tata steps towards the sales center upstairs. Today just the boss to come here. If the deal can be successful, less their benefits. Not long after, the boss of the 9 Dragons Villa came over. A man of about 40, with a sad face between his eyebrows, apparently similar to the news that Anshin got, presumably because of the matter of funds. Mr. Yi, just now I heard them say that you are interested in buying 9 Dragons Villa, right? Zhang Tianlai breathed a sigh of relief and continued after a moment of contemplation. To tell the truth, Mr. Yi, Zhang Mao is now experiencing a broken capital chain in his business, and is in dire need of a large sum of money for his operation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold the 9 Dragons Villa which was just opened not long ago. Let's put it this way, Mr. Yi, you really want to buy 9 Dragon Villa with today's momentum to sell at 2 billion nothing wrong. If Mr. Yi want, I sell you 1 billion how? After a short pause, Zhang Tianlai said, when building the 9 Dragons Villa, it cost almost $1.3 billion before and after. 1 billion is not low. The several female salesmen at the side looked straight. What the hell? Is the boss going to sell all the villas to Mr. Yi? Just, although it's a sure thing, but that's a full billion nah. How can an ordinary person take it out? Oh, it seems that I took advantage of a great bargain. Such a good thing. 1 billion then, Kowloon Villa. I want it. The crowd sails. Mr. Yi, he said. 9 Dragons Villa he all want? 1 billion that's but, so rashly decided. Really? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhang Tianlai's eyes were happy. If Mr. Yi really wants all of it, that's a big help to Mr. Jiang. From now on where I need to use Mr. Jiang, Mr. Yi despite the command. This period of time, Zhang Tianlai but because of the money thing worried to death. If the funds are not in place, he is not the loss of a 9 Dragons Villa so simple, and even his entire chain effect directly bankruptcy is possible. Mr. Jiang doesn't have to be like this, to each his own. Besides, this time is also I take advantage. Yi Xian scraped the small bridge of Sanbao's nose. Let's put it this way, Mr. Jiang, you really need the money. Sign the contract now. I'll directly call the money to you. Good. Zhang Tianlai didn't expect Yi Xian to be so crisp. He thought that Yi Xian was going to pay in installments. More than 10 minutes later, in the dumbfounded and shaken looks of the several female salesmen, Yi Xian called the $1 billion to Zhang Tianlai, the owner of the 9 Dragons Villa. After receiving the arrival information, the boulder in Zhang Tianlai's heart could finally be put down. With this 1 billion funds, his other industries could also be revitalized, and it was only a matter of time before the turnaround. Elder brother Yi, thank you so much, Zhang Tianlai said gratefully. To be honest, when he just quoted 1 billion, he was ready for Yi Xian to kill the price and end up guaranteeing 800 million. Zhang Tianlai was in a good mood, and then he turned to look at the female sales of the 9 Dragons Villa sales center. From now on, your boss is Mr. Yi. The female sales, Mr. Yi, is their boss now. Just a moment ago they were joking with Yi Xian, and now they are their top boss. But with that billion just now, it turns out that Mr. Yi is much richer than they thought. Boss, good. The several female salesmen bent down in unison and addressed them respectfully. Yi Xian slightly waved his hand. Forget about boss. In the future, you guys can just call me Yi Xiao. Okay, Yi Xiao. The several female sales revealed a light smile. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, from this month onwards, your wages will be raised by 30%. Later on, the manager will give me the payroll statistics. Understood. Yi Xiao, the sales manager, was a beautiful woman around 30, with a very good figure, and her eyes were flooded with a wise aura from time to time. Elder brother Yi, there will be a long time to come. When the company stabilizes, I will thank you again. Said a few words, Zhang Tianlai is leaving the sales center. Other industrial companies are not waiting for this money to revitalize it. He does not want to delay time. Yi Xiao, you rest for a while. We'll come and help you look at Sanbao. Right, leave it to us. Several female salesmen scrambled, one of them holding the mangbao. The look as if these three treasures were not Yi Xian's, but their own. Also at this moment, ding! Congratulations to the host, consumption 1 billion renminbi. Rebate 10 times, obtain 8 billion renminbi. The system's voice ringing in the ear. Yi Xian mouth corner curved up the arc of fascination. The system other can't efficiency is still quite high. This kind of money-making speed of the feeling of the wonderful, only can be will and can't be said. Didn't experience the people simply won't understand how cool this is. Chapter 79, Subduing Belle Xuan, Creating the Underworld Palace. Rebate tenfold. 8 billion arrived. The system's voice rang in his ears, and the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up into an arc. Then he pulled up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20. Physique, 28, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability, extreme milkman ability, extreme massage ability, extreme martial arts ability, extreme cooking ability, extreme car skills ability, extreme calligraphy ability, extreme medical skills ability. Items, refreshing watermelon, X3. Soundproof card, X2. Lasting capsule, X4. Set of golden needles, X1. Recovery potion, X50 drops. Wealth, 11. 317 billion. Wealth 10 billion. This is the first time I've seen so much money. 10 billionaire, TSK. Without realizing it I'm already so rich. Yi Xiao, slow down. More than 10 minutes later, several female sales gazes reluctantly looked at the three munchkins on the stroller. They really super wanted one of them. There was even a moment when they sprouted an urge to urgently borrow a wave of jeans from Yi Xian. They swore that they really didn't do it for Yi Xian's money. They simply wanted such a super cute baby. Even if they didn't have to be responsible for it, they were totally willing to do it. Not long after leaving the sales center, they ran into Anshin and two maids returning from grocery shopping. Young master, leave Sanbao to us, Anshin inquired out loud with an eye. Yi Xian nodded his head slightly, but right at this moment, he keenly sensed the hidden and heavenly hatred. Yi Xian's brows slightly knitted. You guys go back to the villa first, I'll go back later. Then, young master, we will go back first. After Anshin finished speaking and saw Yi Xian nodding, she led the two maids towards the villa, while Yi Xian glanced at Anshin and the three of them and lifted his feet towards the interior of the dense forest. After passing through the dense forest, he came to the rotten buildings that were not particularly far apart, and if there was a pervasive hatred, it came from here. Turning the corner, Yi Xian was stunned by the image in front of him. Into the eye is a disabled person. No, accurately speaking should be someone picked off the limbs, and from the blackened lips and the color of the face, it is likely that someone has also been poisoned. Miserable. That's right, this person's situation was very bad, but between this person's eyes was an almost obsessive desire to survive. And that look, just by looking at it alone, gave people chills. Ding. Host triggers a random mission. Save this person and create a dark force. Mission reward, gain the ability to kill the god of ultimate, with a +2 physique attached. Mission failure, physique +1. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Save this person? Creating a dark force? Obtaining the ultimate god-killing ability? It seems that, as usual with one's guess, this is a person with a story that is not simple. Save me. That young man, seeing someone approaching, let out a low and hoarse voice. He was tortured by his enemies on the verge of extinction, and he was also fed with the highly poisonous heart-devouring scatter. If not for the fact that he was holding on with a superb will, he was afraid that he would have long been transformed into a corpse at this moment. However, even so, he didn't die because he wanted to save his life to revenge for the extermination of his clan. Yi Xian is already the third person he begged for help. The first two people looked at the youth's miserable appearance disgusted fast not to move away, and his injuries are getting more and more serious. Even if he has more than twisted obstinacy, this state of affairs if he cannot be cured, I am afraid that he will not live more than 3 days. Want me to save you? As unlike the two before, Yi Xian stopped and looked at the ravaged youth in a calm manner. Brother, as long as you save me, this life of mine, Belle Xuan, will be yours in the future. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Belle Xuan's eyes blossomed with essence, as if a drowning person had grabbed the last straw. Is that so? Yi Xian didn't think much about it. He was simply completing the system's quest, the ultimate god-killing ability. I wonder how it was different from the ultimate martial arts ability that he had obtained. Remember what you said. I can destroy you if I can save you. After saying that, he took out a dozen of golden needles from his pocket and lightning-like stabbed them at various major points around Bailey Wuxuan's body. But this was only the first step. Ding! Host redeems, Recovery Immortal Brew, X5 drops, consuming 500,000 RMB from the host. Then the golden needle as a guide. The Recovery Immortal Brew, through the major points, emanating to all parts of the body. And then Bailey Wuxuan obviously feel more than 10 major points above the heat, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the 7 meridians and 8 veins are restored. Limbs, wrists of the magical feeling of warmth and heat. At a certain point, it is actually able to do a slight toggle. This is, the body is recovering? Bailey Wuxuan's eyes were full of excitement. What a marvelous technique. Maybe one is really saved. More than 10 minutes later, PFF. A mouthful of bruised blood sprayed out from Bailey Wuxuan's mouth, splashing down on the grass beside him, zipping out a corrosive sound. That was clearly the intense poison of the heart-devouring scatter. The poison is discharged from the body. Bailey Wuxuan breathing smoothly. I don't know how much. The whole person is much more relaxed. The wrist and ankle at this time has been magically able to move, which makes Bailey Wuxuan heart inexplicably vibration. Puff. Immediately, Bailey Wuxuan knelt down on the ground. The kindness of saving your life. Bailey Wuxuan will never forget it. In the future, this life of Wuxuan will be your excellency's. Only your excellency's orders will be obeyed. Get up. Looking at Bailey Wuxuan kneeling on the ground. Your injuries have not fully recovered yet. I will apply the needle for you once more in 3 days, and a second time in 7 days, after which the toxins within you can be completely drained out. Thank you, my lord. Even if Bailey Wuxuan was a fool, he knew that this person in front of him was a godly person, or at least far beyond his realm of understanding. Introduce yourself. Looking at the youth in front of him, Yi Xian asked out loud. Back to the lord. My subordinate Bailey Wuxuan is the hidden assassin family Bailey family son. 10 years ago, Bailey family was tragically exterminated by the enemy. In the meantime, I am also hunted down by the enemy. Bailey Wuxuan didn't hide and informed Yi Xian everything about himself. Hearing Bailey Wuxuan's narration, Yi Xian also understood why there was a pervasive hatred and obstinacy in his body. In the future, follow me. Yi Xian looked at Bailey Wuxuan. This was also a poor person. Yes, my lord. Bailey Wuxuan bent respectfully. I don't know. Your excellency's name? Yi Xian. The leaf of one leaf knows autumn. The Xian of Tai Xian. The voice trailed off and paused for half a moment, his line of sight falling on Bailey Wuxuan. Next, your task is very simple. It is to help me create a dark force, the name of which will be Underworld King's Hall. Underworld King's Hall. Bailey Wuxuan was slightly stunned. This was his strong point. Yes, Hall Master. In the future, you will be one of the 4 heavenly kings under the seat of the Underworld King Palace, even though your strength is weak today. Slightly gazing, Yi Xian said. As for strength, this was the easiest thing for him to improve. With the system Mall, not to mention Bailey Wuxuan, even a pig he could make it become an overwhelmingly strong person. Wuxuan will surely live up to the expectations of your highness. Bailey Wuxuan knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with respect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of creating a dark force and obtaining the ability of an ultimate god killer, with a bonus physique +2. The system's voice resounded in his head. Yi Xian's body changed once again. His physique was directly raised to 30, which was 3 times as much as a normal person. And there was also an extra assassination technique at the level of a starry killing god. The system honestly doesn't deceive me. P.S. Jiaoma's Wan Lian, Wang Wen who loves to eat white fungus porridge. May 14th. User 71040373, user 16884765, Fat Slag, Boneless Asa, user 29331504, Josh Yu, nicknames, and other Big Brother reward.